Chapter 1. Before the journey, Dongwon Normal University, first affiliated middle school, stands as the most prestigious institution in Dongwon City, renowned for its exceptional faculty and remarkable teaching environment. The students fortunate enough to gain admission here are invariably high achievers. With the exception of a few who rely on connections, that on a late afternoon in early autumn, the sun had begun its descent, partially disappearing beyond the horizon. As the school bell rang, students of Dongwon Middle School surged forth from their classrooms. Grouping together on their way home, in the spacious and immaculate corner of a first-year classroom on the first floor, a slender boy with glasses quietly packed his textbooks back into his backpack. Preparing to leave, suddenly, a trio of dark figures loomed over him, prompting him to halt his actions and look up. Three boys clad in blue and white uniforms stood before his desk, casting him malevolent glances. One boy, whose uniform zipper hung open in a careless manner, pointed toward the direction of the boys' restroom before leading his companions out of the classroom. The bespectacled boy removed his glasses and gently placed them into a black case, tucking it carefully into the depths of his backpack. Only then did he rise from his seat and head towards the restroom. Inside, several boys were relentlessly kicking another boy who curled up on the floor. Clutching his head, the sounds of his sobs filled the air, compelling the assailants to cease their assault. The ringleader, surveying the pitiful figure on the ground, disdainfully spat on the floor before exiting with his companions. After a moment, ensuring they had not returned, the boy on the floor finally stood up. Wiping away his tears with the sleeve of his shirt, he brushed off the imprints left by shoes on his uniform, making sure no obvious traces remained, and cautiously exited the restroom. Previously, the boy had lived with his mother, who, despite inflicting upon him her harsh blows, was still someone he loved dearly. His mother, a pitiful woman who worked as a barmaid, had fallen in love with a man who abandoned her after she bore him a child. Unable to cope with the emotional toll, she descended into a state of mental instability, spending her days indulging in revelry with various men, with the boy becoming her outlet for frustration. When the boy was 5, his grandmother visited, discovering him battered and emaciated. Determined to prevent further abuse, she forcibly took him away, and thus, Li Xia began living with his grandmother. Although she had advised him against seeking out his mother, Lixia often found himself longing for her presence, occasionally visiting her, inevitably enduring her affection. He would shield his face from the obvious signs of her abuse, as the marks were concealed beneath his oversized uniform, which his grandmother never noticed. Li Xia consistently ranked among the top 30 students in his grade, possessing a handsome appearance coupled with a dutiful and understanding nature, traits that garnered the affection of teachers throughout the ages. However, such admiration inevitably bred jealousy. Some could not abide his excellence, believing that being a top student did not exempt him from bullying. Typically, a group of boys would pick on him, but it had never escalated to physical violence, until today, when he had merely sought help from the schoolflower. With her high ponytail, fair and delicate skin, and a cute, playful visage, Li Wanqi was the acknowledged belle of the grade. Despite her wearing a baggy blue and white uniform, her radiant and youthful beauty remained undeniable. Unbeknownst to many, the careless boy was the son of the grade's disciplinary head and harbored feelings for Li Wanqi. Although she had consistently ignored him, his infatuation persisted until today. When his sense of pride was wounded by the sight of her sharing laughter with another boy, he resolved to teach that boy a lesson. The bespectacled boy believed that the most effective way to enhance his academic performance was to seek guidance from those superior to him. He was aware of the potential consequences, but was filled with courage at the thought of his grandmother's hopeful expression. After adjusting his glasses and shouldering his backpack, he made his way to the school gate when a vibrant voice called out to him. He turned, perplexed, to see Li Wanqi's dazzling figure waving energetically at him. "Where have you been?" "Li Xia, I've been waiting forever." Li Wanqi pouted in annoyance. I'm sorry, I just went to the restroom." "Did you need something, classmate Li Wanqi?" The bespectacled boy stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Observing Li Xia's flustered demeanor, Li Wanqi couldn't help but giggle, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Honestly, I've always thought you were a bit dense, but today, you've surprised me. Your approach to solving the Olympiad problems was quite innovative. I had a question that has puzzled me for ages, but I couldn't find you after class that I decided to wait for you. Since it's so late now, let us forget about it. Just remember to come find me tomorrow morning, all right?" she instructed with an undeniable tone of authority. Li Xian nodded in understanding, never one to refuse an opportunity to better his grades. I'll take my leave then, silly little kitty, Li Wanqi teased as she playfully patted Li Xiao's head before skipping away. As Li Xiao passed through the school gate, he spotted the three boys who had bullied him earlier. The leader made a slashing gesture across his throat and spat menacingly onto the roadside. Li Xiao understood that tomorrow would bring more troubles, yet he remained unfazed. The thought of returning home to see his grandmother's aged yet gentle face brought a smile to his heart. However, the reminder of her heart condition and the urgent need for medication plunged his spirits into despair. What means could he employ to earn money? As he observed the cars whizzing by on the road, an audacious yet naive idea struck him. Insurance fraud done a few days prior, while passing by the house of a neighbor. He had seen a news report about an elderly person who had collected a substantial sum in medical expenses through such a scheme. Though distinctly unethical, Li Xiao felt compelled to consider it for his grandmother's sake. Resolute, Li Xiao paced back and forth on the sidewalk, watching the cars pass, preparing to select a suitable target. Lacking any automotive knowledge, he surmised that a visually appealing car likely belonged to a wealthy owner. After nearly 30 minutes of deliberation, a striking red sports car caught his eye, moving at a seemingly slow pace as if driven by a novice, standing by the roadside, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow and his legs trembling uncontrollably. Li Xiao grasped the straps of his backpack tightly. Fear gripped him, a visceral dread of both failure and death. In the driver's seat of the red sports car sat a young woman in business attire, cautiously navigating the road, while a stylishly dressed woman in the passenger seat appeared to be dozing off. Suddenly, a small figure darted into their path, and in an instant, he was struck and sent sprawling to the ground. The female driver slammed on the brakes, and the two women hastily exited the vehicle. "Are you all right, little one?" the businesswoman exclaimed, rushing to help the boy curled on the ground. "Xiaowan, call an ambulance." As the other woman dialed, a voice emerged from the boy's lips. "Sister, there's no need to call that I'm not seriously hurt." Although Li Xiao was engulfed in excruciating pain, he summoned the resilience forged by years of hardship. Determined to endure, struggling to rise from the businesswoman's embrace, Li Xiao finally managed to stand, though she still wore a look of disbelief, insisting on taking him to the hospital. However, when she bent down to examine his injuries, he clutched tightly at his already dirty blue and white uniform, preventing her from lifting it. She raised her gaze to meet his pale face, where his dark eyes conveyed a mixture of shock and desperation. If she were to uncover what lay beneath, she would undoubtedly be taken aback, for his frail frame was marred by an array of bruises, some dark purple, others bluish-green, an unimaginable sight. Understanding dawned upon her as she observed the boy's youthful face, marred and bleeding. Gently stroking his hair, she inquired, "What sort of compensation do you desire? It pains me to think of you returning in this state." Lowering his head, Li Xiao muttered in an increasingly faint voice, "Just a few hundred yuan will suffice, that's all I need." The businesswoman recognized that he must have his reasons for resorting to such measures. With a soft smile, she turned to her companion and said, "Xiaowan, please give me the money you have that I'll pay you back later." Without question, the woman retrieved approximately 1,000 yuan bills from her bag and handed them over. "Remember to buy your medicine. Don't resort to such actions again," the businesswoman urged as she placed the money in his hands. Ensuring he could hear her words, Li Xiao stood momentarily in shock before nodding earnestly, limping toward the sidewalk. Disappearing from view as onlookers whispered in astonishment, the night had already enveloped the sky, and in the dimly lit alley, Li Xiao, pale-faced, struggled to walk along the wall while clutching his left rib. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, and his rapid breaths echoed in the stillness. The pain radiating from his body compelled him to involuntarily gasp, yet he knew that if he could just exit this alley, cross the road, and ascend to room 501 on the 5th floor of that dilapidated building, he would finally reunite with his grandmother. Li Xiao was oblivious to the severity of his injuries. A combination of old and new wounds had left his left rib fractured by a vehicle. In the eyes of the doctor, his condition was nothing short of dire. As he neared the alley's entrance, a group of flamboyantly dressed individuals with multicolored hair approached. Upon seeing them, Li Xiao's heart sank. He recognized them as local delinquents. Notorious for their bullying, they had consistently robbed him of his money, and these very individuals feasted at the breakfast shop run by his grandmother without ever paying. Lowering his head to hide his face, Li Xiao inadvertently drew their attention. With nowhere to escape in the narrow alley, the thugs surrounded him, forming a tight circle. Well, isn't this little Four Eyes, Why are you out so late? One of the thugs feigned surprise as he recognized Li Xia, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Brothers, I truly have no money today. How about I bring it to you next time? Li Xia, gritting his teeth against the pain, spoke with utmost respect, instinctively clutching the pocket of his school uniform where he had stashed the money for his grandmother's medicine, resolutely determined not to let them take it. Oh, a scholar understands my meaning, huh? But, as per our usual custom, let's check your pockets, the thug declared. Before Li Xia could protest, the others had pinned him against the wall, immobilizing him. When they extracted a handful of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, their astonishment was palpable. One thug meticulously counted the money, moistening his fingers with saliva, while the others, having released Li Xia, gathered around to witness. Overwhelmed by the pain from their earlier contact with his injuries, Li Xia collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless. The gang erupted in gleeful howls, and the thug who had taken his money squatted before the prostrate Li Xia, waving the cash in front of him. Thanks, buddy. I'll have your back from now on. We're off to eat. Haha. Li Xia's eyes widened in horror as the thug suddenly screamed. Ah, damn it, this brat dared to bite me. You little rascal. The thug clutched his bloodied, teeth-marked hand and unleashed a flurry of kicks at Li Xia. Only when Li Xia lay still did they cease their assault, gathering the scattered money as they cursed and departed. As Li Xia's consciousness began to fade, he yearned to close his eyes and succumb to sleep, yet the lingering feelings of reluctance and guilt held him back, in the face of his grave injuries. He finally succumbed to the encroaching darkness, tears of regret streaming down his face. I'm sorry, Grandma Mother. Before plunging into oblivion, the faint, urgent wail of an ambulance siren reached his ears. Chapter 2. The Strategist of the Slums. Harry, where am I? How blinding. Li Xia squinted against the harsh sunlight, attempting to shield his eyes, only to be astonished to find that his hands, which should have been bruised, were now soft and delicate. What was happening? Had he transformed into an infant? Staring blankly at his tiny hands, a chill coursed through him as he grappled with this scientifically implausible phenomenon. Suddenly, a middle-aged European woman appeared before him, smiling as she lifted him into her arms, speaking in a language he could not comprehend, and handing him to a woman lying on a bed. The woman, with her fair features and long, dark hair cascading around her, glistened with sweat on her brow. Having just given birth, her pale face lit up with joy, revealing her contentment. Gazing at the magnified smile of the woman, Li Xia's initial terror at his inexplicable transformation dissipated, and he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. At just 12 years of age, witnessing such a scene, he found it remarkable that he was not rendered speechless from fear. As he regained his composure, Li Xia scrutinized his surroundings. He was nestled in a tattered tent riddled with holes, sunlight streaming through the rips. Aside from the wooden bed where the woman lay and the weeds sprouting on the floor, the simplicity of the setting was striking. The woman wrapped Li Xia in a thick cloth, exposing only his face, and after laboriously finishing, she exchanged a few words with the middle-aged woman before bowing her head, seemingly in gratitude. As she watched her depart, gently, she cradled Li Xia back onto the bed. Conflicted emotions swirled within Li Xia. Having silently transformed into an infant, he imagined his grandmother and mother must be worried sick, not to mention his teachers. Would they report him missing? In contemplating these matters, Li Xia failed to grasp the reality that he had perished in his previous life, focusing instead on the concerns of those connected to him. Lost in thought, he eventually dozed off in his new mother's embrace. When Li Xia groggily opened his eyes, still not fully awake, he felt something warm touch his lips, carrying a sweet, milky scent that was delightful. Almost instinctual, he instinctively opened his mouth to suckle. The woman gazed down at the infant in her arms, tenderly stroking his soft black hair, but as thoughts of their future crept in, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Life must go on. 3 years later, in the heart of the slums, where dilapidated houses stood amidst foul-smelling puddles, a group of children chased each other across the empty ground, their laughter ringing out. Yet, these children were all ragged, their dirt-streaked faces adorned with bright smiles. Among them sat a young boy atop a pile of crumbled stones, observing the chaos with a watchful gaze. This boy, Harry, formerly Li Xia, had spent 3 years in this peculiar world and was nearing his 4th birthday. Over the years, he had come to understand that he was no longer on Earth, but in a strange place, relinquishing the desire to return to his former life. Fortunately, he had found family in this world, and though he had once felt isolated and helpless, he had developed a sense of belonging, having learned the language of this new realm. Harry realized he was merely an ordinary child born in the slums of Helmi Town. His mother had never mentioned his father, and Harry, understanding her plight, had never inquired to sustain their lives. His mother worked long hours as a servant for a noble family. Although the impoverished were looked down upon in this world, his mother's beauty and skill had earned her an exception from the nobles. Though the pay was meager, it was enough for their survival. Yet now, his mother was ill and required funds for treatment. Where could he procure the money? Remembering his mother coughing incessantly at home, Harry felt a deep sense of helplessness and regret. "Harry, come here." A commanding yet youthful voice shattered his thoughts. A girl, seemingly 2 or 3 years his senior, stood with her hands on her hips, her face stern. With gray hair tied back by a red ribbon, she wore clothes similar to Harry's, her striking features, complemented by delicate brows and soft feminine features, marked her as a beauty, yet her blood-red eyes instilled discomfort in those who met her gaze. "Apologies, Fia, I'll be right there," Harry, now known as Harry, replied. This girl was the strongest among them, the de facto leader. Fearing her wrath, he hastily descended from the pile of stones. He certainly did not wish to become her punching bag. As he stood before Fia, who towered over him, he felt a familiar aversion to meeting her piercing gaze. After a moment of eye contact, she turned her attention to the group of children, now lined up in formation. Numbering about a dozen, all dressed similarly. "Today, as usual, we will head to our usual spot to gather food. Understood?" "Understood," came the resounding chorus. The children scattered in various directions. "Ha ha, Harry the strategist. Why do you always have that serious expression? Today, I'll take you to see something interesting." Fia's demeanor shifted, her authoritative facade melting away as she smiled, draping her arm around Harry's neck and playfully tugging at his cheek. Harry, referred to as the strategist, was the youngest among the cadre, responsible for devising plans for the children. Fia, at 5 years old, was the first to lead this group of youngsters, naturally positioning herself as the boss. Beside her stood a robust boy with dark skin. Already 8 years of age, possessing considerable strength, capable of lifting several children his size. After being bested by Fia, he had become one of her loyal followers. Another boy, possessing a rather shifty appearance, was merely 6 years old. Despite his youth, he exhibited a certain cunning that led Harry to promote him to a position of responsibility, delegating various tasks to him in order to avoid complications. Unlike these children, Fia and her companions were spared the burden of scavenging through the refuse discarded by the impoverished on the fringes of the slum. This refuse, laying of assorted waste, occasionally yielded fortunate finds, intact, unspoiled food, or even a decent garment. The slum was a dwelling for those of lowly status, nestled in the corners beneath the towering walls of Helmi. A town that served as a bastion for the empire at the border with the Duchy of Cuba. The stark disparity between wealth and poverty was evident, emanating from this massive fortress. With the wealthiest areas radiating outward in concentric circles, each representing the residences of individuals of varying social standings, the vicinity closest to the imposing walls was inhabited by the most destitute. Exiting the slums, one reached the periphery of the free zone, where the dilapidated structures, though still in disrepair, could provide shelter. By paying a requisite fee to the noble overseeing the area, one could secure a place to reside. And it was here that Harry made his home, on the edge of the free zone, in the dimly lit alleys of the trading district, where sunlight scarcely penetrated. Fia perched on a rickety wooden barrel, her legs crossed, gazing at Harry with an air of expectation. "Are you willing to do this, Harry?" she implored. Harry hesitated, torn between action and inaction. Moments ago, Fia had led him out of the slum and cautiously into this labyrinth of alleys. Arriving at the trading post of the free zone, peering around the corner, she pointed excitedly at a bustling shop. "Look, that one." Harry cautiously leaned out, catching a whiff of roasted meat wafting through the air. The establishment was manned by a burly man with a fearsome demeanor, his muscular arms deftly tending to skewers over an open flame, his coarse voice ringing out in shouts. Harry swallowed hard. "Fia, you're not thinking of catching that butcheress' attention, are you?" A sense of foreboding took root in his mind. This was a dangerous game. Fia remained silent, flashing her small canines and grinning at Harry, which only confirmed his fears. Retreating deeper into the alley, Fia affectionately wrapped her arms around Harry's neck, her tone pleading that "I'm counting on you, strategist Harry, he pulled away from her embrace, exhaling in resignation. I really can't do this. Please stop asking. Stop lying. You're the smartest among us. You must have a plan. Harry found himself at a loss for words that it was true. He was the most astute of the group. Having traversed to this world at the age of 12 and now being 15, he had gathered experience. His reluctance stemmed from the fact that the butcher's intimidating visage and his booming voice indicated a man of ruthless disposition. If caught, Harry knew the consequences would be dire. Moreover, his attire, though clean, was tattered, and his bare feet were a clear indication of his origins from the slum. Children from the slum bore a notorious reputation for thievery, leaving them vulnerable to brutal retribution if apprehended. Fia, growing impatient with Harry's indecision, crossed her arms and made a threatening gesture, warning him of impending action if he did not respond. Startled, Harry took a few steps back, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. Undeterred by his retreat, Fia, with a knowing smile, hopped off the barrel and approached him, a look of mischief on her face that I knew you would refuse, but I've anticipated your concerns. Ivan, Jason, bring it out. Ivan, a tall boy with a slightly darker complexion, appeared with a pair of small black shoes meant for a girl. Jason, with his shifty eyes, held a white dress belonging to a young girl. Scrutinizing Harry, what do you intend to do with those? Harry exclaimed, these are borrowed from Reed and his gang, so don't ruin them. With a sense of foreboding, Harry stepped back, his unease growing. No, please. He attempted to flee, but Fia swiftly seized the back of his shirt, her laughter ringing in his ears as despair washed over him. All right. Draped in a red ribbon, Fia surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction. Harry, now adorned with a dress and black shoes, appeared remarkably like a little girl, having inherited much of his mother's beauty, though he rarely tended to his appearance. His hair, unkempt and tousled, fell to his eyebrows, and he possessed large, expressive black eyes that sparkled with innocence, complemented by a delicate complexion. Once, after a bath, his mother had marveled at how he resembled a porcelain doll, leading her to momentarily believe he was a girl. Now, dressed in a frock and with his hair neatly styled, he fit the description of a charming little girl. Has our strategist been rendered speechless by my thoughtful service? Fia cooed, embracing him, her cheek rubbing against his as she emitted satisfied sighs. That I'm sorry. I'll try to control myself next time. Minutes passed, and while Fia continued her apologies, Harry's mind began to formulate a plan. The butcher, engrossed in his grilling, was startled by the sound of a child's cries. He looked up to see a cute girl with pigtails running towards him, her large black eyes brimming with tears. What's the matter, child? He asked gently, kneeling before her. Uncle, please, my parents are in danger. You have to save them, the little girl cried, pointing towards the alley from which she had emerged, her voice trembling with urgency. What? The butcher and the onlookers were taken aback by this revelation. While chaos was not uncommon in the free zone, such a blatant plea for help was unprecedented. Harry, observing the hesitance among the crowd, felt compelled to stoke the flames of urgency further. The little girl clung to the leg of a woman clad in a wizard's robe, her eyes pleading, Sister, please help me. The sorceress, unable to withstand the girl's desperate gaze, turned to her companions. Let us go investigate. Stay here for a moment, and we will return with your parents, she assured the girl softly. Then turning to the gathered crowd, she boldly addressed them. That I kindly ask for your assistance. We are merely novice adventurers lacking experience, and your aid would mean the world to us. The crowd, visibly agitated, began to rally. The butcher exclaimed, We cannot accept such gratitude, my lady. If we can assist, we shall do so. Weapons were hastily retrieved from various establishments as the crowd armed themselves and followed the sorceress into the alley. The sorceress left Harry beside an elderly woman at a flower shop, and as he watched the group disappear into the shadows, a wave of guilt washed over him for the deception he was complicit in. As Harry lingered in his self-reproach, a small stone rolled to his feet, snapping him back to reality. Indeed, this was not the time for such thoughts. Gazing at Fia, who peeked out from behind several large wooden barrels tucked away at the alley's entrance, Harry exchanged a brief glance with her crimson eyes before nodding in agreement. It was time to set the next phase of their plan into motion. Grandma, I need to use the restroom, the little girl announced to the elderly woman beside her. The grandmother smiled gently and took her hand, leading her into the flower shop. She managed a tea that moment. The shop owners in the area were absent, leaving only a handful of passers-by. Fia, accompanied by Ivan and Jason, dashed out from behind the barrels, each entering different shops to begin their plunder of riches and goods. Before long, amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers, a girl emerged from the barbecue shop, a large bag slung over her shoulder and a piece of meat clenched between her teeth. She called out the names of the other two, and together they rushed into the alley, their arms laden with spoils, just as the grandmother came to investigate the commotion, seizing the opportunity while the grandmother was distracted. Harry quietly slipped out through the back door of the flower shop that moment. A group of individuals led by a sorceress burst forth from the alley, their initial anxiety about encountering a scene of carnage quickly dissipating as they found nothing but scurrying rats and cockroaches within. Even the dullest of minds would begin to suspect they had been deceived as the returning crowd listened to the elderly flower shop owner recount the events. Their faces turned pale with indignation. They had been mocked by a band of mischievous children. And their money, along with some food and fruit, had vanished. While these adults fumed over their recent humiliation, knights clad in silver armor, emblazoned with a lion crossing two swords on their chest plates, rode up to confront the gathering. "Are you the ones who reported a murder?" The leader, a golden-haired middle-aged man without a helmet, inquired. "Yes, my lord knight," the barbecue shop owner replied respectfully. "Then, do take me to the scene at once." I must apologize, my lord knight, but in truth, there was no murder. We were merely tricked by a gang of children," the barbecue shop owner confessed awkwardly. "Oh, what transpired?" The golden-haired man listened intently as the shop owner recounted the tale. "We hope you can help us track down these tricksters." To their surprise, the golden-haired knight erupted into laughter, dripping with sarcasm. "You should seek them yourselves. Is there not an adventurers' party nearby? Go and beseech them. We have no time to play your game of child-catching." With that, the knights galloped away, stirring up a cloud of dust and leaving the crowd with grim expressions. "I am truly sorry. It is all my fault that you suffered losses. I will help you recover your belongings," the sorceress vowed, removing her pointed gray hat and bowing her head earnestly. Although the crowd vehemently insisted she need not bother, they ultimately relented to her stubborn resolve that in the eyes of ordinary folk, a sorcerer was a noble and legendary figure. In this world, few could wield magic, as only those favored by nature were granted the ability to harness such powers. The immense destructive force and the dazzling elegance of magic were synonymous with sorcerers, a dream cherished by many in their youth. "Where on earth shall we search, Sally? Helmi is so vast. How can we possibly locate them?" A bronze-skinned girl stretched lazily on the streets of the free zone. "We should look in the slums. That is our best bet," the confident sorceress Sally replied. A stout, broad-eyed youth named Kai, clad in armor and carrying a large sword, chimed in. "But Helmi has numerous slums. Do you know which one?" Well, I don't know," Sally admitted, lowering her hands in defeat. "Based on their descriptions, it should be around here. We can likely find them within this vicinity." Another girl in a white robe, a silver-haired priestess, said, gripping her staff. As expected of Lucy, you can think of solutions even for Sally's foolishness. Linda, a red-haired girl with 2 daggers at her waist, embraced the priestess. "Then let us not delay any further. We must set out," Sally declared with renewed vigor. Lucy sighed, lightly tapping Sally's head with her staff. "It is already noon. Let us eat first." The remaining 3 sighed in unison. Feeling exasperated by their overly zealous leader, the center of the slum, in the same spot as before, the atmosphere had shifted from the gentle morning sun to the harsh glare of midday. Standing atop a pile of rubble with her hair tied back, Fia crossed her arms, observing the children below, while Harry, now dressed in his original clothes, stood to her left, followed by Ivan and Jason. "Are you truly resolved, Fia?" Harry whispered to her. "Yes, I have made my decision." Sigh. "Very well then." Upon hearing Fia's unwavering response, Harry realized she was steadfast in her choice. There was no turning back now. With a worried sigh, he joined Fia in opening the 3 large bags on the ground, distributing the roasted meat and fruits within to the astonished children. After the distribution, Fia, basking in the adoration of the children, pulled Harry aside and remarked, "All of this was procured by our strategist, Harry. With him around, we can trust we will not starve. Let us cheer for him." Harry wished to clarify that he did not deserve the praise, as their success was a collective effort, but he was silenced by Fia's gaze. "Harry, Harry!" The children's young voices rang out, calling his name, causing him to scratch his head in embarrassment. The children returned home. carrying their newfound provisions, ensuring they would have a hearty dinner that evening. Seated atop the rubble, Fia rested her chin on her hands, her red eyes gazing at the smiling children, a subtle smile forming on her lips. Harry, standing nearby, noted this moment. Sometimes, those eyes weren't as fearsome as they seemed. Fia, this is for you, Harry said, handing her a black fabric-wrapped bundle. For me, you must have forgotten your share again. Take it. I'm heading home now. After passing the bundle to Fia, Harry adeptly jumped down from the pile of rubble that as soon as he did, a swarm of children surrounded him, the scene reminiscent of fans cornering their beloved star, eager for him to recount the tale. Harry managed a wry smile, and to shield them from the scorching sun, he settled beneath a large, iconic tree to share the story. Under the sprawling branches of the tree, in the cool shade, a young boy was encircled by a group of children of varying ages, as he animatedly recounted the events, captivating his audience, who listened with rapt attention, much like diligent students in a classroom. Leaning against the tree, Fia quietly observed Harry at the center of the circle. As he narrated the ups and downs of the tale, the children occasionally gasped or erupted in laughter, creating a heartwarming scene. Chapter 5. Found in the afternoon, beneath the blue sky and white clouds, the relentless sun beat down, raising the temperature sharply. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow as he made his way home. After finishing the tale, he prepared to leave. Although the children urged him to stay, he politely declined, knowing his mother awaited his care. His small feet tread upon the sun-baked earth, the heat compelling him to quicken his pace to avoid heat stroke. The filthy, chaotic streets were deserted as ragged individuals had retreated to dark, cool corners, their despondent eyes following the little boy running beneath the sun before shifting their gaze elsewhere. This was the daily existence of these unfortunate souls. Stripped of everything, living on the streets, subsisting on scraps from the trash, for them, death was a commonplace occurrence. Sometimes, those sleeping beside you might succumb to various ailments, only to become a stiff, cold corpse by morning. Kind-hearted individuals might hastily bury the body or wait until it began to decay before covering their noses and lamenting as they disposed of it. This was their routine. Harry had witnessed all this throughout his life and had grown accustomed to it. Death was a normality in this place. As he entered a dark alley, Harry slowed his pace. The sunlight failed to penetrate the shadows, and the temperature was far more bearable. The alley could be described as the most expansive area within the winding streets of Helmi, serving as a shortcut for people, a place to dispose of bodies, and to engage in unsavory activities. For Harry, who had grown up here, this alley was both safe and convenient, allowing him to reach home more swiftly. Exiting the alley, he found himself in an old residential area, distinct from the slums. Here, the streets were relatively tidy, and the buildings were not in disrepair. The simple folk bustled about, a stark contrast to those resigned to their fates in the slums. Arriving at a dilapidated four-story building, Harry pushed open the nearly rotting wooden door and ascended the stairs with ease until he reached the door of a room on the third floor. He opened the door and called out, "Mom, I'm home." Harry's package slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground. Scattering its contents, he dashed to his mother's bedside, casting a wary glance at the 5 individuals before him. These 5 were none other than Sally and her companions, who, after finishing lunch at a nearby restaurant, had come to investigate the slums closest to the scene of the incident. Filthy, chaotic, and impoverished, these were their first impressions of the area. Where the inhabitants appeared gaunt, and children peered at them from a distance, their dirty little faces filled with curiosity, for reasons unbeknownst to them. Witnessing such a scene weighed heavily on Sally and her group. Out of place in their attire, they attracted the curious stares of the locals, and being scrutinized by strangers was an unpleasant experience, particularly when faced with a large crowd, enduring the gazes and murmurs of the onlookers. Sally's group casually inquired about the source and instigator of the roasted meat from a small boy, who then led them to Harry's residence, where they encountered a bedridden woman. Pastor Lucy concealed their true intentions from Harry's mother, falsely claiming they had come to express gratitude for Harry's actions. Upon hearing this, Harry's mother relaxed her guard, eager to host them warmly, but her illness prevented her from rising from the bed. As a pastor, Lucy employed a low-level healing spell, which could only alleviate the condition rather than fully heal it. Don't know. I didn't expect them to find this place so quickly. What should I do now? Harry thought, watching the group with a cautious expression. Harry, what are you doing? You mustn't be so rude to our guests. Do you understand? His mother scolded from the bed, before turning to them and saying, "I apologize. Usually, Harry is very well behaved. I do not know what is the matter with him today that I hope you can forgive him." Cough, cough. "Mother, please don't speak. Lie down and rest," Harry urged, helping her back under the covers. After ensuring she was comfortable, he cast a glance at the group before stepping outside. With them following closely behind in the corridor, Harry clenched his fists and looked up at them, resolutely declaring, "This is all my doing. If you are to take someone, take me. Do not involve my mother." Sally, the female wizard in front, crouched down to stroke Harry's head. "I understand. We will not arrest you, nor will we blame you." The group, having gone through the earlier events and hearing the child's admiration for Harry during their journey, had begun to shift their initial perceptions. "Why?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "Why? Because you love your mother dearly, right? Everything you have done is for your companions, but I have deceived others and caused them confusion." Sally's hand on Harry's hair began to move more quickly as she comforted him. "It's good that you recognize this. Just don't do it again, all right?" After a moment of silence, Harry lifted his gaze to meet hers, stating, "I'm sorry, sister, but I cannot if I did not act this way. Everyone would starve sooner or later." Sally halted her soothing motion, staring blankly at the boy before her. She was evidently taken aback by his words. Pastor Lucy sighed and half-crouched in front of Harry. "You cherish your companions, and that is commendable. However, have you considered the emotions of those who are harmed? You cannot only think of the good. The bad must also be taken into account. If this continues, you will inevitably be caught by the Empire. Have you thought about such consequences?" Indeed, why had he not considered this? Although the chaos they caused had not a significant impact, if anger accumulated, the resentment from the people could reach a tipping point, and they would stop at nothing to eradicate them. But why then? It would be too late. He had been far too careless. This realization washed over him. A cold sweat broke out on Harry's forehead. "So, sister, what must I do to protect everyone?" Such a question was undeniably challenging for a child who had only completed junior high. Despite his extensive reading, he had little understanding of societal practice and human nature. He could only place his hopes in the girl before him. Lucy offered a wry smile. "I have no answers either. I'm sorry." Harry's hopeful eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head. Yet, after a moment, he raised it again, smiling as he said, "It's all right, sister. It's too early to give up. I believe that there is always a way." Upon hearing Harry's words, Lucy smiled gently and placed her palm on his forehead. "May the goddess of light, Leona, bless you and protect you from the afflictions of illness," with a solemn expression. Lucy completed her statement, and her hand radiated a golden light, which gradually merged with Harry's forehead. He felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, bringing him comfort and revitalization. "Sister, what just happened?" Harry inquired, intrigued by the phenomenon as Lucy withdrew her hand and stood up. "That was a low-level healing spell." "Magic?" Harry, unfamiliar with such terms, asked in confusion. Sally chimed in. "You don't know? Those who can wield magic in this world are known as wizards. They are categorized according to their affinity with different elements, and I am a great nature mage." Upon hearing Sally's words, it felt as if a door to a new world had opened for Harry. This knowledge was entirely foreign to him, igniting a profound curiosity about the world he had never encountered before. Chapter 6. "What is a wizard?" "Sister, you seem to have several fireflies around you," Harry suddenly observed as he noticed small lights floating around Lucy. "You can see them?" Lucy asked, astonished. "What's wrong?" Lucy extended her hand, and the small lights flew into her palm. She then held her hand out toward Harry again, asking, "Can you really see them?" Harry widened his eyes and peered closely at the small lights in her palm before confidently stating, "I see them. 3 in total." I was puzzled as to why fireflies, which usually appear at night, are present now. They aren't fireflies at all. "What are they?" Sally cast a spell at random. Lucy instructed Sally, who stood nearby. "Why? Hurry up. No more questions." Lucy, normally gentle and sisterly, suddenly snapped. Seeing Lucy in such a state, Sally quickly produced her wand, a 20-centimeter-long twig, and waved it in the air as if reciting a chant. "Great forest goddess, please accept the prayers of your faithful and grant these trees the ability to grow." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of green light emanated from Sally's wand, shooting into the wooden floor, causing a branch laden with green leaves to sprout. Harry watched in utter astonishment. For a first-year student from the 21st century, raised to believe in science and skeptical of superstitions, witnessing such anti-physical, anti-scientific phenomena was a significant visual shock. "Harry, can you see what S on her?" Lucy asked, but at that moment, Harry was still in a daze, akin to a student zoning out during a lesson. "What are you daydreaming about?" I asked if you can see if Sally has something like I do. Lucy lightly tapped Harry's forehead with her wand, bringing him back to reality. Harry scrutinized Sally. Initially, he saw nothing, but eventually, upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint green light shimmering among her brown hair. "I see a green light in her hair. It seems to be fading, I didn't know. Let me take a look," Sally exclaimed, removing her hat and hurriedly inspecting her hair, discovering indeed a green light. Lucy pondered, "Is that so? Perhaps you could become a wizard." The group reacted with surprise at Lucy's response. Becoming a wizard was not something just anyone could achieve. Only those with extraordinary talent, favored by nature, could attain such a status. Such individuals were evidently rare, so encountering one so casually was unexpected. Harry also appeared astonished. He hadn't imagined he possessed the potential to become a wizard. However, it sounded rather appealing to so. "Does this mean Harry has the qualifications to become a wizard?" Sally asked, cautiously cradling the faint green light in her palm. "He should be able to, though it doesn't rule out the possibility that he merely stumbled upon these elemental spirits. However, it is certain that he possesses magical power, as evidenced when I released the holy light healing spell. It is undeniable that he harbors magic within him, even if he cannot become a wizard. There are other paths available, like Kai and Linda," Lucy responded. "What is the benefit of becoming what you refer to?" Harry queried, genuinely clueless about their discussions. "You really are completely in the dark. As a wizard, you would earn the respect of others if you also receive support from the nobility. You need not worry about money. Most importantly, there would be hope for your mother's illness," Sally explained. "So how can I become a mage?" Harry inquired eagerly, for he had heard of a way to heal his mother, and he was determined not to miss this opportunity. Sally turned to Lucy beside her and asked, "Lucy, do you know when the Magic Academy will be accepting students?" Lucy sighed in exasperation. "You don't even know when your own Magic Academy enrolls students?" "I am becoming increasingly disappointed in you, Sally." Blushing, Sally stammered, "I just didn't pay attention to the announcement from the Mage Association." Lucy and her companions wore skeptical expressions, clearly believing she simply forgot, noting that she sometimes struggled to even recite a full spell. "Harry, the process for enrolling in a Magic Academy is quite simple. It involves testing your affinity for various elements and your inherent magical power. Both are essential. Remember, a month from now is the enrollment period for all Magic Academies, held at the Mage Association in the eastern part of the Free Zone. You just need to participate in the test then," Lucy explained. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, sister," Harry said, bowing in gratitude. "We'll take our leave now. Take good care of your mother. While you were away, I used healing spells on her that I may not have fully cured her, but she should be feeling much better now." At that moment, Sally stepped forward, retrieving a notebook from her waist pouch and handing it to Harry while ruffling his messy hair. "This is my old magic notebook, containing some low-level spells and my insights. Consider it an early wish for your success. Good luck, little Harry." As Harry accepted the notebook, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind, and he turned to Sally, asking, "Sister, could you please tell me your names?" Sally paused, puzzled by his request, but pointed at each person in turn. "This is Lucy, a priestess. This one with the twin daggers is Linda, an assassin. This tall and sturdy young man is Kai, a knight. And I, of course, am Sally, a talented mage." Harry smiled faintly, repeating their names back to them before looking at Sally and saying, "Thank you, Teacher Sally." "Teacher, me?" Sally questioned, pointing to herself. "Teachers impart knowledge to their students. And the knowledge contained in this book you gave me is precisely the act of a teacher sharing wisdom," Harry replied, articulating profound thoughts. Though Sally did not fully grasp his reasoning, she found it remarkably insightful. Furthermore, as a novice mage, the idea of having a student had never crossed her mind, but the thought brought her immense joy, prompting her to embrace Harry. After seeing Sally and her companions off downstairs, Harry clutched the small notebook tightly against his chest, overwhelmed with gratitude for how they had changed his life. In a restaurant, Lucy asked the cheerful and humming Sally, "Sally, why are you doing so much for that child?" Sally paused her singing, gazing nostalgically at the ceiling. "I just feel pity for him. He reminds me of my past and seems quite similar to me." "How is he like you?" He is just an adorable little boy. Meanwhile, you've gained a student and excitedly handed him your old magic wand. Linda teased, sipping her juice. Enough already. I'm not excited. I only felt sorry for him, Sally retorted. I understand. Is it pity then? Lucy remarked. Observing the playful banter between the two, suddenly recalling something, she smiled and said, Sally, remember to repay your student for the money and items you owe. Money? Ugh, really? They'll deduct it from the allowance my father gives me. It's so annoying, Sally complained as she drained her glass of juice. Chapter 7. The initial awakening of magical power at the edge of the border between the free zone and the slums. Night had quietly fallen in a cramped room. An oil lamp illuminated the ceiling. And on a wooden table, Harry placed a bowl of porridge in front of his mother. The table was laden with food, golden, steaming roasted meat, fruit salad, and bread. Ever since his mother fell ill, Harry had taken to cooking, his small stature making the kitchen counter seem high. Clever Harry used a stool to reach the stove. Though he couldn't whip up gourmet meals, the dishes were edible. Mom, I am full, he declared, swiftly finishing his bread before bounding to the bed to examine the notebook Sally had gifted him, the moonlight streaming through the window and bathing him in its glow. His mother watched him from the table, a sigh escaping her lips, filled with both concern and joy. Harry shared everything with her, except for his thefts, and she did not pry into the items he brought home. His mother had taught him to read during her spare time. Before her illness, she worked as a servant for a noble family by day and returned home at night, leaving Harry alone. Concerned he might feel lonely, she had even bought him fairy tale books to read, teaching him to recognize words at night. After their meal, once Harry's mother was satisfied, she held him by the bedside, basking in the moonlight as she taught him to read from the notebook filled with unfamiliar words. The next morning, Harry awoke in his mother's embrace. After freshening up, he prepared breakfast. Once they finished and tidied the house, Harry donned his tattered clothing, bid farewell to his mother, and hurried downstairs with the notebook in hand. Though Harry possessed decent clothes, he chose to wear these to avoid standing out. Last night, he had pored over the spells in the notebook, suppressing his eagerness to cast magic, and had only fallen asleep late, excited to share the good news with his friends today, as well as practice magic in preparation for the test. Exiting the house, he noticed that the adults had already set off for their respective jobs, leaving the streets relatively empty except for children playing together. That a group of kids saw Harry and grimaced in disdain. Having originally lived in the slums, Harry's family had moved here only after his mother secured a job with a noble, earning some money. The children here looked down upon Harry, refusing to play with him, leaving him isolated. Although Harry had friends from the slums, he had never shunned them, and they still kept in touch, including Fia and others. Harry, filthy little street rat, the children taunted, making faces and singing a modified nursery rhyme. Harry heard their jeers but remained unfazed. Their rejection mattered little to him as he had friends who accepted him, and he was already 15 years old. After this brief encounter, he arrived at the heart of the slums, where a massive tree stood proudly amid the ruins. The children were joyfully repeating their games from the previous day, and on his way, the little ones clustered around their hero, and Harry, being quite the talker, managed to disperse them, or else he would have found it quite challenging to move. Upon reaching the tree, Harry looked up and spotted Fia reclining on a sturdy branch, hands behind her head, casually chewing on a leaf. Good morning, Fia. She merely opened one eye to glance at him before closing it again. Harry understood this was typical of Fia. She rarely greeted anyone, and if she looked at you, it was already a sign of affection. Sitting beneath the tree, he began to peruse the notebook, gesturing with his hands as he did so. So engrossed was he in his reading that he didn't notice Fia had been standing behind him for quite some time until she snatched the book from his hands. Fia, what are you doing? Give me back my book. She flipped through the pages of the notebook, sniffing it with a look that demanded an explanation. So, this was a gift from that girl, was it? Harry, confused, replied. What are you talking about? This is a book my teacher gave me. Teacher? When did you acquire a teacher? Harry then recounted the events of the previous day in detail. After listening, Fia lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. A moment later, she lifted her head, took a deep breath, and said, I am sorry, Harry, my moment of stubbornness caused you trouble. I truly apologize. Harry, noticing her flushed cheeks after she spoke, scratched his head in embarrassment. Fia, you can blush too. Stop being so nosy, she retorted, her cheeks reddening further as she punched him in the stomach playfully. Clutching his belly and collapsing onto the ground, Harry chuckled. You don't need to keep feeling guilty. After all, I'm fine. Fia huffed, turning her head away in a haughty manner, refusing to speak. After Harry managed to stand up, he cautiously addressed Fia. Fia, could you please return my notebook? Fia tossed the notebook to Harry, by the way. Did you mention that you have the potential to become a wizard? As Harry caught the flying notebook, he sighed in relief and replied, Yes, it was Teacher Sally and Sister Lucy who told me. They asked me to participate in some magical test in a month. Fia became intrigued and said to Harry, Then why don't you cast a spell for me? I want to see if wizards are truly as powerful as they say. Let me give it a try, Harry responded somewhat uncertainly. Harry had merely glanced through the notebook, which contained various minor spells and incantations, along with the necessary gestures for casting. The plethora of unfamiliar technical terms and spell names felt akin to a primary school student grappling with high school mathematics. The leap in difficulty was considerable. As Harry recalled the key points highlighted in red ink in the notes, he pondered while beginning to practice. First, he needed to calm his mind and attune himself to the magical energy within his body. Harry closed his eyes, cleared his thoughts, and focused intently on the sensations within, listening to the rhythmic thump of his heart. An hour passed, and as Fia observed Harry standing still with his eyes tightly shut. She yawned in boredom. Was he tired? Harry's expressionless face bore no sweat nor signs of distress, which reassured Fia as she silently watched him, determined not to disturb his concentration. What happened to Harry? Fia inquired a small boy, about Harry's age and with a runny nose, squatting nearby. Oh, him. He's engaged in something quite impressive. Don't disturb him. Go play, Fia replied, patting the boy's head. The boy's face lit up with admiration, and he nodded before running off. Time passed, and Fia, who had dozed off, was startled awake by a loud thud. Rubbing her mouth to wipe away the drool, she saw Harry sprawled on the ground. His eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, I felt it. I felt it. Huh. Fia responded, perplexed. Chapter 8. Fia's home. Thank you for your trouble, Fia, Harry said sheepishly as he clung to her back. The midday sun blazed down as usual, and Fia walked in the shade by the roadside. What do you expect? Standing for hours like that? It's a miracle your legs aren't completely useless. Are you foolish enough not to sit down and feel that? Whatever it is. It's magic. I was just too absorbed in it, Harry clarified. Never mind. Let me take you back to my place and apply some ointment for your bruises. I have some at home. If I were to carry you back to your house like this, your mother would surely worry. Thank you, Fia. Harry expressed his gratitude. What is there to thank? Aren't we friends? Indeed, we are lifelong friends, Harry replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling. Hearing Harry's words, Fia paused. What's wrong, Fia? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Harry asked with concern. It's nothing, Harry. I just want to ask you something. Is that all right? Fia resumed walking. Of course. Hypothetically speaking, if I were to get hurt in the future, would you come to rescue me? As Harry listened to her increasingly quieter voice, he found it odd that she would ask such a thing, yet he confidently replied, Yes, I definitely would, if such a day ever comes. Fia fell silent, continuing forward, but the slight upward curve at the corner of her mouth revealed her happiness. Is this your home? Harry asked, pointing toward a makeshift structure that barely resembled a tent amidst the ruins. Fia lifted the tent's flap and carried Harry inside. Inside, a few wooden beams precariously supported the tent's exterior, which had several large holes that a messy bed and an extra table were present, not far from the scene Harry had encountered upon arriving in this world. What's wrong? Is my humble abode making you uncomfortable? Fia placed Harry on the bed where she usually slept. After surveying the surroundings, Harry replied, Not at all. It just brings back memories. I used to live in a tent just like yours. Fia smiled and retrieved a small brown bottle from beneath her pillow, the contents of which were obscured. Upon opening the cap, a strong medicinal aroma wafted through the air. Fia poured the brown liquid into her palm, crouched down, and began to apply it to Harry's legs. He felt a refreshing sensation seep into his body. After applying the ointment, Fia closed the lid and said to Harry, who lay on the bed, You should rest for a while. Otherwise, your injuries won't heal quickly. Huh, that doesn't seem right, Harry hesitated. After all, this was a girl's bed, and it felt a bit inappropriate for him to lie there. Stop overthinking it. Just lie down. Oh, you want me to carry you back home? With Fia's insistence. Harry reluctantly lay down and closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep quickly. However, the fragrant scent emanating from Fia made him feel somewhat uneasy. Well then, I'll step outside for a moment. You just rest, Fia said before leaving. Outside amidst the ruins, leaning against a wall that had partially collapsed, stood a figure completely shrouded in a black cloak, holding a black package. He tossed the item toward Fia, who stood nearby, and a hoarse, heavy male voice emerged from beneath the cloak. "You're a bit slower than usual, aren't you? Is it because of that kid inside?" "It's not like that, I just brought him back to treat his injuries," Fia hurriedly responded as she caught the package. "Fia, you should know that anyone who interferes with our plans will be dealt with severely. You'd best keep him at a distance, understood?" At some point, the man had approached Fia, his wrinkled hand stroking her head. "I understand," Fia replied, lowering her gaze. "Keep striving. Only those who endure hardships can gradually become strong. All of this is necessary. I'll come back tonight." With that, the man walked toward a nearby alley and vanished, leaving Fia standing there. She opened the package, revealing an assortment of unfamiliar, golden brown roasted meats, emanating an incredibly enticing aroma, even more appealing than that of the local barbecue shop. Despite the blazing sun, Fia, though lacking enthusiasm, picked up a skewer of meat and began to chew silently, nourishing her body in solitude. Harry awoke, stretching his limbs as he got out of bed. He moved his legs and was pleasantly surprised to find that the soreness and swelling had significantly subsided. Just as he was about to thank Fia, he noticed she was nowhere to be found. However, on the table lay a note. "I've woken up. Hurry home. I have some matters to attend to. So don't wait for me." "Huh?" Harry chuckled, glancing at the crooked letters on the paper, which were filled with crossed-out mistakes. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be hard to decipher the meaning. Who would have thought Fia could write? It was a surprise, though her handwriting was quite unsightly. Who taught her to write like this? Observing the sun high in the sky and the disarray inside, he decided there was plenty of time to tidy up. As night fell and the moon cast its silvery glow, a petite figure approached from a distance, passing by only to return repeatedly, finally stopping to ensure she hadn't taken a wrong turn while gazing at the beautifully pitched tent in the center of the ruins. Under the moonlight, the tent exuded an unusual charm. The irregular wooden beams that had protruded from its exterior were now gone, and the holes had been patched with various fabrics. She lifted the tent flap, only to find not the darkness she had anticipated, but rather a bright interior. The small window had appeared at the top, allowing the moonlight to filter in. She picked up an oil lamp from the table, which was pressing down on her note. "Fia, you might not recognize it, but this is my way of repaying you. Remember to close that window when it rains. It gets quite stuffy inside. And I don't know how you manage to sleep. By the way, the oil lamp on the table is one I brought from home. I noticed you don't have any lighting. So please take good care of it and don't let anyone steal it." Fia gazed at the delicate and beautiful handwriting on the white paper, embracing it gently as she murmured, "You fool." At the same time, Harry leaned against the window, gazing at the moon, and suddenly sneezed. "What is going on? My nose is so itchy." "You child, don't catch a cold. Go put on another layer," came his mother's scolding voice from inside. "Yes, I understand." Harry nodded obediently, turning to the moon and saying, "As always, the moon is so round." Chapter 9. Basic Growth Techniques. Under the grand tree in the heart of the slums, Harry, as was his custom, came here to read. Although he sometimes sensed the trickle of magic coursing through his veins, it was merely insufficient, akin to being able to write, but lacking the knowledge to answer the questions in the workbook. Latest chapter reading. In recent days, Harry has been diligently studying this notebook, which contains a plethora of intriguing and novel words and spells. Harry, being a tenacious individual, tackles any area of confusion with unwavering resolve, finding satisfaction only upon solving the problem at hand. Presently, he is engaged in a thorough analysis of the spell recorded on this particular page, which is adorned with some peculiar symbols that resemble those esoteric terminologies. Fortunately, the majority of the script is familiar to him, significantly easing the comprehension process. As Harry immerses himself in the study, he dedicates a substantial portion of the day to meticulously pondering the spell detailed on the page. Thankfully, he has gleaned some insights regarding the fundamental principles and conditions required for casting this spell. The low-level growth spell, as its name suggests, is a minor enchantment that enables plants to grow instantaneously. At first glance, it may seem rather inconsequential. Indeed, based on the spell Sally cast before him, it appeared to serve little purpose. However, the notes emphasize that if one masters this spell proficiently, they can manipulate both the growth and the shape of the plants. For instance, during combat, one could cause plants to suddenly sprout from the ground and entangle an enemy's feet, thereby hindering their movements and paving the way for more powerful spells to be unleashed. In essence, the spell's efficacy hinges upon the caster's ingenuity, With this understanding, Harry contemplates that the spell's applications need not be confined to battle. It could also potentially foster agricultural development, of course. This remains merely a thought, as the conditions for spellcasting must also be taken into account. The spell can only be successfully executed on soil or in proximity to other plants. You heard correctly. Success is indeed possible. Although this is a low-level spell, one must remember the incantation and the intricate wand movements, as well as consider their own magical reserves. Most crucially, the caster must possess an innate affinity for wood magic. Otherwise, all previous considerations become moot. Ever since Lucy employed a healing light spell on Harry, he has occasionally glimpsed numerous wood spirits dwelling within the great tree, their green luminescence floating around it, as if in guardianship. The notebook also contains some information about these spirits, stating that elemental spirits reside near objects embodying their respective elements. They possess a certain degree of intelligence but lack offensive capabilities. For a wizard, they serve as companions for communication and as a means of gauging one's affinity for a particular element. When a wizard casts a spell, it attracts the elemental spirits of the surrounding area. Harry extends his hand, and a small green light flits to rest upon his palm. He pokes the green glow at the center of his hand, hoping for some response, but his finger passes through it as if it were nothing. He tosses it high into the air, gazing up at the glowing orb, which, as usual, offers no reaction but continues to drift aimlessly. His eyes follow the green light, and in that moment, they lock onto Fea, who is watching him from the tree. Fea, noticing Harry's gaze, feels a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. "Why are you staring at me?" she asks. "I'm not looking at you. I'm watching that green light," Harry explains. Though he finds himself oddly pondering why Fea has been so prone to blushing lately. Fea, who had harbored an inexplicable sense of anticipation, feels a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Harry's words. With a huff, she tosses her long ponytail and turns her face away in silence, seemingly upset. Harry scratches his head in confusion, pondering the enigma of a woman's heart, a thought that suddenly springs to mind. Setting the notebook aside, he rises from the tree roots and stretches his arms wide. It feels like the right time to give it a try. He has memorized the incantation and wand movements, so perhaps he can successfully cast the spell. Harry retrieves a short, gnarled twig from his pocket, a gift from Sally, and also takes out a few yellow-green seeds, which are the seeds of a resilient vine he had casually picked while passing through the area. He places these seeds on the barren ground, grips his wand, takes a deep breath, and calms his mind to observe the flow of magic within him. After a while, he finally senses the magical energy coursing through his body and focuses his will to gather it in his wand-holding hand. At this moment, Harry simultaneously recites the incantation while waving his wand to inscribe the spell. "O great goddess of the forest, please accept the prayers of your devotee and grant these trees the ability to grow." As his words and hand movements cease, Harry swings his wand, and a burst of green light shoots forth from its tip. He immediately feels a wave of exhaustion wash over him, a dizziness overtaking his senses. The green light swiftly merges with the seeds in the earth, which promptly begin to sprout. Roots emerge and plunge into the soil, while green vines shoot upward with remarkable vigor, reaching a height of 10 centimeters before finally bending gently back toward the ground. Witnessing this miraculous scene unfold before him, Harry leaps into the air, exclaiming, "I did it." The sense of fulfillment he experiences surpasses even that of solving a perplexing mathematical problem. However, before he can relish his triumph, his weakened body betrays him, and he collapses face first onto the ground. Fea, observing this from the tree, promptly leaps down, landing gracefully before the newly sprouted vine. She grasps the vine at its base, pinches it, and snaps off a segment, marveling at the cool, sticky sap that clings to her fingers. "Wow, it's real. It feels just like those vines," she exclaims in wonder. Harry, rising with newfound confidence, replies, "Of course, this is a low-level growth spell, capable of making plants grow to a certain extent in no time." Wow, Harry is amazing. He can conjure vines. One child gazes at Harry in admiration. "What just happened?" another child inquires. "I saw Harry use that twig to create vines," one child exclaims. "Is that true?" Harry is incredible. The children chatter excitedly about Harry's vine-producing feat. "Don't tell anyone else. This must remain a secret, understood?" Fea gestures for silence towards the children, who, though perplexed by the request, obediently nod in agreement. "And you, Harry, don't go blabbing about this everywhere. It could lead to trouble," Fea admonishes as she turns to him. Sitting on the tree roots while nursing his bruised face, Harry responds with a touch of exasperation. Do I really look like someone who would blurt things out indiscriminately? Chapter 10. Traffickers due to the exertion of magic. Harry, feeling weak, lies on the tree roots, drifting into slumber, only to be abruptly awakened by a cacophony of noise. Having just settled down, he opens his eyes to locate the source of the commotion. Fea. Big sister, Harry strategist, it's bad. A boy of about 7 years, panting heavily, rushes to Harry's side. After catching his breath, he urgently exclaims, "Those traffickers are coming from the east. What should we do?" Fea leaps down from the tree and replies, "Quickly. Take them to the basement to hide. By the way, where are the big ones, Ivan and Jason? I saw them rummaging through garbage with some kids over there this morning. Did they not come back?" the boy asks. Bewildered. "This is troublesome. You all hide first while I go retrieve them." Fea grits her teeth. It has been hours since she last saw them, and something must have gone awry. Turning back to Harry, who is rubbing his eyes, she urges, "Harry, you should hide too." With that, Fea dashes toward the east. Harry barely has time to respond before she is already far ahead. "Fea, wait, don't be reckless," he calls after her. But it seems she doesn't hear him and shows no signs of stopping. Grabbing the notebook beside him, he quickly tucks it under his arm and hurries to follow her. In the streets of the eastern slums, several burly adults loiter ominously. Had it not been for the coils of rope in their hands, one might mistake them for mere revelers. "Damn it, where have those little brats run off to?" A middle-aged man with a brutish visage kicks a gaunt man leaning against the wall. "I swear, I don't know. Please, let me go," the man on the ground pleads desperately. Just as the middle-aged man prepares to deliver another kick, he is halted by a man with a handlebar mustache clad in a black coat, who crouches before him, pulling a silver coin from his pocket and holding it aloft. "Tell me, this belongs to you." The silver coin is the common currency of the Mighten continent. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. Thus, a single silver coin could provide for an ordinary person for several days without worry. The man on the ground gulps nervously, glancing around before stammering, They're in the central area." "Dean, how could you betray the children? You heartless wretch." An elderly woman accuses the man on the ground, her voice thick with indignation. The man, now displaying a frenzied look, retorts, "What do you know, you old hag? I'm fed up with this life. With this money, I can fill my belly and buy clean clothes. Why should I care what happens to them?" The man with the mustache gazed at the sycophantic figure before him, smiling as he placed a silver coin into the man's palm. Slowly, he removed his gloves and tucked them into his pocket, giving the man a pat on the shoulder as he remarked, "You truly are an abominable creature." With a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck the man's face, sending a few of his teeth flying and causing blood to stream from his nose. Writhing in agony, he clutched his nose, but the man with the mustache showed no mercy. He seated himself upon the man, delivering blow after blow to his face, blood splattering with the sickening sound of cracking bones. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, all except for those surrounding the mustached man. The cacophony of violence finally ceased after nearly 3 minutes. Exhaling with satisfaction, the blood-soaked mustached man rose from his victim, scooping up the fallen silver coins and returning them to his pocket. He looked down at the disfigured man and said, "Sometimes, greed can lead to one's own demise." Taking a towel handed to him by a bystander, he wiped his face and sauntered towards the center of the gathering. At last, an elderly woman, unable to bear the hellish scene before her, retched violently in the corner. The battered man on the ground was largely intact except for his head and the hand shielding his face, which had been reduced to a gruesome pulp of red and white. Vivid crimson blood stained the surroundings, and the stench of iron hung heavily in the air. The man's trousers bore signs of yellow stains and dampness, suggesting he had soiled himself in terror. Despite having cleaned the blood from his face and hands, the dark fabric of his clothing was now marred by dark crimson splotches. The mustached man carelessly discarded the bloodied towel, and just as he reached for the gloves in his pocket, a girl's voice halted his movements. He turned to face the girl, who stood defiantly before him, barely reaching his waist, with a playful tug at his handlebar mustache. He regarded her with interest. "Ah, red eyes. Quite rare indeed. I never expected to find a gem in this wretched place. Nurture her well, and she could fetch a handsome price. Speak, did you capture Ivan and Jason?" Fea accused, pointing an accusing finger at the mustached man. "Who are you referring to? I know not of whom you speak, but you will soon find yourself just like them, an item for trade." "Indeed, it was you. Watch as I bring you down." Fea cracked her knuckles, preparing for a confrontation. The crowd, including the mustached man, erupted into laughter at the sight of a mere child threatening to overpower them. The mustached man jested, "Child, is there something amiss in that head of yours? Such delusions will only diminish your worth." "What did you say, you scoundrel?" Fea lunged forward, but was suddenly restrained by a pair of arms around her waist, none other than Harry, who had rushed in just in time to prevent her advance. "Fea, stop. You'll be." Harry struggled to keep her from charging ahead. Knowing her volatile temperament, he feared her actions would lead to chaos. However, to everyone's astonishment, Fea, misunderstanding Harry's intentions, believed he was an assailant. She forcefully pulled his hands from her waist and hurled him away, exclaiming, "Dare to ambush me? Perish." Harry found himself airborne, unable to comprehend the situation as he exclaimed, "Killed." Just then, as he braced for an unpleasant encounter with the unforgiving ground, he was caught mid-air by the mustached man, who held him aloft, his expression frozen in surprise. "Hello, uncle," Harry awkwardly greeted. "What, pray tell, is your intention? Is he not your companion? You seem to despise him," the mustached man inquired, perplexed. Chapter 11. Fea's combat prowess. "Release Harry at once, or you shall face dire consequences," Fea threatened. The mustached man disregarded her warning. Lifting Harry closer for a better look before commenting, "Fortune favors me today. I have stumbled upon two fine specimens in this peculiar slum. Let us conclude our business here. The stench of this place is intolerable. Bart, seize that girl." The mustached man held Harry by the scruff of his collar while pinching his nose with the other hand. A brutish man with a grotesque visage approached Fea, extending his hand menacingly. As his palm drew nearer, a mysterious smile graced Fea's lips. She clenched her right fist, her legs parting into a V shape, bending slightly at the knees. With a fierce shout, she sprang into his embrace, delivering a seemingly soft punch to his abdomen that struck with the force of a hammer. The man's face contorted into a grimace of pain as Fea's assault continued. She gripped his outstretched arms, using her foot to push against his knee, leveraging her strength to raise her legs, aiming a powerful kick at his chin. A cruel smile graced her face as her mud-streaked foot connected with his jaw. Emitting the sound of cracking bone, the man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed, blood spewing forth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Fea elegantly released her grip, executing a graceful spin as she descended to the ground. Dusting off her hands, silence reigned, an eerie stillness enveloped the onlookers, who seemed to forget to breathe, gazing in awe at the slender figure emerging from the haze. Fea stepped forward, bending slightly at the waist. Preparing to charge, realizing the impending danger, the mustached man shouted to his henchmen, "It's just a child. Why are you all hesitating? Attack." His men exchanged uncertain glances, paralyzed by fear at the display of Fea's prowess. Observing their inaction, the mustached man sneered, "If you do not act, you know what fate awaits your families." At his words, the men finally stirred, with a gray-haired middle-aged man clenching his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms. He charged at Fea, followed by his companions. Fea faced the towering figures with unwavering composure, darting towards the gray-haired man. She ducked effortlessly beneath his swinging fist, countering with a punch to his stomach that landed with a dull thud, causing him to crumple to the ground. After dispatching the gray-haired man, she advanced on another, who brandished a thick wooden club, clearly scavenged from the roadside. He trembled in fear, swinging the club wildly, but Fea deftly evaded each strike. Frustration mounted as he grew increasingly agitated. Seizing an opportunity as he swung, Fea leapt in front of him, executing a spinning kick that struck him squarely on the side of the head, sending him crashing down. As she landed, she pushed off the ground with her palm, narrowly avoiding a flying knife that embedded itself into the earth. Now surrounded by two remaining attackers, Fea maintained her calm demeanor, her eyes fixed intently on their knives. The men lunged at her with frenzied thrusts, but she skillfully dodged their assaults until she found herself cornered against the wall, believing they had her trapped. One man, blinded by rage, lunged with his knife aimed at her face. Fea tilted her head, the blade embedding itself into the earthen wall as he attempted to retrieve it. She propelled herself backward, cracking the wall with spiderweb-like fissures, and barreled into him, sending him flying. His knife was dislodged and fell to the side as Fea swiftly distanced herself from the remaining attacker. Breathing heavily, he gripped his knife and regarded Fea, who approached with deliberate steps, her blood-red eyes locked onto him, poised to strike. The pair circled one another, neither willing to make the first move. Ultimately, Fea surged forward, her fist aimed at his face. He braced himself, readying his blade to intercept her punch as the knife edge neared her fist. A smirk graced Fea's lips as she declared, "You overestimate yourself." As Fea released her clenched fist, her middle and index fingers deftly grasped the knife, halting its forward motion. Wedged tightly between her fingers, the assailant felt a force greater than his own restraining the blade, rendering his hand powerless. Harnessing her formidable strength, Fia propelled her body forward, her lithe legs swiftly coiling around his neck. Resembling an inverted golden hook, before he could react, she relinquished her grip on the knife and swiftly encircled his advanced leg with both arms, exclaiming with fervor, applying force with her limbs. The man was thrust violently to the ground in an odd position, his face meeting the unforgiving surface with a resounding impact, evidently pained. Fia then released her hold, landing gracefully on her back, extricating herself from his contorted form, rising to her feet, and brushing the dust from her back. Advancing towards the bearded man with a nefarious intent. At that moment, Harry's mind was racing with a flurry of thoughts, his forehead slick with cold sweat. He was astonished by Fia's combat prowess. Capable of facing 5 adversaries simultaneously. No, this transcended the capabilities of any ordinary child. He was fortunate not to have provoked her wrath, for his fate would have been no better than that of these foes. The very thought made Harry grateful that he had never angered Fia. What are you doing? Don't come any closer, you monster, the bearded man stammered, retreating step by step. Huh, you dare label me a monster? Are you courting death? Fia retorted with a scowl. As she approached, the bearded man felt the sweat pouring from his brow, desperate for a solution. Suddenly, sensing the weight in his right hand, he glanced at Harry. Recalling something. Stay back. If you take another step, I will kill this kid. He brandished a small knife, pressing it against Harry's throat. Fia halted, gritting her teeth. You truly are vile, using a hostage to threaten me. The bearded man felt a sense of relief as his tactic proved effective. But his anxiety lingered. He fished out a pair of handcuffs gleaming with a dark metallic sheen from his coat pocket and tossed them at her feet. Put these on, or I'll slay him. Fia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately picked up the handcuffs. Fia, don't listen to him. You can't put those on. Harry, being held by the collar, exclaimed. He cherished his life, but he could not bring himself to sacrifice another to save himself. In his past life, he had sought to improve his grades, disregarding the risks of being beaten when he approached the top student for help. He could endure pain inflicted by others, willing to sacrifice everything, even his life, for his loved ones. Yet, every person has their moral boundaries. His grandmother, who had toiled to raise him, imparted many life lessons, always treating others with kindness. The neighbors revered her, and Harry aspired to emulate her. However, reality is often harsh. His gentle grandmother fell ill, requiring substantial medical expenses. She ran a modest breakfast shop, barely managing to make ends meet, borrowing tuition from neighbors without any means to afford treatment. She concealed her illness, adhering to her principle of not burdening others. The memory of his grandmother caressing his head, smiling as she said he had grown up and no longer needed her care, pierced his heart with a mix of helplessness and sorrow over the potential loss of a loved one. Thus, after receiving money from that sister, he vowed never to harm others again, unwilling to disappoint himself. Surely, Fia was there. She was strong enough to defeat this man and would care for his mother. Yet, the thought of bidding farewell to everyone in this uncharted world filled him with melancholy. Death was merely another experience, one he had encountered before. I beg you, please take care of my mother, Fia, Harry said, his expression composed as he gazed at her, feeling the blade's edge nicking his skin. Yet, Fia smiled, securing the cuffs with a decisive click. I want to let you die, Harry. You haven't been defeated by me yet. Fia, Harry watched her actions, tears streaming down his face. I don't deserve this. You could have defeated me long ago. Your future is brighter, your horizons broader. You shouldn't be captured by human traffickers for my sake. Your life should not be like this. You always speak in such cryptic terms that I don't understand. All I know is that you are my first friend, and I refuse to allow you to die. For the first time, Harry found Fia's smile to be extraordinarily beautiful. How fortunate he felt to have such a friend. Truly, he was immensely lucky. Chapter 12. Harry's neighbors on the road through the free zone. A carriage moved slowly along. Harry's eyes were covered with a black cloth, rendering him blind, while a foul-smelling, unwashed towel was stuffed in his mouth. Silencing him, his hands and feet were bound, leaving him only the ability to squirm as he lay sideways on the wooden floor of the carriage's rear. Fia, however, was in a far worse predicament. Though her eyes were also blindfolded and her mouth gagged, her body was ensnared in layers of rusted chains, giving the appearance of an oval-shaped chrysalis, writhing continuously and emitting muffled sounds. Hearing Fia's noises, Harry felt an urge to sigh, but the gag prevented him, resulting in a muffled grunt instead. From the sounds outside, he deduced that they were currently in the free zone, passing through the trading area. as the familiar shouts of a barbecue vendor and the aroma of grilled meats wafted through the air. Time passed, and the cacophony gradually diminished. Relying on his memory, Harry began piecing together the information he had overheard. Realizing they must have traversed the trading area and were now near the western city gate, the chatter of adventurers discussing monsters and rare materials reached Harry's ears, a child active in the area. He was well aware of such matters, having covertly observed the robust and well-equipped adventurers from the shadows. Helmi was a place marked by stark economic disparity, divided into multiple zones, the noble district at its center, followed by the merchant district, the civilian district, the free zone, and finally, the slum. Harry sensed a distinct atmosphere outside, one unlike that of the free zone or the slum. The people in the free zone were perpetually hustling for survival. With a vibrant, noisy ambience that in contrast, the slum exuded an air of desolation and despair. Now, the voices filtering in from outside suggested tranquility, an atmosphere that instilled a sense of comfort. Conversations revolved around everyday topics. Your dog is adorable. Your dress is lovely, while the cheerful laughter of children echoed. Harry surmised they were likely in the civilian or even merchant district. The noble district was beyond his wildest dreams. The carriage came to a halt, and Harry was hoisted up, uncertain of his destination. It wasn't until the blindfold was removed that he realized he was in a place resembling a prison, surrounded by stone walls and iron bars. Inside was a neatly made wooden bed with a cotton blanket, a table, a stool, and a corner fixture that resembled a chamber pot. "Kid, stay put inside and don't think about escaping, or you'll find out what awaits you," a man with a bandaged jaw said slowly, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. Harry recognized him as the unfortunate man who had been punched in the stomach by Fia and subsequently kicked in the chin. The man untied Harry's bonds. Harry nodded and pointed to the towel in his mouth, signaling if he could remove it. "Do as you wish, filthy brat," the man muttered, gripping his jaw in pain as he cursed, slamming the iron door shut with a kick before departing. As Harry spat out the saliva-soaked towel, gagging in disgust, he approached the iron door to survey the surroundings. He discovered others in similar circumstances, individuals of varying ages, including a 16-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl, making a total of 2 boys and 1 girl. The room was square, with Harry situated on the right side of the cell. Opposite him sat a girl clad in a black and white maid outfit, cradling her knees and weeping, her long gray hair cascading down to her waist. Across from her lay a handsome young man with brown hair, dressed in a black Western-style butler uniform, reclining on the bed and humming a tune, appearing quite relaxed. "Hey, kid, what's your name? How did you end up here? You're not from the slums, are you? You don't look the part," the brown-haired boy inquired curiously, observing Harry's scanning gaze, though Harry didn't know him. He replied, "I'm Harry, and yes, I came from the slums. I was captured by them." "Indeed, it seems so. However, just like when you first arrived here, the fact that you did not wail and fuss shows that you are truly a resilient child. Oh, by the way, my name is Ivan, and that sister over there is called Fina. From now on, we shall be neighbors, Harry." Observing this warm-hearted, brown-haired youth, Harry's initial impression was that he was quite a loquacious individual. "Harry, how old are you?" Perhaps it was Ivan's nature as a chatterbox, for from the moment Harry engaged him in conversation, he incessantly bombarded Harry with an array of questions. "I am 3 years old, and in 2 months, I will turn 4. Fortunately, Harry possessed a remarkable degree of patience. He understood that in order to escape this place, he must first gather pertinent information. Thus he endured Ivan's monologue. Even though most of the dialogue consisted of Ivan speaking at length while Harry merely posed a question to which Ivan would launch into a lengthy discourse, this place appeared to be a confinement facility for children, intended for the purpose of trafficking slaves and training them to cater to the whims of the nobility and the wealthy, thereby achieving profit. Ivan had caught the eye of a wealthy widow who sought to purchase him for some unspecified purpose, naturally involving the acquisition of various skills such as those of a butler, servant, gardener, and so forth. These were all part of Ivan's curriculum. As for Fina, she had been earmarked by a nobleman to become a personal maid, a term that, while sounding grandiose, merely masked the grim reality that in 3 years, she would assume her role as a slave. Ivan had been captured at the tender age of 8 while living in a small village near Helmi. One fateful day, while playing outside the village with his companions, a group of men arrived and abducted them all. Ivan's striking appearance had rendered him a so-called high-value commodity, a status he had maintained ever since. Fina, on the other hand, had once lived in the free zone of Helmi. When she was 7, she was seized by a group of intruders while home alone, along with her 3-year-old brother, who was sold into slavery, his fate unknown. The mortality rate among such slaves was typically high, and the hope of survival was almost non-existent, which explained why Fina wept daily, tormented by the uncertainty of her family's fate. A cruel reality indeed. At that moment, the door swung open, and Ivan ceased his chatter. A stooped figure, leaning on a cane, entered the room, accompanied by 2 burly men, with a prominent hooked nose, a forehead creased with wrinkles, and skin as dry and rough as tree bark. The elderly woman appeared unsettling. Her gray hair was tied back with a black ribbon, and she donned a long black robe. Her slightly protruding chest indicated her status as an elderly matron, reminiscent of the ugly witches found in fairy tales, evoking discomfort. The old woman approached Harry's cell, squinting her eyes as she scrutinized him before breaking into a smile that revealed a few yellowed teeth, making her grin all the more terrifying, as if the parched bark of a tree had cracked open, producing a raspy and piercing sound. "This child is quite remarkable," she remarked. Harry, seated beside the iron bars, felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, yet he dared not move, merely lowering his gaze to avoid her stare. Then, a pair of gnarled hands reached through the bars, stroking Harry's head gently. Momentarily taken aback, Harry summoned his courage to raise his head and meet her gaze, confronted by a face that could easily frighten a child into tears. "Haha, child, are you not afraid of me?" The old woman, noting Harry's lack of fear as he met her gaze, became intrigued. "Why should I be afraid?" Harry retorted, for he was no mere child. His mental age was that of a 15-year-old, having endured numerous experiences that rendered him more composed than most of his peers. Thus, aside from deeming her visage unattractive, he harbored no other sentiments. "An interesting child," the old woman remarked before retracting her hand and departing with her 2 bodyguards, as if she had merely appraised a product and was now busy allocating it to its designated place. Chapter 13. Daily life in the cell. In the ensuing days, Harry remained in his cell, feeling as though he had been forgotten, save for the regular delivery of meals. Gradually, unease began to creep in. His concerns were not for himself but for his mother, who was frail and required care. He worried that without him by her side, she would be quite anxious. What about Fia? How was she faring? Lying on his bed, he set down his notebook and gazed at the gray ceiling, lost in thought. "I'm back, Harry." Ivan entered through the doorway, greeting Harry wearily. Dressed in a gardener's attire, complete with gloves and a blue apron, he collapsed onto his bed, instantly falling into a deep sleep. The burly man who accompanied Ivan naturally locked the iron door to Ivan's cell before leaving. Now that Ivan had returned, Fina had yet to arrive. Their schedules for study were evidently different. However, Ivan was undoubtedly the more exhausted of the 2. After some time, Fina finally returned, still clad in her maid's uniform, her delicate face appearing as pale as ever. Ivan's rhythmic snores echoed throughout the room, like a private theatrical performance dedicated to the sounds of slumber, as silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. "Harry, are you still awake?" Fina's melodious voice drifted into Harry's ears as he sat up in bed, regarding her with curiosity. Having shared their roof, he had come to understand their personalities. Ivan was a true chatterbox, while Fina was a reticent girl, more reserved and disinclined to converse with strangers. Typically, her greetings to Harry and Ivan consisted of little more than a nod or a simple "nem." Thus, it was surprising when she initiated a conversation with him. "Harry, would you listen to what I have to say?" Fina inquired, her demeanor cautious. "Oh, certainly. Go ahead," Harry replied, though he found her request peculiar. Nevertheless, he smiled encouragingly. Upon hearing Harry's affirmation, Fina sighed with relief, placing a hand over her heart as she smiled back at him. They both sat on their respective beds, Fina hugging her knees, resting her chin upon them as she said, "Today, I witnessed the death of another. It was 2 children. One was a tall, robust boy with somewhat dark skin. He was engaged in a scuffle with another boy of similar stature, and in the end, the darker-skinned boy emerged victorious. However, he was then bitten to death by Mr. Kurt's dog, viciously torn apart by that monstrous creature. Woo-woo, I simply couldn't bear to watch any longer, so I closed my eyes." But the sounds of the attack persisted. Woo-woo. As Fina recounted the harrowing tale, her tears flowed freely, and she buried her head in her knees, sobbing. Harry, while maintaining an outward composure, felt turmoil within. It couldn't be Ivan. It must have been a mere coincidence. Just a description, he continuously reassured himself. Yet, unease lingered as he descended from his bed, grasping the iron bars with urgency as he implored Fina. Was there a black mole on the left side of his neck? "Sister Fina, Please tell me. Fina lifted her head, her tear-streaked face shaking vehemently as she replied, her voice choked with sobs. I don't know. I truly don't know. Seeing her in such distress, Harry abandoned his line of questioning. Resignedly returning to his bed, his heart heavy yet slightly reassured by Fina's uncertainty, which suggested that Ivan might indeed be safe. Damn it, Ivan, you better not be dead. He placed a hand on his forehead, staring at the cobwebs in the corner of the ceiling, while his other hand struck the wooden bed frame in frustration. Memories of Ivan's earnest face flooded his mind, recalling the joyful moments they shared. A friend, one for whom he would go to great lengths. This was what Ivan had once claimed while embracing Harry. What's wrong? Fina, are you crying again? And you, Harry, what are you banging the bed for? You remaking a racket. Ivan, looking displeased, climbed off his bed and sat on the ground beside the bars, running a hand through his tousled hair. I'm fine. Sorry for disturbing you, Harry replied, sitting up and apologizing to Ivan. Oh. It's all right. I've had enough rest. By the way, what was Fina saying just now? Tell me all about it. I usually serve as her audience, so it's quite strange that she chose to speak to you today. I thought that was my privilege, Ivan remarked, removing the gloves he had forgotten to take off while sleeping, his hands moving to untie his apron. With a wry smile, Harry recounted the events to Ivan, who nodded contentedly, clearly enjoying the tale. He was indeed a good listener when he chose to be silent, Harry mused. However, once Harry finished his narrative, Ivan raised a hand and swore. Now it's your turn to share your troubles with me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Harry was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. This fellow had keen observational skills, recognizing that he harbored concerns. I have several friends who have been captured here, and I find myself pondering their well-being. Furthermore, I overheard Fina mentioning someone who bears a striking resemblance to one of my friends, which led me to sigh. This is an unavoidable circumstance upon arriving here. If one is not particularly striking in appearance or exceptional in talent, one will inevitably be discarded. Such is the ironclad rule of this place, other than praying that they are not sold into the hands of those depraved individuals. You have no other recourse. In comparison, you should focus on how to excel in the tasks assigned to you, on how to ingratiate yourself with them. Only by doing so can you hope to survive in this harsh world, Ivan said. Leaning against the iron bars beside Harry, Harry fell silent, recognizing the truth in Ivan's words. We have no rights to choose. Our fates lie in their hands, and currying favor with them and our future masters is the only path currently available to us. But, Harry, if you were to call me brother, I might just impart to you the tricks of pleasing them and the 108 methods of survival in this place, Ivan said, turning around with a mischievous grin. Harry reclined, turning away from Ivan, and said, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. A feeling arose within Harry. If he were to call Ivan brother, he would surely take advantage of it. The image of Ivan picking his nose with his ring finger while grinning smugly danced in his mind. Perhaps it was best to refrain. Feeling a chill, Harry tugged the blanket over himself. Ivan's obsession with the term brother rivaled that of a doting sibling, as if he were born with a sister. Harry could not comprehend why Ivan insisted on having him call him brother. It was truly perplexing. Is it really so difficult to call me brother? Is it not a matter of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young, Harry? Harry? Ivan shook the iron bars, calling Harry's name with exasperation. You're so annoying. Why don't you ask Sister Fina to call you that? She's younger than you. You know, Harry retorted, unable to tolerate Ivan's incessant calls, kicking off the blanket and standing on the bed in annoyance. Well, if she were to call me that, it would indeed be delightful. However, as a righteous and sunny young man, how could I possibly coerce a frail female into doing something against her will? Wouldn't that contradict the very principles we men uphold? Ivan said, casting a shy glance at the curled-up Fina. Adopting an air of righteous indignation, Harry had given up on countering him. Ivan's verbal prowess was formidable, brimming with grandiloquent ideals, yet utterly shameless. He conceded defeat, pressing his forehead in frustration, unable to devise a retort. At that moment, the door swung open, and a bare-chested bald man strode in, approaching Harry's cell and unlocking the door. Come out. Harry stepped down from the bed, glancing at the open cell door and the bald man outside, before stepping into the corridor. Good luck, Harry, Ivan said, giving a thumbs up. I know, Harry replied with a smile as the bald man prepared to close the door behind him. With the door now shut, what lay ahead was a stage. And Harry followed closely behind the bald man, lightly clenching his fist. Chapter 14. Divergent perspectives. A lengthy corridor, torches ablaze on the walls, illuminated the path ahead. The ground was still paved with stone, The same gray walls and flooring, lifeless and dreary. Numerous iron doors lined the way as Harry trailed behind the bald man, surveying the dim environment. The bald man pushed open the wooden door at the end of the corridor, and the light spilling through made Harry instinctively shut his eyes. After a moment of adjustment, he slowly opened them to the sight before him. "What? Where's this?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment, observing his surroundings. It was an expansive area, reminiscent of a rectangular sports field, with a ceiling soaring over 10 meters high that a colossal bulb-like object hung above, casting the bright light that illuminated the space. The surrounding walls were meticulously constructed from stone, forming a tight enclosure on the open ground. A group of children, around Harry's age, were tethered together by a long, thick rope, forming a crooked line at the front. A gaunt man pulled the rope. Suddenly, a little girl in the middle stumbled and fell, causing a chain reaction as the children behind her toppled as well. Noticing the rope slacken, the man turned around, surveyed the fallen children, and unsheathed a whip from his waist, striking the children mercilessly. "Get up now. How long do you intend to lie there?" he yelled, lashing out at the kids, leaving red welts across their thin clothing, blood staining the whip. Even as the children scrambled to their feet, the little girl remained on the ground. The man flipped her over, addressing the bald man in front of Harry with displeasure. "What is the matter? Why does this slave look ill? Didn't they assure me that they were all robust? I have no use for such weak slaves." "Ah, calm down. I'll get you a replacement. Just wait a moment," the bald man replied cheerfully. "Ed, you lazy bum, quit playing cards and come here. Get this gentleman another one," the bald man shouted toward a table by an eastern wooden door, where 3 disheveled men were playing cards. Oh, coming," the scruffy man exclaimed, dropping his cards and hurrying over, panting. "What is up? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said?" "Hey, from that distance, it's impressive that I could hear you at all. What else do you want?" "Forget it. You're responsible for this batch, right? The client is a tad dissatisfied, so handle it." The bald man gestured to the little girl on the ground, her face flushed. The scruffy man approached the girl, crouching down and placing a hand on her forehead. "Oh dear, she's running a fever. She was fine yesterday. You always do this, trying to cut corners that I won't quibble too much. Just hurry and get me another one. I'm on a tight schedule," the gaunt man said impatiently. All right. Just wait a moment. I'll fetch one right away," the scruffy man replied, untying the rope from the little girl and hoisting her onto his shoulder. "What should we do with her?" "Don't you know?" "Why ask me? This worthless child is unattractive and weak, not worth spending money to treat. Take her to feed those beasts," the bald man said disdainfully. "TCH, I was just asking. Who told you to be the boss of us?" the scruffy man muttered under his breath as he turned away. The bearded man kicked the scruffy man's backside. "Quit stalling and get going. Why are you wasting time? Feed them to those beasts. What on earth are they talking about?" Harry listened to their conversation, watching the terrified faces of the children, their bodies trembling. Confusion swirled within him. Why did the mere mention of that phrase instill such fear? Surely, they wouldn't do that. After all, this was a living being, not something to be treated in such a manner. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up," the bald man said, looking down at Harry, who was frozen in place. "This child must be high-quality stock. He looks quite decent," the gaunt man remarked, sizing Harry up. "Who knows? We'll see if he catches the eye of a noble or a wealthy merchant. With that face, you think a noble wouldn't like him. All right, I still need to spruce this little guy up. I can't chat with you for long." The bald man led Harry across the expansive area, passing by more children like the ones before. Harry's anxiety grew as they approached an opening, revealing a spiraling staircase that twisted downward, leading into the unknown. "Hey, kid, are you really that concerned about what I said?" the bald man inquired, glancing back at Harry, who appeared lost in thought. "Those beasts are silver moon wolves, incredibly vicious creatures that thrive on flesh. Want to know why I use the meat of children to feed them?" the bald man asked with a smile, the dim torchlight casting an eerie glow on his face, enhancing the sinister aspect of his grin. Harry instinctively took a step back, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The bald man's expression twisted into one of malice as he continued. "Because they are treasures in their entirety. Their fur provides warmth, their bones have medicinal properties, their meat is consumable, and even their waste can be used as high-grade fuel. And that little girl, she is of no use whatsoever, except as food for them. If you don't behave, that will be your fate as well. Understand?" Harry's growing sense of unease was confirmed that he wished fervently that this was a mere fabrication, that she was simply being taken somewhere for treatment, and that this remark was just a jest that I in this place. Life held no value in their eyes. It was merely a pursuit of unadulterated profit, a depraved trade that cast aside the last vestiges of humanity's moral compass. Stop joking around. Human life is not so worthless. Every individual has a purpose for existing in this world. It is not for people like you to decide at will. Harry clenched his fists and shouted at the bald man. Kid, stop spouting nonsense. You have yet to grasp the truth of this world. On what grounds do you criticize our actions here? You understand nothing. The bald man, filled with rage, seized Harry by the collar and lifted him off the ground, declaring, even if I understand nothing, this world cannot be as wretched as you claim. Harry, undaunted, met the bald man's gaze with unwavering defiance. Humph, you are truly naive. One day you shall pay for such misguided thoughts. Releasing Harry, the bald man turned away, unable to confront him further, and continued down the path. The two of them walked in silence until they arrived before a grand bronze door, flanked by two knights clad in black armor. The bald man pushed the door open and stepped inside, revealing three distinct corridors ahead, left, right, and upward, all adorned with red carpets, their marble walls gleaming under the lights embedded within, which resembled oversized light bulbs. Albeit reduced to the size of ping-pong balls, the environment here was a stark contrast to the one above. The bald man handed Harry over to the two young maids who approached, then proceeded down the left corridor, his destination unknown, while Harry was guided by the maids to a room at the end of the right corridor. Chapter 15. The Girl in the Iron Cage. It turned out that this room was a space for grooming and beautification. Standing at the entrance, Harry gazed into the mirror of the vanity across the room, flanked by an array of garments, some he recognized, like butler uniforms and black and white maid outfits. Exquisite and lavish attire that resembled a miniature shopping center filled with outfits Harry had never encountered before. His gaze shifted. He noticed something inappropriate for someone his age. In the corner hung various pieces of women's lingerie, including bras and panties of diverse styles that Harry's face flushed, and he quickly averted his eyes. Wait, why do I feel as though I've seen those before? A sudden realization struck him. These were indeed women's undergarments. But this was a different world. How could there be clothing from my original world here? Where did these come from? Are they relics of this world, or do they somehow connect to my previous life? I distinctly remember my mother never wearing such things. What does this mean? The more he pondered, the more bewildered he became, and he set those thoughts aside. Once the maids prepared a change of clothes for Harry, they ushered him through another door. Inside was a room filled with white mist, the purpose of which remained a mystery, as the maids offered no explanation. Without regard for Harry's modesty, they stripped him of his soiled garments and unceremoniously plunged him into a warm water basin, thoroughly washing him from head to toe. After about 10 minutes, Harry emerged impeccably clean, every crevice, from his ears to his toenails, attended to. Fortunate, as he was a person mindful of hygiene, with neatly trimmed nails and no signs of parasites in his hair. Leaving the maids with some time to spare, wrapped in a white towel, Harry stood before the vanity. The maids, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. One maid dried his black hair with a towel, while the other measured his chest, waist, and height with a flexible tape. Approximately 30 minutes later, Harry gazed into the mirror and was astounded by his reflection. He appeared utterly adorable. His previously disheveled black hair had transformed into smooth, well-groomed locks, his delicate features accentuated by a pair of deep, expressive black eyes that blinked incessantly, his fair skin flawless and slightly flushed in the cheeks, a petite nose, and rosy lips, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle him in affection. Clad in a splendid outfit of deep green fabric that clung comfortably to his skin, it felt as though it had been tailored specifically for him, reminiscent of a prince's attire in a theatrical production. On his small feet were shoes, which felt somewhat unfamiliar to Harry, who was unaccustomed to footwear. At last, he understood why Fia often embraced him and rubbed her face against his. He couldn't resist the impulse to do the same, for he truly looked captivating. The maids too appeared astonished, recognizing that this version of Harry resembled a young prince, exuding an air of nobility, as if he were born to royalty. Yet, the maids quickly dismissed the thought. He was merely a slave. Following the two maids, Harry traversed the corridor the bald man had taken, passing a patrol of well-equipped guards in black armor, arriving at another door. Standing outside were figures similarly clad in black armor, their faces obscured. Upon entering, Harry was taken aback. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the reality before him was overwhelming. Ivan had previously warned him that anyone captured here, deemed valuable, would be treated as merchandise, subjected to auctions for nobles or wealthy merchants, determining their fate. We must appease our future masters to survive, Ivan had self-deprecatingly remarked. Now, it was as if a stage play were unfolding, with the backstage merely separated from the external stage by a thin red curtain. Lavishly dressed individuals sat in chairs, all young girls, some adolescents, others mere children. Approximately a dozen in total that in stark contrast. The boys locked in iron cages, similar in age to Harry, were sparsely scattered throughout, their purpose unknown. Just wait here. Someone will come for you, one maid stated expressionlessly before turning away. The girls, fidgeting in their seats and glancing around, failed to notice Harry's arrival. Observing the lack of available seating, Harry maneuvered behind them and spotted something draped in gray fabric in the corner. Resembling a seat, he cautiously took a seat on the portion of the fabric that extended to the floor, wary of soiling his attire. Leaning back against the fabric, he felt something hard beneath it and sensed an unsettling discrepancy. He turned to investigate, running his fingers over the shape and texture revealed by the gray cloth. Was this not an iron cage? Why was it covered? Was there something shameful inside? Curiosity piqued. Harry wondered why this cage alone needed to be concealed. Should he lift the cloth and take a look? Glancing around to ensure he wasn't being observed, he felt reassured and cautiously peeled back the fabric. Peering inside, it was dark, obscuring whatever lay within. Just as he was about to withdraw his head, a pair of glowing green eyes opened with a spark of light in the darkness, followed by the sound of chains being dragged. With the light filtering in, Harry discerned the figure before him. Beside the iron bars stood a girl, not clad in the exquisite attire like Harry's, but in garments of an exotic style, marred by a wound on her abdomen. Crimson stains shocking against her clothing. Her dark green hair cascaded gracefully down her back, her flawless face appearing somewhat pale, her emerald-like eyes dimmed. Her slender figure was perfectly proportioned, akin to a masterpiece of art. Without a single flaw, Harry was entranced. He had never encountered such beauty before. Yet, his keen observation revealed the delicate pointed ears concealed beneath her hair. She was not human. Noticing the chains binding her wrists and ankles, Harry surmised her fate. She, like him, was a mere commodity. However, what he did not anticipate was that the stunning girl was also scrutinizing him. Having already succumbed to despair, she understood that she had fallen into the hands of humans, and her prospects were grim. Yet, just moments ago, she sensed a faint yet familiar magical essence emanating from him, akin to her own innate magic. She initially believed her kin had come to rescue her. But rationality soon prevailed. Her kind was too vulnerable to traverse the treacherous terrain of human habitation for such a perilous endeavor. Still, driven by a flicker of hope, she approached the bars to ascertain the truth. Only to be met with disappointment. She gazed at Harry. A thought sparked in her mind. A potential method to save herself. Despite the weakness of his magic, perhaps there was a chance for success. Chapter 16. Soul Transfer. The Elves, endowed with profound magical talent, striking beauty, and long lifespans, were cherished by nature and divine beings alike. They were the guardians of the continent of Myton. However, everything changed 2 centuries ago when humans breached the elven city-states, defeating their formidable kind and relegating them to the status of lowly slaves. Undeniably powerful, the elves harbored a significant weakness. Their reproductive capabilities were limited, and their numbers dwindled, while each elf was formidable. They could not withstand the overwhelming numerical superiority of humans, nor their remarkable capacity for learning. The magic the elves imparted to humans transformed in their hands, rendering humanity stronger. Defeat became an inevitability. Humans, inherently insatiable, would not hesitate to extinguish their own mentors, the elves, in pursuit of comfort and superior weaponry, enslaving the dwarves as well. Thus, the ever-expanding human ambitions ignited a war across the continent. Humanity, endowed with remarkable learning abilities and advanced technology, has triumphed over their former masters through sheer numerical dominance, cunning schemes, and deceit, rendering them into servitude and bringing the entire continent under human control. Indeed, numerous races have been relegated to the status of slaves. The fair elves have become playthings for human aristocrats, while the industrious dwarves have been transformed into the kingdom's blacksmiths, tirelessly forging weapons and armor in dark, oppressive forges. Yet, a portion of these races has managed to escape, living in secrecy in some hidden corner of this vast continent. Among them is a young elven girl, who, once residing in a distant forest with her kin, fell victim to the insatiable greed of humans, who have left their footprints across the entire land. Captured and transported to this place, She embodies the notion of a domesticated creature seeking a change of taste, a mere plaything for the whims of the nobility. This elven maiden, a mid-tier sorceress, possesses a distinct form of magic unlike that of humans. Elves are favored by nature, inherently gifted with magical prowess from birth, exhibiting exceptional magical comprehension. Many of the spells known to humanity have been derived from elven knowledge. And following the fall of the elven city-states, their vast repositories of magic were swiftly plundered by humans. The magic of soul implantation, a unique creation of the girl, is her proudest achievement. Despite being merely a mid-tier sorceress with unremarkable talent, her passion for exploring new spells fuels her dedication. Before her stands Harry, the ideal subject for her experiment. Possessing magical energy yet still a child, his soul is frail, and should she manage to occupy his body, she could escape. Though it pains her to do so, she sees no alternative. Resolutely, she chants an ancient incantation, extending her delicate finger to touch the bewildered Harry's forehead. Before her own form collapses, Harry, too, falls to the ground. But in the next moment, he opens his eyes, two striking green orbs. Rising from the floor, he touches his body, murmuring, "It seems to have succeeded." Harry, no. The girl gazes at the figure in the iron cage as it transforms into a swirl of luminous particles, dissipating into the air, leaving only clothing behind. Upon death, elves disintegrate into light, returning to the embrace of nature. The imposter Harry emerges from beneath a gray cloth and swiftly exits the confines, aware that being discovered would spell disaster. Not far along, the girl is suddenly enveloped in someone's arms, and her face is pinched. "Harry, you rascal, you've made me worry for so long. Are you all right?" Indeed, the voice belongs to Fia, who is now adorned in a lovely princess gown. Yet this person is not Harry. It is the girl who has taken over his body. Though unfamiliar, she feigns recognition and replies, "I am fine." Fia scrutinizes the girl before her, exclaiming, "Wow, Harry, you truly look like a prince. I almost didn't recognize you." "Haha, really?" The imposter Harry responds, deducing that this girl must be acquainted with the original BOY.IT would be prudent to maintain the facade until she can absorb fragments of his memories, ensuring a seamless masquerade. Fia releases the imposter Harry, her cheeks flushed as she shyly asks, "So, what do you think of my outfit? Is it pretty?" "It's beautiful." The imposter Harry nods, uncertain of her intentions but choosing to play along. Delighted by the compliment, Fia links arms with the imposter Harry and takes a seat on a bench against the wall. "By the way, Harry, why have your eyes turned green? I remember them being black." Fia gazes intently at the imposter's eyes, as if trying to recall something. Has she discovered the truth? This magic has transferred her soul into the body of the child, and while she has easily commandeered his form, the eyes, being the windows to the soul, have naturally changed color. "Oh, this must be a result of that magic you learned," Fia suddenly realizes, providing an explanation the imposter Harry had struggled to concoct. This works in her favor. The imposter Harry is relieved to have the explanation provided for her. "Harry, don't worry. I will rescue you," Fia assures, interpreting his silence as concern. "Thank you," the imposter Harry replies, pondering if she has any means to facilitate her escape. However, this place is heavily guarded, and she finds it difficult to trust the words of a mere child. Nevertheless, she reassures herself that escaping is merely a matter of time. Once she cultivates more magical energy and masters advanced spells, leaving this place will be a trivial task. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted as Fia is escorted away by a towering brute. Passing through the red velvet curtain, before departing, she casts a reassuring glance back at the imposter Harry, signaling that she is unharmed. During their exchange, the imposter Harry has developed a fondness for the lively girl, vowing to rescue her once she escapes as a form of recompense. In truth, though, the imposter Harry remains ignorant of the outside world, believing this to be solely a prison. Soon, she will discover the true nature of her surroundings. Cheers penetrate the thin red curtain, reaching the ears of the imposter Harry, who wonders why the atmosphere has suddenly grown so raucous. Observing the trembling children around her, she reflects on the cruelty of humanity. Her own kin subjected to such treatment. Although she had heard whispers of this reality, witnessing it firsthand shocks her to her core. She harbors hatred for humanity yet feels pity for the weak. She understands that she cannot alter the course of events and must endure, taking each step as it comes. Chapter 17. The auction. One by one, the surrounding individuals are led away by the hulking figure, as if into an abyss. None who pass through the curtain return. It's your turn. Come with me, the brute instructs the imposter Hali. Before her lies a stage reminiscent of a theatrical performance, with seats arranged in a conical formation, each tier rising higher than the last. In the center of this cone, a narrow path adorned with white fur carpet leads to a tightly shut silver door, granting exit to the guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please behold one of our star attractions for today. A young man dressed in black formal attire with a white bow tie gestures towards the imposter Hali on stage. A clamor erupts from the audience as the imposter Hali realizes the source of the noise, feeling exposed under the lecherous gazes of those below. Her pale neck is shackled like a dog's. A tattered slave elf serving tea to her master. Seeing the lifeless eyes of her kin, she clenches her fists, repulsed by the loathsome nature of humanity. Esteemed guests, behold this obedient black-haired beauty, this face rivaling that of an elf. In these eyes, truly a rare gem. I shall not elaborate further. The opening bid is 10,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence. 20,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins. The bidding continues relentlessly, with the price escalating higher and higher, ultimately reaching a fixed price of 500,000 gold coins, called out by a frail old man in a butler's uniform with stark white hair. Although he sits at the outer edge of the audience, his booming voice captures the attention of those nearby, effectively silencing the competition. 500,000 gold coins could purchase several luxurious homes and beautiful women in the merchant district. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the crowd. Yet it remains mere talk. Undeterred by the exorbitant sum, the young man surveys the audience, finding no one willing to counter the offer. Calmly, he declares, "He is now yours, sir." The imposter Hali is delivered into another room by the brute, soon followed by the elderly gentleman. "Child, do you wish to become a servant who dedicates their life to their master?" The old man inquires, crouching down to stroke the imposter Hali's head. "I am willing." What choice does she have at this juncture? The filthy humans. Hearing Hali's response, the old man beams with satisfaction, addressing the brute. "I entrust him to you. I hope you will not let me down." "Of course, my esteemed guest," the brute replies earnestly. "I will return in 2 weeks to collect you. In the meantime, acquire some essential knowledge." With that, the old man departs. Upon returning to her cell, Ivan, as usual, asks, "What transpired? Tell me, Hali." At this moment, the imposter Hali's spirits are low, having witnessed the grotesque nature of humanity and the plight of her companions. Her feelings of detachment deepen, prompting her to refuse food and instead lie on her bed, ignoring Ivan. Observing her despondent demeanor, Ivan remarks knowingly, "I understand. You feel miserable, even disgusted by your own humanity. I deliberately refrained from informing you of the situation to allow you to see this world's ugly side for yourself. However, you must not give up. There are still good people in this world. Look at me, Fina, and your friends. Are we not all good people?" "Indeed, Hali, you must pull yourself together. Everything will be all right," Fina adds, offering her support. "Look, even Fina has come to comfort you. If you don't pull yourself together, can you still call yourself a man? No, a boy." Indeed, they are correct. Humanity is not entirely malevolent. There are those who possess goodness. However, after enduring such experiences, she still finds it challenging to alter her impression of humankind. Suddenly, Faux Hali felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy, as if he were on the verge of slumber. How could this be? A human child could not possibly possess such formidable mental strength. So tired. He reluctantly closed his eyes. Upon reopening his familiar black irises, he succeeded. Thanks to the words of Ivan and Fina, a stir arose within him, preventing her from suppressing Hali's soul, thus granting Hali the opportunity to reclaim his body. Hali's soul was inherently powerful, and after merging with the soul of this life, along with the resilience cultivated in his previous existence, his spirit was far stronger than that of an average individual. Yet, even if he regained control, what if she forcefully occupied his body while he slept? That would pose a significant dilemma. Had he known, he would have refrained from peering into the contents within. As curiosity often leads to peril. At that moment, his stomach rumbled audibly, signaling hunger. Well, it would be best to eat first. After finishing the dinner left on the table, Hali expressed his gratitude to Ivan and Fina, saying, "Thank you, Ivan, Sister Fina. No need to thank us. It is enough that you have recovered." Ivan replied with a cheerful grin, and Fina nodded in agreement. However, Hali did not mean that. He intended something else entirely. But it seemed they misunderstood. Regardless, he knew they would not believe his words, so he let them think as they pleased. The pressing matter at hand was to deal with the soul that clung to him and to peruse the notes left by teacher Sally, hoping to find some magic that could expel the soul residing within him. Although Harry felt the odds were slim, he resolved to give it a try. Fortunately, those who had captured him did not search his person. He had hidden the notes in his trousers, which were tight enough to hold them securely, as he had no pockets, preventing their discovery. Back in his bed, Harry flipped through Sally's notes, but after much time spent, he found only a few dozen pages dedicated to explanations and knowledge of wood magic. With the remaining text being incomprehensible, he should have anticipated that Sally, being a wood mage, would document such magic. What should he do now? Harry, why do you keep staring at that notebook? Is there something captivating about it? Ivan asked, propping his chin in boredom. Having experienced the events of the day, although it was not Harry controlling his body, he felt as though he were in the midst of it all, like a first-person perspective, merely observing without the ability to act. Nevertheless, Harry sensed the heavy sorrow of the soul occupying him, which affected his own mindset, leading him to question the nature of humanity for the first time. Should he confide in Ivan and the others? What if they turned out to be like those individuals? Chapter 18. Isabella observing Ivan's mischievous grin, Harry sighed. This guy may not be able to help. But he decided to share his thoughts. Perhaps Ivan could offer an unexpected solution. After all, he often boasted of his extensive knowledge, claiming to know everything from the heavens to the earth. This is no ordinary book. It is a magic notebook left to me by teacher Sally. Huh? Say that again. This is a magic notebook? Ivan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Shoo! Keep your voice down, you fool. If they discover us, it would be disastrous, Harry admonished. Cough, cough. Sorry, I got a bit too excited. Ivan adjusted his demeanor. Are you truly certain that your notebook is indeed magical and not just a jest? Ivan asked again, seemingly skeptical. Of course. All the magic I have learned comes from this, and I can now perform some basic spells. Wow, so the legendary wizard is just a kid like you. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. My apologies, Ivan flattered. Haha, just kidding. I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Don't take it to heart, Ivan chuckled, scratching his head. Ivan, do you have any plans for escaping this place? Ignoring Ivan's antics, Harry inquired. What can I do? There are guards at every possible exit. Escaping is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, Ivan replied, gesturing helplessly. What if I have this? Harry raised the notebook in his hand. Well, that could work. Toss it over so I can take a look. Harry placed the notebook on the ground outside the iron bars and gave it a good push, sending it sliding to Ivan's side of the cage. Specialized terminology? What the hell? Ivan remarked as he picked up the notebook and began to read, mumbling to himself that it seemed he would need some time to digest its contents. Harry, keep going. After about 10 minutes, Ivan tossed the notebook back to Harry. Could you refrain from throwing it? Just push it over from the ground next time, Harry said, brushing off the dust, displeased, as the notebook was his treasured possession. Sorry, Ivan scratched his head. Now that you've finished reading, do you have any ideas? Harry asked. None at all. The notes contain only auxiliary magic. There isn't even a single offensive spell, aside from that thorn spell, which has some lethality. Who would be foolish enough to walk into the thorns you conjured? Plus, there are necessary seeds and such, so it's utterly hopeless. Indeed, Harry thought, he did not wish to become someone else's servant. He wondered how his mother and Fia were faring. He needed to escape quickly. How infuriating. Now there were even more complications. It truly could not get any worse, although there were no clocks or similar devices. Harry knew it was already midnight, and a deep sense of helplessness filled his mind. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep after everything that had transpired. What should he do? Was he to endure a fate similar to the last time? He felt utterly useless. How frustrating. I can help you. A sweet, gentle female voice echoed in Harry's mind, startling him so much that he jumped out of bed. Who is speaking? What is happening? Confused, Harry looked around. But all he saw was darkness. Was he imagining things? Harry, what are you doing? Ivan, roused from his snoring, asked groggily. Sorry, nothing's wrong, Harry replied, tucking himself back under the covers. Ivan, oblivious, rolled over and resumed snoring. If it wasn't Ivan speaking, then it must be Sister Fina. Harry raised his head to look at Fina across the way, illuminated by the flickering light seeping in through the crack of the closed door. Fina lay quietly asleep, and Harry returned to his position, concluding that he must have been imagining things. Child, it is I, the one occupying your body. I am speaking to you in your mind. Just as Harry had closed his eyes again, he opened them wide. Indeed, That voice belonged to her. He recalled the enchanting sound of her incantation near the iron cage, a voice he would never forget. Harry steadied his emotions and silently thought, "Who are you? And why have you taken over my body?" He had countless questions for her. He needed an explanation for everything that had transpired. "My name is Isabella. As you can see, I am an elf. Specifically a mid-tier mage that I fell into a trap set by humans, which led to my capture and subsequent confinement here. Much like you, I am viewed as a commodity by them. However, thanks to you, I have not been sullied by human hands. That I am truly grateful. Kind child, I consider myself fortunate that your spirit did not vanish under my magic. That I recognize that my actions have been profoundly unfair to you. And while I do not seek your forgiveness, I still wish to express my sincerest apologies." These words resonated in Harry's mind. An elf? And what kind of magic? Harry internally questioned, unfamiliar with the concept of elves and the magic that allowed her to occupy his body. He sought to understand the entirety of the situation. Isabella responded, "Elves were originally the guardians of the Mighty continent, but 200 years ago, we were annihilated by humans and turned into slaves. Yet, some elves managed to escape, retreating to the mountains and forests, distancing themselves from worldly affairs. Nevertheless, humans have not relinquished their pursuit of us. You must have seen the elves serving those grotesque nobles below. This is our current plight. Elves possess an innate affinity for magic, and the spells utilized by human mages are derived from our creations. You humans merely adapt and modify them for your use. That I, however, am a wood elf from the east, skilled in creating new spells. The magic I applied to you is my latest technique, soul implantation, where my spirit resides within your mind. You understand?" So that was it. With this newfound understanding, Harry felt less anxious. The unknown and unseen often breed the greatest fear, but once understood, the terror dissipates. Such is human nature. If that is the case, my chances of escaping may improve with the help of this elf, Harry mused. From what she had conveyed, he could ascertain 2 points. First, she was indeed a mid-tier mage. Unbeknownst to him, the wizard was indeed categorized into ranks. He resolved to inquire further at a later time. Furthermore, she was a magician renowned for her creativity. Consequently, it was certain that she possessed extensive knowledge of spells, and matters concerning the arcane arts could be entrusted to her. "You truly are a clever child, capable of such profound thoughts," echoed the voice of admiration that suddenly surfaced in Harry's mind. Clearly astonished by his acumen, it dawned upon Harry that he had forgotten she could hear his innermost thoughts. For she resided in his mind in the form of a soul, privy to all he spoke and contemplated. Chapter 19. The Bloodthirsty Demon. At the same time, a multitude had gathered in the underground square. Yet distinctively, several individuals knelt at the center, fervently bowing and apologizing to the hunched figure that turned its back to them. Their foreheads were already bloodied and raw, and the gray floor was soaked crimson with their blood. Yet they showed no signs of ceasing their frantic gestures. The hunched silhouette turned around to reveal an elderly woman, who, leaning on her cane, approached them slowly, exposing her yellowed, broken teeth as she inquired, "Do you have anything else to say?" Upon hearing her words, the kneeling individuals, stricken with fear, redoubled their efforts to bow and apologize, their foreheads pounding against the floor until it began to crack under the relentless assault. "We are truly sorry. We beseech you for another chance. Please. You ought to know the rules of our trade. Mistakes bear consequences." The elderly woman chuckled ominously, resembling a malevolent specter. She surveyed the surrounding crowd, noting their expressions of terror and pity, and nodded in satisfaction before addressing the prostrate figures. "Has it been so long since you faced punishment that you believe we, the bloodthirsty demons, are merciful? You allowed the most precious cargo to perish. Merely losing a hand would have sufficed. Yet you have not only brought us disgrace but also caused irreparable loss. For this alone, you deserve a fate worse than death." Among the kneeling individuals were the young merchants who had been showcasing goods on stage, along with several pallid figures clad in black armor, the guardians of those very goods. However, now that the most valuable item had perished, their disgrace was compounded by significant financial loss. The bloodthirsty demons, profit reigned supreme. Human life, what worth did it hold? They had indeed grown complacent, though they had been members of the bloodthirsty demons for over 3 years without incident. The demise of the most precious cargo awakened the terror they had long forgotten, buried deep within their memories, reluctant to resurface. Today, that horror was about to unfold once more. Take them to feed the silver moon wolves. Their deaths are hardly worth lamenting. Waste must be utilized appropriately, the elderly woman declared, turning away to ascend the spiral staircase leading further underground. Please, no, spare us, echoed the desperate cries across the vast square as the individuals were dragged away by others clad in black armor. On the dimly lit spiral staircase, flickering flames illuminated the scene as a bearded man followed the elderly woman, ingratiatingly saying, "Please do not be angered. These few can be sacrificed without sorrow. There is no need to be upset over such worthless beings. Wouldn't you agree? Kapu, our leniency towards these individuals has rendered them too complacent, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Merely because I was absent today, did you allow such a blunder to occur? I inspected that iron cage. The chains binding her were crafted from a stone that suppresses magical abilities. She could not wield magic. Yet, curiously, she seemed too weak to even contemplate suicide, yet she perished effortlessly. Kapu, I suspect this matter is not as simple as it appears. Ensure that all the children who were confined in that room are interrogated thoroughly. Ascertain who approached the iron cage. I entrust this task to you. Do not disappoint me. Yes, I assure you, I shall not fail you. Rest assured, Kapu vowed, stroking his small mustache with determination. Once the elderly woman vanished from his sight, Kapu wiped the cold sweat that had formed beneath his hair, for he harbored a profound fear of her. She was the mastermind and founder of this nefarious trade, adept in various forms of dark magic. Kapu had no desire to become her scapegoat, meeting an untimely demise for no reason. Meanwhile, Harry remained engrossed in a discussion about magic with Isabel in his mind, oblivious to the encroaching danger. The luminous moon, partially veiled by thin clouds, emanated a hazy beauty that stirred a sense of longing. Yet, Faya found herself oblivious to the moon's allure. Why? Why not save Harry? He is my friend. Why? I had promised to fulfill your request, the girl demanded of the middle-aged man who had removed his hood. Faya could not comprehend why he had reneged on his promise to rescue Harry. Although she had escaped, he remained trapped. What kind of arrangement was this? This is the master's directive. Any inquiries should be directed to her, the man replied, his expression impassive as he gazed down at her. Upon hearing the term master, Faya's complexion drained of color, and her previously clenched fists fell limply to her sides. Let us depart. It is time to pursue a new path for your training. This place can no longer enhance your abilities, he stated. Striding towards a distant alley, suddenly, Faya erupted, her fists clenched, attempting to ambush the man. However, she found her small fists ineffectually striking his broad back, inflicting no pain whatsoever. Do not harbor any further thoughts. Even if I were to release you from this cuff, you would stand no chance against me. Save your strength, the man remarked without turning back, while the heavy black cuff on Faya's wrist, affixed by those individuals, suppressed the energy within her, rendering her an ordinary girl. This was precisely why they dared to confine Faya in the same room. The only key to her release lay in the hands of the man before her. But Harry is my friend. I cannot abandon him. I absolutely cannot, Faya asserted, her gaze unwavering. Upon hearing her declaration, the man paused, turning to her with a mild inquiry. Do you wish to betray the master? Faya gritted her teeth in response. No, I do not. I merely wish to rescue Harry. I will not allow him to remain in that place, having endured the harrowing conditions within. Faya understood all too well the peril that awaited Harry should he remain confined. Slap. A calloused hand struck Faya's face, her black ponytail and red ribbon swaying in the aftermath, her left cheek bearing the imprint of shock in that fleeting moment. She fell to the ground, clutching her reddened face as blood trickled from her lips, the heat of pain radiating and searing her skin. We cannot recall having taught you to defy our commands. Do you risk everything for that wretched boy? How dare you offend me? You have changed, Faya. Have your parents' deaths not awakened you to reality? Faya's hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Blood streaming from the wounds as she gritted her teeth. She could never forget that horrific scene. It was etched into her memory for eternity. In her quest for vengeance, Faya had taken the man as her master, hoping to exact retribution for her parents. If you persist in your intention to save him, do not follow us. From this day forth, we shall sever all ties, the middle-aged man declared, turning away to depart. Faya rose from the ground, ignoring her swollen cheek, her head bowed deeply, concealing her expression as she chose to follow the man, embracing her path of vengeance. Yet, as she departed, she took one last glance at the familiar surroundings, the small tent bathed in moonlight amidst the ruins, where she could no longer see that gentle soul. Everything was about to change, and she whispered a heartfelt apology to Harry, tears streaming down her cheeks for the first time. Chapter 20. The servants training the following day. With Dawn's arrival, Harry, having scarcely slept a wink, bore dark circles under his eyes as he and Ivan were ushered to a new location. The previous night, captivated by Isabel's enchanting recounting of magic, Harry had grown increasingly intrigued, bombarding her with questions at an intensity akin to a relentless barrage. Had it not been for Isabel's gentle urging for him to rest, their conversation may well have stretched into the early hours. Perhaps it was Harry's inherent nature. After an entire night of discourse, he had dispelled his doubts regarding Isabel, addressing her with the honorific teacher, embodying a commendable respect for his mentor. Armed with this newfound confidence, Harry felt emboldened. Although concern for his mother and Fea lingered, he approached the situation with rationality rather than reckless impulse. At a tea present, they stood in a vacant room, aligned in a line, with one hand resting over their hearts. A white towel draped over their arms, fists clenched, while the other hand lay flat against their thighs, fingers splayed. Their posture was rigid, as if a straight rod, and they dared not breathe at a golden-haired man wielding a whip paced before them. Conducting a lesson in etiquette, a 1-hour session aimed at instructing Harry and the other goods on how to better serve their masters, akin to the structure of academic subjects. The midday break would follow 5 such lessons. Straighten your back. Extend your legs. Keep your hands still. How many times must I repeat myself to you filthy slaves? The golden-haired man fumed, delivering a swift kick to a boy in the middle of the line whose stance was misaligned, followed by a harsh lash of the whip upon the boy who had fallen to the ground. You are nothing but a slave. Do not think for a moment that I am hesitant to lay a hand on you. Take a good measure of yourself. I am not one of those who merely talk without action. Do your duty well. You wouldn't want to become fodder for those wretches, would you? The golden-haired man snarled as he seized the boy's collar, then released it, spitting contemptuously in his face. What are you staring at? Do you wish to end up like him? He glared at the onlookers. Everyone promptly averted their gazes, eyes fixed straight ahead, maintaining their stance. The entire group consisted of merely 10 individuals, including Harry and Ivan. They were all clad in exquisite deep brown uniforms, adorned with elegant black bow ties, save for Harry, who was not dressed similarly. The others, all aged 15 or 16, towered over Harry, whose small stature rendered the uniform ill-fitting. Consequently, it was decided he would not wear it. Naturally, Harry was also a focal point of attention, as his internship lasted only 2 weeks, leaving him with limited time to acquire these skills, resulting in a series of concentrated training sessions tailored for him. Rather than standing with Ivan and the others, Harry had been assigned to a separate group, positioned not far behind them. Although they all maintained the same posture, the others held towels, while Harry bore a weighty iron block of 1 pound in his hands, and similarly weighted sandbags were bound to his feet. This was the so-called devilish training. Harry's small face flushed crimson, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his chest heaved as the weight pressed upon him, proving overwhelming for a mere 3-year-old child. After standing for just 30 minutes, he felt dizzy, as if his bones were being crushed. Initially, the pain was unbearable, but soon it escalated to a numbing sensation throughout his body. Yet, Harry did not utter a single cry of pain. He endured silently, displaying remarkable resilience. In his previous life, he had learned the art of patience, understanding that a cry would only invite punishment from the golden-haired man. His ability to withstand this ordeal was also attributed to Isabel, who had told him that this was one of the methods of training strength. Wizards do not require immense physical prowess. Their power lies in the grandeur and explosive nature of their magic. Nevertheless, possessing a robust physique is not without merit. No one desires to be frail and sickly. Though the experience was arduous, Harry accepted it with gratitude, for enduring hardship was second nature to him. Observing Harry's tenacity, the golden-haired man felt a sense of satisfaction. The child possessed a formidable will, which intrigued him. However, he still did not grant Harry a reprieve. Harry had remarkable willpower, yet his frail body, exacerbated by long-term malnutrition and a sleepless night, finally reached its limit. As his vision darkened, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The golden-haired man glanced at his watch. 39 minutes. Impressive. When Harry was roused by a splash of cold water, he found himself staring up at the golden-haired man, who held a basin. You slept for 20 minutes. The next class is about to commence, and I cannot afford to let you rest. If you wish to avoid a ruder awakening from the others, you had better get up quickly. With that, the golden-haired man turned and exited the room. Although Harry was awake, the excruciating pain coursing through his body caused him to gasp for breath, and dizziness clouded his mind, making him feel nauseous. Everything around him appeared topsy-turvy, which was quite unsettling. Harry, are you all right? Upon seeing the golden-haired man leave, Ivan rushed over to assist Harry, concern etched on his face. Cough. Cough. I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy, Harry managed to say, still recovering from the shock of the water. Perhaps I should ask for a leave from this class. You're not in good condition, Ivan suggested. Observing Harry's discomfort. It's fine. I can manage, Harry insisted stubbornly, believing he could withstand this minor difficulty. Don't be stubborn. Listen to me. Ignoring Harry's obstinacy, Ivan guided him to the center, where the others were seated. Urging him to sit down obediently to tea that moment, a tall, burly man with a fierce countenance and a stubbly beard entered the room. He was clad in a gray tank top, his well-defined muscles accentuated by his bronzed skin, an impressive sight. Rivaling that of fitness trainers, upon noticing a small child seated in his designated chair, his brow furrowed in irritation, and he approached with the intent of delivering a severe beating, planning to teach the boy a lesson. Did he not know to whom this chair belonged? My apologies, Lord Vinoda, but Harry has just completed an intense training session under Lord Morton. I thought it best to allow him a moment of respite, and I hope you will concur. Ivan interjected with a sheepish grin. Positioning himself in front of Vinoda. Ivan, you should know that such nonsense holds no weight with me. Regardless of his situation, my class adheres to the rules. You are absolutely right, but you see, Harry has only 2 weeks left of his internship. He is unlike us, who have years before reaping any rewards. If you were to harm him, it would create complications when it comes time to report. With your strength, a slight miscalculation could prove disastrous for his fragile frame. If he were to die, it would be a significant issue, would it not? He merely requires a brief rest. A person of your stature would not be so petty as to dwell on such trivial matters. Listening to Ivan's alarmist rhetoric, compounded by the recollection of last night's events, beads of cold sweat formed on Vinoda's forehead. Fine, let this obnoxious brat off the hook. He had no desire to meet a fate akin to theirs. Vinoda refrained from addressing that aspect of the conversation and instead told Ivan, now get back in line and double the training. Understood, Ivan replied, scampering back to the formation, having accomplished his goal. Chapter 21. The performance. Gulping down the water Ivan handed him. Harry, seated against the wall, felt considerably better. Though the pain persisted, the dizziness had lessened significantly. Thank you, Ivan, he said, returning the cup to Ivan, who was squatting beside him. Harry was truly grateful to Ivan for his intervention, which allowed him a moment of rest. No need to thank me. Just remember to help me ask for leave in the future, Ivan replied with a grin, taking the cup from Harry. I don't possess your silver tongue. I can't be of much help, Harry said bashfully, acknowledging his lack of eloquence. That's all right. Just call me brother, and it'll suffice. See how inexpensive that is, Ivan said, as if reveling in a successful scheme. This fellow truly was relentless in his insistence on that title. Perhaps it was best to indulge him, considering he had helped him. What was the harm in uttering a single word? Brother, Harry began, but before he could finish, the door swung open, and a voluptuous woman entered. She was dressed provocatively, her open neckline revealing ample skin, her high heels clacking against the stone floor as she sashayed into the room. Quickly, we must gather. Harry, hurry, Ivan exclaimed, setting down the cup and pulling Harry towards the center in a rush. Lord Vinoda from the previous session had already departed, and they had precisely 5 minutes of break time. The others swiftly lined up, with Harry standing to Ivan's right, positioned at the front left of the formation. Highlighting the disparity in height, the alluring woman naturally noticed Harry among the ranks, her finger adorned with a red gem ring resting on her lipstick-stained lips as she squinted at him. What an incredibly adorable child you are, she remarked. The seductive woman was aware of Harry's recent addition to the group. As others had informed her, she was responsible for teaching them the art of conversation. Why not refer to her as a teacher? Because slaves were not worthy of such titles. They were mere commodities to be tended to. Now, what is your name, my dear child? The enticing woman knelt before Harry, her ring-laden hand caressing his cheek. My name is Harry, he replied, a smile gracing his face. Harry understood that while the people here outwardly appeared normal, their inner natures were far from it, akin to tigers donning human skins, beasts in human guise. Moreover, their moral compass diverged significantly from that of ordinary individuals. Who could predict the depths of their depravity? How polite you are. That smile speaks volumes. Your parents raised you well, far better than these imbeciles, she said with a smile, yet her hand remained upon Harry's face. You may call me Sister Susanna. Is that understood? She reluctantly withdrew her hand and stood, addressing Harry with a gentle tone. Harry was taken aback, unsure of the situation, and initially feared she would strike him. However, he complied, responding obediently, Polite expressions were crucial for serving masters and guests. Words that uplifted spirits and satisfied desires were of utmost importance. Albeit challenging to achieve, among the illiterate youths present, aside from Harry and Ivan, it was no simple task. It was akin to the stark contrast between the literate and the illiterate. Discerning eyes could easily perceive the difference in demeanor. While these individuals had received some education in reading, long-standing habits could not be altered overnight. Akin to those who habitually cursed, it required time and restraint to correct such behavior. Yet, they had only attended lessons for 2 years. An intriguing scene unfolded in the room, resembling a performance or a play, with animated gestures as pairs engaged in simulated dialogues, scattered throughout the space. Some portrayed masters, while others took on the roles of servants. Participating in practice exercises, Susanna imparted to them the art of conversation, the nuances of facial expressions, and the application of various body movements, emphasizing that one's body should respond in kind while speaking. After sharing these insights, she settled comfortably into a central chair, cradling Harry in her arms, occasionally emitting a melodious laughter that rang like silver bells, capturing their attention. Although Harry felt a twinge of unease and could not fathom why she was holding him, he dutifully answered her questions one after another. Susanna was thoroughly pleased with Harry's fluent responses and his innovative manner of engaging, finding such intelligence in a child of his age quite rare, indeed. She had never encountered it before. The young ones she usually taught were all adolescents. She had never seen a child of his tender years, particularly one so strikingly handsome. Merely offering him a bit of knowledge had elicited immediate and unexpected answers from him. She adored children like him, bright, perceptive, and polite, coupled with Harry's damp hair and pallid face, which lent him an air of vulnerability. Her maternal instincts and protective instincts surged forth. Unbeknownst to Harry, the arrival of Isabelette's soul had conferred upon him certain advantages. His spirit had become notably more resilient, and his mental acuity had sharpened considerably. In essence, a transformation had occurred within him, enhancing his memory, which explained his ability to respond so smoothly to Susanna's inquiries. "Now, have you remembered what I just taught you?" Susanna gently set Harry down, encouraging him to stand tall. "Yes, I understand." Harry nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I shall assume the role of the master, and you will play the servant. Let us commence." Recalling her previous teachings and demonstrations, Harry felt confident and ready to begin. "Master, what would you like to eat?" he asked, standing upright, one hand resting over his heart with fingers lightly curled, while the other lay straight against his thigh with the palm facing inward, fingers extended downward. His head slightly bowed, and a faint, respectful smile gracing his lips. The execution of these movements was remarkably fluid, devoid of any awkwardness. He completed the sequence with a grace that rivaled that of a professional servant. Yet, in Harry, it bore a distinct charm. Servants are meant to show loyalty and respect, but young Harry embodied the innocence of his age perfectly. Although the posture and expressions were the same, the underlying meanings diverged. "Excellent. Excellent. You are truly remarkable, Harry," Susanna exclaimed, embracing him and burying his small face in her bosom. Thoroughly pleased with his performance, his innate talent astonished her, making her contemplate the idea of acquiring him for herself, so clever and delightful. Yet regrettably, he belonged to another. "Harry, you are simply adorable. Your skin is so lovely. What is your secret to its care?" Susanna playfully rubbed his face against her own, eliciting a wry smile from Harry, who thought to himself that this was not quite what he had envisioned. Chapter 22. The Spiritual Realm. "Thank you, Ivan," Harry murmured feebly from Ivan's back, utterly exhausted. After a comforting bath, the fatigue had intensified to an overwhelming degree. He felt drowsy, on the verge of sleep. For the first time, Harry understood why Ivan always returned in such a state. Now that he had become a predetermined commodity for others, he could enjoy a bath and don fresh garments. Yet each lesson had been draining. In the dimly lit hallway, the flickering torchlight cast a faint glow. A few individuals, of similar age to Ivan, trailed behind him. Like Ivan, they were also designated commodities of some noble, each returning to their respective cells or quarters, accompanied by an adult who, to put it kindly, served as their escort, though in reality, they were merely guards to prevent any escape attempts. "Don't mention it. We share the same room, so it's only natural to help one another," Ivan replied with a smile. Harry responded drowsily. Ivan was a good person, and with that comforting thought, he drifted off to sleep like a tea that moment. Fina approached Ivan. Having just concluded her lessons, spotting the familiar figure ahead, she hurried to catch up. "What's wrong with Harry?" she asked, concern etched on her face. "Oh, Fina, you finished so quickly?" "Harry is fine. He's just exhausted," Ivan replied casually upon noticing her. "But he seems to be asleep." "Ivan," Fina remarked, observing Harry's slumbering visage on Ivan's back, stifling a giggle. "Oh, really? What a sleepy head, falling asleep so swiftly," Ivan noted with a slight grin. "Let me carry him. You must be tired too, and we still have a ways to go to the room." "Allow me," Fina insisted. "All right. I've had my fill of exhaustion today," Ivan acquiesced, gently placing the sleeping Harry onto Fina's back. Throughout the entire process, Harry remained undisturbed, indicating just how fatigued he truly was. Ivan relaxed, resting his hands behind his head as he ambled forward, whistling merrily, while Fina, carrying Harry, turned to glance at him, her lips curling into a contented smile as she observed the drool trickling from his mouth. The contrasting heights of their figures cast long shadows in the torchlight. Meanwhile, Harry found himself in a peculiar spectacle, surrounded by an endless expanse of white. Aside from a few colorful orbs of light drifting about him, he stood there devoid of shadow or companionship. Where was this place? He recalled falling asleep and suddenly finding himself here. What was this realm? "This is your spiritual world, Harry," a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Turning, he beheld a large green orb of light, an elemental spirit. No, this orb was unlike them. It was larger and deeper in hue, akin to the difference between a ping-pong ball and a basketball. "Is that you, Teacher Isabelette?" Harry inquired uncertainly. "You silly child. Of course, it's me. Aren't you usually quite clever? How could you not recognize me?" The green orb's light flickered slightly. "How could I discern that? You don't resemble this form. You should appear human. As you did the first time we met," Harry thought inwardly, berating himself. "Don't know. I forgot she can't hear my thoughts." Harry instinctively covered his mouth. "Rest assured, this is your spiritual world. Your consciousness has entered here. Much like your spirit is engaging with mine. So I cannot hear your thoughts. They ask for why I appear this way. It is to conserve spiritual energy," came the voice, laced with amusement. Feeling embarrassed, Harry scratched his head, finding the situation perplexing. Shifting his gaze to the surroundings, he asked, "This is my spiritual world, but why am I able to enter it now? I couldn't before." "That is thanks to my influence. Our elven race naturally possesses formidable spiritual strength. With my soul residing within your body, dwelling in your spiritual world, it has conferred certain benefits upon you. Your spiritual power has been purified and strengthened, like a drop of water transforming into a full cup. You can access this realm only when your spiritual strength reaches a certain threshold." Though Harry struggled to fully grasp this concept, he sensed an inexplicable sense of power. "Then, if my spiritual strength has increased, why can't I feel it?" Harry asked, puzzled. "You simply haven't paid attention. Have you not noticed how much easier it is to remember things, and how clearly you can see? These are clear indicators of your enhanced spiritual power. You should be aware of the requirements for a magician to cast spells. Both magical and spiritual energy are essential. They complement each other to unleash magic." "Oh, so that's how it is. I had no idea. I always thought only magical energy was necessary," Harry exclaimed, realizing the oversight. With only his notes for study and no guidance, he was blissfully unaware of such matters. Thankfully, Isabelette was there to help. He need not worry about such topics in the future. "Well, I will teach you these things moving forward. Your primary task now is to rest and restore your spiritual strength." "But I don't feel tired," Harry protested, feeling utterly awake. "Do you know why humans need to sleep?" It's because people need to rest and recover their lost energy, so they can work well the next day," Harry replied after a moment of thought. "That's almost correct, although you have entered here. Your spiritual strength is still being consumed. This spiritual world reflects your current state. Your spiritual energy is depleted, hence this appearance. That it wasn't always like this." "What was it like before?" Harry inquired, intrigued. "You will see in due time. For now, a child must get some proper sleep." The green orb floated before Harry, emanating a gentle green light. Slowly, Harry closed his eyes and softly collapsed onto the ground, falling into slumber. "What a worrisome child. It seems I will be quite busy in the future, but he is certainly deserving of my trust." The green orb hovered before the sleeping Harry, gazing fondly at his defenseless sleeping face. Chapter 23. Astonishment. Awakening. Harry gazed at the familiar ceiling, realizing he was nestled in bed, a blanket draped over him. Unsure of the time, he noted the oil lamp in the room still flickering, indicating that it was not yet bedtime. "Ah, Harry, you have finally awoken. We were quite concerned that you might sleep indefinitely. You haven't even touched the dinner on the table," Ivan remarked nonchalantly, reclining on the bed with his legs crossed and his hands resting under his head. "Do hurry up and eat." "Harry, it won't be good if it sits too long," Fiona said with genuine concern from across the room. "I apologize for causing you worry. I shall eat right away," Harry responded, feeling a warmth in his heart. Indeed, they were all good people. "Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to rescue you." As he shifted his body, an indescribable pain coursed through him, causing him to exclaim, "Ah!" It hurt immensely. The after-effects of overexertion were upon him. Yet, gritting his teeth against the agony, Harry slowly rose from the bed, carefully slipping his feet into the shoes on the floor, each step taken with utmost caution. "Harry, are you all right?" Fiona asked anxiously, observing the grimace of pain on his face. "There's no need to worry, Fiona. I am fine. I have experienced this before. It merely takes some getting used to. It is nothing of great concern. If I persevere, perhaps I can develop muscles akin to that brute Varnoda," Ivan declared, his initial words of encouragement taking a humorous turn. Ivan was indeed always quick with a jest. Harry managed a wry smile, though even that was difficult, contorting his face into an unappealing grimace. Finally reaching the table, he surveyed the modest feast of bread and thin porridge, seizing a piece of bread and gulping down the porridge ravenously. He had never felt such hunger. "By the way, Ivan, what time is it now?" Harry inquired, mouth still full of bread. "It should be a little past 8 in the evening," Ivan replied after a moment's thought. A little past 8. He had only slept for about 2 hours. They had finished their classes around 5, taken showers, changed clothes, and it was only around 6 the tea that moment. The door to the room swung open, and a bald man strode in. Harry halted his actions and turned to look. "Get up immediately, all of you. We are gathering in the square," the bald man commanded, approaching Harry's cell and unlocking it with a key. "Is there something of great importance?" Harry asked. The bald man shot him an irritated glance and replied, "No need for so many questions. You will find out once you arrive." The dimly lit corridor was now a rare sight. With everyone emerging from their rooms, albeit looking bewildered, they obediently made their way toward the square. Amidst the crowd, Ivan and Fiona assisted Harry, their pace slow, which clearly left them lagging behind the others. The square was spacious and bright, yet it was encircled by a throng of people forming a large circle, at the center of which stood several individuals. "Ladies and gentlemen, please make way. Thank you," Ivan called out as he maneuvered through the crowd, guiding Fiona, who was supporting Harry, to the front. The crowd clearly divided into two factions, 1/10 adorned in complete attire, while the majority were clad in tattered rags. Yet, they all shared one commonality: they were slaves. Among those standing at the center, besides the bearded man whom Harry recognized, the others were unfamiliar to him. Once the crowd was gathered, the bearded man adjusted his mustache and gestured to those on the periphery to take action. A path opened in the crowd as two burly men escorted two children, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, to the center, subsequently releasing them. But Harry's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaned against Ivan. It was the towering Ivan and Jason. They were alive. Seeing them unscathed brought relief to Harry. As long as they were safe, all was well. A portly gentleman approached the bearded man, dressed in gentlemanly attire, complete with a tall black top hat and a black tailcoat, a white shirt and black boots, leaning on a black wooden cane. However, his attire seemed rather out of place, even comical. With a broad smile, the portly man addressed Jason and Ivan. "Are you two good friends?" "We are friends. Why do you ask?" Ivan replied, his expression one of confusion. "That is splendid, splendid." The rotund man beamed, clapping his hands. The next words from the man left Ivan in shock. "Then I require that you kill each other." The jovial demeanor vanished from the man's face, replaced by a grave expression. "What?" Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You must be joking. We would never do such a thing." Ivan's gaze was fixed firmly on the portly man, resolute in his unwillingness to harm a friend. "Oh, is that so? What if it were your friend who wished to kill you instead?" the man inquired, his smile reappearing. "That cannot be, right, Jason? You wouldn't." Ivan turned to Jason, intent on asking him. However, his words faltered as he gazed at Jason in disbelief. Crimson blood oozed from Ivan's back, an indescribable pain radiating throughout his body. A glistening dagger was deeply embedded in his back, wielded by none other than Jason. The surrounding crowd fell silent, Ivan's expression devoid of emotion, while Harry looked on in shock. And Fiona covered her mouth in horror, their eyes betraying their disbelief. Why? Why would you do this? We promised to be friends, Ivan stammered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jason withdrew the dagger, blood splattering across his face as he staggered backward. His expression one of terror as he repeatedly uttered, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Then an even more frenzied scene unfolded. Disregarding his wounds, Ivan lunged at Jason, seizing him by the throat with a wild look in his eyes. Why did you do this? Why, tell me? Jason's eyes were nearly rolling back, evidently on the verge of suffocation from Ivan's immense grip. Yet, he still clutched the dagger, plunging it repeatedly into Ivan's abdomen, one thrust after another. Blood splattered onto Jason's clothing. Finally, Ivan released his grip and fell heavily backward, raising a cloud of dust, his face forever frozen in a grimace of defiance. Ha! Jason gasped for breath, his gaze fixated on the bloody dagger in his hand. His hands trembling uncontrollably, before collapsing to the ground, the dagger clattering beside him, blood staining the dusty floor. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was all you. You brought this upon yourself. Ugh. Jason clutched his head, tears streaming down his face as he emitted an endless wail of despair. The portly man whistled, and a silver figure darted through the crowd, lunging fiercely at the weeping Jason with a sound of tearing flesh. Chapter 24. Weeping with its sleek silver fur, powerful limbs, and gleaming claws, blood dripped steadily onto the gray floor as a ferocious silver wolf clamped its jaws around Jason's neck, contorting his tear-streaked face into one of agony. He gazed toward Harry, extending a trembling hand as if attempting to convey something. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed as his outstretched hand fell limply, his expression forever captured in that moment. Indeed, the wolf had severed his neck. The sounds of the wolf's tearing echoed clearly in the ears of those surrounding them, horror etched across their faces, many averting their eyes from the gruesome scene. Harry's gaze was fixated on the massive wolf, watching as it tore into Jason's body, devouring his flesh. For the first time, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to slay the beast. His entire body trembled violently. He wanted to rush forward, to protect his friend, to prevent that beast from trampling on their bodies. Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! It was responsible for the death of his friend. It absolutely had to be killed, just as Harry was about to charge forward. Fury consumed him. His vision narrowed solely on the wolf, but a pair of hands gripped his shoulders tightly, restraining him from advancing. Ignoring the pain in his body, Harry thrashed wildly, desperate to break free. Yet those hands held him down like a mountain, refusing to let him approach. In his rage, Harry turned, biting down hard on the hand gripping his shoulder, imploring to be released. Yet, even this proved futile. The grip remained unyielding, blood trickling from his mouth down his chin. If you wish to cry, then let it out. Do not hold it in. It is not good for your health, Ivan said, lowering his head with a gentle smile directed at Harry. Harry froze, gradually releasing his bloodied mouth, turning to embrace Ivan tightly, burying his face in his abdomen before unleashing a deep, sorrowful cry. Tears soaked Ivan's clothing, yet he paid it no mind, continuing to stroke Harry's head. He understood the profound pain of losing a friend. It was unbearable, akin to being the cause of their demise, that deep-seated guilt, especially when witnessed firsthand. How vile, how despicable. I am absolutely useless, helplessly watching them perish before my eyes. I am truly weak, unable to save anyone. Harry clenched his teeth, gripping Ivan's shirt tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably, as if in catharsis. I simply cannot tolerate your perverse inclinations, Kurt, the bearded man remarked disdainfully at the portly figure. Oh dear, Carp, you truly do not comprehend the beauty of this art. No wonder your taste is so lacking. The portly man replied with a cheerful demeanor, turning to face him. Cap let out a snort and said to him, Hurry up and bring back your beast. I have important matters to discuss. And this display has sufficed. Minba is not a beast. How many times must I tell you? He is my beloved child, the fat man retorted, his demeanor akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Bristling with anger. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten, Cap replied dismissively. Honestly, it's always like this, Kurt huffed, letting out a whistle. Upon hearing the whistle, the wolf paused its meal, joyfully wagging its tail as it bounded over to Kurt, leaping onto him and enthusiastically licking his chubby face. All right, settle down. Minba, Kurt said, pressing his hands against the wolf's mouth to prevent further licking, then pushing it away as he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and picking up his fallen black top hat to don it once more. Cap clapped his hands, parting the crowd to allow a few individuals to step forward and remove the dismembered body from the floor, leaving behind a blood-stained surface. Once everything was tidied up, Cap surveyed the expressions of those around him, feeling satisfied with their looks of sheer terror. The intimidation had been effective, and it was time to proceed to the next step. Well then, my dear slaves, you witnessed the spectacle just now, did you not? Cap said with a smile, pausing momentarily as he scanned the crowd. Now, I wish to pose a question to you. Those children who participated in yesterday's auction. Step forward. I have a few inquiries for you, and I expect honest answers. The crowd became restless, exchanging glances, but no one dared to step forward. Come forth obediently. I will not harm you. But if you do not, well, you understand the consequences, Cap said menacingly. Finally, some individuals mustered the courage to step out, anxiously approaching Cap. All right, Harry, go on. Calm yourself so you can seize your chance for revenge, Ivan said, gently nudging Harry forward. I must remain calm. I cannot act recklessly. I must endure, Harry thought, taking a deep breath as he approached. Looking at the children before him, both boys and girls, Cap smiled and inquired, did any of you see who approached the iron cage covered with a gray cloth at yesterday's auction? The children exchanged bewildered glances. Recalling the tension of that day, struggling to remember anything, cold sweat began to bead on Harry's forehead. This was not looking good. They had indeed noticed something unusual. What should I do? Is there a way out? As time ticked by, no one answered Cap's question, and his patience began to wane. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through the tension, drawing the attention of those nearby. Lord Cap, I remember now. I approached there. Is there something wrong? Harry spoke respectfully, mimicking the servant's demeanor that Susanna had taught him earlier. Despite the sharp pain coursing through his body, he forced a smile. Oh, is that so? Why did you approach? Cap asked. When I entered, I found my seat occupied, fearing to soil my clothes. I went to sit behind the gray cloth. Is that a problem? Harry responded coolly. Did you lift that gray cloth? No, I wouldn't dare disturb those things. I certainly don't want to be beaten, Harry said. A look of fear crossing his face. Observing Harry's demeanor, Cap stroked his little mustache as if in deep thought. Time passed swiftly, and Harry maintained his stance, sweat now soaking his cheeks. Very well, under the circumstances. You will accompany me, Cap said to Harry, turning and leading him towards the spiral staircase downwards. Harry could only follow, casting a lingering glance at Kurt, who was playing with the wolf, determined to imprint their likeness in his memory. I will never forget you, the murderer of Jason and Ivan. Now that Harry was calm, he understood that this matter was far from simple. There were deeper secrets at play. Why did Jason act that way? There must be some untold truth, and I will uncover it, but now is not the time. What I must consider is how to navigate through this. Harry turned to look at Cap, his expression resolute. Chapter 25. The witch's alchemical chamber. Cap was now intent on bringing Harry before the old witch, thinking he could deceive her with such flimsy reasoning. How naive, while his rationale was sound. Harry was still too young, lacking in the experience of navigating such matters. In contrast, Cap had encountered countless individuals, his experience honed over many years. His instincts told him that Harry surely harbored deeper secrets. Typically, in such situations, Cap would resort to severe interrogation, yet he could not inflict punishment on Harry. After all, he was already claimed by the nobles. Given Harry's frail state, he could not afford to jeopardize him, as that would invite trouble he wished to avoid. Only the old witch possessed the means to address this predicament. Hurry up, move faster, Cap urged Harry, who was lagging behind. Harry felt helpless. His body had yet to fully recover. And after the harrowing experiences he had just endured, keeping pace was an arduous task. Eventually, they reached the familiar entrance, the fork in the path where Harry had once been guided by a maid. However, Cap led him down a corridor Harry had never traversed before. The corridor narrowed ominously, transforming from a bright and spacious passage into a dark and foreboding tunnel. As if by magic, torches burned with an eerie glow, casting lifeless shadows upon the desolate walls, which only heightened Harry's discomfort, making him feel as though he were facing a formidable enemy. His unease intensified with each passing moment. Harry was not alone in his discomfort. Cap too felt uneasy. Albeit not to the same extent, he would prefer never to return to this strange place. But considering the seriousness of the situation, he prioritized the greater good and continued onward with Harry. Harry, I sense an evil force. Be cautious. It could be dark magic. The anxious voice of Elizabeth echoed in Harry's mind, revealing her own discomfort with the surroundings. What is dark magic? Harry inquired. Puzzled. Dark magic is a forbidden form of sorcery, documented in ancient texts. It is exceedingly malevolent. Its destructive power is immense, yet it comes with a significant flaw. It requires the sacrifice of one's soul to a demon in exchange for the right to wield such magic. Those who practice it are invariably wicked, engaging in mad experiments with little regard for human life. History has borne witness to numerous holy wars, plunging the world into calamity time and again. In summary, dark magic is a curse upon the continent of Icent. It certainly appeared perilous. I must tread carefully, Harry mused. At the end of the passage stood an unassuming, low wooden door, akin to a demon from the abyss beckoning the lost. Cap knocked on the door, covering his nose with a white handkerchief, for even this barrier could not contain the foul stench emanating from within. It was unbearable. The door creaked open, and the stench assaulted them as Cap and Harry entered. Both holding their noses, the dimly lit room was cluttered with an array of bizarre items. Books strewn about, rotting apples, the skull of some creature piled high. The flickering blue flames from white candles cast an eerie glow upon the walls. While a glass cabinet on the opposite side was filled with bizarre glass containers, some large, others small, each containing various substances. One bottle, filled with a dark brown liquid, housed what appeared to be an eyeball. As Harry gazed at it, the eyeball suddenly turned to look back at him, startling him greatly. It was alive. Come inside, Cap instructed, still covering his nose, as he stepped through another door. Harry followed, and the stench intensified, emanating from the doorway ahead. Cap, now donned in white gloves, cautiously pushed the door open, revealing a foul odor far worse than Harry had imagined. The air was thick with the scent of decay, laced with a hint of sweetness. What lay before Harry was a jarring visual shock. Despite having braced himself for the gruesome sight, nothing could prepare him for the horror that unfolded. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay scattered across the floor, bare bones exposed, mingled with greasy entrails crawling with large white maggots. Rats and cockroaches scurried across the blood-stained floor, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. A solitary oil lamp hung from the ceiling, its surface encrusted with a layer of blackened, solidified substance, dimly illuminating the room. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was at the far end of the chamber, a towering figure, nearly touching the ceiling, wielding disproportionately small hands that swung a cleaver. The sound of bones cracking echoing through the air, as liquid splattered against the walls, as if it were merely chopping vegetables, each motion fluid and relentless. The familiar voice evoked a vivid memory in Harry, reminiscent of the scene with Jason, when a hoarse and piercing sound emerged from the corner. I need a heart. The tall figure hesitated briefly before springing into action, setting down a cleaver, its hands busily rummaging for something, seemingly in search of an elusive object. Fortunately, the towering figure eventually found what it sought, turning around with an item in hand, swaying slowly as it approached the corner of the room, presenting the object to a hunched silhouette standing before a large black cauldron. Underneath the cauldron, flames of an eerie blue flickered, burning without torches, as if ignited by some natural force. The cauldron gurgled with bubbling sounds, and the old witch seized the item handed to her, tossing it into the cauldron, which splashed a thick, dark liquid. She then flung a collection of bizarre plants from the table beside her into the pot, creating a chaotic concoction. Noticing the two individuals at the door, the old witch commanded, "Go attend to the guests." The swaying figure approached Harry and the others, stepping on what appeared to be entrails, producing a slithering sound that moment, as Harry continued to retch. He gradually discerned the true form of this figure, his body trembling uncontrollably, tears forming at the corners of his eyes from the intensity of his nausea, his face pale with fear. Flee. He must escape. This singular thought consumed Harry, yet his legs quaked relentlessly, rendering him powerless, as if they were laden with lead. Chapter 26. An inescapable fate. The towering figure, easily over 2 meters tall, stood bare of clothing. Lacking any reproductive organs, its body marred with countless bloodstains, resembling an assemblage of flesh chunks. Its grotesque face bore mismatched eyes, one large, one small, while a gaping maw, split to the roots of its ears, was lined with sharp teeth. It exhaled a visible green mist, saliva dripping from its mouth, while its short arms flailed about excitedly, and its tiny legs hopped gleefully. incessantly chanting the word meat. Kapu, observing the monstrous sight, broke into a cold sweat, addressing the old witch with utmost respect. "Mistress, I have a matter to trouble you with." "What is it? Speak quickly," the old witch replied without turning, her gaze fixated on the contents of the black cauldron. He brought this child. I believe he must be connected to that elf that I specifically brought him here, hoping you could use that great dark magic to probe his memories." "Very well. Leave him here. You may return." "About that, I think I shall wait," Kapu said with a bitter smile, wishing fervently to escape this ghastly place, to no longer behold the revolting creature before him. However, Harry was a noble's chosen one. Leaving him alone here could spell disaster, which would be quite troublesome. "Heh, do you not trust me, Kapu?" the old witch cackled ominously. No. I have served under you for over a decade. How could I possibly distrust you?" Kapu replied hastily. "You are still the same." "Kapu," the old witch remarked, setting aside her work and, with the aid of her staff, slowly approached Harry. Clad in her customary black robe, the unchanged old woman came before Harry, her withered hand extending from the robe toward his head. As Harry watched the approaching hand with growing dread, he shut his eyes in despair, utterly incapable of resistance. This was it. The old witch began to chant an ancient incantation, her hand glimmering with an inky black light as it gradually merged with the top of Harry's head. Harry let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as though his skull were being forcibly torn apart. Yet he could not move, only expressing his agony through pained sounds and a grimace. Suddenly, the hand resting on Harry's head began to emit smoke as if it were catching fire. She shrieked in horror and swiftly withdrew her hand. Since it is light attribute magic. Ha! How utterly fascinating," the old witch exclaimed, her gaze fixated on her scorched hand, her speech becoming incoherent, clearly having succumbed to madness. "The Holy See, how many years has it been? I shall repay the suffering you inflicted upon me in kind, through this child. You have shown a fondness for such children, have you not? He. As if struck by inspiration, the old witch erupted into maniacal laughter. "All of this is the divine plan," she proclaimed, raising her hands toward the ceiling, her entire body shaking violently. "Bring him to me. I have a grand gift prepared for the church," she commanded the creature behind her. Mistress, he is a noble's designated prize. We cannot afford to offend the nobility," Kapu interjected hastily. "Begone. No one shall thwart my vengeance. Those who stand in my way shall perish." The old witch's twisted visage contorted in fury as she spat at Kapu. Madness, insanity, all of it. Terrified, Kapu fled, leaving behind Harry, who remained in a daze, clutching his head. Harry watched in horror as one of the creature's small hands seized his leg, pulling him to the ground. "Let go of me! Let go!" Harry kicked desperately. But all was in vain. The creature dragged him into the room, and the door slowly closed, enveloping everything in silence as if no one had ever been there. A week elapsed without any sign of Harry's return, as if he had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace. "It's been so long. He hasn't returned. It must be." "Whoa," Fina sobbed, covering her face. Ivan lay silently on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, eventually letting out a sigh. After such a long time had passed without Harry, the prospects were grim. Ivan and Fina had given up all hope. During Harry's absence, Ivan grew increasingly taciturn, returning only to gaze vacantly at the bed Harry once occupied. What on earth happened? That little brat. How could he bite me and not even return to apologize? Such an ungrateful wretch. Ivan thought, raising his bandaged hand in frustration. The door swung open once more, and Kapu entered, carrying Harry, who was wrapped in a white cloth. He instructed the bald man to open the iron door and personally placed Harry gently upon the bed before hastily departing. Once the room was clear, Ivan eagerly leapt from his bed, rushing to the iron bars, calling out, "Harry! Wake up, Harry!" Fina wore a worried expression as she watched Harry, both clearly concerned for his well-being. Harry slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling, the sound of concerned voices filling his ears. "Is that you, Ivan?" "As noisy as ever. I'm so tired," Harry yawned, stretching and rubbing his eyes, addressing Ivan with mock irritation. "Can you not be a little quieter?" "Harry, I knew you were all right. It's so wonderful to have you back." Upon hearing Harry's familiar voice, Ivan dismissed the tone of annoyance, his eyes misting over as he quickly wiped them, not wanting Harry to see his vulnerability. "Harry, welcome back." Fina smiled through her tears, hastily brushing away the overflow. Confused by the situation, Harry wondered aloud. Why are you all crying? This is strange. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Let's set that aside for now. Where have you been these past few days? You must tell us everything, Ivan insisted, sitting cross-legged on the floor, arms crossed, adopting a serious demeanor. Mr. Kapu merely locked me in a small dark room for a few days. He didn't harm me. Thankfully, my status as a noble designated one kept him from laying a hand on me. However, I am quite hungry. By the way, what for dinner? Harry climbed off the bed, scratching his head and awkwardly admitting, as his stomach rumbled. Yet, why did such thoughts leave an uncomfortable feeling in his heart? How strange. Perhaps it was merely the result of being confined for too long, leading to a sense of irritation. Nevertheless, it truly frightened him. He had feared that he had been discovered for aiding Isabet, but it turned out that he had been locked up for approaching the iron cage where she was held. Harry patted his chest in relief. Ahem, I see. But, Harry, you should consider your appearance and put on some clothes, all right? Ivan said, his face reddening for the rare occasion, turning away. Internally, he felt a sense of triumph, thinking how small Harry still was. Why am I comparing myself to a child not yet fully grown? Fina, too, blushed, remaining silent and lowering her head, creating an awkward atmosphere. Harry glanced down at himself, realizing he was completely unclothed. His cheeks flushed as he leaped back onto the bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket like a silkworm. Where are my clothes? Harry exclaimed, his face now bright red, his voice tinged with a hint of tears and embarrassment. Chapter 27. The gift Harry's return naturally brought immense joy to Ivan and the others. Although their time together had not been lengthy, they had already forged deep bonds. Strangely enough, the bald man had brought clothes for Harry, which puzzled everyone. They remembered that he was not the type to show concern for others. It was already remarkable that he hadn't resorted to violence. Yet today he had behaved entirely out of character, leaving everyone to speculate. The oil lamp had extinguished, and with a sense of reluctance, everyone concluded their conversations and returned to their respective beds for slumber. Harry lay in his familiar bed, gently caressing the cover of a notebook set aside. How many days had it been? Finally, he had returned to this place, and everyone was safe and sound. What a relief it was. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him, as if something vital was missing, though he could not quite recall what it was. Despite this disquiet, Harry eventually succumbed to sleep, in the haze of slumber. A dense fog obscured Harry's vision. He could neither see the path ahead, nor even his own body. He continued to walk forward, striving to escape the enveloping mist, but the fog seemed endless, trapping him in an unyielding cycle, akin to a curse, as he lingered in place. Just as despair threatened to overtake him, the fog was dispelled by a warm green light, and a figure of exquisite beauty, a figure that felt hauntingly familiar, materialized before him. Yet, as it drew near, Harry could not discern its features. He was certain he had encountered this presence before, but why could he not remember? A wave of sorrow washed over him. The figure gently embraced Harry, and a tender female voice whispered in his ear, "Do not be sad, do not weep. All of this shall be buried by me. You have borne too much, you should not remember. Consider this my gift to you." The voice gradually faded, and the figure vanished, leaving Harry inexplicably in tears, feeling a profound ache. He did not understand her words, yet the sadness was overwhelming. It was indeed perplexing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a different scene. Harry stood frozen in place, astonished by the sight before him. Gentle blades of grass swayed in the breeze. The warm sun hung in the azure sky, and clouds, resembling cotton candy, drifted lazily overhead. His dark hair danced in the wind as he stood on a small circular patch of grass, surrounded by water that mirrored the sky. Resembling a tiny island encircled by a vast sea, albeit one of diminutive size, the beauty of this place filled Harry with an unexpected sense of tranquility, dissipating his earlier sorrow and replacing it with calmness. Suddenly, an array of colorful, luminous orbs floated into view, as if alive, gathering around Harry and playfully adhering to him. He burst into laughter, for the sensation was irresistibly ticklish. What could this possibly mean? Curiously, he grasped a green orb and poked it with his finger. Upon contact, the orb disintegrated into countless tiny particles of light, which then coalesced before him into lines of green text, formatted like an academic paper. Harry recognized the elegant script as the writing of this world. Upon glancing at the title, he was taken aback. What elemental spirit consciousness communication magic? As he read further, he discovered spells and knowledge regarding the cultivation of this magic, complete with detailed steps and helpful notices. What was this all about? Gazing at the enchanting little world around him, Harry was left in awe. If he was not mistaken, these flying orbs contained an abundance of magical knowledge, perhaps numbering around 50 or 60. What was this place? Why were there such spells here? Confusion enveloped Harry as he recalled the mysterious figure and connected it to his current surroundings. Could it be that she had transported him here? Why would she do such a thing? Panic set in. If he was absent, Ivan and the others would surely worry he needed to find a way back, just as the thought of leaving crossed his mind. Darkness once again enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at the familiar ceiling of his room, in a dimly lit environment. Had he returned? Bewildered, he glanced at the quilt draped over him. Thus, Harry spent the night in wakefulness, consumed by anxiety, fearing that if he fell asleep, he might be transported back to that peculiar place. Although that realm was rather pleasant, he could not shake the worry of being unable to return. Harry, what's wrong? You have such dark circles under your eyes, Ivan inquired, noticing his companion's distress. Children should get adequate sleep. Otherwise, they won't grow tall, added Fina, her tone slightly reproachful. Harry yawned and apologetically replied to Fina, I'm sorry. I'll be more mindful next time that I just had a rather absurd dream last night, which kept me awake. Hee, what was the dream? Do tell me. I won't tell anyone else. Ivan leaned in, whispering intently. Unaware of Ivan's ulterior motives, Harry turned to the bald man trailing behind them, feeling it best to remain silent for now. Ivan, following Harry's gaze, also looked back. Understanding without further inquiry as they passed through the underground square. Harry caught sight of a carriage parked by the eastern gate, its silver fur glimmering under the light that a few individuals were carefully placing the fur onto the carriage. What are those for? Ivan, Harry asked, curiosity piqued by the familiar color of the fur. Ah, that's the pelt of a silver moonwolf, the kind favored by noblewomen. I wonder what their expressions would be if they knew these were from man-eating silver moonwolves, Ivan remarked jokingly. Silver moonwolves? Ivan, Jason. Harry's thoughts drifted to his deceased friends. All right, enough pondering. Let us move on, Ivan said, noticing Harry's sorrowful expression as he comfortingly placed his arm around Harry's shoulder. Harry nodded and glanced back at the carriage by the eastern gate. Inquiring, is that where they raise the silver moonwolves? It should be. Every time I've seen it, that carriage has stopped at the east gate, Ivan replied casually. Yeah, it seems so. My observations align with yours, Fina added thoughtfully. They continued to chat and laugh as they descended the spiral staircase leading north to their place of study. Chapter 28. The planned training proceeded as usual, yet Harry felt that the physical exertion was not particularly taxing. In fact, it seemed somewhat too simple. Observing his peers sprawled on the ground like exhausted ragdolls, gasping for breath, Harry found himself merely sweating lightly and catching his breath a few times. Harry, do you have some special breathing technique or something? You've barely broken a sweat. When did you become so impressive? Ivan, lying flat on his back, asked breathlessly. I'm not quite sure. It just doesn't feel that tiring, Harry replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. A faint blush still lingering from exertion. You're truly a marvel, Harry, Ivan remarked nonchalantly. That a marvel, reflecting on the previous lessons, Morton's etiquette class, which Harry had once struggled to endure for more than 40 minutes, now seemed effortlessly conquered, devoid of any pressure. Then there was Vinoda's physical training class, where he had performed countless push-ups, sit-ups, and run laps, and yet he had only broken a slight sweat. What was happening? When had he become so strong? Though questions lingered, Harry could not deduce any answers, and he resigned himself to the mystery. The next class was taught by Sister Susanna. As always, Susanna's attire was provocatively revealing, perpetually affecting the group of adolescent boys. However, Harry was too preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape this place. Time was not on his side, as he had only 5 or 6 days remaining before the old butler would come to take him away. It's been so long. Harry, I've missed you dearly, Susanna exclaimed, enveloping him in a warm embrace, her tone laced with longing. Yes, it has been a while, Sister Susanna, Harry replied awkwardly. Where have you been these past few days? I thought you might have already been picked up. I was just confined to Mr. Carp's little black room for a few days. He wanted me to reflect on my actions. Why were you confined? Because I annoyed him with some mistakes. It's quite fortunate that he didn't decide to kill me, Harry said lightly, recalling the memories and words associated with that experience as if they had been prepared in advance. Is that so? I want to pry further. You might find the upcoming lessons a bit challenging. You'll need to catch up. Susanna gently ruffled Harry's dark hair. Understood. As anticipated. Harry quickly grasped the teachings, an entirely different experience from his previous self. Harry, you truly are a genius. If you can learn everything I teach you, becoming an outstanding etiquette instructor will surely be within your grasp, Susanna exclaimed excitedly. As if recalling something significant, her blue eyes dimmed with sorrow. She was a slave, destined never to possess the choices afforded to the other children outside. I'm sorry, Harry. It's all right, Sister Susanna. I understand, Harry replied with a smile, seemingly accepting his fate. Harry, you truly are a strong child, Susanna said, caressing his cheek. Harry's initial impression of Susanna was that she was an exceptionally gentle and kind woman. He found it perplexing that someone of her nature would be found in such a place, a realm seemingly unfit for her existence. However, Ivan's words led Harry to believe that Ivan must be deceiving him. After all, the kindness she had shown him was evident to all. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that her kindness was directed solely towards him, while others were met with indifference on their way back. Ivan pinched Harry's cheek, and, with a tinge of jealousy in his voice, remarked, Harry, you truly are the envy of many. Why is it not me? I wish I could be your age again. It's infuriating. Harry could only manage a wry smile in response, but Ivan's subsequent comment left him astonished. Alas, I never imagined that Sister Susanna had a preference for younger boys. She was not always like this. She would have ruthlessly tormented us. Ivan shivered in exaggerated horror, as if reliving the experience. Harry, not looking at Ivan, listened to his words with a sense of familiarity, yet the specifics eluded him. More importantly, he pondered how Susanna had changed. Could it be that she was deliberately deceiving him with her fate? Naturally, he inquired of Ivan about what Susanna had been like in the past. She used to be very strict. Although her words could be sharp, she was genuinely good to us and never struck us without cause. However, her expectations were exceedingly high. Ever since you arrived, she has become distant, leaving us feeling abandoned. Ivan lamented, sounding like a forlorn woman who had been cast aside after being toyed with by a man. Listening to this, Harry fell into deep contemplation that it seemed her transformation was a consequence of his presence. Considering various factors, he realized he had no compelling reason for her to draw near him. Aside from Ivan's assertion of her peculiar inclination, he could not fathom why she would act in such a manner. What a strange woman she was. A faint smile crept upon Harry's lips. Perhaps he could leverage her to gather intelligence. A strategic advantage that might yield unexpected rewards that days passed. The date of Harry's impending departure drew nearer. Ivan and the others were acutely aware of this, and though they felt a profound sense of loss, they were powerless to alter the course of events, left only to witness it unfold. Harry was not one to languish in despair. During these days, he was exceedingly busy. Though fatigued, he had reaped considerable benefits. He deliberately paid close attention to the architecture and scenery along the way, extracting valuable information from Ivan and Fina. Harry was beginning to comprehend the layout of this place as he had anticipated. This location was indeed a clandestine underground facility. The main areas consisted of an underground plaza, with 4 doors extending in different directions. The north lay the entrance that Harry and his companions were most familiar with, leading to deeper regions. The southern and eastern doors were the quarters for the imprisoned individuals, while the western door served as the exit. Understanding these details was not sufficient. The intelligence he gleaned from Susanna was equally crucial. The northern entrance, accessible by a winding spiral staircase, led to another area. The eastern corridor housed the followers of Cap, including the bald man, and contained not only living quarters but also changing rooms, bathing facilities, and training grounds for Harry and his companions. The western section was where the nobles conducted their auctions. Harry recalled standing on the stage, facing a silver door, surmising that it likely led to an exit. Nobles, with their inflated sense of pride, would never traverse the same path as slaves, as it would be an affront to their status. The northern corridor was off-limits, rumored to house important figures. Each time Harry passed that fork, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him, a palpable repulsion. The eastern door led to another group of slaves, and Ivan had mentioned that deep within, there were monstrous silver moon wolves kept as pets. The western door was well known as the exit, guarded by men clad in black armor. It was through this entrance that carriages would arrive to transport slaves away. The southern section was familiar to Harry, as it was his residence. Now, all that remained was to await the opportune moment. Would he succeed in escaping? Harry's answer was a resounding yes. Chapter 29. A powerful talent. Harry's confidence was not without merit. During these days, he had ceased to fear entering that mysterious realm. The moment he fell asleep, he would automatically find himself there, and with but a fleeting thought, he could exit. However, he had discovered some peculiarities. This place was not a dream. If he refrained from sleeping there, he would awaken feeling exceptionally fatigued, as though he had not rested at all. Realizing this, Harry conducted experiments and found that this place resembled an alternate world. Without rest, fatigue would accumulate, but if he slept as usual, his energy would naturally replenish, resolving his exhaustion. As Harry delved deeper into his research and exploration, he uncovered that this enchanting realm, filled with floating light orbs, contained records of various spells. The colors of the orbs indicated different types of magic, with green orbs predominantly showcasing elementary wood magic. Intrigued, Harry discovered several fascinating spells within these orbs. After spending a night immersed in their knowledge, he nearly exhausted the collection of spells recorded within. Whether due to an enhancement in his memory or sheer talent, Harry quickly memorized the intricate and tedious incantations. However, mere memorization was insufficient. Practice and application remained paramount. Worried about the potential consequences of casting spells in that realm affecting the outside world, Harry was relieved to find that he could practice freely without disturbing anything beyond. His concerns dissipated, and he devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering magic. He did not attempt to learn every spell. His time was limited, so he focused on a select few that would benefit him. Mastery of these spells was crucial. Yet Harry underestimated his formidable talent. The spells he selected were quickly mastered, as easy as drinking water. Had Harry known how challenging it was for newcomers to learn these spells, he might have reacted differently. For beginners, acquiring basic spells is a natural endeavor, yet truly mastering them is immensely difficult. The complex and convoluted incantations, combined with the necessary gestures, pose significant challenges for novices. Typically, an ordinary person might take 2 or 3 days to cast a new spell, while a genius could achieve it in half a day. Yet, Harry accomplished this feat in just one night, mastering several spells, an achievement that transcended mere talent and could only be described as monstrous. Unbeknownst to him, Harry's mind was solely occupied with thoughts of rescuing everyone, wondering about his mother back home, and where Faya might be and how she was faring. The only news he lacked was about Faya. She was someone he had to save. Tomorrow, he would devise a plan to extract information from Mr. Cap, who seemed to have become rather amiable recently. Surely, he could glean Faya's whereabouts from him. Harry remained oblivious to the fact that Faya had long since left this place, mistakenly believing she was still imprisoned here. As he pondered escape plans, lying on the soft grass, Harry gazed up at the azure sky, extending his hand as if to grasp the sun itself. "I will undoubtedly rescue you all," he declared. "Faya, wait for me." Lowering his hand, Harry closed his eyes and slowly drifted into slumber, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of floating orbs and the gentle breeze swaying the grass and his tousled black hair. The clouds above danced in harmony, rendering the scene utterly beautiful. On the following morning, with only 2 days remaining before Harry's departure, the group, after their usual breakfast, emerged from their cells to head to their lessons. By chance, the often absent Cap was present in the plaza by the western gate, where a carriage stood. Several children, their eyes covered with cloth, were hoisted off the carriage by burly men, evidently new captives. Cap leaned against the carriage, smoking in silence, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him and instinctively lifted his gaze towards Harry. Indeed, it was Harry, who offered what he believed to be a friendly smile. However, to Cap, it appeared entirely different. He coughed as if choked by his smoke, the cigarette falling to the ground, which he neglected to retrieve, instead turning his gaze away from Harry. Harry found this reaction puzzling. "Am I truly that terrifying? I wouldn't harm you," he thought, though he refrained from voicing his musings. Instead, he bid farewell to Ivan and the others before hastily approaching Cap. Yet Cap scurried towards the western gate like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Harry, unwilling to let him escape, called out urgently while jogging, "Mr. Cap, I have some questions for you. Please don't leave." At that moment, everyone's gaze converged on the two individuals, and Carp halted his steps, reluctantly turning around with an expression of disdain. What on earth does this brat want from me? Honestly, I wish to have no association with him at all. I'm terribly sorry to intrude upon your precious time, but may I ask you a few questions? Harry paused, lifting his head to speak. Spit it out quickly. I am quite occupied, Carp replied with a facade of calmness. Yet his mind was a tumultuous whirlpool that he did not wish to engage with this boy any further. Why did he persist in seeking him out? His instincts screamed that it was best to avoid any entanglement with this individual, or else he would surely court trouble. Surviving that ordeal was no small feat, and it was likely that this boy was merely a monster in human guise, akin to that other creature. The mere thought sent a cold sweat cascading down Carp's back. Having easily obtained Carp's consent, Harry found himself somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such acquiescence from a person who seemed rather unapproachable. Lately, everyone's attitude toward him had shifted significantly. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside these musings, for uncovering Fia's whereabouts was of utmost importance. I wish to inquire about Fia. How is she faring? Is she well? Harry refrained from directly asking for her residence, as such a query would be far too transparent. A more gradual approach was necessary to allay Carp's suspicions. Oh, she was sold long ago. Unless you have further business, I must take my leave, Carp declared hastily. Dashing out of the western gate, clearly eager to distance himself from the conversation, leaving Harry in a state of bewilderment. Fia had already been sold? Perhaps that was for the best. Her absence from this perilous place significantly reduced the risks involved. Tomorrow, the plan could be set into motion, and it would be essential to rely on Ivan and the others on the eve of the plan's execution. Harry, Ivan, and Fina convened in their room, plotting. Harry, this course of action seems perilously risky, Ivan remarked. His brow furrowed as he sat cross-legged before the iron bars, concern etched across his face. Indeed, Harry, this is far too dangerous. Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach, Fina chimed in from her perch on the edge of the bed. It was apparent that they were both unable to accept Harry's proposed method. Although the likelihood of success in escaping was high, the inherent risks were daunting that a single misstep could spell disaster. And while Ivan and Fina might be less affected, Harry was the most vulnerable among them. All right, I appreciate your concern, but this is the only way for us to escape, Harry said, rising from the bed and approaching the iron bars. Addressing both of them earnestly. Very well then, we trust you, Harry. If we can escape, that would indeed be splendid. We are counting on you, Ivan declared, stretching before turning toward the inner room. Thank you both, Harry replied sincerely, knowing that entrusting one's life to another signified a profound level of trust. Tomorrow, I will be counting on you, Sister Fina, Harry said, looking toward her. Fina nodded, though a sense of unease lingered as she clutched her chest. Plagued by an ominous premonition, observing her distress, Harry smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, Sister Fina. I shall ensure your safety. Yes, I know, but please, Harry, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. Fina's voice trailed off, hesitant. I understand. You fear that the plan may falter. Rest assured, my strategy is foolproof. Even if we are discovered, you will still have a chance to escape, Harry reassured her. He recognized Fina's apprehension. If their escape plan were to collapse, the consequences could be dire. But Harry was resolute in preventing such an outcome. Fina fell silent, gazing at Harry, whose reassuring smile radiated an unexpected sense of comfort. In that moment, she perceived him as a figure far older than his years, caring for others and consistently attentive to their needs. Children of his age typically seek solace in their mother's arms, yet Harry had never displayed such childishness. His comportment was remarkably composed and mature, evoking an inexplicable pang of sorrow within Fina. There is still plenty of time before lights out. Harry, why not share some tales from your past? I am quite intrigued. The parents who raised such an exceptional individual must have fascinating stories, Ivan said, yawning while propping his head on one hand, casting a mischievous glance at Fina. Indeed, Fina replied, seeing Ivan's brown eyes wink at her. She sighed, nodding. She too was curious about Harry's past, especially since he was so astute. What kind of upbringing could cultivate such brilliance? Well, since everyone seems so eager to listen, I suppose I shall oblige, Harry said bashfully, ruffling his tousled black hair. Mimicking Ivan, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began to regale them with his stories, reminiscent of a child proudly displaying treasured possessions to his peers. In the past, as Harry spoke of his mother, his cheeks flushed with warmth, an endearing sight. Yet, when he recounted the memories of his deceased companions, A somber air enveloped him. It was in these moments that Fina realized Harry was, indeed, a genuine child, capable of laughter and sorrow alike. The cell echoed with their voices. They shared in his joy and comforted him in his grief. Unlike the other lifeless cells, this one brimmed with hope. None had relinquished their aspirations. As the lights-out hour approached, Harry rolled onto his bed, clutching his blanket, feeling elated as he tumbled about, never having experienced such joy before. It felt as though he had expelled all the pent-up frustrations within him, invigorating his spirit. For the sake of everyone, he vowed to exert even greater effort. On that morning, as per routine, there were no crowing roosters. Only the bald man's boisterous call to rise. Everyone rubbed their sleepy eyes, donning their clothes and shoes in preparation for the day. "Harry, wake up, or else the bald uncle will spank your little backside," Ivan called from the open iron door. Glancing back into Harry's cell, the bald man outside exhibited visible irritation, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly displeased with Ivan's jest. However, after a prolonged wait, Harry remained motionless, as if he had overslept and failed to hear Ivan's summons. "Strange. Harry, what is wrong? Are you ill? Why are you sleeping in so late?" Ivan ventured into Harry's cell, pulling back his blanket. "Huh, why is the blanket so cold?" Ivan's hand recoiled from the frigid touch of the fabric. Gazing at Harry, who lay motionless, Ivan was rendered speechless, the blanket slipping from his grasp. Hey, wake up, Harry, open your eyes," Ivan exclaimed, shaking Harry's now rigid and icy body with growing urgency. The bald man sensed something was amiss and hurried inside. Shoving Ivan aside to examine Harry's body with meticulous care, the bald man felt Harry's limbs, noting the unnatural stiffness and chill characteristic of a corpse. Desperate, he unfastened Harry's shirt, exposing his chest, and leaned in to listen for any heartbeat. Nothing. He placed his fingers beneath Harry's nose. Still, there was no breath. The bald man stared at Harry, who lay there with a serene smile, appearing as though he were merely asleep. He promptly drew a small knife from his waist, prompting Ivan to grasp the bald man's wrist. "What do you intend to do to Harry?" "Get lost," the bald man barked, ignoring Ivan as he pushed him to the ground and sliced open Harry's fingertip. Oddly, no blood flowed. It seemed to have congealed within. Defeated, the bald man pounded the wooden bed in frustration and turned to Ivan, his expression devoid of emotion. "He is dead. How could this happen? How could he have died so suddenly?" This was a calamity. He was meant for a noble's acquisition. Everything had spiraled into chaos. "Harry, how could you?" Upon hearing the bald man's words, Ivan felt as if struck by lightning, repeatedly murmuring Harry's name while clutching his head in disbelief. "Harry, you deceived us. It cannot be. You are truly gone. How could I have been so foolish as to trust you?" Tears streamed down Ivan's face as he wept uncontrollably. Fina approached slowly, leaning against the door of the cell, gazing at Harry's tranquil form, and collapsed to the ground, overcome with grief, clearly unable to fathom the reality before her. "Everyone, remember, tomorrow I will devise a way to have the bald man take me to that place. After that, all you need to do is..." Fina recalled Harry's words from the previous night. He had intentionally withheld this plan, and now she realized the reason. What a foolish child he was. Always thinking of others. "What do you intend to do?" Ivan, tears streaming down his face, asked the bald man, who was cradling Harry's lifeless body with a look of suspicion. "What else could I do? Why are you all crying? It's just one person dead. I'll arrange for another to take his place. Get up quickly, follow me, and don't even think about slacking off," the bald man replied as he carried Harry's corpse out of the cell. Addressing the two of them in the dimly lit corridor, the bald man led the way, holding Harry's body, while Ivan supported Fina from behind. "Hey, Baldy, what is going on?" A man, accompanied by several youths of Ivan's age, inquired as they passed by. "What do you think? Just bad luck, one less to worry about," the bald man grumbled, shaking Harry's body slightly. "Oh dear, you've got yourself into a bit of trouble, given the child's appearance. He must have been reserved by some noble, right?" The man scrutinized Harry. "You're quite right. Tomorrow, that noble will come to take him away." Sigh. How could such a thing happen today? Couldn't he have waited to die until after the noble had taken him? "What a hassle," the bald man lamented. "Haha. Well, good luck with that. I'll take my leave now." The man chuckled heartily, patting the bald man's shoulder before leading his group away. Upon exiting the wooden door and arriving at the square, they were met with a scene of bustling activity, as one group of slaves after another was taken away by their new masters. The bald man headed toward the spiral staircase at the north gate. guiding Ivan and the others to the washroom in the east corridor before departing. Just then, Susan, walking towards them, was about to pass by as usual when she suddenly spotted Harry in the bald man's arms. "Excuse me, what has happened to this child?" Susan called out to the passing bald man. "Oh, it's you, Miss Susan. This child is dead. Is there a problem?" The bald man stopped and turned, recognizing Susan. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way," he said after a moment of silence, observing Susan standing there in shock before hurriedly leaving. Dead? Watching the receding figure, Harry's pale little hand drooped lifelessly. Clearly, Susan was struggling to accept such news. How could Harry, who had been so lively just days ago, suddenly be gone? The thought of Harry's innocent smile flashed in her mind, and tears began to flow. The bald man knocked on the door of Cato's room. But after a long wait with no response, a passing maid informed him that Cato was not present and had gone elsewhere to capture prey. With Cato unavailable, he reluctantly sought out Mr. Kurt, as both were among the high-ranking officials in charge here. Entering an opulent room, he found Cato lounging on an enormous bed, surrounded by several maids who were trimming his nails while he relaxed. Only a towel barely covering his lower half, exposing his round belly. "Lord Cato, I have something to report," the bald man announced respectfully from beside the bed. That moment, a silver moon wolf curled up on the carpet emitted a warning growl, as if signaling him to leave. Yet Cato remained silent, continuing to enjoy the pampering with his eyes closed as if he hadn't heard. "My lord," the bald man, feeling the pressure from the wolf's growls, nervously spoke again. "Mumba says you are not welcome. You should leave at once, do you understand?" Cato replied with his eyes still shut, sounding as if he were speaking in his sleep. "But my lord, this is a matter of great importance that requires your approval," the bald man insisted awkwardly. "Oh, didn't I tell you not to bring me such troublesome matters? Just ask that Cato fellow," Cato said, sprawling on the bed without opening his eyes. "Lord Cato is not here, so I have no choice but to come to you." "What a nuisance. Can't you wait for Cato to return to handle it?" Cato seemed to genuinely dislike being bothered. "If we wait for Mr. Cato to return, the corpse will have already begun to decay, so I wish to obtain your approval as soon as possible." "A corpse?" Cato finally opened his eyes, which were nearly swallowed by his chubby face. The maids paused their tasks, struggling to help Cato sit up on the bed, facing the bald man. Cato got off the bed, barefoot, and approached the bald man to examine Harry in his arms. Suddenly recalling, "This child was taken by Cato a week ago from the square, wasn't he?" "Indeed, Lord Cato," the bald man replied, stepping back a few paces to avoid being bumped by Cato's protruding belly. Cato then wrinkled his nose in disgust, saying, "Quickly take him away to feed to Mumba's kin. He's absolutely filthy." "Understood, I shall leave at once." Just as the bald man turned to depart, the silver moon wolf dashed to Cato, barking excitedly and licking his face, panting like a dog. The wolf was overly enthusiastic, running faster than them, perhaps finding them too slow, and joyfully racing back down the stairs. After much effort, they finally made it up. The wolf frolicked in the square, leaving Cato and the bald man behind, sniffing and licking around, terrifying the slaves and causing them to scream in fear, creating chaos throughout the square. Noticing the displeased expressions of the employers, the bald man forced a smile and approached Cato, who was still catching his breath. "Boss, is something the matter?" "Oh, and Lord Cato is here as well. My apologies." A lecherous man, engaged in a card game, saw the approaching bald man and set down his cards, calling out to his companions as he approached with a cheerful grin. "Nothing much, just taking this corpse to feed those beasts." "Cough, cough, silver moon wolves," the bald man replied, recalling something and coughing lightly as he spoke to the lecherous man. "Oh, leave such trivial matters to me. You truly do not need to trouble yourself." "Boss." The lecherous man reached out to take Harry from the bald man's arms. Finding it strange, the bald man wondered what trick this man was attempting, yet deciding against lingering in that foul-smelling place. He allowed the lecherous man to take Harry. "My lord, allow me to escort you. Please follow me," the lecherous man said, beaming like the sun, as Cato, not minding, called for Mumba and followed the lecherous man through the east gate. However, they failed to notice a subtle detail. A faint smile crept onto Harry's lips, as if his plan had succeeded. Within the east gate lies a starkly different scene. The surroundings are dominated by iron bars forming cells, with floors overrun by weeds. Groups of filthy, ragged children huddle in the corners, cautiously observing the sleazy men who pass by. The stench here remains as unbearable as ever. Can't you manage some sanitation? Kurt remarked, pinching his nose as he addressed the lewd man ahead of him. My apologies, sir. I assure you that next time, I will ensure they maintain cleanliness. You can rest assured. I promise you will feel refreshed upon your return, the lewd man replied, turning back with fervent assurance. Well, that's good to hear. You are certainly far more diligent than that bald fellow, Kurt complimented, and upon hearing this praise, the lewd man felt a surge of joy. If I can win this gentleman's favor, then perhaps I shall become the boss around here. Next time, I must give that bald head a good kick. Indeed, it is all thanks to your excellent guidance, the lewd man humbly replied. Have I ever guided you? I cannot recall ever conversing with someone like you, Kurt questioned, genuinely puzzled as he had never spoken to this individual before. It is only natural that you would not remember me, my lord. The noble often forgets. You are quite busy, after all. Years ago, you reprimanded me quite sternly, and since that moment, I have strived to mend my ways, hoping to serve by your side. Finally, I have awaited this day. You are my lifelong mentor, the lewd man said with a grave expression, nearly moved to tears, though it was all a fabrication meant to deceive this dim-witted fool. After observing him for so long, he still had not discerned the man's true nature. Is that so? I cannot recall. We should hurry along. The hound, Minba, seems a bit impatient, Kurt said with a chuckle, patting the head of the dog beside him. Yes, we shall depart immediately, the lewd man hurriedly replied, intimidated by Minba's menacing grin. And he quickly led the way. However, inside, he was beset by a torrent of frustration. This was not how he had envisioned things. Just how foolish could this portly man be, only thinking of his dog? Dejectedly, the lewd man escorted Kurt to the end of the path, where a staircase descended into the underground. The flickering torchlight illuminated the descent, and they proceeded downwards, Minba wagging its tail vigorously, sensing the presence of its companions. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the underground cells, where the torchlight revealed robust iron bars, riddled with various pits and claw marks. The overpowering stench assailed them, causing the lewd man to instinctively cover his nose. Although there were ventilation shafts and regular cleaning, the foul excrement of these beasts was unbearable. Carefully peering into the darkness, he fished out a key from his pocket, intending to unlock the door. He swiftly opened the cell door, planning to toss Harry inside, but Minba was quicker. In that instant, it darted past the lewd man and bolted inside, merging with the encompassing darkness, leaving the lewd man in a state of confusion. Unsure whether to close the door or not, that fellow had entered. At that moment, a haunting howl echoed from the shadows, a sound unmistakably belonging to wolves, particularly chilling when a pack howled together. Glowing green eyes flickered in the darkness as they emerged, with Minba stepping into the firelit area, joyfully barking a few calls toward Kurt, as if to approach the iron bars. The lewd man panicked and prepared to shut the door, only to be halted by Kurt's voice. Do not close the door. Minba has yet to emerge. But, they, stammered the lewd man, his legs trembling with fear. These were silver moon wolves, the kind that devours without leaving bones. Kurt cast a disdainful glance at the lewd man, lowered his hand from his nose, and smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothing before confidently stepping into the cell. Good morning, everyone. I am the master of Minba, Kurt stated, tipping his white top hat in acknowledgement to the gathered wolves. Minba has missed you all dearly, so I brought him along with a small gift that I hope you will accept it. Kurt glanced at the lewd man outside, who was still clutching Harry. The wolf pack remained silent, though some wolves eyed Kurt, drooling. The lewd man swallowed hard, cautiously stepping inside, glancing around nervously as he approached Kurt, intending to place Harry on the ground. Indeed, I have also brought a little gift for you all. You must accept it, he began to say. But just then, a childish voice emanated from his arms. Looking down at Harry, he wore an inscrutable smile, feeling a sudden warmth radiating from his arm. When did it become warm? Wasn't he dead? Chapter 33. The plan begins. 3. Just as the lewd man was about to utter his next words, Harry pressed his hand against his chest and began reciting an incomprehensible incantation. In the next moment, the lewd man's pupils widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, the scent of blood permeating the air, causing the wolf pack to stir restlessly. Harry tumbled from the lewd man's grasp, brushed off the dust, stretched his limbs, and after completing these actions, he smiled at Kurt. Kurt instinctively took a few steps back, cold sweat trickling down his chubby face, for the lewd man lay dead, a shard of ice protruding from his chest, glimmering ominously as blood pooled on the floor. Good morning, Mr. Kurt, Harry said, fixating his gaze on Kurt. Still wearing that seemingly innocent smile, yet to Kurt, It appeared as though a demon was grinning at him. "But you were dead. How can you be alive?" Kurt exclaimed, raising his cane defensively at Harry, though his legs continued to tremble uncontrollably. "Why did Jason stab Ivan?" "Answer me," Harry countered, refusing to respond to Kurt's question. At that moment, Minba rushed to the front, its companions also assuming a defensive stance, encircling Harry with bared fangs and piercing green eyes fixed on him. Seeing Minba approach, the pack of wolves closed in around Harry, allowing Kurt to relax slightly as he lowered his tightly gripped cane, which bent under his weight like that of a hunchbacked elder. "What of your magic? We have the advantage in numbers. Minba, let them tear this little brat to shreds for daring to frighten me." Kurt's fat face broke into a grin. Harry smiled silently, surveying his surroundings before reciting an unknown incantation. Holding a dry twig, he waved it through the air, as if inscribing something in the sky with elegant strokes. Kurt recognized the rhythm of a spell being cast and shouted to Minba quickly, "Minba, command them to stop him." Minba barked, and the wolves lunged at Harry. Unperturbed, Harry completed the final flourish of his spell, and the twig ignited in a fierce blaze with a wave of his hand. The flames coiled into a thick line, encircling the advancing wolves, who howled in agony. The fur of Silvermoon wolves is particularly flammable, and those on fire ignited their unburned companions in a chaotic frenzy. The cells erupted with the cries of countless wolves, some terrified ones fleeing into the night, while Harry made no effort to restrain them. Minba, too, caught in the flames, became a fire wolf, howling in madness as it dashed about. In that moment, Harry began chanting another spell, the twig dancing in his hand, extending into a thorny vine. With a swift motion, he lashed the vine around Minba, flinging it out of the cell point one by one. He continued until the vine was consumed by flames, finally ceasing his actions and slowly approaching Kurt. "Please, do not kill me. I can give you anything you desire. I swear, I am not deceiving you," Kurt pleaded. Having retreated to the corner of the iron bars, his fat face filled with terror, with no one to protect him, he had no choice but to beg for mercy from Harry, who was advancing toward him. Harry crouched before him, a look of curiosity on his face. "Can you return my friend to me?" Kurt was left speechless, kneeling before Harry and banging his head on the ground. Bang! Bang! The sound echoed as he repeatedly apologized. "Alas, I do not wish to kill. Tell me why Jason would stab Ivan, and I shall release you," Harry said, feigning a troubled expression, as if he too disliked the idea of taking a life. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Kurt obediently recounted everything, including past events, speaking incessantly while Harry listened intently, resting his chin on his hand. Behind them, it was hell itself, with flames dancing wildly in the air. Kurt had threatened Jason, asserting that if he did not kill Ivan, Jason would die instead. Initially, Jason had refused, but after enduring Kurt's relentless torment, both mentally and physically, he succumbed to Kurt's promise that he would be freed if he killed Ivan. Under such conditions, Jason had finally taken action. Of course, Harry also gleaned other information from Kurt's mouth, events from when Fina had sought him out for a heart-to-heart conversation, all of which had been orchestrated by Kurt. Among countless other revelations, "You truly are remarkable, having killed so many," Harry remarked with a tone of admiration, akin to a fan gazing at their beloved star. Upon hearing Harry's praise, Keeter felt as if he had found a kindred spirit, and he became increasingly animated and earnest in his speech, gesticulating wildly. His plump cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and the excess flesh on his body quivered with each movement. "Well, I don't have the luxury of time to engage in idle chatter with you. I have matters to attend to, so farewell," Harry stated as he approached the lifeless, lecherous man. Suddenly, the body ignited, flames consuming it with fervor, evidently sparked by the frenzied wolf that had run amok, inadvertently setting this unfortunate soul ablaze. This presented quite a predicament. However, Harry effortlessly conjured a water summoning spell, extinguishing the fire before him. In no time, a charred corpse, unrecognizable, lay before Harry. He pinched his nose and, with his wand, rummaged through the remains. Retrieving a set of keys that were melded together, still emitting warmth. He pocketed the keys and exited the cell, locking the door behind him. Observing Harry's actions, Keeter, grasping the iron bars in a panic, exclaimed, "Wait, I haven't been released yet. You must let me out first. This is your punishment. For a scoundrel like you, dying 1,000 times would still be too lenient. Enjoy the taste of the flames." "Mr. Keeter," Harry replied, maintaining his disarmingly benign smile as he turned and ascended the staircase. The roaring fire blazed fiercely, As if intent on devouring everything in its path. Keter's desperate cries echoed as he pleaded towards the increasingly distant Harry. But Harry did not look back, continuing his ascent. The cell was also strewn with dry grass, a resting place for wolves, and the excrement from the Silvermoon wolves served as excellent kindling. In an instant, the fire spiraled out of control. Keter felt the oppressive heat closing in, the bars he clutched becoming unbearably hot. Sweat drenched his garments, and he realized he had lost his cane and hat in the chaos. He frantically shook the cell door, but to no avail. It remained steadfast. His cries for help gradually faded, leaving only the crackling of flames. Chapter 34. The plan commences. 4. From the very beginning. Harry had not perished. He had merely lapsed into a state of apparent death. The origins of this phenomenon could be traced back several days. What a fascinating magic. I never anticipated encountering such intriguing sorcery here, Harry mused. Seated upon the grass, captivated by the colorless script before him, the state of apparent death was a unique survival technique passed down through his lineage. In ancient times, they cohabited with ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest. And one of their ancestors inadvertently devised this method, akin to magic yet not quite magic, which he termed magic for convenience. This spell induced a state of simulated death. The heart ceased to beat. The breath stilled, rendering the individual seemingly lifeless. This enchantment was specifically designed to thwart the savage giant bears, which had an aversion to consuming carrion. However, it was crucial to note that such a trick could only deceive the brutish yet dim-witted giants. Attempting to deceive the truly clever would lead to certain demise. After all, who has ever seen a corpse that still feels warm? Does blood continue to flow freely in a lifeless body? Though the author of this knowledge remained anonymous, Harry found it inexplicably delightful and comforting. He chuckled softly but reminded himself that he could not afford to be idle. Time was of the essence. Just as he intended to dismiss the floating text, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Prompting him to retract his hand from the air, he conceived a plan that seemed promising. Harry had mastered the basic magic that every wizard utilized. Any wizard with even a modicum of talent could wield it. Harry, of course, had no trouble in this regard. He had simply to deepen his application of it. The firelight spell, as its name suggests, ignited a small flame resembling that of a candle upon his fingertip. Illuminating a limited area. It served well for traversing dark paths at night, acting as a rudimentary source of light with minimal magical expenditure. However, one must be cautious, for a mere gust of wind could easily extinguish the flame. Thus, most wizards learned it merely for amusement. This fundamental magic required no incantation. A fleeting thought would suffice to conjure it. Yet, Harry discerned that this seemingly weak and trivial spell, intended for children, held vast potential for enhancement. What transformations might occur if he were to amplify the magical energy supplied to the flickering flame on his finger? It could erupt into an uncontrollable inferno, incinerating his clothing, hair, and eyebrows in an instant. In a hopeful experiment, Harry found himself nearly burned to a crisp, left as a charred silhouette devoid of clothing or hair, akin to a walking, blackened piece of charcoal. Fortunately, this was his mental realm, not his physical form. It was merely his consciousness, devoid of any sensation of pain. Otherwise, he would surely have been plagued by psychological trauma. This wondrous place could simulate circumstances akin to the real world, sparing Harry considerable trouble, resembling an independent laboratory where he could conduct experiments at will. With a mere thought, the scene would revert to its original state, including his current charred appearance. Failure, yet again. The modifications based on the firelight spell had culminated in yet another unsuccessful attempt. Harry had lost count of how many times he had failed. Lying on the singed grass, his dark eyes gazed at the azure sky, and he sighed, pondering why, despite comprehending the operational principles of this minor spell, he continued to falter. Despite repeated failures, Harry remained undeterred. He began to examine the luminous orbs floating nearby, convinced they held some crucial connection. If he could uncover the relationship between them, the improvement of the firelight spell would undoubtedly become much simpler. With this objective in mind, Harry set to work, diligently studying the various magics. Harry was not aimlessly searching. He sought spells of the same elemental affinity. The firelight spell was clearly a fire-based magic, and the red orbs became his targets. However, he encountered a significant obstacle. These spells were classified as apprentice magic, intended for novice wizards. Yet Harry found himself bewildered by the convoluted theoretical knowledge contained within. What on earth was this? Who was the esteemed Magus Bard? Detailed explanations of firegrass. How should one harvest fire attribute minerals? My heavens, all Harry wanted was to know how to wield this magic and its incantations. Why was there so much theoretical knowledge included? It felt like an unwarranted exam review. Fortunately, Harry patiently flipped to the final pages and finally discovered the spell known as the Fireball spell. With a clear mind, he focused intently on it. Ultimately, perseverance bore fruit, as he sifted through numerous fire-related spells and identified a glaring commonality. Before employing these magics, one must utilize a specific conduit, commonly referred to as a wizard's wand, a mere twig. Initially, Harry questioned what this object was, but soon he found that the page thoughtfully provided knowledge on the subject, as if anticipating his ignorance. It appeared to be a withered branch, yet it was, in fact, crafted from a unique magical tree, one imbued with magic. This tree differed from ordinary trees, as only a select few could become magical trees among humans. Harry recalled the withered branch that Sally had gifted him. It was indeed a withered branch, seemingly plucked directly from such a tree, requiring no processing. Freshly harvested, how convenient. However, Harry suddenly realized that such an object could not be brought here. What should he do? In an instant, the very branch he had envisioned materialized before him. Resembling Sally's gift exactly, hadn't he tucked it away in his notes? How could it possibly appear here? Grasping the branch, he felt its familiar texture and weight, imbued with a faint, woody aroma. This was astonishingly real. It felt as though he were in a dream, able to manifest whatever he desired at will. This place evidently possessed dreamlike capabilities. Moments ago, he had conjured the shape, scent, and weight of the branch in his mind, and it had materialized before him. Truly a remarkable and peculiar realm. Nonetheless, now is not the time for such musings. It was time to attempt again. Harry began to recall the incantation, but then realized the firelight spell lacked a formal incantation. Did that mean he had to create one? Unthinkable. Every spell possessed its own specific incantation, although most were quite similar, differing only slightly, essentially prayers. Pondering this, Harry found himself perplexed as to why incantations were necessary, in the memories of his previous life. Wizards in films always had to recite elaborate incantations before unleashing dazzling spells. But what would happen if he chose not to recite one? After all, it wouldn't lead to death, might as well give it a try. With resolve, Harry envisioned the knowledge and incantations he had just reviewed regarding the Fireball spell. He swung his wand, yet kept his lips sealed. To his astonishment, the spell proceeded smoothly, despite his initial concerns about failure. The fireball that emerged from the withered branch was, however, rather diminutive, no larger than a marble, leading him to question its efficacy as an offensive spell. The latest chapter reads, "In light of this, let us attempt once more. This time, let me recite the incantation and observe its effects. O great god of fire, bestow upon me the power to ignite what lies before me, fireball." Harry intoned the spell, vigorously gesturing forward. A fireball, the size of a watermelon and ablaze with fierce flames, shot forth, gradually vanishing into the distance. The disparity in power was astonishing. This was indeed the distinction between uttering and not uttering the incantation. Perhaps a prayer to that so-called god of fire would amplify the fireball's potency severalfold. No wonder the incantations of magic often involve supplications to these purported deities. It seems that the incantations for fire-related spells all commence similarly. Invoking O great god followed by some rather dramatic and grandiose phrases, conveying a sense of one's own inferiority requiring divine assistance. It feels as though to cast a spell, one must first beseech the gods, who must be remarkable figures in this world. Otherwise, why would the incantations require such reverence and honorifics? Thus, is it true that as long as one expresses admiration for these mighty beings, the spell's efficacy will be enhanced? Surely not. Harry recalled how in his past life, religious devotees fervently recited prayers to their gods, and the principle must be somewhat analogous. Yet, surely, the gods would not so easily accept our entreaties. Abruptly confronted by his own thoughts, Harry scratched his head awkwardly, gazing at the steaming pool of water before him. The grass charred to a withered yellow by the flame's intense heat. Moments ago, he had employed the so-called fireball spell, merely altering the incantation, resulting in an explosive surge of power, nearly scorching the withered branch in his hand. O supremely magnificent god of fire, please heed the humble request of weak Harry and grant me the formidable power to ignite what lies before me. Fireball, Harry earnestly recited. Instantly, the branch in his hand ignited into a roaring flame, and with a swift motion, he hurled the colossal fireball into the pool ahead, engulfing Harry in a cloud of steam that lingered for quite some time before dissipating. How could such flamboyant phrases emerge from the typically reserved Harry? In truth, Harry recalled a group from his previous school days who shouted absurdly dramatic phrases and struck embarrassing poses, sitting close to them. He had inevitably overheard, as the saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. Harry had also learned some of their theatrical expressions, though he dared not use them, fearing that such words in an essay would earn him a poor grade and a reprimand from the teacher. Surely, this god is easily flattered. A mere compliment suffices. Moreover, the deity truly listened to his prayer, showcasing a certain professionalism Harry couldn't help but internally critique. Regardless, it seemed he had discovered a remarkable secret. With renewed enthusiasm, Harry was eager to experiment further. The alluring magic and whimsical gods captivated him like a drug. Alongside the fireball spell, he also learned several other incantations: the water element's ice spell, the wood element's growth spell, and the earth element's quake spell. The ice spell simply induces a sensation of cold, nothing more. Merely chilling someone, making it a fine choice for cooling a drink in summer. The growth spell encourages plant development, greatly benefiting agricultural production. The quake spell, colloquially known as the trip spell, bears a rather peculiar nickname due to its somewhat mischievous nature. Since that battle, it had been humorously referred to as the trip spell, as its effect is to cause the ground to protrude slightly. Yes, indeed, with the intent to trip others. Harry had mastered these basic spells, indicating a certain aptitude in these areas. However, he cared little for them. For now, his priority was to learn spells that could ensure his survival, and these foundational incantations were ideally suited for rapid mastery. Nonetheless, Harry transformed these basic spells into something altogether different. The spell intended to vanquish the lecherous man was an upgraded version of the ice spell. After Harry's modifications, this spell required a significant infusion of magical energy, guided by his will to shape the object. Yet, this high-caliber incantation seemed ineffective. It turned out that such an elevated incantation was only potent for fire magic, while the water-based spells fell short. Resigned, Harry reverted to the original incantation. The growth spell also found new utility in Harry's hands, though the modified incantation proved equally ineffective. He was unsure of the reason and decided to abandon it. Opting to revert to the original incantation, this spell, seemingly trivial and useless, could unleash remarkable power if one possessed extraordinary physical strength. Unfortunately for Harry, he was indeed among those with exceptional might. The branch he wielded was of wood, naturally allowing him to utilize wood magic. As long as he mastered this magic skillfully, he could control the shape of its growth. Indeed, Harry was manipulating this tree's growth, shaping it into a vine-like structure adorned with thorns. Though it demanded considerable magical and mental energy, it did not significantly impact Harry. For reasons unknown, the magical energy that had initially amounted to mere droplets surged to a capacity akin to that of a wash basin. While his mental acuity experienced a remarkable enhancement, his physical prowess was astonishing, placing him on par with many adults. A truly transformative leap. Despite this, the depletion of magical energy was inevitable. After completing his endeavors, only half remained. His mental state, while still intact, bore a hint of fatigue on the eve of the planned execution. Though everyone else slumbered, Harry remained wide awake, his mind racing with calculations and time estimations. Everything was set in the preceding days. Harry had been acutely aware of his surroundings at night, attuned to the footsteps and conversations beyond his confines. The guards typically patrolled around 3 and 6 in the morning, while Harry and his companions rose at 7. The journey from the cell to the square required a 5-minute walk, with an additional 2 minutes to reach the east gate. To access the north gate and descend the spiral staircase to the underground palace would take at least 10 minutes. These durations were meticulously calculated by Harry. After considering the numerous potential outcomes, he initiated his plan, timing his awakening perfectly to coincide with the guard's second patrol, which was now at 6 o'clock. First, he employed the freezing spell to gradually lower his body temperature, not abruptly, as doing so could be fatal. Instead, he aimed to simulate the temperature of a deceased individual, having previously lived in a slum. Harry had encountered corpses. To prevent decay and the spread of disease, they would often bury the deceased themselves, so he understood this process well. After nearly an hour of slow freezing, the excruciating sensation of his blood nearly solidifying was unimaginable. Though Harry endured the discomfort, he ceased the freezing spell upon hearing the bald man's voice, transitioning to the extraordinary death simulation spell. allowing himself to enter a state of apparent death while his consciousness drifted into a mental realm. Awaiting the passage of time, Harry lingered there, uncertain of the outside circumstances, yet he mentally set a timer, silently counting down. Once the 15 minutes elapsed, he would awaken to assess the situation, wary of any potential complications. Chapter 36. The plan commences 6. Just as Harry had anticipated, the bald man meticulously scrutinized his body to verify that Harry was not deceiving him. He even used a knife to slice Harry's finger. Fortunately, the cut did not sever an artery or any critical areas. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Thanks to the freezing spell, Harry's blood flow had slowed, preventing any significant bleeding. Upon discovering Harry's lifeless form, the bald man would undoubtedly seek out Mr. Cap for clarification regarding the situation. However, Harry was uncertain of Mr. Cap's schedule. He was certain that he resided in the underground palace below. To reach the underground palace from here, one must traverse the spiral staircase at the north gate, which would take an estimated 10 minutes. Nevertheless, Harry reasoned that the bald man would hastily seek Mr. Cap, likely reducing the time to 6 minutes. The exact duration required to reach Mr. Cap's quarters remained uncertain, but it shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Additionally, examining Harry's body would consume some time, likely around 2 minutes. Altogether, these durations amounted to approximately a dozen minutes. They would undoubtedly feed Harry's corpse to the Silver Moon wolves. After all, waste must be utilized efficiently. Thus, traversing the spiral staircase to reach the east gate would take several minutes. In total, the entire process would not exceed 20 minutes. Indeed, Harry's conjectures were largely accurate. Aside from the unforeseen occurrence of Mr. Cap's absence and the extended time required to navigate the spiral staircase, he was nearly correct. However, one unexpected twist arose, that Kota had followed them. An unforeseen development. Fortunately, this would not hinder the execution of Harry's plan. As Harry awakened while they traversed the spiral staircase, his body temperature had gradually returned to normal, alleviating much of his earlier discomfort. Fortunately, they failed to notice any deviations in his temperature. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. The subsequent steps were executed with remarkable ease. Kota merely contributed as an afterthought. Harry ascended the staircase, step by step, reflecting on the flawless execution of his plan, and inexplicably felt a surge of elation, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Upon reaching the top, he strolled along the corridor flanked by cells, silently observing his surroundings. Some children cowered in terror in the corners, the weeds having shielded them from the encroaching flames, yet several cells were far less fortunate, already engulfed in fire, with the occupants likely perished. Even if the flames did not reach them, the smoke would surely suffocate them. The fire-bearing Silver Moon wolves had brought the inferno here, and the dry hay on the ground served as a perfect ignition source, igniting in an instant. Just as despair was about to overwhelm them, a diminutive figure emerged from the hazy smoke. A black-haired boy approached the cell and tossed a set of keys to a younger boy cowering in the corner, merely smiling before departing without uttering a word. Hesitantly, the boy picked up the keys, recalling that they belonged to the lecherous overseer. How could they be in that wretch's possession? Who was this boy? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, there was no time to ponder. He hastily unlocked the door and stepped out. Having lived there for so long, he vividly remembered that among the keys, one was meant for this very lock. As the lock clicked open, he excitedly led the younger children out, only to hear the cries of his companions and realize that others were still trapped. He quickly unlocked their doors, liberating everyone. As the number of those he rescued grew, so did the throng rushing out, while the flames raged ever higher, the wails and gasps of children echoing through the east gate. The square had descended into chaos. Knights clad in black armor were diligently combating the fleeing Silver Moon wolves when suddenly, a new wave of children emerged, further complicating the scene. They were at a loss, unsure whether to pursue the wolves or apprehend the fleeing children. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this turmoil blended seamlessly into the crowd, a cryptic smile on his lips as he made his way toward the northern entrance. Descending the spiral staircase. At the bottom of the spiral staircase, which guarded the entrance to the underground palace, lay several Silver Moon wolf corpses scattered about. 2 knights, back to back, struggled against the onslaught of the wolves. The younger knight, trembling as he gripped his sword, paled as blood from the countless claw and bite marks stained his black armor. Hans, I can hardly hold on. When will reinforcements arrive? The middle-aged knight cleaved through an advancing wolf, blood splattering his face, his countenance fierce as he gasped, Hold on, Polona. They will come. We just need to endure a little longer. They were the guardians of this entrance, Yet a horde of silver moon wolves had inexplicably surged forth, and their sole task was to prevent these beasts from breaching. Suddenly, the ground erupted with sharp spikes, piercing their bodies, blood spraying forth, their swords clattering to the ground, in their final moments. The thought that flashed through their minds was of the sorcerer's spikes. Not far away, on the staircase, Harry gripped a withered branch, watching the pack of wolves encircling the two knights. Upon spotting Harry, the wolves emitted mournful cries, tucking their tails in fear as they fled toward the palace, knowing they were being pursued by that demon. However, Harry would not allow their escape to be so simple. He softly intoned a spell, launching a barrage of fireballs, the size of ping-pong balls, upon the wolves. The pack howled in agony, ignited by the flames as they dashed into the palace, scattering in all directions. Harry passed by the two knights, who were now riddled with spikes and engulfed in flames, and entered the palace. Meanwhile, unrest brewed within the underground palace. A robust knight in black armor bellowed as he cleaved a silver moon wolf in two with his massive sword, innards spilling across the floor. A massacre was underway in the aristocrats' auction hall, one that belonged to these knights. "Captain, it's bad. There's a fire inside." Another similarly clad knight hurriedly pulled aside the backstage drapes, shouting toward the imposing figure by the silver door. "Quickly, go extinguish the flames," commanded the man wielding the giant sword, striding purposefully toward the backstage area. "Yes," the nearby knights replied, sheathing their swords, disregarding the wolf corpses strewn about as they hurried toward the back. "What on earth has happened?" The towering knight hoisted the giant sword onto his shoulder, his piercing gaze fixed ahead. Chapter 37. The first clash. The orange flames spread, exuding searing heat, the crackling of burning wood mingling with the panicked cries of the maids, the howls of the silver moon wolves, and the shouts of the knights, all playing out within the underground palace. "Damn it, kill those fiery wolves at once. We can't allow them to run amok," shouted a blonde knight, who had just kicked a flaming silver moon wolf away. The knights in the corridor drew their swords, pursuing the wolves, but suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air from around a corner. The blonde knight and his companions rushed forward, fearing they had been surrounded by the silver moon wolves, only to be met with a shocking sight that a black-haired boy, clutching a recently extinguished branch, walked slowly toward them. A raging inferno behind him, that knight's sword stood upright in the flames, their lifeless bodies sprawled across the fiery floor, illuminating Harry's youthful, cherubic profile. That moment, Harry's cheeks flushed slightly, his smile unwavering, exuding an unusual excitement as he dashed toward the blonde knight and his companions, his dark eyes sparkling with exhilaration, muttering incantations as he brandished the withered branch. At this juncture, even the dimmest of minds recognized the imminent danger. They attempted to flee, but before they could take more than a few steps, the spikes bursting forth from the walls pierced their bodies, blood blossoming as they were rendered immobile, their faces still etched with shock and death. Breathing heavily, Harry wore a flushed smile, a curious mix of fatigue and exhilaration coursing through him. He could not fathom why. After his first act of killing, the thrill and joy began to occupy his mind, growing ever stronger with each life he took. Whispers akin to a demon's voice echoed in his head. "Kill. Kill. Kill." Harry pointed his finger at the withered branch, causing the spikes to retract into the walls, the armored corpses collapsing to the ground, their crimson blood staining the floor's red carpet, making it increasingly scarlet. The narrow corridor, hardly wide enough for three to walk side by side, became the perfect environment for Harry to unleash his modified seismic technique. The knights found themselves unable to escape, the protruding spikes sealing their movements and swiftly dispatching them in an instant. Harry's small feet splashed in the pools of blood, creating ripples as his sole thought remained. Kill, eradicate everyone before him, yearning for more, craving greater joy. That moment, a hulking figure emerged from the hazy smoke, a massive sword resting on his shoulder, followed closely by several knights. Upon spotting Harry ahead, they halted, their expressions grave as they drew their swords, preparing for battle. Harry, with his head bowed and disheveled black hair swaying as he moved, left distinct, deep red footprints on the crimson carpet, while the bodies of knights lay scattered on the ground, their blood forming visible puddles, the flames quietly revealing their shadows around the corner. Thick smoke wafting toward Harry, the burly knight lowered his massive sword, gripping it tightly, his front leg advancing as he prepared to charge forward, the blade aimed directly at Harry, his steely gaze fixed upon him. In the next moment, the ground beneath the knight caved in, propelling him toward Harry with an unstoppable momentum. Harry lifted his head, still wearing that seemingly harmless smile, murmuring spells as he swiftly waved the withered branch. Unperturbed by the approaching knight, the knight plunged his massive sword into the wall, using extraordinary strength to propel himself forward while maintaining his speed. Growing ever faster, the blade carved a deep, long gash into the wall. And in the cramped corridor, the knight closed the distance to Harry, now just a few meters away. With a powerful swing, he unleashed the sword from the wall, aiming for Harry's head. At that moment, Harry completed his incantation, pointing the withered branch toward the wall, and spikes suddenly erupted from the floor and walls around the knight, swiftly targeting him. Yet, the knight remained expressionless, his grip on the massive sword unwavering as he continued to swing toward Harry's head. Charging forward with relentless determination, seemingly indifferent to his own safety, Harry's smiling visage, with the corners of his mouth gently curling upwards, seemed to express satisfaction with the actions of the burly knight. Everything unfolded as if in slow motion, the spikes rising from the ground drew ever nearer to the knight's imposing form, mere centimeters away, while the massive sword loomed over Harry's head. Still a dozen centimeters distant, obstructed by a cluster of protruding spikes. It appeared as though the spikes would reach their target first. Yet, in the next fleeting moment, Harry's expression froze in time as the knight's colossal sword surged forward with astonishing speed, cleaving through the spikes as though they were mere vegetables. Leaving behind a smooth surface, Harry's head was severed in an instant, split in twain, with the upper portion tumbling onto the carpet, blood gushing forth, splattering the ceiling in a gruesome display. The remaining half of Harry's head swayed precariously before collapsing to the ground. With the loss of Harry's magical essence, the spikes halted their advance, pausing mere centimeters from the knight's robust form. The giant sword remained unblemished, its silvery surface pristine. The knight, dragging the sword behind him, sauntered over to Harry's lifeless body, casting a cold, indifferent glance at the grotesque remains before turning away to approach the fallen knights ensconced in pools of blood. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention, prompting him to pause and look back, where an eerie spectacle unfolded before him. From the severed portion of Harry's body sprouted numerous tendril-like blood vessels, which elongated and deftly entwined with the other half of his head, reuniting them in a matter of moments. The gash across his head vanished as if it had been miraculously healed, leaving only the stains of blood on the ground as evidence of the recent carnage. At this juncture, Harry's eyes fluttered open in terror, and he struggled to rise, trembling hands brushing against his face in disbelief. Harry had encountered the essence of true death, an indescribable agony that, though fleeting, was unfathomably excruciating, plunging him into a darkness fraught with dread that he wished to never recall, cold sweat beading on his brow. "Who are you?" the burly knight slowly articulated, his expression remaining impassive. Yet his piercing gaze remained fixed upon Harry. As Harry gazed at the knight, recollections of the earlier encounter flooded his mind. It was this brute who had slain him, and he was resolute in his intent to exact vengeance. Anger surged within Harry's mind, fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted, his thoughts consumed solely by the desire to obliterate the knight. Chapter 38. The torture. Harry tightened his grip on the withered branch, murmuring incantations as he swung it rapidly, aiming to unleash a fireball at the burly knight. However, the knight denied him the opportunity to complete his spell, lifting the giant sword and striking Harry's form. The incantation was abruptly interrupted as Harry was thrust into the wall, which caved in around him, a distinct indentation forming. Pale and bloodied, Harry coughed up a mouthful of blood, emitting a muffled groan of agony. "Who are you? Who sent you?" the knight demanded, raising the massive sword menacingly towards Harry. Leaning against the crumbled wall, Harry sat trembling, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, remaining silent as he silently retrieved the fallen branch, determined to continue his incantation. The knight raised his sword high before bringing it down, cleaving Harry in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. The knight wiped the blood splatter from his face, his expression unyielding as he stared at Harry's remains. Predictably, grotesque tendrils sprouted from Harry's wounds, merging his body once more. Harry's eyes burst open in terror, his fury reignited. This brute had killed him again. Gritting his teeth in rage, he snarled, "I will kill you, you bastard." The knight remained impassive, allowing his sword to respond in his stead. Harry fell to the ground, clutching his severed legs, writhing in pain as blood gushed from his wounds. Desperately, he grasped the gaping holes in his legs. Attempting to staunch the flow, the knight, undeterred, approached Harry, seizing his small hands and forcing them against the floor. The sword descended like an executioner's blade, and Harry screamed in anguish, his bloodied hands left behind on the ground. Tears streaming from his eyes as the excruciating pain became unbearable, Harry collapsed, groans of suffering escaping his lips as he flailed his limbless arms and severed legs, blood pooling around him in a pitiful display. Yet the knight showed no mercy. He raised his iron boot and brought it down upon Harry's head, a sound akin to a watermelon bursting resonating through the air as Harry's movements ceased. The onlooking knight swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the gruesome scene before them. Harry revived once more, his eyes wide with terror, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down as he recoiled to the wall. Curling into a ball, repeatedly pleading, "Please, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Who are you? Who sent you? Answer me," the knight reiterated, aware that only by demonstrating the consequences of defiance would Harry respond. Yet Harry remained unresponsive. Trapped in his madness as he incessantly repeated his plea, the knight raised his fist, ready to strike Harry into clarity. "Enough, Saro, release him," came a raspy, sharp voice, causing the knight to halt. The corridor's knights parted to reveal a hunched figure leaning on a staff, followed by a tall silhouette draped in a black cloak, obscuring his face. "Let him go, Saro," the old crone revealed her yellowed, jagged teeth as she spoke. "But he has killed our man. Is this truly wise?" Saro maintained his stoic demeanor, bewildered by the sudden intervention, for this was the very fiend responsible for their suffering, unworthy of mercy. "I will explain later, just let him be," the old witch insisted as she approached Saro, the tall figure remaining stationary. "Understood, my mistress." Though puzzled by the witch's protective stance, Saro complied, releasing Harry. "This is utterly fascinating. This little fellow, I cannot help but anticipate his growth," the old witch mused, her gnarled hands resting upon Harry's head as she stroked it. A cryptic smile gracing her lips. At this moment, Harry's gaze became vacant, his lips repeating a singular phrase, until the witch's hand emanated a dark glow. Harry's eyes fluttered shut, consciousness fading as he collapsed onto the ground. "Let us depart. We can no longer linger in this place. A change of venue is imperative," the old witch declared, turning towards the tall figure. "However, to ensure this secret remains concealed, certain necessary complications must be addressed. Do you understand, Saro?" The old witch's smile was laden with meaning. Chapter 39. An alternate scenario. The tall figure amidst the knights suddenly threw back his cloak, revealing an unsightly monster that opened its gaping maw to devour the nearest knight. Before the knight could react, his head was bitten off, the headless corpse collapsing to the ground, blood spraying forth. In the latest chapter, the grotesque creature's mouth dripped with fresh blood and chunks of flesh, its jaws incessantly gnashing, producing the sickening sound of crunching bones, an expression of twisted delight upon its face. Almost immediately, the creature's diminutive hands swatted at the knights on either side, those seemingly delicate and frail palms unleashing a remarkable force, thrusting the knights into the walls, their armor crumpling under the impact. The walls shattering and raising a cloud of dust. "Die, you abomination!" At that moment, several knights behind sprang into action, drawing their swords and thrusting them fiercely into the creature's grotesque back. Yet, the monster merely turned its head in puzzlement, showing no sign of pain. Observing such an expression, the knights, bewildered, withdrew their swords, only to find them melting away. In that instant, the wounds inflicted began to spew forth a viscous, dark green fluid, splattering onto them, causing their armor to dissolve at a visible rate, their bodies following suit. The knight screamed in agony, and moments later, fell silent, reduced to a puddle of steaming, dark green liquid. As the monstrous figure loomed ever closer, the remaining knights retreated, their faces pale, their swords clattering to the ground. "Captain, save me!" one knight cried out to Saro, but Saro averted his gaze, his expressionless face betraying a flicker of emotion, a reluctant heart unable to witness the grisly scene. "Ah!" The anguished wails echoed as the creature seized the knight's body, gnawing at his head, a grotesque satisfaction etched upon its hideous visage. "Let us depart, Saro, the rest is best left to it," the old witch said. Leaning on her staff, she then traced an intricate magic circle upon the wall, which erupted in a dazzling light, forming a portal resembling a door, through which she stepped. Saro surveyed the lifeless bodies of his comrades, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "I am sorry," he murmured softly before drawing his colossal sword and stepping into the portal. The creature swayed its corpulent body, grasping Harry's leg and lifting him off the ground, then staggered toward the corridor's far end, its destination unknown. "Ivan, do not fret. Harry will surely return," Fina comforted, addressing Ivan, who sat upon a stool. "I know, but it has been so long." Why hasn't Harry returned? Ivan replied, a tinge of impatience in his voice. They found themselves in the changing room, accompanied not only by Ivan and his companions, but also by several maids and young boys and girls. The tale began at that moment. As long as Uncle Baldy takes you somewhere, just stay put inside. Do not venture out for any reason. Just find excuses to delay your time here and absolutely do not open the door unless you hear my voice, Harry had instructed them. Initially, Ivan and the others adhered to Harry's counsel, biding their time inside. However, as unrest erupted outside, they remained obedient until a woman's cries for help pierced the air, prompting Ivan to finally open the door. Help me. A voluptuous woman raced down the corridor, pursued by a silver moonwolf, which trailed behind her languidly as if playing. Spotting Ivan peering through the ajar door, she shouted for assistance. Upon recognizing the woman as Susanna, Ivan couldn't help but question her intelligence. Did she truly believe such a loud outcry would go unheard by the wolves? Indeed, the surrounding wolves were drawn to her distress, and the wolf trailing Susanna quickened its pace upon seeing Ivan. Damn it, that wolf is cunning. Ivan realized its scheme, to eliminate the strong before the weak. A brilliant tactic. If only Ivan had closed the door, the wolf would have been thwarted, but there were still others outside. Caught in a dilemma, he pondered whether to close it or not. Curse it, Ivan made his choice. Grasping Susanna's hand and pulling her into his embrace, just as the wolf lunged forward. The door, only ajar enough for a single person to squeeze through, left Ivan's handsome face glistening with cold sweat as he focused intently on the entrance. The outcome hinged on this very moment. Ivan's grip tightened on the handle, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The wolf's head poked through, its eerie green eyes fixated on Ivan, as if it had already deemed him its next meal. Just then, the door sprang shut with a resounding slam. Bang. The wolf's head was caught, and Ivan delivered a fierce kick to it, eliciting a howl of pain. The creature attempted to retreat, but its head was firmly wedged. Unable to escape, with relentless kicks, 1, 2, 3, Ivan lost count, panting heavily, his grip on the handle loosening. The wolf collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless, blood streaming from its nose and mouth. That moment, Ivan heard the enraged howls of wolves in the corridor. And without a moment's rest, he kicked the wolf's corpse outside and slammed the door shut. Releasing Susanna, he began to gather objects to barricade the entrance. Dressing tables, wardrobes, anything he could find. Fina joined him, as did Susanna, all realizing the gravity of their situation, uniting their efforts until they had constructed a formidable barrier at the door. Haha. Ivan collapsed to the floor, utterly exhausted, unwilling to speak or even open his eyes. Sprawled out in a starfish position on the ground. Ivan, your hand is swelling. Are you all right? Fina noticed his wrist had turned red and swollen and asked with concern. I'm fine. That beast was surprisingly strong. But speaking of which, I think my kicking foot might be a bit sore. Fina, could you take a look? Ivan opened his eyes and spoke with a grin. Observing Ivan's expression, Fina chuckled softly, the somber atmosphere lightening considerably. Thank you so much, Ivan. Susanna expressed her gratitude to the prone figure. No need for thanks. It is my duty to protect beautiful women, Ivan replied with a hearty laugh. While Fina began to roll up his pant leg for examination, Susanna smiled faintly at Ivan's playful banter, remaining silent, though Ivan's foot indeed began to swell. The maids, seeing this, sprang into action. Recalling that the ointment for such wounds was stored in a cabinet within the dressing table, which was now buried under the pile of furniture nearest the door, Ivan scratched his head awkwardly, realizing his predicament. Suddenly, the door was struck violently, accompanied by a cacophony of scratching sounds. They were coming. Ivan wiped the smile from his face, the atmosphere turning grave once more. Chapter 40. Reunion. Ivan and his companions understood that a horde of wolves surrounded the door. Escape was impossible, and their only hope lay in Harry. Ivan speculated that Harry must have had some backup plan. He would not perish so easily. Please, Harry, do not let me be mistaken. You cannot be truly dead, or I shall not spare you. Ivan silently prayed. Abruptly, the banging ceased, replaced by the wolves' mournful howls, which soon faded into silence. What transpired outside? Though their hearts brimmed with curiosity, no one dared to open the door as seconds turned into minutes. Where am I? Harry opened his eyes, a wave of weakness washing over him, leaving him dizzied as he rose. Clutching his head, his gaze wandered aimlessly, failing to discern his surroundings. After shaking his head, Harry finally focused on the scene before him. Several silver moon wolf corpses lay strewn about. their bodies mangled as if they had been carelessly bitten and discarded. The flames around him raged uncontrollably, growing fiercer by the moment, the acrid smoke thickening. Fortunately, the majority of the area was constructed of marble, preventing the flames from spreading. That he could not recall how he ended up here. He should still be in the square. How had he suddenly arrived in this place? Questions abounded, yet it seemed not the time for reflection. Right, he needed to reunite with Ivan and the others, Harry recalled. However, the wooden door before him, marred by deep claw marks and appearing ready to splinter at a mere touch, seemed familiar. Hadn't he and Ivan agreed to meet here? How had he arrived? Harry pondered, but his mind was a blank, and he could remember nothing pertinent. Let us just reunite with Ivan, he decided. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, heightening the group's tensions within. Fina gripped her hands tightly. Ivan, sweating profusely on the stool, and Susanna stared intently at the entrance, all on edge. Ivan, Fina, are you in there? Harry's voice drifted in, sounding like music to their ears. Upon hearing Harry's familiar voice, Ivan nearly leaped from his seat. Disregarding the pain in his hands and feet, limping towards the piled objects at the door, excitedly asking, "Is that you?" Harry, outside. Harry smiled at Ivan's exuberance, responding, "Of course it's me. Who else would it be? Please wait a moment. Allow me to remove these obstructive items first." Ivan began to clear away the mountainous pile before him, with Fina stepping forward to assist. But Harry is dead. How can he still be alive? Susanna inquired with a perplexed expression. Although she had indeed heard Harry's voice, she had just seen his lifeless body that very morning. It seemed impossible for him to have returned. Who said he was dead? Didn't you hear his voice? Ivan retorted, turning back with irritation. He was not inclined to tolerate such disparaging remarks about his brother, regardless of the speaker's gender. But Susanna attempted to counter, only to be interrupted by Ivan. "Stop talking so much. Come here and help out. Everyone, please lend a hand." Ivan earnestly addressed the group of young men and women, as well as the maidservants, acknowledging that he could not possibly move all these items by himself, especially in his injured state. Outside the door, Harry surveyed his surroundings and suddenly spotted a vague silhouette around a corner. As if aware of Harry's gaze, the shadow took off running. Intrigued, Harry chased after it, only to find nothing but flickering flames at the corner. How strange. What had that been? Frustrated by his fruitless pursuit, Harry returned to the entrance, where the sounds of moving objects echoed from within. After a brief moment, the door finally swung open, or rather, it collapsed. Thankfully, Harry had managed to dodge it in time. Otherwise, he would surely have been struck. "Harry, I knew you were all right. You scared me to death." A figure suddenly dashed out from inside. Lunging towards Harry, he swiftly leaped back, avoiding the person, who then tumbled clumsily to the ground. Fina emerged as well, and upon seeing Harry's familiar face, tears welled up in her eyes. "Sister Fina, I'm back." Harry smiled at her. Fina stepped forward and embraced him tightly, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Ivan, propped up on the ground with his chin resting on his hand, watched the tender scene unfold with a smile. Harry felt a pang of guilt for them. He would need to apologize at some point. But now was not the time. Their immediate priority was to leave. "All right, everyone, we need to get out of here. This place is no longer safe," Harry declared as he extricated himself from Fina's embrace, addressing those still inside. "Harry, did you do all this?" Susanna emerged, her expression a complex mixture of emotions as she gestured to the corpses of the wolves scattered outside. "No, I have no idea how this happened," Harry replied, shaking his head. "We can't waste any more time. Let us hurry and leave before the flames consume this place," he urged, glancing at the encroaching fire. The group, witnessing the growing inferno, ultimately decided to follow Harry. Susanna hesitated, her words caught in her throat, and ultimately chose to remain silent, trailing behind Harry and the others. As they traversed the corridor, Harry encountered no silvermoon wolves, only the crackling flames and the stinging smoke. Fortunately, these did not impede their progress. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Harry noticed that his withered branch was missing, and his clothes were stained with blood. What on earth had happened? However, as he passed a certain area, he spotted the withered branch. In that gruesome, blood-soaked corridor lay the bodies of knights clad in black armor. Their forms sprawled across the ground. The walls bore deep gashes, evidence of a fierce battle. And one area was splattered with blood. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all drenched in crimson. Harry picked up the bloodied withered branch, and an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. "Harry, are you all right?" We should leave quickly, Ivan said, patting Harry on the shoulder, while Fina supported him. Yes, I'm fine. Let's go, Harry replied, shaking off the unsettling feeling. This place was deeply discomforting to him, and he hurried past the knights lying in pools of blood. Swiftly rounding the corner, there, he encountered only a few charred corpses, their armor the only indicator of their knightly status. Upon reaching the grand door leading to the plaza, the group halted, gazing at the two knights who had been impaled by spikes rising from the ground. Their lifeless faces frozen in a grimace of death. The sight made Harry and his companions involuntarily gulp. What had transpired in this underground palace? Harry, you're still young. Don't stare at that. It's not good for your mental and physical development. Ivan's voice suddenly broke through as hands covered Harry's eyes. I understand, Harry murmured, gently pushing Ivan's hands away and turning towards the staircase. How familiar? Where had he seen this before? A question bubbled within him. Just as before, why had he forgotten? Ugh, damn it. His head throbbed painfully as he pressed his palm to his forehead. Chapter 41. An unexpected turn of events. The group ascended the spiral staircase together, drawing ever closer to the exit. Harry, at the forefront, clutched the withered branch in his pocket, aware that a great battle was inevitable. He felt a tight knot of anxiety in his stomach. To save everyone, he must defeat those who guarded them. Perhaps the chaos in the plaza had subsided by now, but he could only hope they were not lying in wait. Just a few steps from the exit, Harry finally caught sight of the people in the plaza, who had also noticed him. Drawing out the blood-stained withered branch, he adopted a serious expression, preparing for battle. Capture them, a commanding female voice rang out. She wore no armor or protective gear, instead donning an exquisite white ensemble that accentuated her slender figure, instantly captivating Harry and the others. Draped in a floor-length white cloak, she bore a long sword at her waist and sported flaming red hair. Her crimson eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Harry and his companions, sending chills down their spines. Almighty God of fire, please heed the plea of the frail Harry and bestow upon me the great power to incinerate that which lies before me. Fireball. Without hesitation, Harry began to chant the incantation, waving his wand to unleash a massive fireball towards the encroaching knights clad in silver armor. The knights, undeterred, drew their swords and effortlessly cleaved the fireball in two, causing it to dissipate into thin air. Harry was taken aback. His most formidable offensive spell had been so easily countered. What should he do now? The knights, now aware that the boy before them was no ordinary child but a wizard, unsheathed their swords with caution. There had to be a way out of this predicament. Harry's dark eyes scanned the approaching knights. Panic rising within him, he needed a strategy, but his magical energy was nearly depleted. He had to use it wisely. A plan began to form. If he could capture their leader, that formidable woman, he might be able to leverage her as a bargaining chip. But how could he breach their defenses? Harry furrowed his brow as he regarded the striking woman. Thankfully, they seemed primarily focused on him. If his companions stayed put, they would not be harmed. You all stay right there. Do not come any closer, Harry instructed over his shoulder. Ivan met Harry's gaze, understanding his intent, and relinquished any thoughts of dissuasion, merely hoping for Harry's safety. Fina wore a worried expression as well. Though Harry's earlier display had shocked them, the opponents before them clearly appeared formidable. Harry, you must remain unharmed. Susanna observed the insignia on the knight's armor, 3 crossed swords, strikingly familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen it, just as she was about to call out to Harry. Urging him to act cautiously, he had already charged toward the knights, representing blessings and hope, guiding the lost in this world. May light be with us. Harry murmured the incantation as he ran, his withered branch emanating a faint glow. As the knights prepared to strike at him, Harry uttered the final words, "Holy light spell." A brilliant flash erupted from the withered branch, enveloping the plaza in dazzling light. The brightness blinded everyone, plunging their surroundings into darkness. The knights closest to Harry, caught off guard, bore the brunt of the blinding radiance. This was a spell Harry had learned in his mental realm, a magic that, while categorized as offensive, primarily targeted dark and malevolent entities. Upon discovering its limitations, he had regretted learning it, but now he recognized its potential utility. Seizing the opportunity while his adversaries were momentarily disoriented, Harry dashed past them. However, as he sprinted by one knight, the warrior reached out, attempting to seize him. Anticipating such a reaction, Harry had already prepared his growth spell. From the ground beneath the knights, thick vines erupted, ensnaring their feet and rendering them immobile. Yet, the knights broke free almost instantly. Pursuing Harry, Harry had anticipated this outcome. If even his strongest fireball had been dispelled, how effective could a lesser growth spell be? It was merely a tactic to buy time. The true target was the woman. With renewed determination, Harry ensnared the striking woman with the vines summoned by his spell, inching closer to her, just a little more. Harry swiftly recited the incantation, and the withered branches began to sway. A dagger-shaped block of ice materialized in Harry's other hand. The outcome hinged on this moment. But wait, why had she not yet opened her eyes? At this moment, the holy light spell should have faltered. Staring intently at the delicate features of the woman before him, Harry noted her eyes tightly shut and suddenly realized that it was too late. The corners of her mouth curled into a subtle smile. Her eyes sprang open, and the vines that ensnared her were instantly severed by some unseen force. In an instant, her elegantly gloved hand seized Harry by the throat, followed by a muffled grunt as he dropped the withered branch to the ground. The ice dagger in his hand vanishing simultaneously. A knee strike from the woman's long leg struck Harry in the abdomen, leaving his complexion ashen as he coughed up blood, his face contorted in agony. "You are truly too inexperienced, little one," she remarked, holding him aloft by the throat, before unceremoniously discarding him onto the ground. Harry coughed violently, glancing up at the woman, who had her arms crossed. Exuding an aura of strength, he concluded that she was formidable. Are you the sword saint of the Guardian Knights?" Susanna, emerging from the group of Ivans, inquired cautiously, recalling the emblem associated with the most powerful knight order protecting the current empire. The order boasted 3 sword saints, each commanding their respective factions: Sword Saint Fistelia of the Guardian Knights, Sword Saint Chiasso of the Judgment Knights, and Sword Saint Ercole of the Adventurer Knights, collectively known as the Holy Light Knights. "Oh, and who might you be? How do you know this?" the woman questioned Susanna. With her hands clasping her long skirt, Susanna humbly lowered her head, saying, "Esteemed Sword Saint Fistelia, I am a ceremonial instructor named Susanna. I recognized this emblem from a celebration in the imperial capital several years ago." "I see. But why are you here? This is not a place for someone of your profession." Fistelia scrutinized Susanna intently. "Sword Saint Fistelia, I too have my own burdens," Susanna replied with difficulty. "Very well. If you have burdens, I happen to have numerous questions for you." "Take them all away," Fistelia commanded the knights, then approached Harry, disregarding his condition as she grasped the back of his collar and hoisted him up, leading him toward the southern gate. Chapter 42. Fistelia's inquiry. Harry was dragged along the path they had longed for, the steep incline drawing nearer. The brightness of the exit made Harry squint, and after a moment he slowly opened his eyes, only to find everything hazy. Rubbing his eyes, he was greeted by the warm, radiant sunlight, the azure sky, clouds drifting overhead, familiar buildings, lush trees, and vibrant flowers in full bloom. "I've returned," Harry thought to himself before succumbing to drowsiness once more. Hey, wake up!" Fistelia's voice reached his ears, the last sound he heard before slipping into unconsciousness. Exhausted from excessive magical and mental strain, coupled with the bizarre resurrection process and the torment he had endured, Harry's body finally reached its limits and fainted. Alas, has he fainted? What a nuisance. I had intended to ask him some questions, Fistelia sighed, observing Harry's bloodstained, tattered clothing before turning her gaze back to the enigmatic exit, her expression sharpening with determination. "Shaman, next time, you shall not escape my grasp." Segment break. Where is this? Harry awoke to find himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling in a dimly lit room. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting shadows on the floor. He pushed aside the covers and half sat up in bed, bewildered. "This is my residence. You've finally awakened, little brat," came the timely response from nearby, turning to see Fistelia seated in a chair, engrossed in a book, with an oil lamp illuminating only her side of the room. He noticed she had changed out of her ornate attire into a simple white gown, her ample bosom constrained by the fabric, her fiery red hair cascading down her back, exuding an air of refined elegance, despite her casual posture and manner of speech. Harry mumbled, momentarily at a loss for words, his mind swirling with confusion. "How did I end up here?" As he awoke, a torrent of questions flooded his mind. "Well then, since you are awake, I have some questions for you," Fistelia stated, closing her book and placing it aside. Her crimson eyes locked onto Harry's ebony ones as she inquired, "What transpired in that place? What did Shaman do to you?" Harry paused, realizing she was asking about his experiences. Who was Shaman, and what had been done to him? "No," he shook his head. He needed to devise a way to evade her inquiries, to conceal the events that transpired in the square. Revealing such details would undoubtedly work against him. Discretion was the best form of protection. After careful consideration, he slowly replied, I was captured by them and forced to live there, trained as a slave, until today when I was finally captured by you. And as for this shaman you mentioned, I know nothing of her. Do not lie. I have examined your body. You possess magical abilities and can wield spells. The changes you have undergone cannot be concealed from me. Fistelia retorted, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded Harry. Lowering his gaze, Harry's expression darkened. He had hoped to deceive her, but it seemed futile. Shaman is one of the Empire's most wanted criminals, a master of dark sorcery, responsible for countless murders and heinous acts. Notorious for her human experiments, we have been pursuing her for quite some time, yet she eludes capture. However, through our unwavering determination, we finally discovered her hidden location. We had set up an ambush, prepared to storm in and apprehend her. But alas, she escaped today. Fistelia articulated each word with precision, resting her chin on her hand as she scrutinized Harry. Harry remained silent, his head lowered, appearing calm on the surface, yet turmoil raged within him. So the old witch was named Shaman, a figure of infamy. Why had she appeared here? Did she have ulterior motives? Was the so-called human experimentation not merely about selling slaves, but involved other sinister objectives? Yet, had he even spoken to the old witch, he couldn't recall her appearance at all. Why was he so sensitive to that name? How peculiar. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but that was the only explanation for his agitation. Have you made up your mind? It's time to reveal the truth. Fistelia's beautiful gaze bore into Harry's that he knew the moment had come to be honest. Continuing to conceal the truth was futile and might even provoke her ire. He had not committed any heinous acts, after all. Sighing, he met her gaze and recounted his journey and the events that transpired in clear detail. Ha ha ha, so it was you who instigated that riot. What a clever boy you are. Fistelia laughed heartily, patting Harry on the shoulder with evident delight, while Harry merely offered a bittersweet smile in response. Do you know, when the Emperor dispatched us to handle this matter, we pursued her for so long without success. It was incredibly frustrating. She always managed to escape, hiding in well-concealed locations. It took us ages to uncover her secret hideout, the Koted Trading Company. That merchant group owned by the rotund fellow think she was hiding in their underground lair. Today, we had intended to apprehend her and her accomplices, but unexpectedly, your riot provided the perfect distraction. Though we failed to capture her, we managed to apprehend a group of miscreants. I imagine she must be furious, as you were the first to disrupt her plans. Ha ha ha. What a satisfying turn of events. Fistelia exclaimed, her laughter taking on a manic edge that left Harry questioning whether this was the same confident woman he had encountered before. Yet in light of her words, many of Harry's lingering questions began to resolve. The woman before him was not an enemy. Fistelia and her comrades were akin to the Empire's guardians, striving to eradicate evil. Harry felt fortunate. He had mistakenly believed they were adversaries. But they were not. A wave of relief washed over him, for in his mind, the Empire and the police shared a noble purpose, upholding justice and maintaining social order, rescuing those in peril. With this revelation, Harry realized that Fistelia and her allies had indeed saved his life, preventing him from facing off against that group, thus minimizing casualties. After all, Harry was uncertain if he could defeat them, given his precarious state of magical and mental energy. Ultimately, fortune smiled upon him. He had chosen a fortuitous day. Chapter 43. The Breath of the Old Witch. Well then, Miss Fisteria, may I return now? The hour is quite late, Harry remarked, casting a glance at the luminous moon outside. Absolutely not. Fisteria vehemently rejected Harry's plea. I have grave reservations about your condition after that fiend shaman's modifications. It would be reckless to release you without ensuring your safety. Should you undergo an unforeseen transformation, it would spell disaster. Fisteria crossed her arms and spoke with a serious demeanor. What is wrong with my body? Harry inquired anxiously, his hands instinctively brushing over himself, as though fearing the emergence of something peculiar. As I have mentioned, that old hag shaman relishes employing her dark sorcery for grotesque human experiments. After pursuing her for so long, we have uncovered her abominable test subjects. Truly horrifying. They could only be likened to natural disasters. Fisteria reflected, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Does that mean I could also be one of those experimental subjects? Harry stammered, a cold sweat forming on his brow. He was filled with trepidation at the thought of becoming something monstrous. Given Fisteria's expression, he surmised that those so-called test subjects were anything but ordinary. Indeed, you could very well become a mindless abomination, and for the sake of the populace, we must quash any potential calamity in its infancy. That I trust you understand our position, Fisteria stated, her gaze fixed firmly on Harry. Enunciating each word with precision, Harry clenched his fists beneath the blanket, comprehending that to ensure the safety of others, his own hidden menace could be extinguished at any moment, if his demise could spare others from harm. Then perhaps death was not such a terrifying prospect. Visions of Ivan, Fia, his mother, and the faces of his companions flashed through his mind. Kid, are you overthinking this? I merely mentioned it as a possibility. It's not a certainty. Why take it so seriously? I truly detest those overly clever individuals. Fisteria waved her hand dismissively. She had observed every action of his, noting that this lad exhibited quite a bit of spirit. Seemingly unafraid of death, it appeared he had people he wished to protect, which piqued her interest. Harry paused at her words, a flicker of hope igniting within him. After all, who truly desires death? He gazed at Fisteria with renewed optimism. Hey, kid, don't look at me like that. I'm only saying it's a possibility. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Fisteria averted her slightly flushed face and said, Thank you for comforting me. Miss Fisteria, Harry replied warmly, realizing that she was indeed trying to console him. What a person unskilled in expressing emotion she was, truly an archetype of Sunra. Ugh, you foolish boy. I was comforting you. Don't get ahead of yourself. Fisteria retorted, her cheeks reddening as she playfully punched Harry on the head. With a yelp of pain, Harry clutched his head, inwardly grumbling about how her demeanor reminded him of Fia. Ahem. Enough of this, we need to get to the main topic. I have no time to play with a little brat like you. Fisteria coughed a few times, her blush still evident, a sight that could lead one's thoughts astray. I have examined everyone accompanying you. None exhibit anything out of the ordinary. In summary, they are all ordinary people, while you are entirely different. You possess magic and can wield spells, and furthermore, there lingers a faint trace of her presence upon you. Fisteria explained. Her presence? Harry echoed, puzzled. The scent of that old witch shaman. Although the aroma has faded, the moment I captured you, I sensed that faint, ominous scent belonging to her. Among your group, you stand out distinctly. Who else could I possibly suspect? That is indeed the case. Were I in your position, I would harbor similar suspicions. So, it seems everyone else has been cleared of guilt, leaving only me under suspicion. Harry realized he was akin to a pearl among stones. His brilliance impossible to ignore. Indeed, you are the sole individual still under suspicion. I have released everyone else. Hearing Fisteria say this, Harry felt relieved. His friends could finally leave that place and choose their own paths in life. Which was truly wonderful. Hey, I must say, you are quite the oddball. You seem unconcerned about your own predicament and instead fret over others. Are you daft? Fisteria observed Harry's look of relief and inquired with confusion. Ivan and the others are my most cherished friends, as long as they are safe. That is all that matters, Harry replied happily. Sigh, I truly find it difficult to describe you. You are such a fool. Are friends really that significant? They may yet turn against you, Fisteria sighed, her gaze somewhat unfocused. I would never turn against Ivan and the others. We are good friends, Harry countered. Unaware of Fisteria's unusual demeanor, Fisteria merely smiled, choosing not to pursue that line of conversation further, redirecting their discussion instead. The Kota Trading Company, located in the Commoner District's marketplace, is an old merchant guild with a history spanning over a century. Who would have imagined that this guild would conspire with shaman, engaging in such nefarious dealings? Fortunately, our operatives were quite resourceful. Discovering shaman's whereabouts, we stormed the guild's underground chambers. Yet we were thwarted in our attempt to breach the entrance known as the North Gate, which was shielded by an exceptionally potent magical barrier. Thus, you can understand why you were apprehended upon your emergence. Fisteria maintained her unwavering gaze on Harry. Oh, that was how it was. Harry reflected on his earlier actions, chastising himself for not being more observant during the operation. He had nearly led everyone into a perilous situation, and it was fortunate that he was swiftly subdued, thereby ending the farce. However, this recollection prompted Harry to remember what Susanna had said, stirring a few questions in his mind. Miss Fisteria, as the Sword Saint, should you be capable of dispelling that magical barrier? Why not do so? Harry posed the question. Oh, that mattered. I could indeed break it, but I feared that the structure would not withstand my power and collapse. Besides, even if I did, That wretched shaman would certainly notice. There was no other choice. Fisteria shrugged her shoulders in a gesture of resignation. Heh. I am quite curious to know what kind of power you could unleash, Harry chuckled wryly, realizing that her abilities were likely being constrained by the environment. That old witch certainly played her cards well. And it seemed Fisteria had been outmaneuvered. Nevertheless, he chose not to disclose this thought, lest she react as Fia might and retaliate with another punch. I am quite formidable, you know, Fisteria declared confidently, flexing her pale, unmuscular arm. Yes, I understand. So, what must I do to prove that I am not one of those experimental subjects? Harry asked nonchalantly. Accompany me back to the Imperial City. The Pope will surely have a solution. If you display no abnormalities, I shall release you, Fisteria asserted. Oh, I see. Then, before that, Miss Fisteria, may I return to visit my mother? She must be quite worried about me, Harry requested, lowering his head slightly. Chapter 44. Fairy tales are deceptive beneath the silvery moonlight. With skies devoid of clouds, a gaunt figure clad in a gray duckbill hat stood before a gravestone. The chirping of crickets resonating in the air. Dense fog enveloped the surroundings, casting an eerie atmosphere. Yet the figure seemed oblivious to it, his handsome visage marred by discomfort as he muttered, "This is bad, truly bad. Harry must not find out." The young man, donning the duckbill hat, placed the bouquet he held before the gravestone. Then cradled his head in his hands with a sigh, visibly distressed. The moon remained as round as ever, unchanged in the slightest. My sincere gratitude for your assistance, Miss Fisteria, in preparing all of this, Harry said. Seated in an opulent carriage drawn by 3 white horses, while Fisteria sat beside him, yawning. You are quite the nuisance, rising so early. I haven't had enough sleep, Fisteria lamented, wishing she could still be snuggled under the covers at this hour. My apologies, Harry replied, feeling sheepish as he lowered his gaze. It was indeed his fault. He yearned to see his mother so much. He had intended to visit her last night, but Fisteria had refused, arguing that it was too late and that his mother should be resting. Did he really want to disturb her sweet dreams? After considering her words, Harry ultimately decided to wait until the next day, and fortunately, Miss Fisteria agreed to accompany him then. Thus, he resigned himself to sleep in the carriage for the time being. After a long wait, morning light poured into Harry's room, casting a soft golden hue upon the walls, and at that moment, Harry stirred awake, and the first thought that crossed his mind was to visit his mother. He quickly donned the new clothes that lay on the table and ventured out in search of Miss Fisteria's room. Miss Fisteria had mentioned before leaving the previous night that her room was located at the very end of the corridor on the right. However, the corridor was a labyrinth of pathways, and Harry found himself uncertain of which direction to take. After taking only a few steps to the right, he halted, confronted by a multitude of diverging paths. Utterly unable to discern which one led to the innermost right. Helpless, he was left to navigate alone, hoping to locate Fisteria's room, yet fortune did not smile upon him this time. The further he wandered, the more lost he became, until he could no longer find his way back. Utterly disoriented, Harry could only lament, this place is truly vast. He eventually stumbled into an area reminiscent of a dining hall, where a long rectangular table stood prominently in the center, adorned with a white tablecloth. A few small vases filled with flowers graced the table, surrounded by several exquisite wooden chairs. The soft golden sunlight streamed through large windows, illuminating the space with a serene and elegant ambience. Harry was momentarily mesmerized when a light, playful voice broke the silence. What are you doing up so early? It's my breakfast preparation time. Are you here to lend a hand? Turning around, he beheld a striking figure with snow-white, neatly cropped hair that wafted a delightful fragrance, cascading just to her shoulders. Her deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the boundless sea, were captivating. A dainty pink mouth inspired an impulse to kiss, and a petite, elegant nose seemed almost inviting to touch. Her delicate, oval face boasted skin as smooth and luminous as pearls, and she was clad in a white maid's uniform, complemented by a blue inner garment. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, she showcased a perfectly slender figure, and the subtle smile on her face enhanced her beauty. One hand cradled a basket of vegetables, as if she had just returned from the market, while the other held a freshly purchased bunch of scallions. To Harry's eyes, she was undoubtedly a great beauty, rivaling even Fisteria. If Fisteria was a spirited, carefree woman, then this maid embodied a gentle grace, exuding an air of tenderness and propriety. No, I am here to find Miss Fisteria, but this place is so vast that I seem to have lost my way, Harry replied, flushing with embarrassment at his own navigational ineptitude. Come with me, the maid chuckled. Easily recognizing Harry's predicament. As they traversed the corridor, Harry followed closely behind her, anxious not to lose sight of her. The corridor echoed only with the sound of their footsteps, prompting Harry to seek a conversation to ease the awkward silence. Sister, why is this place so large when I only see you? Where has everyone gone? He inquired. It's just me here tidying up. I am Miss Fisteria's exclusive maid, always by her side. You can call me Kalia, she replied, glancing back at him. Oh, I see. Kalia, doesn't it exhaust you to manage such a large space? Why not hire more help? Harry asked, recalling that his own mother, a noblewoman, employed many servants. Surely, Miss Fisteria, appearing to be of noble descent herself, would have more than one maid. Thank you for your concern. Miss Fisteria and I often pursue the shaman, which leaves us with little time to settle. Thus, we rarely stay long in one place. I am not just any maid to accompany Miss Fisteria, Kalia said mysteriously, winking. Is that so? It must be quite challenging to follow Miss Fisteria around, Harry remarked, though he could not help but feel skeptical. Kalia's delicate demeanor seemed ill-suited for such a demanding role, yet Fisteria appeared equally unassuming. Harry recalled the moment she had deftly handled him, sending a shiver down his spine, and he mused that one should not judge by appearances. Finally, under Kalia's guidance, they arrived at Fisteria's room. Kalia surveyed the disarray within, sighing in resignation as she picked up scattered clothing. Fisteria, sprawled across the bed in a white nightgown, snored contentedly, drooling like a child who kicked off their covers in sleep. Miss Fisteria, it is time to wake up, Kalia said, gathering the clothes strewn about. Fisteria merely paused her snores, wiped her mouth, scratched her exposed waist, and rolled over, returning to her slumber. Kalia offered Harry a wry smile. This is a habit of Miss Fisteria's. Please forgive the sight. Harry nodded, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. Was this truly the legendary swordmaster from fairy tales? It seemed that such tales were often misleading. Thus, Fisteria was roused by Kalia, who helped her dress before leading Harry and Fisteria to the dining hall. After a fidgety breakfast, Harry found himself standing before an opulent castle, speechless in no wonder the space was so vast. It was indeed a castle. At the entrance, Kalia appeared with a horse-drawn carriage, taking the reins as Harry and Fisteria settled inside, embarking toward Harry's home. Initially, Harry intended to guide Kalia to his residence, but she assured him she already knew the way, leaving him to sit quietly beside Fisteria. His curiosity piqued. He peered through the carriage's curtain, witnessing a scene vastly different from before. They traversed a winding path through dense woods, sunlight cascading down like a tranquil painting. Upon emerging from the forest, they arrived at a bridge, revealing a settlement of human dwellings. Harry noticed the towering walls of the buildings and realized he was still within the confines of the grand fortress as Fisteria's guardian. She naturally accompanied him, yet she began to regret her earlier invitation for Harry to visit whenever he wished. It felt akin to sinking back into a warm, comforting blanket through the carriage window. Harry observed the bustling human community, where shopkeepers eagerly offered goods to patrons, children playfully chased one another, and women chatted amiably while shopping. The air was filled with laughter and joy. This must be the commoners' district, Harry thought, noting the evident happiness around him. Yet, he pondered why disparities in fortune existed. Some were on the brink of starvation, while others lived without a care. Why did such inequality persist? As the carriage continued towards the free zone, adventurers began to appear more frequently, and whispers about the carriage circulated among the onlookers. With each passing moment, Harry's unease grew. Would his mother be angry with him for being gone so long? Surely, she must have struggled in his absence. He rehearsed apologies in his mind, feeling increasingly anxious as thoughts of their reunion consumed him. The luxurious carriage halted before a familiar structure, and Kalia dismounted to open the door for Fisteria. With Harry following closely behind, the townsfolk paused in their tasks, children keeping a respectful distance. The profound sense of belonging washed over Harry as he recognized the tall building, spotting familiar faces. Aunt Maitland from the market, Uncle Kinsug with his ironworks, and the children who often bullied him, all standing at a distance. What was wrong? Why did they keep their distance? Shaking off the confusion, Harry pushed open the door. The familiar creak of the wooden floor beneath his feet echoing in his ears as he ascended the stairs with practiced ease. Driven by an overwhelming longing for his mother, upon reaching the door, he paused, placing his hand on the familiar doorknob. I'm home, Mother, he whispered. As he swung the door open, he stood frozen, exclaiming in disbelief, Ivan, what are you doing in my house? Ivan, sprawled across the table in slumber, groggily opened his eyes and, yawning, mumbled incoherently, "You're too loud. Can't a person sleep in peace?" Immediately, Ivan's pupils dilated as if he had seen a ghost, and he became acutely aware, awkwardly maintaining a yawning posture as he stammered, "Oh, it's you, Harry. You've returned. Let me explain. What brings you to my home? Why are you here? Where has my mother gone? Allow me to clarify." Harry stepped closer to Ivan, bombarding him with questions, wearing an expression that suggested he would throttle him if he did not answer sincerely. "Haha, Harry, you truly haven't changed a bit." Ivan chuckled heartily. "Enough with the pleasantries. Swiftly respond to my inquiries," Harry insisted, gazing directly into his brown eyes. "Well, you see, I have nowhere to stay, and my house is rather far away. Fina is reuniting with her parents, and I wouldn't dare intrude. Besides, I am aware of your residence and thought I might pay your mother a visit. However, it seems she is coincidentally absent, so I hope you wouldn't mind," Ivan explained, reaching for a cap on the table to adjust it on his head, shifting it left and right until he found it comfortable. "Oh, is that so? Do you know where my mother has gone?" From his angle, Harry could not see Ivan's eyes. Obscured by his hands, he glanced around the room, knowing Ivan and the others were familiar with his home's location. As he had mentioned it that night, that it was not surprising. He just hadn't anticipated Ivan would come to stay with him. "Your mother left you a note. You may read it. Don't misunderstand. I merely kept it safe for you, concerned someone might take it," Ivan said, producing a neatly folded square piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Harry. What a strange letter, Harry internally scoffed. Yet he took the note and carefully unfolded it to read. "My dear Harry, I knew you would surely return. During your absence, I worried for you greatly. However, I could not reach you wherever I went. I inquired among the people in the slums, yet they had no knowledge of your whereabouts. I also asked around the neighborhood, but still, there was no news of you. Nevertheless, I firmly believe you are safe. You are so clever. After all, there is something else I must share. Your mother is no longer here. She has gone in search of your father. I hope he will accept you, even though it was my fault that brought you into this world. Still, I wish for him to bestow upon you a rightful name. Do not worry for me. I shall return after some time. Take good care of yourself. With love, your mother, Gigiana." Harry folded the note, remaining silent and unresponsive, while Ivan looked on with a worried expression. "What are those things?" Harry pointed towards the discarded papers and a pencil scattered on the table and floor. "Oh, it's merely my practice writing. Pay it no mind. I'll dispose of it shortly," Ivan replied, hastily gathering the mess. "Thank you, Ivan," Harry suddenly uttered. Why thank me?" Ivan asked, bewildered. "For keeping my mother's belongings safe. That I appreciate it," Harry smiled. "That's good. That's good to no trouble at all." Ivan, half squatting on the ground, turned his back to Harry as he tidied up the papers, a look of relief washing over his face. "Truly, I cannot thank you enough, Ivan. You have done so much for me. I am aware you are concealing something. And though the handwriting mimics my mother's, as her son, how could I not discern the subtle differences? I must not let Ivan's kindness go unappreciated. He has sacrificed so much for me. I am indeed fortunate to have you as a friend." Harry smiled. Chapter 46. Old friends. "Hey, what took so long? Shouldn't your time with your mother have been sufficient?" Fisteria remarked impatiently from the doorway, with Kalia smiling beside her. "Miss Fisteria, please wait a moment while I pack my belongings. I will be swift," Harry said, rummaging through his wardrobe. "My dear lady, you are as radiant as a flawless pearl amidst the depths of the ocean," Ivan declared, leaning against the doorframe with an air of confidence towards Kalia. "Thank you for the compliment. I am honored, sir," Kalia replied, curtsying. It's no exaggeration. You truly are enchanting," Ivan said, shyly chuckling. "I must ask, do you not acknowledge my presence? How dare you engage in such flirtation before me with my maid?" Fisteria clenched her fists, then suddenly punched Ivan in the stomach. He doubled over, clutching his abdomen and emitting a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Enough. There is no need to tidy up. Kalia will prepare the clean clothes for you. Rest assured," Fisteria told Harry. Harry replied, feeling embarrassed. Miss Fisteria, I would like to request one more favor," Harry said as he approached her. "What is it?" "You are quite bothersome. Speak quickly," Fisteria replied. The morning remained refreshingly cool, the sun not yet scorching as the cicadas had yet to hum. "So, that is the situation," Harry explained. "I see, you wish to visit your friends and also need to go to the capital for a checkup. That punch truly hurt. She is quite the violent one." Ivan winced, still nursing his stomach from Fisteria's earlier blow. "Are you speaking ill of Lady Fisteria, sir?" Kalia smiled at Ivan. No, I was referring to someone else." "Not Lady Fisteria," Ivan hastily explained. Harry, Ivan, and Kalia strolled through a narrow alley, with Fisteria opting to remain behind, claiming she was too tired and would rest in the carriage. Harry's objective was to ascertain whether Fia had returned. He had not forgotten her. Although she had been taken away, Harry believed she would surely escape. This blind faith stemmed from Fia's exceptional fighting prowess. Who wouldn't feel that way? The iconic large tree stood amidst the crumbling ruins, where ragged children continued to play joyfully. Upon seeing Harry and his companions, they scurried away, peeking out from behind the debris. Harry attempted to call out to someone he recognized, but that person swiftly fled, hiding among the scattered bricks, casting furtive glances at Harry and the others, leaving the once spacious area eerily vacant. Why are they all fleeing? I am not one of the villains. Why do they hide from me? We once played together so joyously. Yet, Harry refused to believe that they could have forgotten him. They had shared so many happy moments together. He was about to confront them when Ivan grasped Harry's shoulder and shook his head. "What?" Harry questioned. "Do not approach. They are no longer the friends you once knew. An invisible barrier now separates you. You are no longer the Harry they remember. What do you see in their eyes?" Ivan pointed towards those hiding behind the wall. Fear, disgust, envy, and other complex emotions were vividly reflected in their gazes. Laid bare before Harry, still in disbelief, he walked closer, driven by a flicker of hope, and approached a child hiding behind the large tree. "It's me, Harry. Do you all no longer recognize me? I'm the strategist." "Harry, get away from me, you scoundrel. We don't want to see you." "Scram," a snot-nosed boy shouted, picking up a stone and throwing it at Harry. Harry did not flinch, allowing the stone to strike his eye. Leaving a trail of blood, he stood frozen, seemingly oblivious to the pain coursing through him. Why do you want me gone?" "I haven't done anything," Harry implored, disregarding the injury to his eye. "Look for yourself. What are these? Why are you the only one who returned? Everyone else is gone. You must have betrayed us. Otherwise, Fia and the others would not have been captured. You are a heartless wretch. We must have been blind to have trusted you." The snot-nosed boy pointed at several mounds of dirt beneath the tree, adorned with a few flowers, and a simple wooden cross bore the names of Fia, Jason, Ivan, and the others. I did not betray them. I just couldn't save them, but I tried." Harry clenched his fists, recalling his helplessness during that time. Still defending yourself, are you?" "No matter. We have a witness," the snot-nosed boy declared, pulling a boy of similar age to Harry from among the children. "Tell him what you saw at that time." I saw Harry getting along with those bad people. Harry wore nice clothes, ate better food than us, and often chatted happily with those villains," the boy stammered. "That is not correct. It is not as such. I merely wished to." Harry attempted to elucidate, yet the sniveling boy interrupted him. "Do not bother. We are but lowly peasants unworthy of conversing with someone of your stature. Just leave. It is truly repugnant." The boy sneered derisively. Get out. Get out. Get out." The surrounding children converged, hurling stones at Harry. "Enough, you little brats. Whoever throws another stone shall feel my wrath," Ivan declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry, his fists raised in a menacing gesture. "It is not like that at all. Harry murmured, his spirit visibly diminished. This is the nature of humanity, easily swayed by mere words. Once one person believes, a second will surely follow, endlessly so. Children of such tender ages are the most susceptible to deception," Kalia interjected. "Humanity, indeed." Harry reflected upon himself, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. "Yes, the garments I wear set me apart, and the others subconsciously perceive me as an adversary. I assumed that rescuing everyone would suffice. Yet I underestimated the intricacies of human emotion. In the absence of any explanation, misunderstandings are inevitable, especially among children of such youth. Although I saved them, they remain oblivious, only recalling my cordial interactions with those affluent individuals, my splendid attire, and delightful feasts. Surely, some of the children witnessed Ivan and the others in conflict. Indeed, the root of all their grievances converges upon me, this individual living in comfort. Why is it that time and again we evaded the clutches of traffickers, yet this time we fell victim? Why do I wear tattered clothing and consume unpalatable fare, while Harry dons exquisite garments and savors delectable dishes, accompanied by jovial companions? Why am I often assaulted by those ill-intentioned, while Harry engages them in jestful banter? Why? Yes, all are misled by the spectacle before their eyes. If only I could explain, they would surely believe me. Yet, Gazing upon their furious countenances and the stones incessantly hurled, they refused to hear my clarifications, utterly consumed by their wrath. "Let us depart," Harry uttered. As if expending his last reserves of strength, he felt utterly fatigued. Former friends had transformed into adversaries, and no one believed in him. Chapter 47. The importance of protecting those who matter. Harry and his companions vacated the area, making their way towards Fia's dwelling. Throughout the journey, Harry remained silent, his mood seemingly despondent. Kalia tended to Harry's eye, which had been struck by a stone, fortunate that it had not impacted the eye itself, but rather the surrounding area, from the scene witnessed earlier. Harry was now certain that Fia had not returned, yet an unbidden thought arose within him. Perhaps she had indeed come back and left something behind. Clinging to this last hope, he arrived at Fia's abode. The dilapidated remnants of a structure loomed before them, with a clearly visible small tent. The tent remained unchanged, preserving the appearance Harry had modified, yet it was devoid of any occupants. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he noticed a stone resting atop a piece of paper on the table. Harry removed the stone and picked up the note. "Harry, by the time you read this note, I will no longer be here. Which means you have successfully escaped. They as someone who once defeated me, I knew you would find a way out. Otherwise, it would be rather pathetic. However, I still wish to say I am sorry. Time is short, so listen well. I am fine. Do not worry about me. Live well and become the so-called great wizard you aspire to be. Your dear friend, Fia." As he gazed at the haphazard, claw-like scrawl on the note, Harry understood that Fia had earnestly attempted to pen her words well. Though the handwriting remained unsightly, her sentiment reached Harry's heart. "Thank you, my friend Fia. Ah, still the same. Fia, if only you could practice your writing a little more. It would be less arduous for me to read. Nevertheless, thank you." Tears streamed down Harry's face as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion, revealing a profound sorrow that seemed to encompass more than mere grief. "Harry." Ivan observed Harry's tears, hesitating to speak. Kalia exchanged a glance with Ivan, signaling him to step outside, granting Harry the solitude to gather his thoughts. Ivan nodded and exited with Kalia, leaving Harry alone within the tent. Consumed by his sorrow, the cries within grew louder, akin to a heart-wrenching lament. Harry understood that his mother had passed. Ivan had fabricated this lie to shield him. From the moment Harry surveyed the room, he knew his mother's beloved little yellow flower had withered on the windowsill. That it was her most cherished possession, lovingly tended to, and every time she gazed upon it, a smile graced her face. This flower was treasured beyond measure. It could not simply be allowed to perish without cause. Initially, Harry believed his mother had merely encountered some trouble, unwilling to confront the darker implications, a form of evasion. Yet, keenly observant, he noticed the untouched state of her wardrobe, the laundry remaining undisturbed. The truths he had been avoiding were mercilessly laid bare. Reflecting on why Ivan crafted this benevolent falsehood, was it to conceal something? The note mimicking his mother's handwriting served a purpose as well. It struck him with clarity. It was all for me. Ivan feared I would be unable to bear the truth. Yet it was a ruse that ultimately failed. Harry wept openly, overwhelmed by regret for his mother's passing and the pain of being forsaken by friends, the helplessness and guilt stemming from the deaths of Ivan, Jason, and others surged forth, released alongside his tears. This heart-wrenching ache recalled memories of a past life, infusing him once more with a profound sense of impotence and remorse. For the first time, Harry questioned the purpose of mastering magic. Was it to heal his mother? To protect others? Yet now, his mother was gone, and he had been abandoned by those he once called friends. Everything felt utterly meaningless, a product of his own inadequacy. If only he had possessed the strength. Ivan and the others may have survived, and his mother could have been saved. But here he was, still so weak, unable to vanquish anyone, just as in his previous life, where he boasted of being able to save others, yet stood powerless as loved ones perished before him. I am merely a braggart, the architect of their demise, my weakness the catalyst for these tragedies. If only I could grow stronger, become unbeatable, then they would not have to die. How infuriating. What use is this power if I cannot even defeat others? What does it mean to protect anyone? Do not jest. Harry shouted through his tears, pulling a withered twig from his pocket and breaking it violently in two before casting it to the ground. I am nothing but a failure, incapable of saving anyone. Harry cradled his head, weeping, kneeling in despair. Harry, are you all right? Ivan, having heard Harry's anguished cries, rushed in, concerned. Upon witnessing Harry's despondent state, Ivan knelt beside him, wiping away his tears. In that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within Harry's weary eyes. Yes, I still have friends to protect. I am not alone. They care for me, and I cannot allow myself to remain in despair. This time, I will protect everyone with my life. I will never allow such tragedies to occur again. I must acquire greater strength to atone for my past sins. Harry grasped Ivan's hand, feeling the unmistakable warmth radiating from him. That I will protect everyone, without fail. This conviction solidified within Harry's heart. Enough of this sorrow, let us return, Ivan said. Retracting his hand, Harry nodded, brushing away the remnants of tears from his eyes. How foolish it was to have succumbed to despair after pledging to rise above it. A smile broke through his grief as he picked up the broken twig from the ground. Tucking it back into his pocket, along with the neatly folded note, that moment, Ivan extended his hand at the entrance of the tent. Harry hesitated for an instant before placing his hand in Ivan's. Together, they emerged, smiles gracing their faces, their gazes locking like brothers. Kalia, trailing behind them, wore a look of satisfaction. Freya, have you brought the dessert I requested? The elegantly attired woman with lustrous black curls, draped in a flowing dark robe, gracefully held a goblet filled with a deep crimson liquid. She reclined in a plush fur chair, one hand cradling her delicate chin, the other holding the glass, her slender fingers caressing its surface as the liquid swayed gently within. Her alluring, violet-red eyes fixated on the contents of the goblet. Through the rich liquid, her gaze became even more captivating, drawing one's attention inexorably. My mistress, your dessert has arrived. Please enjoy. A maid adorned in a striking black and white striped butterfly costume emerged from the shadows behind her. Speaking in a tone devoid of any emotion, she possessed long, ink-green hair, elegantly tied back, yet her exquisitely crafted visage stirred deep admiration. Her curvaceous form was accentuated by a gray bow elegantly tied at her collar. In her hands, she delicately balanced a triangular chocolate cake, adorned with a single red cherry that appeared utterly delectable, which she respectfully placed before the captivating woman. Then, she silently stood behind the woman, her ink-green eyes lacking any spark, resembling a marionette that had lost its life, utterly devoid of vitality. Ah, this child is becoming increasingly intriguing, seemingly diverging from the original plan I had laid out. However, it matters not. My intentions shall remain unchanged, remarked the alluring woman seated upon a plush fur chair, gazing through her wine glass at the crystal ball positioned before her. The surface of the crystal ball shimmered with scenes of individuals engaged in conversation, glowing faintly as if it were a television. Chapter 48. The final farewell to mother. I say, Ivan, is it not time for you to hand me the note my mother left behind? Harry lifted his gaze and inquired, What are you talking about? Did I not already give it to you? Ivan, holding Harry's small hand, averted his gaze. Ivan, I am already aware. You need not worry about me. I am fine now. Harry paused, his earnest eyes fixed upon Ivan. So you knew all along? I thought I had managed to keep it from you. It seems I was overthinking it. Nonetheless, it is a relief to hear you are well. Ivan responded, momentarily taken aback, halting his steps, a sense of relief washing over him. This is what your mother left behind. I apologize. I did not intend for it to unfold this way, Ivan said, retrieving a crumpled note from the pocket of his coat and handing it to Harry. With trembling hands, Harry accepted the note and slowly unfolded it. My dear child Harry, Mother knows her time is short, yet I long to see you once more. However, I cannot find you anywhere. Where have you gone? Even so, I have never given up searching for you, but alas, I still cannot locate you. I am sorry, my dear, but I cannot see you one last time. That I know you have always been clever, and you will surely return. By the time you read this note, Mother will have gone to the heavens. Do not worry about me. Live well. Whatever you choose to do, Mother will support you. Since you were young, you have been without a father. At first, I worried you might ask about him, but you have been so understanding and have never inquired. You are truly a considerate child, and Mother hopes you can live happily, marry, and have children. Though I will not witness that day, I sincerely wish you well. May God bless my Harry with a lifetime of happiness. Lastly, do not cry, my dear. You are a boy, and should not weep like a girl. Even if I am no longer here, you have good friends by your side, and you shall never be alone. Watching over you from heaven, your loving mother. Harry's nose tinged with bitterness. Why could the tears not cease? His heart ached profoundly as he clumsily wiped away the tears that continued to flow. Despite his resolve not to cry, yet, this feeling bore an inexplicable sense of comfort. He embraced the note tightly against his chest, tears streaming down his face, as memories of moments spent with his mother flooded his mind. Though challenging, they were filled with warmth. Harry recalled a time when his mother cried, and he, believing he had caused her sorrow, rushed to her side, pleading in a childish voice, "Mother, you may hit me if it will stop your tears. It would ease your heart a little." Upon hearing his words, his mother wept as she held him close, gently stroking his head and saying, "You silly child, what are you saying? You are my treasure. I could never bear to strike you." The young Harry remembered the warmth of his mother's embrace. Unable to comprehend why, in a past life, his mother had often resorted to striking him when upset. It was so distressing. He wished to contribute to her happiness. "Mother, thank you for providing me with a happy home. For nurturing me, for imparting knowledge. I am truly sorry I could not see you one last time. I love you more than anything." Ivan and Kalia stood silently, observing Harry. "Mother, I am coming. I apologize for returning late. This is my good friend Ivan, and this is Miss Kalia," Harry said, standing before a gravestone as he placed a bouquet of yellow flowers. "Hello, Andy, I am Ivan, Harry's good friend. You need not worry. I will take good care of him and ensure he does not stray." Ivan addressed the gravestone. "Good morning, Miss Chikina. I am Kalia," she said, curtsying gracefully before the gravestone. "Mother, you need not worry about me. I have returned safely. I know you will likely scold me again, but please listen. In that place, Harry began to chatter away at the gravestone, painting vivid tales as if conversing with a living person. "Miss Kalia, do you think Harry is truly all right? He has been talking for quite some time," Ivan said, glancing at Kalia beside him. They stood under a large tree, seeking refuge from the sun's harsh rays, while Harry remained steadfast in the sunlight, engrossed in his conversation with the gravestone. "He is perfectly fine. He is merely bidding his mother a final farewell," Kalia replied to Ivan. "I understand. If it were me, I certainly would not fare any better than Harry," Ivan remarked, leaning against the tree, hands behind his head, gazing at the azure sky. "Well then, mother, I must take my leave. I cannot keep Ivan and the others waiting. When I return, I shall be a revered hero. Farewell, mother," Harry declared confidently, clenching his fist. He waved at Ivan and the others gathered beneath the tree, and they nodded in agreement as they began their journey back, surrounded by rows of gravestones. "Thank you, Sister Kalia, for giving me the opportunity to come here." Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Harry, you really ought to refrain from such formality," Kalia replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "But for my own selfish desires. We took the liberty to come here. Would Miss Fisteria truly not hold it against you?" Harry voiced his concerns, knowing it was his suggestion to visit his mother. "Worry not. Did not Lady Fisteria say to take good care of you? Wherever we go, as long as I am with you, all shall be well," Kalia reassured him. "Then shall we play a bit first, perhaps indulge in some delightful treats? That should not pose any significant issue," Ivan suggested at that moment. "Absolutely not. We cannot keep Miss Fisteria waiting. What if we encounter unforeseen circumstances? Are you prepared to face the consequences?" Kalia interjected, arms crossed, her gaze fixed intently on Ivan. "I merely proposed a suggestion. Must you take it so seriously?" Ivan retorted. Harry chuckled at the scene before him. He had finally moved past the sorrow of losing a loved one that one must always look forward. How could one remain shackled to the present? Moreover, he had others to protect, and he needed to grow stronger to safeguard them. "By the way, Sister Kalia, I have a question. Who is more formidable, the sword saint or the sorcerer?" Harry inquired. "Well, that is a complex matter. In close combat, the sword saint prevails. Even at a distance, the sword saint often wins, as sorcerers rarely have the opportunity," Kalia mused. "But why? In fairy tales, sorcerers are depicted as incredibly powerful," Harry questioned. "That is because individuals who reach the level of sword saint possess extraordinary levels of stamina, strength, magical power, speed, and destructive capability. Sorcerers are often defeated before they can even cast a spell. But surely, there must be exceptions." "Indeed, there are exceptions. Sorcerers of the mage level can indeed defeat a sword saint. But such individuals are exceedingly rare. They must possess high magical comprehension, ample magical power, and advantageous terrain to have a chance of defeating a sword saint before they close in. While there are many sorcerers, the formidable destructive force of a sword saint serves as a warning for sorcerers to keep their distance. In the early stages, sorcerers are quite powerful, capable of handling novice swordsmen, but as time progresses, especially against those swordsmen with enhanced resistances, they become tough and resilient, rendering spells ineffective. Yet, why do people hold sorcerers in such high esteem? That is because the dazzling and elegant magic signifies nobility. Although magic is not without its flaws, do you know why the continent is named Isinti? It is named after the founding sorcerer, Isinti, which naturally commands respect for sorcerers. So that is the reason. Harry thought to himself, realizing he had been misled by the fairy tales of this world. Chapter 49. Frustration. The opulent carriage remained stationed before the very house where Harry once resided. The 3 white horses, harnessed to the carriage, idly munched on the potted plants arranged outside the building, which were adorned with blossoms. Currently, Kalia was offering her apologies to the owner of those pots, a venerable old gentleman who bore a nonchalant expression. Though it was likely he was intimidated by Kalia's group, Harry recalled a time when a small child accidentally stepped on one of the flowers in a pot and was pursued for quite some distance by this elderly man wielding a broom, leaving the child too frightened to pass by for several days. Miss Fisteria, I sincerely apologize for the trouble, Harry said, standing outside the carriage, addressing the slumbering Fisteria within. Oh, it's nothing. Hurry back, will you? I still need to catch some more sleep. Go fetch Kalia, came Fisteria's languorous voice from the carriage. Understood, Harry acknowledged, turning to find Kalia, who had produced a small pouch filled with coins, placing it into the old gentleman's hands, though he repeatedly declined. Asserting it was unnecessary, Kalia insisted, leaving the money in his grasp before taking her leave. What is it, Harry? Kalia inquired, noticing Harry's peculiar gaze directed at her. Nothing much, just that Miss Fisteria wishes to return. And I was sent to call you, Harry replied. Is it time to go back? I see. Kalia smiled, opening the carriage door for Harry, gesturing for him to enter. Kalia, elder sister. Harry hesitated, glancing at the door. Feeling it inappropriate to voice his thoughts, thus he fell silent. Is there something you find unsatisfactory? Kalia asked. No, not at all, Harry stammered as he climbed into the carriage, while Kalia simply closed the door with a puzzled expression. He thought to himself that he could have opened the door himself, sparing her the effort, but given his height, it seemed he wasn't quite able to reach, so he allowed her assistance, seated on the soft cushions. Harry mulled over that notion. Harry, on the day of your departure, we will see you off, rest assured. Ivan called from the entrance of the house, waving at Harry inside the carriage. Harry drew back the curtain and smiled at Ivan, reciprocating the wave. Moments earlier, Harry and his companions had finally returned. Harry, we can no longer accompany you, but you must promise to live splendidly. Otherwise, neither Fina nor I will forgive you, Ivan said, lightly tapping Harry's chest with his fist. Chuckling. I understand. Thank you, Ivan. I have a favor to ask of you, Harry said, pulling a small pouch of coins from his pocket. Initially, he had intended to borrow some money from Kalia, but she had given him this substantial amount without question, which he gratefully accepted. However, upon opening it and discovering it was filled solely with silver coins, despair washed over him at the thought of how he would repay such a sum. Harry's true intention was to ask Ivan to help him purchase the place he had once shared with his mother. It was his most cherished location, and he wished to prevent others from claiming it. Oh, you want me to help you buy that place? Understood, Ivan replied, shaking the pouch and listening to the delightful clinking of coins within. The remaining funds are yours. But do be careful not to spend it all. I am quite broke now, Harry said with a grin as he turned to approach the carriage. Thank you, Harry. I truly adore you, Ivan's grateful voice echoed from behind. Having relied on others for so long, Harry felt he could no longer burden them further. Thus he entrusted this task solely to Ivan, pleading for his assistance as he walked toward the carriage. By the way, Harry, when are you departing? Ivan's voice called out again. I'm not certain either. Perhaps I should ask Kalia, elder sister, Harry thought. Kalia, elder sister, when shall we set forth to the imperial capital? Harry shouted to Kalia, who was struggling to restrain the horses from munching on the potted flowers. That would be in 2 days. We shall depart then, Kalia replied, managing to respond despite the exertion. The stubborn horses were insistent on reaching the flowers, and Kalia was evidently being dragged closer to the pots. Witnessing this scene, a pang of guilt surged within Harry, as if he were at fault. I'm sorry, Kalia, elder sister, for distracting you, he thought. In 2 days. Understood, Ivan murmured, having heard Kalia's response, while Harry rushed over to assist Kalia in restraining the 3 obstinate horses, forming a duo in their effort. Ultimately, however, they surrendered, allowing the horses to feast upon the flowers, which led to Kalia's subsequent apologies to the old gentleman. The carriage rolled along the main road, with the sun blazing overhead, marking midday. Miss Fisteria, could you please get up for a moment? You're on top of me, Harry said with a wry smile. Not a chance. Your lap serves as an excellent pillow. Remain still and quiet. I intend to sleep, Fisteria replied, her head resting on Harry's lap, eyes closed. Resigned, Harry sat rigidly, scarcely daring to breathe, as Fisteria dozed peacefully on his legs, and thus they returned to their residence. The mundane days passed swiftly. Harry had expected to be under strict surveillance, but he was mistaken. Fisteria and the others treated him with an air of casual freedom. Kalia would invite him along to fetch groceries, claiming one more pair of hands would be useful, while Fisteria spent her days napping, only emerging for meals, predominantly retreating to her room to sleep. During this time, although many nobles and wealthy merchants visited, Kalia deftly concocted excuses to dismiss them. Harry found it odd that the knights accompanying Fisteria were nowhere to be seen. As the commander of a knightly order, she ought to have been leading them. Where had they all gone? Fisteria, despite her lazy demeanor, would practice swordsmanship after dining on Kalia's prepared meals. Their residence, provided by a noble, was nestled within a quiet grove in the commoner district, making it a rather tranquil place. Save for the visitors. One unforgettable evening. After dinner, Fisteria, armed solely with a sword, made her way to a large tree outside the castle, standing silently. Not far off, Harry bit into an apple that Kalia had handed him, observing as Fisteria closed her eyes, her expression inscrutable. With a subtle flick of her sword, an inexplicable force severed the surrounding grass and the leaves falling from the trees, scattering them chaotically through the air. Her gown fluttered gracefully, and her fiery red hair danced along. In that moment, she resembled a valkyrie, exuding an intangible aura. Harry froze mid-bite, utterly astonished. She was formidable, and unlike when they sparred, it was clear she was merely toying with him. A deep sense of defeat enveloped him, and he finally grasped the meaning behind Kalia's words. A sorcerer would scarcely have time to react before being struck down by Fisteria's blade. Chapter 50. Farewell? Wow! Harry exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the neatly arranged knights outside the castle. The silver, intricately designed armor glinted brilliantly in the sunlight. Emblazoned on their chests was the insignia of 3 cross swords. Each robust white horse bore a knight clad in a flowing white cloak, exuding an air of majesty. Their helmets obscured their faces, yet an inexplicable sense of oppression pervaded the atmosphere. There were 30 in total, and the scene was undeniably grand and solemn. Welcome, Lord Fisteria! The knights' fervent voices rang out in unison, filled with enthusiasm. Enough already. How many times must I say it? I have no need for such tiresome formalities, Fisteria retorted as she emerged from the castle. Donning her originally resplendent white attire, a sword sheathed at her side, her cape billowing in the wind, radiating an aura of valor. Report, Lord Fisteria. As per your orders, with the exception of Captain Sola of the 2nd Squadron remaining in Hermai to safeguard the residents from any lingering experimental threats. All other squads are in position. Please give your command, one of the leading knights stated, removing his helmet to reveal a dazzling cascade of golden hair, his strikingly handsome face adorned with a charming smile capable of captivating any budding maiden. His light blue eyes sparkled as he rode forth, leading another horse. Excellent. Our objective is to return to the imperial capital. Let us set forth, Fisteria proclaimed, hands on her hips as she surveyed her surroundings, raising her hand in satisfaction. Understood, Lord Fisteria. The golden-haired knight replied with a gentle smile. Fisteria affectionately stroked the head of the horse being led by the golden-haired knight, apologizing. My apologies, William, for neglecting you for so long. I hope you missed me. The horse, seemingly imbued with human-like qualities, turned its head away, refusing her touch, its eyes reflecting a clear disdain. However, despite this, Fistelia nimbly mounted the horse's back. Although the steed had previously exhibited a disdainful expression, it did not resist her. Instead, it cast a curious glare at Harry. Embarrassed, Harry turned his head away and scratched his hair, internally lamenting the horse's remarkable sensibility and keen intuition. Harry, put this on, came Kalia's gentle voice from behind. Harry felt something drape over his shoulders as Kalia knelt before him, fastening the cloak she had meticulously crafted for him. Isn't this cloak the same as theirs? Why must I wear it? Harry inquired, glancing at the small cloak adorning him, clearly tailored with care by Kalia. You are to accompany us outside the city. We cannot tarnish the reputation of the Guardian Knights. For now, consider yourself a member of the Guardian Knights. Understood, Kalia said, her eyes twinkling. Yes, I will. From this moment forth, I am a knight of the Guardian Knights. No, rather, a squire. Harry replied, warmth spreading through him, grateful for Kalia's thoughtful gesture. Haha, congratulations, our esteemed squire. Kalia chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile as she donned a cloak of her own. Is this lad truly the important figure we are escorting to the imperial capital? I can hardly imagine him in that role, remarked another knight, removing his helmet to reveal refined brown hair and a rugged visage, his imposing stature evident despite the armor he wore, as he casually approached Fistelia. At last, after such a long time, we're finally heading back, that I'm utterly exhausted. Once we return, a celebratory drink is in order. Another knight, riding forward with his helmet cradled in his arms, his sun-kissed skin glistening and a broad smile revealing his pearly white teeth, chimed in. Indeed, after we return, we must indulge ourselves, Fistelia joyfully affirmed, then impatiently called out to Harry and Kalia, Hey, Harry, Kalia, hurry up, don't waste time. In the bustling streets, throngs of people gathered around the main avenue, akin to a festive celebration, eagerly welcoming someone. The knights standing guard were essential to maintaining order amidst the lively atmosphere. Look, they are here, a man's voice shouted, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward the end of the street. The knights, arranged in perfect formation, rode slowly down the deserted avenue, their helmets removed and held in their arms, their white cloaks billowing behind them. Leading the procession was the renowned sword saint Fistelia, captain of the Guardian Knights, flanked by the three leading knights, Kalia and Harry. Harry and Kalia shared a horse, with Harry seated in front, nestled in her embrace. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, welcoming their heroes, the Guardian Knights, one of the Empire's three esteemed knight orders, charged with protecting the realm. Many spent their lives yearning for a glimpse of them, their formidable power and unwavering support earning the knights widespread acclaim. Harry, absorbing the cheers and observing the crowd's expressions, felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. Although he knew the applause was not directed at him, the fervent atmosphere undeniably uplifted his spirits. The scene reminded him of tales from storybooks, where heroes returned triumphantly after vanquishing monsters, greeted by a jubilant populace. Though not precisely the same, the essence was similar. They were all heroes in the eyes of the people, glancing at the knights. He noted their calm demeanor, devoid of ostentation, merely smiling quietly, their eyes sparkling with unspoken joy. Young female adventurers blushed as they gazed at the knights, while nearby male adventurers cast envious glances, their admiration evident in their furtive glances. Children looked on in awe. A boisterous man shouted with enthusiasm, and an elderly woman smiled warmly, while bashful young ladies exchanged flirtatious glances, their reverence and enthusiasm palpable. In that moment, Harry spotted familiar faces in the crowd, Ivan and Fina, who waved energetically at him. Harry smiled back, a wave of happiness washing over him, tinged with a faint bittersweetness of parting. Ivan and Fina had pursued Harry's group through the throngs, Ivan holding Fina's hand to shield her from the surging crowd. They reached the west gate but could go no further, halting at the crowd's edge. Fina appeared flushed and breathless, her face glistening with sweat, yet she was there to send him off under the scorching sun. Overcome with emotion, Harry found himself at a loss for words, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Though he had once signaled to Ivan and the others to return home, they stubbornly continued to watch him depart. Truly, a bunch of fools. He had told them it was unnecessary to see him off, yet they remained steadfast. Though panting, Ivan managed to muster his breath, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout, casting a shadow over Harry and his companions as they passed through the gate leading outside the city. Harry turned to see Ivan amidst the crowd, his words drowned by the cheers surrounding them. Yet Harry could read Ivan's lips. Do your best, and make sure to return, Harry. Slowly, Harry echoed Ivan's sentiment, and Ivan responded with a thumbs up and a beaming smile, while Fina, breathless, also smiled at him. As Harry turned away, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Why was he so prone to tears? Always weeping. He needed to be strong. You fools, he thought. I will return, rest assured. Suddenly, a white handkerchief appeared before him, infused with a delightful fragrance, Kalia's. She tenderly wiped away his tears without asking why, akin to a mother soothing her child's sorrow. Chapter 51. The Babuda airship. The Manster Empire is situated on the far western edge of the Icent continent. Bordered by the coast to the east, the ancient Cuban Principality to the west, the territories of the Shire people to the north, and the savage Shurima to the south. Currently, the Manster Empire is embroiled in conflict with the Shurima, and relations among the nations are exceedingly delicate, With war seemingly imminent, the capital of the Manster Empire, Bok, lies along the prosperous eastern coast, renowned for its picturesque scenery, exquisite cuisine from around the world, and fashionable attire that sets trends. The city boasts reliable security measures and is home to a famed magical academy. Attracting countless powerful adventurers, it is often referred to as the birthplace of inventions, where peculiar and extraordinary creations abound. In short, it is a sought-after destination for travel and a splendid place to reside. Travel from the distant western border of Helmi to the eastern capital of Bok. One must traverse numerous noble territories. Considering the necessary rest stops along the way, the quickest journey to the capital takes over a month. Fortunately, the Empire has recently developed a new mode of transportation, establishing hubs connecting the capital to major cities. Harry and his companions have been riding for nearly a week, successfully boarding this so-called new transportation, the Babuda airship, in a city ruled by the nobility. This Babuda airship resembles a grand vessel, adorned with contraptions akin to automobile exhaust pipes at the back and propeller-like structures surrounding its hull, giving it an appearance of flight. They abandoned their horses for this new mode of travel. With Fistelia boldly chartering an airship at a reasonable price, merely a few thousand gold coins, Fistelia assured them that the state would cover the expenses, alleviating any concerns. In a rush to save time, they unceremoniously stowed the horses in the ship's hold. For the first time, Harry experienced the sensation of flight, gazing down from the ship's railing at the expansive landscape below, with fluffy clouds floating in the air. The clouds that once seemed distant were now tantalizingly close, and Harry's excitement reddened his cheeks as he reached out to touch them. "Be careful, Harry, don't fall," Kalia cautioned, her tone laced with concern as she carried tea and snacks. "Yes, I'm sorry, Sister Kalia," Harry replied hastily, retracting his hand and lowering his head like a child caught in mischief. "Oh, it's fine. I'm not mad at you. Just be careful not to fall," Kalia sighed, freeing a hand to gently poke Harry's forehead. When Harry first boarded the airship, his curiosity and excitement got the better of him. As it ascended into the sky, he had attempted to reach out and touch the clouds, only to nearly tumble overboard. Fortunately, a swift reaction from a broad-shouldered knight with dark skin prevented his fall, grabbing hold of Harry's foot just in time at that moment. Harry had been too frightened to speak, shrinking back into Kalia's embrace, too terrified to look outside. Thankfully, Harry possessed a resilient spirit. Though startled, he quickly regained his composure and returned to the railing to play with the clouds once more. "Haha. Kalia, don't be too hard on him. Children are simply like that." The dark-skinned knight chuckled heartily from a nearby table. "Indeed, Kalia, you have yet to bear a child, and thus cannot fathom the nature of children. This is quite understandable," the man with short brown hair chimed in, echoing the bald uncle's jesting tone. The golden-haired man seated across from the bald uncle simply smiled at them in silence. "Mr. Bow, I wonder what gives you such confidence. You are still a single man, are you not? As someone who cannot even win a woman's affection, you hardly have the standing to compare yourself to me," Kalia remarked with a smile directed at the brown-haired man. "Kalia, you never change. Always speaking without a shred of compassion, constantly reopening old wounds," Bow retorted, his face pressed against the table, resembling a figure on the verge of tears as he lamented. The surrounding knights erupted in laughter, evidently aware of Bow's embarrassing tales. "All right, Harry, let us move on. There is your favorite apple pie awaiting us." Kalia disregarded Bow's comment and addressed Harry. Harry nodded, following Kalia to join three knights at the same table. Since departing from Helmi, Harry had begun to interact with the members of the Knight Order. Initially, he presumed they would all be quite aloof, but upon closer acquaintance, he found them to be amiable individuals with gentle dispositions. They treated Harry with kindness, gathering each night around the campfire to share tales of their adventures. With bouts of laughter ringing out, Harry found himself amidst them, sharing in their joy and listening to captivating stories. While they occasionally ruffled his hair affectionately, the dangerous creatures of the wild seemed to sense their formidable presence, lurking in the shadows, fearful to approach. "By the way, Harry, haven't you always wanted to learn swordsmanship? Today, I shall give you some guidance," Bo said, taking a sip of steaming tea as he turned to Harry. "Oh, is that truly possible? But I am merely an outsider. It seems rather inappropriate," Harry replied, swallowing a small bite of apple pie, crumbs lingering at the corners of his mouth. Swordsmanship was something Harry had longed to learn. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to pursue it, with so many skilled swordsmen around him. Why not seek their counsel? The gains would surely be substantial. far better than delving into magic alone. Besides, his magical abilities had been severed, leaving him powerless. Although he possessed an enigmatic realm within his mind known as the mental world, containing fragments of magic, it was still insufficient to become stronger. He needed more than this. Only by growing in strength could he protect others. Enough of the hesitation. A mere morsel is sufficient before exercise, Bo declared, seizing Harry and leading him to the deck, where he swiftly retrieved a wooden sword from a nearby rack overflowing with them, tossing it to Harry without a moment's thought. Harry caught the wooden sword deftly, and Bo's voice of praise followed. "You, lad, possess quite the strength. I had forgotten these were merely for practice, thus quite heavy. I did not expect you to catch it so steadily." Harry merely scratched his head in silence. "All right. I shall let you attack me first and see how your technique fares," Bo said, casually shouldering the wooden sword. "Then I shall make my move. Be on your guard, Mr. Bo," Harry declared, gripping the wooden sword with both hands. Stepping forward with his front leg, his body slightly leaning forward, his gentle gaze sharpening as it fixed on Bo. "That look, and your stance, impressive, lad. Come at me," Bo shouted. As soon as Bo's words fell, Harry sprang into action. Moving like a swift blade towards Bo, closing the distance in an instant, the sword aimed at Bo's abdomen. Bo smiled slightly, his wooden sword shifting on his shoulder, effortlessly deflecting Harry's strike. Unfazed, Harry's expression remained stoic as he aimed for Bo's waist again, only for Bo to casually parry his sword yet again. Time and again, Harry thrust, slashed, and lunged, even attempting to employ cunning tricks, yet all were met with Bo's unyielding defenses. Breathless, with flushed cheeks, Harry propped himself up with the wooden sword. Sweat pouring down his face, his dark hair dampened, he gazed at Bo's towering figure, stoic and robust, and silently lowered his head. He had lost, and quite thoroughly at that, unable to touch him. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Chapter 52. Astonishing talent. The sound of applause echoed, and Harry lifted his head in confusion to gaze at the surrounding knights. "Harry, you possess remarkable talent, strength, accuracy, stamina, and those sword techniques you displayed left us in awe," the golden-haired man said, clapping his hands with a squinting smile. "Indeed, you are a genius. Do not feel disheartened by your defeat, for you face someone nearly on par with a sword saint." The bald uncle with dark skin grinned broadly. "Well, lad, after our bout, I have gained a clear understanding of you. Your physical prowess far exceeds that of the average person, and your innate talent is formidable. However, you are truly astounding to have grasped some basic sword techniques. I had always thought you merely a novice, yet here you are, a half-expert." Bo approached, patting Harry's shoulder. Harry's face flushed with embarrassment as he shyly replied, "I apologize. I learned these techniques by watching everyone practice. I truly am sorry." "Huh? You mean to say you learned all this just by observing?" Bo's jaw dropped in disbelief, as if 2 eggs could fit in his open mouth. Yes, that's correct," Harry stammered, somewhat taken aback by Bo's reaction. "This is your first time learning swordsmanship, and no one taught you anything. You simply watched them. Is that right?" Bo grabbed Harry's shoulders, his excitement palpable. "Yes," Harry nodded weakly. "This lad is a swordsmanship prodigy. Who would have thought?" Bo exclaimed, his hands on his head, clearly struggling to accept the reality. In just a few days, this boy had mastered the basic sword techniques so proficiently. A typical genius would require several days to achieve such skill, accompanied by excellent guidance. His capacity for comprehension is truly terrifying, and if he were to receive proper instruction, this fellow's potential would be boundless. Yet, merely possessing skill is insufficient. One must also possess a strong mind and willpower. "Just the right time. I am in need of a disciple. Lad, be my apprentice," Bo stated earnestly to Harry. Huh, Harry exclaimed in panic. "Am I allowed? I have only learned for a few days. Isn't it a bit too much of a burden for you?" Harry replied, lacking confidence. "Harry, have no fear. I will impart all my knowledge unto you. You will undoubtedly become a renowned hero," Bo reassured, wrapping his arm around Harry's shoulder, leaning him against his thigh with utmost sincerity. "I must say, I believe Harry should refrain from learning from you. It just doesn't seem to fit with his image," the golden-haired man remarked with a smile. "Exactly. Harry, do not follow him, or you shall end up as a muscle-bound brute like him," the bald uncle added, arms crossed on the table. "What do you mean? I finally have a potential apprentice, and you lot are here to expose my flaws," Bo retorted, visibly irritated, then turned to Harry with gentleness, saying, "Harry, ignore them. Learn from me, and you shall achieve great success. Harry himself was indifferent. What did it matter if he had muscles, as long as he could grow stronger? Who cared for such trivialities? No, Harry cannot learn from you. You shall surely lead him astray. You so-called brooding wolf adored by the women of the capital. What kind of apprentice could you possibly produce? Kalia interjected, pulling Harry protectively behind her. Everyone has an innate desire for beauty. No one wishes for something lovely and charming to become an eyesore. Bo's training methods primarily focus on muscle development, aimed at fortifying the body against harm. Anyone undergoing his training would emerge as a muscular giant, and none wished for Harry, that delicate flower, to be subjected to such treatment. Harry, do not learn from him. When we reach the capital, I will find you a far better teacher, one who surpasses him by leagues, Kalia assured, stroking Harry's head. Well, what should I do? It seems everyone opposes my becoming his apprentice. Harry thought with a wry smile. However, ultimately, it was my choice to make Tio have someone nearing the strength of a sword saint as my master is an opportunity not afforded to many. I must seize it. Master Bo, I shall rely on you from now on, Harry said, approaching Bo, who leaned against the railing, a solitary figure. Harry, you truly are a good child, Bo said, overwhelmed with emotion, about to turn and give Harry a bear hug. Honestly, why are you all so loud? Is there something going on? Wisteria yawned, emerging from the cabin, her fiery red hair disheveled and her nightcap askew. Lady Wisteria, it is like this. Kalia suddenly leaned in to whisper something to Wisteria's ear. Wisteria's sleep-laden eyes widened, and she became fully alert, as if she had just heard something terrifying. What a fanciful notion you have, Bo. A stunning figure clad in red appeared before Harry, having replaced Bo, who was unceremoniously kicked aside. What is this situation? I merely wish to seek a mentor, Harry said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at the sight before him. Wisteria, clad in her nightgown and donning a sleep cap while clutching a pillow, regarded him with a bemused expression. Wisteria, why? Protested the boy whose foot had just been kicked, as he pointed towards the wooden sword resting on its stand. Harry, listen carefully. I will not permit you to learn swordsmanship from him. Do you understand? Wisteria declared, not even glancing at the boy. Her finger pointed imperiously at Harry. But why? Harry inquired, perplexed. Well, it's just that I cannot bear to see you being tormented by him. You must grow up well. Harry, Wisteria replied, stroking her chin thoughtfully before speaking with solemnity. Bewildered, Harry pondered the meaning of her words. He noticed Kalia making a victorious gesture, realizing it was her suggestion. Frustrated, he thought to himself, everyone is trying to thwart me. If that's the case, I shall not hold back. You have forced my hand, so do not blame me. Fine, as long as you agree to be my mentor, Harry said with a smile. The atmosphere around them fell abruptly silent, only to erupt into a chorus of astonished exclamations. No, no, no. Having a disciple is far too troublesome, Wisteria exclaimed, shaking her head in distress. For her, the prospect of managing a disciple, teaching him swordplay, and nurturing his growth was an overwhelming burden that threatened to encroach upon her precious sleep. I see. Then I shall simply ask that boy to be my master, Harry declared, turning towards the boy. Wisteria remained silent, appearing conflicted to tea that moment. Kalia hurriedly approached Wisteria, imploring, Wisteria, please agree. I assure you it won't interfere with your rest. Harry's future hinges on your guidance. Yet, Wisteria's expression remained one of indecision. Kalia, seeing her hesitation, resorted to her trump card. 1 polia juice a day, no more. Wouldn't 3 cups a day be better? Kalia, you are so stingy, Wisteria pouted. What did you say? Do you know how difficult that is to make? How much time it takes? Having something to eat at all is a blessing, Kalia retorted, visibly annoyed by Wisteria's complaints. Ahem, Harry, the sword saint reluctantly agrees to accept you as my disciple. You should be grateful. Wisteria coughed a few times and called out to the departing Harry. What? I actually succeeded? No way. Was I really swayed by that juice? I was merely joking. I never imagined it would come to fruition, Harry thought. Frozen in disbelief, he had only expressed that thought in jest, never daring to dream of becoming the disciple of the sword saint. Kalia, did you truly believe I was serious? Harry turned back, dazed. Harry, call her master. What are you standing there for? Kalia urged, pulling him towards Wisteria. A master, Harry stammered, still dazed and seemingly unaware of the significance of the moment. Wisteria, in an unusual display, blushed slightly and nodded, choosing to maintain the dignity of her title. Though her flushed cheeks undermined her authority, Laughter erupted among the onlookers at the amusing scene. Harry thought to himself, "It seems I have secured an extraordinary mentor." Chapter 53. The Kitchen Prodigy in the Azure Sky. A ship glided between the clouds, the scorching sun casting its rays upon the earth. Yes, precisely like this. Practice this posture 1,000 times, and you'll be fine, Wisteria said, leisurely seated in a chair while sipping a glass of blue juice filled with ice. Harry swung his sword, gripping it tightly as he raised it high and brought it down repeatedly, drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the ship was protected by a magical barrier, shielding him from the searing sunlight and allowing him to train without fear of overheating. "All right, Harry, come take a break. You've been at it for quite a while," Kalia called out, holding a glass of juice similar to Wisteria's as she approached the training deck. Panting, Harry halted his movements. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at Wisteria, knowing he could only rest upon receiving her approval. "Continue practicing. Do not stop. There is no room for half-heartedness," Wisteria admonished, reaching for the glass of juice Kalia intended for Harry. Smack! Kalia swatted Wisteria's hand away, saying, "Come here, Harry. It's all right. Just take a break." "But, Master," Harry hesitated, feeling reluctant to drink without his master's consent. "Will you heed her or my words, Harry?" Kalia interjected, suddenly displaying a gentle demeanor. Upon witnessing her expression, Harry promptly dropped the wooden sword and dashed to Kalia, seizing the juice from her table and drinking it eagerly. "TCH, Kalia is so stingy," Wisteria muttered under her breath, sipping her nearly finished juice in silence. "Wisteria, you ought to grow up. Stop acting like a child," Kalia remarked casually. "This juice is truly delicious." "Kalia's sister, you have my gratitude," Harry exclaimed. The first taste overwhelming his senses, the symphony of flavors danced on his palate, a perfect balance of sweetness intertwined with a medley of fruit essences, evoking a sense of delight that was simply irresistible. "Hee, if it's good, drink plenty of it. Children should eat well to grow tall," Kalia said, affectionately ruffling Harry's hair. After Kalia departed, Wisteria seized the opportunity to snatch Harry's juice when he was momentarily distracted and promptly fled. While Harry chased after her, calling out, as the spacious deck witnessed the comical scene of a small boy chasing a fast-moving woman, her laughter ringing triumphantly in the air, much to the embarrassment of the surrounding knights. Fortunately, her triumph was short-lived, as she was struck on the head by a cleverly thrown spoon, causing her to stumble. Though Harry retrieved his cup, it was already empty, save for a few ice cubes. At that moment, Harry experienced a profound sense of despair, akin to the feeling of losing something dear. Despite Kalia's attempts to console him, Harry could not shake off the melancholy that enveloped him. On the third day of their journey through the skies, the ship continued its relentless voyage. According to Kalia, they were still a few days away from reaching the imperial capital. During this time, Harry glimpsed several ships similar to theirs passing by, yet none were as grand as the one he was aboard. Leaning against the railing, he gazed out at the twilight sky where the sun, resembling a perfectly cooked yolk, was surrounded by clouds, casting an orange hue over the mountains and streams below, a sight so breathtaking it was etched in his memory. Night soon descended, revealing a different landscape. Standing on the deck, Harry admired the unusually large moon and the twinkling stars that adorned the vast night sky, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him as he thought of his mother and friends. A gentle sadness washing over him. "Kalia, I would like a beer. I'll have a medium-rare steak. Bring me a whole roasted lamb. I intend to finish it all myself." "Harry, come join us. What are you doing all alone?" The sounds of lively conversation echoed behind him. Harry smiled faintly in response, declining their invitation, and continued to gaze at the moon. Yet, he felt less lonely, realizing he was not alone in this journey. "Harry, what's wrong? Come and join everyone," Kalia said, walking over with an empty plate. Glancing at the luminous moon, "It's nothing. Let me help you. After all, Kalia's sister, you seem quite busy," Harry replied, extending his hands. "Thank you, Harry. Just be sure to hold on tight," Kalia said as she handed him some plates. Kalia, true to her role as Wisteria's maid, managed the culinary needs of nearly 30 people with remarkable efficiency. Observing her agile movements in the bustling kitchen, Harry was impressed as she skillfully chopped vegetables and coordinated multiple pots simultaneously, all while tending to a roasting lamb. Despite the chaos, she managed to wash dishes with ease, making the kitchen her stage. Harry marveled at her prowess. Such capability was indeed a remarkable talent. He realized that appearances could be deceiving. Had he been in her position, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. Intending to assist, Harry soon found that there was little he could do. With Kalia's apologetic gaze upon him, he decided to step outside, leaning against the railing to survey the scene below. "Wow," Harry exclaimed in awe as the ship passed a bustling town illuminated by countless lights. Filled with lively chatter, people strolled through the streets, couples shared tender moments, and children played joyfully. Harry envisioned how delightful it would be to explore the night streets with his friends one day. Unfortunately, such dreams felt as fleeting as wisps of cloud. "Is there anyone left to challenge me?" he mused. Wisteria raised her wine glass, her cheeks flushed, and let out a hiccup. The surrounding crowd had all fallen to the ground. The golden-haired knight lay unconscious, while a bald, dark-skinned man clutched his glass, resting his face on the table and mumbling incoherently in his drunken stupor. That beau, in a state of utter disarray, nearly kissed the knight he was leaning on. Though the knight valiantly resisted, almost everyone else had collapsed. "What a bore. Everyone's just lying down," Wisteria remarked after glancing around. Taking another sip, a sense of foreboding nagged at her, urging her to flee. Harry, feeling embarrassed, shot a furtive glance at Wisteria, attempting to sneak away, but was quickly spotted by her keen eyes. In an instant, she was before him, grinning and lifting her wine glass closer. I don't drink," Harry stammered, retreating nervously. "Come on, let us all drink together," Wisteria insisted, her breath laden with the scent of alcohol as she seized Harry by the collar, preventing his escape, and brought the glass to his lips, forcing him to drink. "What is happening here?" Kalia exclaimed as she entered with a platter of food, bewildered by the scene. Everyone lay sprawled on the deck, their faces glowing with joy and satisfaction. That beau clung tightly to a knight under the table, the knight seemingly on the verge of succumbing to Beau's fervent lips, while the others were thoroughly intoxicated. Kalia approached the table, noting the wine bottles, and sighed, recognizing the infamous Sleeping Beauty red wine, notorious for its intoxicating effects. Harry was cradled in Wisteria's embrace, both appearing utterly incapacitated, prompting Kalia to smile faintly at their state. Chapter 54. The Pirate Shipwreck. "My head hurts, and I feel dizzy." Harry opened his eyes, jolted awake by a resounding noise, gazing out at the deep blue sky and the fluffy clouds. "Last night, I must have been drunkenly indulged by my master and ended up sleeping outside. How did I end up here?" Exclamation point. Harry exclaimed, hastily tossing aside his blanket, barefoot and rushing to the washroom, where the sound of someone violently retching echoed. "I feel so unwell," he groaned, clutching his stomach as he exited the cabin, slumping into a chair on the deck with his head resting on the wooden table. Feeling utterly miserable, it turned out that he was not alone. Everyone else was in a similar predicament. They had drunk even more than he had. Harry had merely taken a small sip before passing out, highlighting the wine's potency. "Everyone, your hangover soup is here," Kalia announced, balancing several bowls in her hands, each a small white ceramic vessel filled with a light, steaming broth, which she deftly placed before them. The golden-haired man at one table had changed into a white shirt and black trousers, embodying the very essence of charm. He sighed, running his fingers through his golden locks, and remarked, "Yesterday was truly dreadful. Who could disagree? If it weren't for Lady Wisteria somehow producing that wine, I wouldn't have fallen so easily." The bald, dark-skinned man lamented as he sipped the broth. "Hey, what's up with you today, Beau? You've become rather taciturn," the bald man asked after taking a sip and noticing Beau, who was sulking at the table. "Leave me alone. I just want some peace." "It was a truly terrifying nightmare," Beau replied, turning his head away. Meanwhile, a young knight at another table blushed and lowered his gaze, having recognized Beau, who was reminded of unpleasant memories. He had initially been merrily indulging in a spring dream. A beauty in his arms, surely. Something must have happened. However, upon waking, he found himself clutching a trembling, disheveled man. A man. This realization had triggered a piercing scream that startled everyone awake, including Wisteria, who threatened to punish the source of the dreadful noise until it ceased. Harry lethargically scooped a spoonful of broth into his mouth, his entire body jolting at the delightful sensation that coursed through him, warming him from within. He quickly grew impatient with the slow pace of the spoon and lifted the bowl to his lips. Downing it in one go, he set the empty bowl down with a contented sigh, savoring the lingering taste on his tongue, and his complexion gradually improved. Harry could only think of how explosively delicious the soup was. Kalia's cooking was truly exceptional, a source of immense happiness for him. "Harry, would you like some more? This is the last cup," Kalia said, approaching him with the final bowl. Without hesitation, he gratefully accepted it, relishing each spoonful amid the envious gazes of those around him. He soon realized that gulping it down mindlessly was futile. Only by savoring it could he truly appreciate the soup's exquisite qualities. "What about mine, Kalia?" Wisteria asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning. Looking as if she had just awakened, having been drawn by the enticing aroma. "Oh dear, Lady Wisteria, I'm terribly sorry, but it has all been distributed," Kalia replied apologetically, though it seemed somewhat intentional. No, I want some too. I want a drink." Wisteria whimpered like a child, rolling on the ground in a playful manner. "That one tea work. I need to prepare breakfast." "No, lunch now," Kalia said as she navigated around the pouting Wisteria. Wisteria momentarily halted her antics, sitting on the floor with puffed cheeks, but her expression shifted to one of mischief as she spotted Kalia disappearing from view, a wicked smile creeping across her face as she eyed Harry, who was savoring his soup. True to form, the scene of her bullying a child unfolded again as Wisteria stealthily approached the back of Harry's chair. The golden-haired man, the bald uncle, and Bo all noticed her. Wisteria raised her fist in warning, and the three averted their gazes, sheepishly sipping the last of their broth. Using her height and reach, Wisteria snatched Harry's soup, gleefully preventing him from getting close, while she drank from the bowl. Harry flailed his arms in a futile attempt to reclaim his soup, his big black eyes brimming with tears as he helplessly watched his precious broth vanish. After this little episode, Kalia soon returned with a lavish feast reminiscent of a grand banquet. Just as everyone began to dig in, a shadow loomed overhead, causing them to look up at the massive object above. This massive object turned out to be a completely black pirate ship, adorned with a giant white skull carved into its center and a flag featuring a skull crossed with two scimitars. Harry felt a strange familiarity with the emblem. Upon reflection, it resembled the flags of pirates from his past life. Suddenly, the dark ship fired unknown black, spear-tipped iron chains that pierced through the magical barrier protecting Harry's ship, leaving a gaping hole and allowing a gust of wind to rush in. Following that, a heavy iron chain, tied to a stone, was hurled through the breach, crashing into the wooden floor and creating a deep dent, which elicited terrified whinnies from the horses below. One by one, individuals slid down the chain and landed firmly on the deck. "Hand over your valuables, or you'll regret it," one robust man with a black cloth covering his face growled, drawing a curved sword. The applause from Harry and the others erupted like a crashing wave, akin to the cheers for a circus clown performing daring feats. The newcomers were taken aback by the scene. "What is going on? Can't you tell we're here to rob you?" the masked man demanded once more, as his dozen accomplices brandished weapons and approached Harry and the others. Chapter 55. The first show of skill at that moment. Harry and the others were dressed in casual clothing rather than armor, yet to the bandits, they appeared much like nobles, seemingly enjoying a festive gathering while feasting. Upon hearing the bandits' words, everyone laughed, merrily clinking their glasses and enjoying their meals, utterly dismissive of the threat. Wisteria, munching on a hefty piece of meat, exclaimed, "Who are they? How annoying." "Harry, go take care of them." "I leave it to you, Harry," Bo said, comfortably leaning back in his chair with his glass in hand. "It's all on you, Harry." "Haha, Harry will knock them all down." The crowd egged Harry on, drinking merrily as if watching an entertaining show. Harry took a sip from the cup of water resting nearby, then graciously accepted the tissue handed to him by Kalia to wipe his mouth. He expressed his gratitude by returning it to her, before striding over to the rack that held the wooden swords. He casually pulled out one of the wooden swords, weighing it in his hand as he advanced towards the intruders. These unfortunate souls were utterly oblivious to the true identity of the individual they intended to rob. Gripping the wooden sword in his right hand, Harry approached them, silently mourning their impending fate. "What do you mean by this? Are you looking down on us, sending a mere child to confront us?" bellowed a burly man with a mask, his anger palpable as he brandished his knife, feeling insulted. "Don't misunderstand, we have great respect for you, but do not underestimate this boy before you," replied a fellow who had just taken a hearty swig of ale. Chuckling, "Well then, dear intruders, do tread carefully," Harry said, his black hair dancing in the breeze as he positioned the wooden sword upright before him, bowing his head slightly with a smile, performing a knightly salute. After several days of rigorous training, Wisteria had been quite diligent in guiding Harry, while the others offered him advice whenever possible. Kalia provided delicious and nutritious meals, ensuring Harry was well cared for, which had led to a rapid enhancement of his abilities, rendering him a far cry from his former self. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Harry recalled a method taught to him by a golden-haired man named Ebert. He had mentioned that this technique was particularly effective for novices like Harry, emphasizing the importance of calmly assessing the situation, a skill crucial for survival. For Harry, this was real combat, not mere playful skirmishes with his friends. And he needed to be exceedingly cautious. Their weapons were no laughing matter. It was time to apply the knowledge he had gained. With determination, Harry was the first to act, dragging the wooden sword behind him as his feet struck the wooden planks, producing a rapid thud-thud sound as he charged forward. The reflections of the intruders danced in his dark, piercing eyes, his mind racing to devise a strategy. The group before him appeared to be formed of 3 individuals, spaced no more than 30 centimeters apart. The central figure, a robust adult wielding a curved blade approximately 60 centimeters long, was flanked by a seemingly frail man on the left with a long sword and another of similar stature on the right, brandishing a curved knife. From their movements, it was evident they lacked any substantial martial arts foundation. Although the others had cautioned him against judging a person's strength solely by their demeanor, such assessments were still effective for a novice like Harry, who was no coward when it came to facing the strong. However, Harry's foes were not limited to just these 3. There were others nearby. He had merely grouped them based on their proximity. And if they coordinated their efforts, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Despite facing ordinary men, their age and physique dwarfed his own, making the odds overwhelmingly against a mere 4-year-old child battling a dozen robust adults, a challenge akin to a legendary super hell mode, exponentially raising the difficulty that if Harry were to defeat the nearest trio, he would surely be surrounded by the rest, placing him in grave danger. 2 fists could never prevail against 4 hands. Hence, he resolved to dispatch them with utmost speed, denying them the opportunity to encircle him before methodically taking them down. Harry had made up his mind on how to proceed. He quickly closed the distance to the central figure among the trio, halting just in front of him. Using his momentum, he gripped the sword tightly and swung with all his might. Although the man was initially surprised by Harry's speed, he carelessly raised his curved blade to block the wooden sword strike. However, the next moment, the wooden sword collided with the blade. The force of Harry's strike, comparable to that of an adult, left the man in shock, his eyes wide and eyebrows raised, conveying to those around him that he had been struck down by an unimaginable power. The curved blade flew into the air, embedding itself into the wooden planks, while the man rolled several times before coming to a halt, dazed and incapacitated. The 2 men beside him gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. But Harry had no time to allow them to process what was happening. He swiftly swung the wooden sword towards the man on the left, executing a half rotation as he aimed for his waist. Balancing on one foot, he lifted the other, spinning rapidly before halting as the sword struck home. The man let out a wail as he was knocked to the ground. Not yet finished, Harry steadied his feet and, with a decisive turn, charged towards the man on the right, who seemed momentarily stunned. In just a few strides, Harry crouched low, leaped high, and swung the wooden sword down upon the man's head, who fell backward without uttering a sound. The entire sequence transpired in a flash. The 3 men before Harry lay defeated. At last, the onlookers reacted and surged towards him. Having dealt with 3, 7 remained. To the left, just over a meter away. 3 more approached quickly, while others from behind were not far behind either. Harry landed on the ground, his mind racing as he contemplated the myriad developments of the situation. Of course, he planned to strike and flee. Harry was no god of war, and he could not withstand the onslaught of so many. The group brandished their weapons, shouting as they chased after him, closing the distance. They believed that, after all, he was just a child, incapable of outrunning adults. Surely, they thought, they could overwhelm him as a collective. After everything that had transpired, they still failed to recognize that Harry was no ordinary child. If he were privy to their thoughts, he might have been amused by their underestimation of him, an oversight he was all too eager to exploit. Chapter 56. The Gray-Hatted Boy. 7 masked adults pursued Harry, now just 2 meters ahead, each desperate to seize the child. The leader of the pack, watching Harry draw ever closer, contemplated their imminent victory. Suddenly, Harry halted, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he crouched down, facing away from them, gripping the wooden sword with both hands, resting the blade against the wooden planks. With a powerful swing, he struck at the lead man's calf. Caught completely off guard, the man stumbled, and the others, unable to react in time, tripped over their fallen comrade. In a chaotic tangle, they struggled to assist one another, only to find themselves in increasingly disarray, all 7 tumbling inelegantly to the ground. Harry had anticipated knocking down a few, but this outcome was beyond his expectations. turning to face the fallen foes. He wore a bemused expression, marveling at their clumsiness. Was this truly their method of robbery? Seizing the opportunity, Harry refused to grant them a moment to recover. With a serious expression, he declared that whoever rose first would be his target. Brandishing the wooden sword, he struck them down with swift, precise blows, reminiscent of a whack-a-mole game, leaving them dazed and incapacitated. What began as a battle of stark disparity had turned into a shocking spectacle, a 4-year-old child vanquishing 10 adults. Leaving only one intruder standing, the sound of applause erupted once more, louder than before. "Bravo! Well done, Harry! Truly impressive!" exclaimed a burly man with a beard, raising his cup in hearty laughter. "This lad certainly knows how to devise such clever schemes," chimed in a younger man. Joining in the laughter, the scene elicited joy and laughter from all present. Fisteria gazed intently at Harry with her striking red eyes, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. While Kalia stifled her laughter, and the rest, Nabo and the bald man, clinked their cups together in mirth. Even the golden-haired Ebert wore a faint smile, the sound of their laughter echoing across the ship. Amidst the chaos, the sole remaining intruder lay on the ground, his mouth agape and forehead glistening with sweat, trembling as he fumbled in his pocket for a crystal ball the size of an egg. Terrified, he shouted into the sphere, "What should we do? Meng Meng, we're in big trouble." At that moment, the crystal ball flickered to life, emitting the voice of a child. "What is going on? Why is it so noisy? Haven't you resolved the situation yet? Meng Meng, we've been taken down by a child even smaller than you. He is a monster, just like you. Hurry and come help us." "Huh? What did you say?" "All right, I understand. Just wait a moment. This is ridiculous." The crystal ball glimmered again before dimming. Moments later, descending from the iron chain above was a figure half a head taller than Harry, clad in a gray hat that obscured most of his head. Even his ears, save for a few rebellious strands of yellow hair that peeked out from beneath, betraying the presence of hair beneath the hat. The young man's upper body was clad in a gray long-sleeved round-neck shirt. The sleeves casually rolled up, draped with an oversized black leather jacket. He sported short gray shorts that ended just above his knees, and his small feet were adorned with something akin to flip-flops. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his trousers and a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, he ambled over to Harry with a nonchalant demeanor, pointing a finger at him. "Are you kidding me? Uncle Bo's son. You can't even handle this little fellow. How utterly disgraceful." The boy in the gray hat scoffed, turning to the burly man beside him. He then glanced at those seated at the table, indulging in food and drink, as well as at the group of unconscious individuals at Harry's feet, letting out a contemptuous tch. "Hey, kid, you're a swordsman, right? I wouldn't have guessed you could wield that wooden sword with your small frame. But you'd better lie down and not disturb me while I'm robbing, got it?" The boy in the gray hat, with his piercing blue eyes, looked down aggressively at Harry's dark ones. I'm sorry, but that's not acceptable. Robbery is a reprehensible act," Harry replied, taking a few steps back, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Oh," the boy in the gray hat exclaimed in surprise at Harry's response, swiftly withdrawing his hand from his pocket and raising it towards Harry's chest. To Harry's bewilderment, he was suddenly propelled backward, crashing into the railing. "Ah, isn't that silent casting magic? This kid's impressive. Harry just flew out like that," a voice among the onlookers remarked, taking a hearty swig of his drink. Seemingly indifferent to Harry's plight. Water magic? Silent casting? It seems Harry's opponent has become quite intriguing. Ebert squinted, observing the scene. Looking at the situation, it appears Harry is likely to lose this one. Sigh. Experiencing a defeat might not be such a bad thing for him. The bald, dark-skinned man mused, rubbing his bald head while sipping his drink. "My lord, Fistelia," Kalia voiced her concerns towards Fistelia, who was laboriously gnawing on a piece of meat. "Fear not, my apprentice, he is not one to succumb so easily," Fistelia replied nonchalantly after swallowing her morsel. Seemingly unconcerned about Harry's potential loss, Harry rose from the floor, patting his damp shirt, perplexed. "Huh, why am I not hurt at all? That collision with the railing stung a bit. What's going on? How are you still standing?" The boy in the gray hat exclaimed incredulously, clearly taken aback by Harry's unwounded state. "Well then, I suppose I mustn't hold back any longer. Brace yourself, kid." Suddenly, several orbs of water materialized around the boy, each about the size of an apple. He pointed, and the wobbling water orbs shot towards Harry like cannonballs. Harry, having learned from his earlier misstep, swiftly rolled to the side, dodging several water orbs that crashed onto the ground with a resounding thud. Unlike the earlier attack, these orbs bore much greater force, prompting Harry to consider his next move that he dashed towards a different direction, intent on retrieving his wooden sword to engage in combat. However, the boy in the gray hat was not about to let Harry succeed easily. More and more water orbs rapidly formed around him, shooting toward Harry in a relentless barrage, akin to a machine gun's fire. Chapter 57. Equal strength. Harry's physical prowess was already comparable to that of an average adult, with the training and guidance from Fistelia and her companions. His abilities soared like a rocket. Spotting an opening, he swiftly dodged the incoming water orbs, executing a roll to snatch the wooden sword from the ground. He then turned to charge at the boy in the gray hat. The boy remained unfazed, crossing his arms as he watched Harry approach, while numerous water orbs continued to generate beside him, shooting toward Harry in an unending stream. As Harry ran towards the boy, he swung his wooden sword to cleave through the water orbs, each one bursting into a puddle upon impact. Despite the splashes soaking him, they did little to hinder Harry's momentum as he charged forward. As long as I can close the distance, my chances of victory will increase significantly. After all, a swordsman poses a grave threat to a magician in close combat. Harry cleaved through the water orbs, droplets cascading onto his hair and face, drenching him, yet they could not impede his advance, which was now unstoppable. The boy in the gray hat stood there, arms crossed, watching Harry draw near, as Harry thrust the wooden sword toward his chest. A confident smile crept onto the boy's lips as he raised a hand, opening his palm to meet the sword's edge. Harry's eyes widened in alarm. He wished to retract the sword. Realizing this was not the outcome he desired, he had never intended to harm anyone. Unfortunately, the momentum of the wooden sword was beyond Harry's control. The blade approached the boy's palm, and Harry instinctively shut his eyes, expecting a spray of blood and a piercing sound. Instead, when he opened his eyes, he was astonished to see mist emanating from the center of the boy's palm. In an instant, the mist coalesced into ice, swiftly creeping along the sword's blade and transmitting a chill through the hilt to Harry's arm. At this point, retracting the sword was no longer an option. Just as Harry's arm was about to be completely encased in ice, he suddenly understood the boy's intention. The water orbs were merely a ruse to distract him, while the actual goal was to douse him in water to create the necessary conditions for freezing. He had been far too complacent. The water orbs seemed to possess some degree of offensive capability, but they served primarily to divert his attention. The boy's true objective was to drench Harry, allowing for the execution of a freezing spell in their moment of proximity. Water is an excellent conductor, and combined with the boy's considerable prowess, it had ensnared Harry in a meticulously crafted trap. It appeared that he could no longer afford to hold back. He needed to take this seriously. Harry's expression hardened as he summoned the magical energy within him, channeling it to his frozen arm. To the boy's astonishment, the encased limbs stirred to life, shattering the ice like shattered glass under the sun, scattering colorful fragments across the floor. With a swift motion, Harry flicked the wooden sword, sending the ice shards tumbling to the ground with a clatter. Then aimed the sword at the boy's waist. Impressive, Harry. You've mastered the control of your magical energy, utilizing it to resist the freezing effect, the bald man remarked, astonished. This kid's progress is truly remarkable, Ebert said with a smile. Eyes narrowed as he observed the duel unfold. This boy's talent is extraordinary. He grasped the use of his magical energy in such a short time. I recall taking a similar amount of time to reach this level. It seems I can no longer afford to go easy on him. He requires rigorous training. Fistelia thought to herself as she tore into her meat. As Harry's sword danced, a cold sensation coursed through his body. Yet it did not deter him as he aimed the wooden sword at the boy in the gray hat once more. Curiously, Harry pondered, why did my body suddenly turn cold? Is someone scheming against me? Nevertheless, he resolved to swiftly conclude the battle at hand. The boy in the gray hat appeared slightly flustered, but quickly regained his composure, conjuring a shield that resembled a round, ice-formed barrier. When Harry's wooden sword collided with the shield, it cracked under the force, pushing the boy back several steps, leaving traces of ice shavings on the floor. Indeed, the boy had adeptly frozen the ground beneath his feet to mitigate the impact of Harry's strike, thus avoiding being sent sprawling. This guy's strength is not to be underestimated. I need to take this seriously, the boy thought. Dispelling the shield, he rubbed his hand, which had gone slightly numb from deflecting Harry's sword, and his previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This fellow's magical prowess is remarkably versatile, and his methods are quite agile. I must be cautious and not underestimate him. Harry gripped the wooden sword, standing ready. The distance between them was a mere few meters. Harry lunged forward, gripping the wooden sword firmly, while the boy in the gray hat reacted swiftly, surrounding himself with a multitude of water orbs that quickly congealed into sharp ice spikes. The airborne ice spikes surged toward Harry. Their speed exponentially increased. Harry swiftly struck at an incoming ice spike, which shattered into a flurry of snowflakes, rolling aside to evade another spike. He continued to slice through the oncoming projectiles. But his movements were hindered by his youthful stature. Although he possessed the strength of an adult, his small frame limited the extent of his actions as the ice spikes continued to rain down upon him. Harry sought to close the gap, but he found himself continually pushed back by the relentless barrage, forced into a defensive stance of evasion and counterattack, unable to approach his opponent. As the two engaged in an increasingly exhausting exchange. Both began to feel the toll of fatigue. The boy in the gray hat gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead onto his flushed cheeks. His striking blue eyes, reminiscent of the deep ocean, appeared weary and on the verge of closing. Yet he resolutely continued to conjure those ice spikes. Harry was not faring much better. Sweat soaked his entire being. His movements to slash at the ice spikes grew lethargic, as did his evasive maneuvers, all while he gasped heavily. The competition between them had devolved into a test of endurance, a battle to see who would falter first as their magical energy dwindled. It was evident that both were nearing their limits, sustained solely by sheer willpower, neither wishing to concede defeat. This confrontation had transcended the realm of a mere skirmish. The boy in the gray hat had exhausted his magical reserves. Yet he strained to extract the last remnants of power from within, gripping his heart as he gritted his teeth, determined to manifest yet another diminutive ice spike aimed at Harry. Meanwhile, Harry, barely upright and clutching his wooden sword, trudged towards the boy in the gray hat, his strength nearly depleted. Both possessed compelling reasons not to yield, and just as they prepared for an all-or-nothing clash, a woman's indistinct voice pierced through, commanding, "Stop this at once. You've fought enough. This should suffice." Fistelia, gnawing on a nearly devoured piece of thigh meat, stepped between the two combatants, her tone calm yet firm. However, neither lowered their guard, remaining vigilant as they faced one another. Ice spikes suspended and wooden swords gripped tightly, the atmosphere charged with tension, as if the battle could erupt at any moment. Fistelia remained silent for a moment, then raised the now bare bone of the thigh meat and struck it against the heads of the two boys, eliciting cries of pain from them. On the spacious yet battered deck, the ship's magical barrier had suffered a significant breach, its protective capabilities compromised. Under the blazing sun and amidst dense clouds, the ominous black vessel continued to trail behind them. But fortunately, it offered some reprieve from the sun's rays, casting a cool shadow. "Where are you from? Why engage in such self-destructive acts? Explain yourselves," the bald man demanded, surveying the group bound together on the deck. "I've already stated. It's not their doing. I am the one orchestrating this. Why ask so many questions, you foul bald head?" retorted the boy in the gray hat, also bound alongside the others. "You little brat. Show some respect to adults. Do you understand?" the bald man replied, pinching the boy's cheek in displeasure. "Punk, have you gleaned anything from them yet?" Harry inquired as he approached the bald man with a cup of water in hand. "Oh, Harry, are you feeling better?" the bald man replied, turning his head, though he did not release his grip on the boy in the gray hat. "Yes, after some rest, I'm fine," Harry nodded. "Sigh, no matter how I interrogate them, they remain tight-lipped, especially this one," the bald man said, intensifying his grip, causing the boy in the gray hat to let out a pained grunt. All right, Uncle Punk, ease up. At this rate, you'll bruise his face," Harry urged. The bald man stood up in frustration, raising a fist the size of a sandbag, his expression menacing, as if to issue a warning. Yet the boy in the gray hat showed no fear, sticking out his tongue and making a face, taunting, perverted bald head. "You little brat." The bald man seethed, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression twisted with the desire to strike the insolent boy. Harry quickly interposed himself in front of the boy, saying, "Calm down, Uncle Punk. You're an adult. Don't let something so trivial anger you, or you might just fall into his trap." "Fine. I'll hold back. I'm leaving the interrogation to you." "Harry, this is truly infuriating," the bald man huffed, turning away to resume his seat, disgruntled as he took a swig of alcohol. Harry exhaled deeply, relieved. It was the first time he had seen Uncle Punk so enraged, as he was usually gentle. This fellow had a remarkable knack for provoking anger. Turning back to the boy in the gray hat, he reflected, "Humph, you wimp, I don't need your help. Just stay out of my sight." The boy in the gray hat scoffed at Harry, who paused momentarily before departing, appearing as if he had been driven away in anger. To the boy's surprise, Harry returned, smiling and holding a bottle filled with a mysterious liquid. "Hey, I told you you're a wimp. Don't you understand? Why come back? Is my scolding not enough for you?" he continued with his sharp tongue. Suddenly, the boy fell silent, astonished as he watched Harry kneel before him, applying a red ointment to his bruised cheek. The sting from the ointment elicited a soft whimper from the boy. Harry, it seemed, had not been driven away by anger but rather had noticed the bruise on the boy's face caused by Uncle Punk and felt compelled to apply some medication. Having learned from past experiences, he sought out Kalia for a remedy to ease the swelling, intending to help as for the boy's sharp remarks. Harry found them juvenile. He had faced far harsher insults in his previous life. "Does it still hurt?" Harry inquired with genuine concern. "No, it's fine now," the boy replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he turned his face away. "If it still hurts, just let me know, and I'll help you again." The boy remained silent, averting his gaze from Harry. After a moment, Harry offered him a cup filled with water, reassuringly stating, "After our prolonged battle, you must be thirsty. Drink up. I promise I haven't added anything strange." "I'm not thirsty," the boy replied curtly. "All right then," Harry said, about to withdraw the cup when he noticed the boy surreptitiously swallowing. With a subtle smile, he lifted the cup to the boy's lips, indicating for him to open his mouth, as his hands were bound and unable to grasp the cup. Harry, ever the kind-hearted individual, decided to assist him. The boy, not wanting to seem ungrateful, blushed slightly but opened his mouth, allowing Harry to pour the water gently. The boy drank eagerly, as if he hadn't had water in ages. But in his haste, he choked, coughing violently as Harry patted his back apologetically, helping him recover. "You won't get anything out of me, so don't bother trying to. We won't betray our own," the boy said flatly, though his tone had softened considerably. I didn't come here to interrogate you," Harry replied, scratching his head. His intentions were simply out of kindness, to provide some water and salve for his wounds. "Enough of this comfort. It's time to discuss something serious," Fistelia interjected, approaching the boy in the gray hat, arms crossed and fiery red hair billowing in the wind. Exuding an air of authority, the boy remained silent, resolutely turning away, seemingly determined to withhold information. Fistelia smiled faintly, then stomped down hard, splintering the wood beneath the boy's feet and revealing a gaping hole. "Speak up, or I shall let go," she warned, sweat beaded on the boy's forehead. Yet he remained mute, his companions, similarly bound, also silent but glistening with perspiration. "Fistelia, could you not make our work harder? It's quite bothersome," Kalia remarked, holding nails and a small hammer, glancing at her peers who awkwardly chuckled as they helped repair the damage. Fistelia shot them a look, then cleared her throat, seizing the boy in the gray hat by his collar and dragging him to the railing, raising him over the ship's edge. "Speak, or I shall drop you," she threatened. The boy gazed down at the thin clouds beneath him, swallowing hard, yet stubbornly refused to speak, shutting his eyes in acceptance of his fate. "Wait, please, I implore you to stop. I will speak. I beg you to spare this unfortunate child," pleaded a rugged man, his face adorned with a thick beard, who had been bound alongside the others, fearing that Fistelia might inadvertently release her grip. Fistelia, having achieved her goal, pulled the boy back, approaching the rugged man. "Bosun, what are you saying? You can't reveal anything. It could endanger everyone," the boy in the gray hat shouted urgently from the ground. The boy in the gray hat shouted excitedly at Bosun. Bosun fell silent, lowering his head, indifferent to the boy's accusatory cries. "Speak. Tell us the reason for your robbery." "Initially, we intended to escort scoundrels like you to the local magistrate, allowing you to experience the taste of a dungeon. Yet I sense that matters are not so straightforward." Fistelia approached Bosun, towering over him, her crimson eyes shifting to the individuals bound beside him, as well as the black airship above and the boy in the gray hat. She revealed a knowing smile as she spoke. Fistelia's intuition was strong, a testament to her confidence that her level of cultivation, her sensitivity to danger was acute. It was this woman's intuition that had allowed her to survive thus far. Indeed, her spirit craved the thrill of engagement, for her journey had been marked by monotony and slumber, and she had not truly fought in ages. She had hoped to encounter genuine conflict in Helmi, only to be thwarted, leaving her both frustrated and yearning for amusement. The Barbuda airship was a newly developed mode of transportation by the Empire, having been released less than a month prior. Still in its experimental phase, only the affluent nobility could afford to board such a novel vessel, as ordinary folk lacked the means to pay the exorbitant fare. For the nobles, spending such sums was trivial. Ascending into the skies was a luxury few could experience. And thus, they eagerly sought to indulge in it. Most airships were indeed chartered by the nobility. Yet, why were their pirates robbing an airship in this manner? Their attire and skills suggested they were but commoners. Save for the boy in the gray hat, who was a magician, and those who had breached the airship's magical defenses, Fistelia understood that the protective barriers were designed by experts and could not be easily penetrated by ordinary weaponry. What, then, could have breached this shield? Fistelia had never heard of airship pirates before. How peculiar! Although she had arrived in Helmi aboard an airship, her journey had been tranquil and uneventful, igniting her curiosity to unravel this mystery. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips. We are villagers, living a simple yet joyful existence. However, one day, our Lord tasked us with robbing airships such as this, demanding that we surrender the plunder to him. Initially, we refused, knowing that the consequences of such actions could lead to execution. Yet our Lord is no benevolent figure. He has taken our loved ones captive, using them as leverage against us. We had no choice but to comply. Bosun gritted through clenched teeth. I have a question. Does your Lord not fear that one day you may be apprehended? Fistelia inquired. He fears not at all. Though he has fallen from grace, as a count, his influence remains significant. Moreover, our family members are in his custody, and he threatens us, declaring that if we speak out, our loved ones will perish. Conversely, should we serve him, he promises to safeguard them and even alleviate our taxes. Is this your justification for aiding his malevolence? You must be aware of the Empire's principles. Should one commit a crime, all accomplices face execution, regardless of their rationale. Furthermore, why divulge the details of your situation to us? Do you not fear we might betray you? Have you abandoned your kin? Fistelia replied with calm composure. I am aware of the risks, which is why I choose to trust you. Initially, we believed you were mere nobles out for leisure, but upon boarding, I discerned you were not ordinary aristocrats. Reflecting on it, I noticed the training dummies on the deck. And each of you exuded an aura that instilled fear in me. Coupled with your composed demeanor, it became evident that this child, with his every action, demonstrated he had received a fine education. His eyes are pure and devoid of deceit, unlike many noble children I have encountered, who are often tainted by selfishness and avarice. Only those of impeccable character could raise such a child. I believe you are trustworthy, and I implore you, my lord, to save us. After glancing at Fistelia, Bosun knelt, resting his forehead against the wooden planks, speaking with a voice filled with desperation. Harry, who had helped the boy in the gray hat to his feet, shyly scratched his head, clearly uncomfortable with the praise. What was your former occupation that grants you such insight? Fistelia asked, her interest piqued as she regarded Bosun, still pressing his forehead against the wood. Your grace. I was once a guard at the gates of a noble estate, but due to certain circumstances, I returned to my village. Bosun remained bowed, maintaining his respectful posture. I see that I was curious why you possessed such knowledge. It appears the situation has grown intriguing. Would you not agree? Fistelia turned to the others, who were mending the floor, her excitement palpable. Indeed, replied Ebert, squatting on the ground, hammering nails into the wood. As long as you are pleased. My lady, muttered Nebo, his back turned to Fistelia as he carried a stack of planks to another damaged area without looking her way. The chorus of perfunctory responses irked Fistelia, who raised her fist, exclaiming, Must you all be so lacking in spirit? Lady Fistelia, if you are so unoccupied, might you lend us a hand? Kalia, crouched on the ground, looked up and stated coolly, Very well, we shall assist. You need not worry. Raise your head, Fistelia swiftly replied, enthusiastically patting Bosun's shoulder. Bosun, bewildered, lifted his head in astonishment at how easily he had succeeded. The boy in the gray hat, supported by Harry, also wore an expression of disbelief. These individuals were far too casual. After all, they were addressing a count, albeit a fallen one, whose power was not to be underestimated. Were they truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance, allowing this fierce woman to make such decisions so readily? Chapter 60. Restoration. Is this your village? Ming Ming, it is truly beautiful, Harry exclaimed, leaning over the railing, gazing excitedly at the quaint settlement nestled among the trees below. Hey, do not call me that. Do you wish to fight? The boy in the gray hat retorted angrily, raising his tiny fist. My apologies, but what is your name? I cannot keep addressing you as hey, can I? Harry replied, genuinely contrite. I am called Montcent. Remember that well, you little brat, the boy in the gray hat declared imperiously. Pointing at Harry, Montcent, a splendid name. I am Harry, he said, extending his hand with a smile. Montcent hesitated, then withdrew his hand, crossing his arms and turning his face away to gaze at the scenery beyond the railing in silence. Harry awkwardly retracted his hand, scratching his head as he joined him in admiring the view. It was now afternoon, and the summer sun blazed with fervor, casting its heat upon the earth, although the magical barrier of the airship they occupied had been breached. Causing a reduction in its protective efficacy, the heat was still bearable as a breeze flowed within. The black airship that had loomed above was now absent, instead sailing alongside Harry's vessel. Fistelia waved to Harry and the others, her hair dancing in the wind, leading Harry to conclude that she was enjoying herself deliberately. After Fistelia had declared her intention to aid them, she commanded Harry to untie their bonds. Initially, Harry and the others assumed Fistelia would charge directly into the enemy's stronghold, swiftly resolving the situation. However, she opted to observe for a while, believing that toying with them would yield greater amusement than an immediate resolution. The iron chain that had crashed through their deck, tethered to a stone, was not a means of ascent. Instead, it was utilized for pulling, akin to a retrieval device. A portion of the group grasped the chain, and Bosun called out through a crystal orb, receiving a response in kind. Fistelia soon joined them, gripping the chain as well. Just as Bosun was about to speak, several individuals ascended before his eyes. The air was filled with Fistelia's cries, not of fear, but of exhilaration, as the chain was drawn upwards to the stone, bound to the chain, departed. The air was pierced by the terrified whinnies of horses below. Amidst the lush greenery of the forest, a quaint little village nestles quietly. A pristine yet narrow stream flows not far from the outskirts of the village, where the fish and pebbles within the water vividly come into view before Harry's eyes. Small creatures like fawns and rabbits quench their thirst and graze by the stream's edge. The village features fields reminiscent of those used for plowing, yet they remain untouched by the hand of cultivation. A few elderly women engaged in conversation happen to catch sight of the returning ships in the sky, and they gather at the wide entrance of the village to welcome their arrival point. 2 ships land smoothly, stirring up a cloud of dust. That moment, Fistelia descends the ladder extended from the black ship, stepping onto the earthy ground, taking a refreshing deep breath to savor the scent of the land, only to be choked by the lingering dust, her face turning crimson as she begins to cough. From the other vessel, Harry and his companions gaze upon the scene with indifference, seemingly accustomed to such absurdity. However, Montcent, who disembarked alongside them, cast a worried glance at Fistelia's violent coughing fit, suddenly questioning whether this woman is merely here for amusement. His trust in this group of unserious individuals wanes, leaving him to ponder if they can truly be of assistance. I apologize, my lady. There is nothing substantial to offer, Bosun remarks, eyeing the meager assortment of bread on the dilapidated wooden table. Not at all. This is a gesture of goodwill from everyone, so I shall not refuse, Fistelia replies with a smile, picking up a slightly charred piece of bread. The elderly women before her beam with relief, having feared that their offerings would not meet her standards. It seems she is quite approachable after all. This is Bosun's abode, an aging 2-story house, with vines creeping in through the windows as the sun nears its descent. Suddenly, a bustling sound resonates from outside, filled with cheerful voices. My lady, Uncle Bosun, the meal is ready outside. Let us all dine together, a young man announces as he appears at the doorway, gesturing towards the outside. Let us go eat, otherwise I shall not assist you, Fistelia declares, biting into her bread as she strides toward the entrance. Understood, my lady, Bosun responds with a hint of resignation. He had intended to refuse, for the dining arrangements between nobles and commoners seem rather inappropriate. Yet since the lady insists, he must comply. He subtly nods to the elderly women, signaling them to join him outside. Numerous tables are set up outside, where villagers gather joyfully, drinking and feasting on meat while engaging in lively conversation. Kalia navigates among them with trays of food and drink, as merriment fills the air. Upon seeing Fistelia, everyone greets her respectfully, while Harry squats on the ground, playfully teasing a large black dog. Initially, Harry harbored concerns that the imposing dog might be aggressive. Yet it soon became evident that his worries were unfounded. After a brief moment of eye contact, the dog lunges at Harry, playfully licking him with enthusiasm. "Harry, come here for a moment," Kalia calls out to him. "What is it, Sister Kalia?" Harry asks, bringing the black dog along as he approaches her. "This is for you. Be sure to hold on to it. It is for your rival, who has not yet arrived. You should deliver it to him," Kalia says, handing him a rectangular wooden tray laden with food. Harry nods, accepting the tray, yet he stands frozen, staring blankly at Kalia. Realizing he has no idea where to find the recipient, Kalia pauses for a moment before smiling and pointing towards a house in front of them. "It is that one. I saw him enter, but he has not come out yet." With this newfound direction, Harry sets off with the black dog in tow, while Kalia watches him depart with a faint smile. Upon pushing open the wooden gate to the courtyard, Harry and the dog enter. The cobblestone path is flanked by blooming flowers, and the fence is entwined with lush vines. Before them stands a modest single-story house, its size unassuming. Harry ascends a few steps and knocks on the door, calling out, "Montcent, it is I, Harry. I have brought you food." After a brief moment, hurried footsteps are heard from within, and the door swings open, revealing a small, delicate fist aimed at Harry's face. Startled, Harry quickly turns his head to evade the punch, causing the food in his hands to wobble precariously. Though fortunately, it does not spill. Embarrassed, he stammers, "I merely came to deliver your meal." "Oh," Montcent responds apathetically, retracting his fist and accepting the food from Harry, turning away to enter the house. What a cozy layout this place has. It unexpectedly brings a sense of tranquility, Harry muses aloud as he surveys his surroundings while stepping inside. "Hey, I told you not to enter without invitation," Montcent admonishes, noticing Harry's presence. "Ah, you've bathed," Harry observes, realizing Montcent's appearance has changed. The previously swollen areas on his face, once smeared with red ointment, have now cleared up. He wears a gray hat, with a few damp strands of yellow hair hanging down, and his long lashes glisten with droplets of water, lending his once fierce visage a softer, more endearing quality. Now it makes sense, Harry realizes, understanding that Montcent's earlier aggression stemmed from his interrupted bath, which had inadvertently provoked his ire. Chapter 61. An odd fellow. The interior of the house is tidy and neat, with a clean floor that a dining table occupies the center, adorned with a vase holding several bouquets of flowers. Accompanied by 2 chairs on the open windowsill blooms a pot of vibrant blue flowers, their delicate fragrance wafting through the modest space, creating a warm atmosphere that, despite its simplicity, envelopes one in a sense of comfort. "This is for you," Harry states, retrieving a small vial from his pocket. The same ointment he had previously given Montcent, and hands it over. Montcent glances at Harry, placing the food on the table and unceremoniously accepting the vial without uttering a word of thanks. He then sits down to eat the meal. Harry, undeterred by the lack of gratitude, begins to explore the room while the black dog lies on the floor, watching Montcent eat. Suddenly, Montcent's gaze drifts to the window. Halting his meal as memories surfaced, he stands abruptly and exits the door, seemingly unaware of his destination. Harry observes the barely touched food on the table, puzzled, and decides to follow, with the black dog trailing behind him. What could be troubling Montcent to leave his meal unfinished? Upon catching up, Harry finds Montcent engaged in conversation with an elderly lady, appearing to inquire about something. After expressing gratitude, Montcent dashes towards the village entrance. "What's wrong?" "Montcent, why the rush?" Harry questions as he catches up to Montcent, who leans against a large tree at the village's edge. "None of your business," Montcent replies coolly, his gaze fixed on a path leading into the woods. Seeing his reluctance to divulge, Harry refrains from pressing further, opting to sit beside him while petting the black dog, both waiting in silence. Time passes slowly as the sun inches toward the horizon. Yet the person Montcent awaits does not arrive. Why is Grandma so late today? She usually returns by now. Could something have happened? Montcent expresses his anxiety, clearly worried for the person's safety. "Grandma. Perhaps she simply encountered some delay along the way," Harry offers reassuringly, still seated on the ground, stroking the black dog. "Typically, Grandma is back at this hour. I must go check," Montcent declares, ignoring Harry's comfort as he takes off along the path into the woods. Harry contemplates calling him back, but knows it would be futile. Montcent sprints down the narrow trail without looking back. Resigned, Harry follows, reflecting on Montcent's solitary nature. He pats the black dog resting at his feet. "You need to accompany me. Return home. The woods can be quite perilous." Harry quickly catches up to Montcent as they race along the forest path. Montcent, clearly surprised by Harry's persistence, adopts a look of disdain and says, "Why are you following me? Go back. I can manage alone. Come now. Relying on others is not a burden that I will help you search. Besides, the sun is nearly setting, and we shouldn't worry Uncle Bosun, Harry responds with a smile. Do as you wish, Montcent retorts, momentarily taken aback, before turning his face away. This is delightful. Wait, where are Harry and the others? Kalia, where have they gone? Fistelia exclaims, taking a hearty swig from her large goblet, savoring the refreshing taste, before suddenly realizing something and inquiring of Kalia, who is busy serving food and drink. Well, I saw those two hurriedly rushing towards the village entrance a while ago, but I am uncertain of their intentions, Kalia recalls thoughtfully. I see. Those two rascals are always running about, as long as they don't stray too far. It should be fine, Fistelia remarks nonchalantly. I truly apologize for the trouble that Ming Ming has caused you. My lady. He was once a well-behaved child. I cannot fathom what has led to this change in his demeanor. I beg for your understanding, and I apologize on his behalf, Bosun says as he pours more wine into Fistelia's goblet. By the way, do you know what those two are up to at the village entrance? Fistelia inquires, taking a sip of her drink at this moment. It should be Ming Ming waiting for her grandmother. Without parents, Ming Ming was raised by her grandmother since childhood, which is why she has always held a deep affection for her. It is entirely natural for her to act in this manner, Bosun said, setting down his bottle of wine. This kid does have a conscience. Though his words are sharp, his heart seems to be quite kind. Pangku remarked indifferently, swirling the wine in his glass, seated across from Fei Si Talia. Haha, Pangku, I remember you were nearly driven mad by that little brat. Fei Si Talia chuckled, recalling something as she pointed at the bald-headed Pangku. Mind your own business, Pangku retorted, his face reddening as he turned away to drink his wine. Laughter erupted among them as the sun began to set, prompting everyone to light oil lamps to fend off the impending darkness on a hill lush with trees and teeming with life. It stood out like a crane among chickens, surrounded by towering, verdant trees. The moon gradually revealed itself in a corner of the sky, taking over the sun's shift, while the dim starry sky began to dominate the heavens, leaving only a stubborn sliver of white mist resisting on the mountain's side. Majestic and imposing, steeped in ancient aura and history, a grand edifice was entwined with thick, aged vines that clung tenaciously to its walls, while unknown flowers took root in the crevices, swaying gently in the breeze. Countless windows were aglow, and a breathtaking castle loomed atop the wooded hill, an exceptionally striking sight. Harry stood on the slope, gazing at the brightly lit castle not far ahead. He tugged at the sleeve of the nearby merchant, cautiously saying, "Shouldn't we stop? Ahead lies the castle of the Count, which means it is the enemy's stronghold. We ought to turn back. It's too dangerous here, if you wish to leave. You may do so, but I will not retreat until I have safely brought back my grandmother," Mingshant replied, casting a glance at Harry before proceeding towards the castle atop the hill. Wait a minute. Didn't you say your grandmother was merely helping with some flowers and plants? It's nothing serious. She might come out from there any moment. Is it worth the risk of venturing into enemy territory? Harry insisted, stepping in front of him. Earlier, Harry and Mingshant had walked along a somewhat gloomy path, passing several villages and hurried pedestrians returning home. Mingshant had approached each one to inquire after his grandmother, but the responses were always the same. They had last seen her heading to the Countess' castle at noon. Frustrated by the fruitless search, Mingshant was determined to find her, and thus Harry had no choice but to accompany him, watching helplessly as darkness began to descend. Throughout their journey, Harry stayed beside Mingshant, observing his respectful demeanor towards others, and began to realize that this fellow wasn't as ill-tempered as he initially thought. However, why was he so unfriendly towards Harry and his companions? Truly a peculiar individual. Chapter 62. He actually cried. Step aside, Mingshant exclaimed, arms spread wide to block Harry's path. No, I won't let you go in alone. Harry replied, unwavering in his gaze. Are you really forcing my hand? Do you think you can match me without a sword like last time? Spikes began to form around Mingshant, his deep blue eyes locked onto Harry. Ready for combat, you're right. But I won't let you pass. I cannot allow a comrade to walk into danger, Harry asserted firmly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, he was correct. Without his sword, his combat capabilities had diminished significantly. Yet, he would not simply allow Mingshant to proceed. Harry believed they were allies fighting against the Count, their common enemy. How could he stand by and watch a companion fall into the jaws of a wolf? Allies? Don't make me laugh. Who do you think you are to call yourself my ally? I don't need your protection for my own affairs. Mengshent echoed Harry's words, his outrage palpable. No matter what you say, I let you past. I swore I would never allow comrades or important people to die before my eyes again, Harry declared, his expression grave, resolute in his stance. Get lost. You really are a fool. I've scolded you countless times, said all manner of hurtful things, even struck you. Yet why do you still cling to me like a loyal dog? Can't you just stay away? Mengshent's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as he spoke in a choked voice, and then he collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, the ice spikes around him dissipating. Seeing him cry, Harry was taken aback, frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Did I say something wrong that made him cry? I need to think carefully. Perhaps there's a way to remedy this. No, I don't feel I said anything out of line, he thought, hands clutching his head. What should I do? He is crying. Anxious, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to run around the world several times. Desperate to distance himself from the sound of his weeping. Nothing terrified him more than seeing someone cry before him. Mengshent, please don't cry. I'll go with you to bring your grandmother back. All right, Harry tentatively suggested, his tone gentle as he addressed the sobbing boy. Mengshent remained silent, continuing to cry on the ground. The awkwardness was palpable, and Harry could only stand beside him, seemingly having resigned himself to waiting for him to finish. They stood together on the high slope. One boy in a gray hat huddled on the ground, lost in tears, while the other boy stood in a daze, gazing up at the moon, marveling at its arrival. Feeling any better? Are you hungry? Should I go pick some fruit, or something? Harry softly inquired, noticing Mengshent had lifted his head to look ahead, his eyes slightly puffy from crying. Harry felt a twinge of guilt. He had indeed caused this distress. Are you really that foolish? Where would you go to pick fruit at this late hour? There are ferocious beasts roaming outside. You wish to court death? Mengshent stood up, brushing the dust off his backside, wiping away the remnants of tears from his eyes as he looked at Harry. Yes, I'm sorry. Mengshent, I truly didn't mean to make you cry. Can you forgive me? Harry said, his voice tinged with apprehension as he lowered his head. Actually, I should be the one apologizing, Harry. Can you forgive me for my previous rudeness? Mengshent replied, shaking his head, his deep blue eyes filled with sincerity as he looked down. Huh? You don't need to say that. It's me who should forgive you. No, wait. I forgive you, Harry stammered, a bit lost in the situation, his words muddled. Upon receiving Harry's forgiveness, Mengshent's face broke into a smile, and Harry was momentarily entranced. He looked so adorable, just after crying. His pale cheeks were marked with tear stains, his eyes slightly swollen, yet his gentle smile softened his features, making him appear less menacing and more tender. Harry couldn't help but reach out his hand. Mengshent looked at him in confusion as Harry pinched his cheek, exactly where Pang had previously done so, eliciting a yelp of pain from Mengshent. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Is it all right, Mengshent? I just couldn't help but find you too cute, Harry apologized, realizing his actions. It's fine, Mengshent said, inexplicably blushing as he averted his gaze to dispel the awkwardness. Harry decided to change the subject, asking Mengshent, by the way, Mengshent, after you all rob someone, do you have to hand over the spoils to the Count immediately? Generally, yes, that we always voluntarily turn over the money we acquire from our heists. Mengshent replied, then why can your grandmother freely enter the Count's castle? I remember commoners aren't allowed in the Count's residence, Harry inquired. Well, that's because my grandmother is the best gardener in this area. Skilled in tending to flowers, the Count's wife occasionally summons her to assist with the garden. Mengshent explained that I see. That's why the flowers in your yard are so robust and beautifully blooming. Harry remarked, and upon hearing the compliment about his grandmother's flowers, Mengshent's face lit up with joy. Thank you for the compliment, Harry. That it's nothing that I can somewhat relate to your feelings when someone dear to you suddenly falls into danger. I would feel the same way, Harry said, gazing towards the castle standing resolutely atop the hill. Relate? Mengshent questioned, intrigued. In the past, I too had a grandmother like you, yearning to become a person as gentle and amiable as she was. When she fell ill, I found myself devoid of the means to aid her. The neighbors, who were evidently willing to assist her, were met with her unwavering refusal to burden them, for she understood the struggles everyone faced. At that time, I felt utterly useless, forced to stand by helplessly as she succumbed to her ailment. It was truly ironic, wasn't it? Harry remarked, gazing at the myriad stars illuminating the night sky. I believe your grandmother was indeed a wonderful person. She must be doing well now. Wouldn't you agree? Manchant replied, also looking up at the twinkling heavens. I hope so. She should be faring well, Harry said slowly, a tinge of sorrow creeping into his heart as he pondered her current condition. Uncertain of her well-being. I apologize, I shouldn't have pride, Manchant said, noticing the flicker of sadness in Harry's eyes. Let us set off. Harry concealed his inner grief, rallying his spirits and smiling at Manchant. Where to? Manchant inquired, puzzled. Of course, to bring your grandmother back. You must be quite worried about her. Together, we shall ensure her safe return, Harry declared, extending a hand towards Manchant. Manchant paused for a moment, then smiled faintly, placing his hand atop Harry's and saying, thank you. Harry. Chapter 63. How peculiar indeed a well-defined path leads to the castle atop the hill. By following this route, one can reach the castle's grand entrance. The audacity to construct a castle within the woods speaks volumes of the owner's wealth and might. The forest harbors fierce beasts and unknown flora, posing lethal risks to the unwary. Consequently, humanity has yet to fully explore this vast, adventure-laden continent. Clearly, Count Ares is a lord eager to showcase his power and grandeur as a subordinate of Duke Wakai. He is timid and cautious, yet embarks on such nefarious endeavors, hinting at unspoken motives. Harry, did you hear what I said? Manchant queried, noticing Harry lost in thought. Yes, I understand, Harry nodded, surveying the dimly lit woods. The night had fully descended. And were it not for Manchant's finger, a light with a flickering flame, illuminating a small area around them, they would have been stumbling blindly through the darkness. When we enter, just remain silent and follow my lead. Leave everything to me, Manchant continued, seeing that Harry was attentively listening. The two were now traversing the path leading to the hilltop castle. Observing Manchant, who had just shared numerous precautions, Harry found him to be quite the enigma, one moment fierce and volatile, the next amiable and welcoming, leaving Harry uncertain of his true nature. Was he perhaps experiencing a split personality? Nevertheless, it was evident that this gentle side of Manchant was rather pleasant, at least preventing him from resorting to violence against Harry. What with the stare? Is there something on my face? Manchant asked, bemused by Harry's gaze. There is nothing on your face. I merely find it a bit disconcerting how suddenly you've changed, Harry explained. I'm sorry, Manchant finally managed to utter after a lengthy pause. This apology left Harry feeling somewhat awkward. He intended to say something, but Manchant's shushing interrupted him. Suddenly, a faint light flickered in the distance, ephemeral and easily extinguishable, but as they drew nearer, the glow intensified. Ultimately, they arrived at what appeared to be a fork in the road, with towering trees flanking either side and an upward slope leading to the castle. Here, imposing knights stood guard. Swords at their sides, gathered around a roaring bonfire, seeking warmth from the chill of the night. Ah, isn't that little wizard Manchant? What brings you here so late? And why do you have someone with you? One of the knights jested upon spotting Manchant and Harry approaching. Luther, you re still stationed here. I see I do have a matter to attend to. Have you seen my grandmother? Manchant replied, engaging in casual banter. Your grandmother? I can't quite recall, but perhaps a little something might jog my memory. One knight feigned contemplation. Manchant smiled knowingly, retrieving a silver coin from his pocket and tossing it into the knight's hand. I saw your grandmother this afternoon. She went up and hasn't returned since. You might want to check for yourself, the knight said, greedily fingering the coin. Without further ado, Manchant led Harry up the slope. They are the knights guarding the path to the castle, but in truth, they are rather ineffective, mere pawns displayed by Count Ares. I could defeat them with ease. They're utterly worthless, Manchant commented as they ascended. Soon, they reached the castle's entrance atop the hill, its grand walls illuminated by flickering torches. Knights patrolled the lofty walls, while a few lounged by the entrance, lazily drinking until alerted to Manchant's approach. Ah, our esteemed wizard Manchant, what brings you here? One slightly inebriated knight exclaimed upon recognizing him. A small token of my appreciation. I wish to enter and find my grandmother. I would be grateful, Manchant said, placing 3 silver coins into the knight's hand. Ah, you're a sensible lad. Your grandmother must be waiting eagerly. Go on in, the knight chuckled, pocketing the coins and patting Manchant on the shoulder. Hold on, who asked this? I don't think I've seen him before, the knight suddenly remarked, noticing Harry. Oh, he's just here to keep me company. I'm afraid of the dark, Manchant replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Huh, so you're afraid of the dark too? The knight laughed heartily. Seizing the moment, Manchant quickly ushered Harry through the open gate, instead of leading Harry into the castle. Manchant guided him along the outer corridor towards the garden, greeting passing servants with a smile. He was convinced his grandmother awaited him somewhere. Before long, they arrived at the garden, a vibrant tapestry of colorful blooms surrounding a fountain, with empty benches scattered about. Where could everyone be? Where have they gone? Manchant pondered, contemplating whether to inquire with a passing servant. Upon asking, he learned that his grandmother was likely with the Count, though the specifics remained unclear. Consequently, Manchant decided to change course and retrace their steps back to the entrance, slipping through the narrow gap of the door. Inside the spacious hall, a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, while meticulously carved marble pillars lined the sides of the red carpet leading to a staircase ascending to the upper level. Manchant, uncertain of where his grandmother might be, opted to split up with Harry. He would take the left staircase while Harry would venture right. The plan was to search for her and reunite at the hall entrance. Harry felt a twinge of concern. After all, trespassing in someone else's residence, especially that of a count, was hardly advisable. Although the hall was deserted, who could guarantee that the upper levels were unguarded? The thought of being caught was indeed troubling. Harry expressed his worries to Manchant, who, although sharing the same concerns, was willing to take the risk for his grandmother. Even if we get caught, we can simply say we're here for her. They ought to understand, Manchant reassured him. Reluctantly, Harry acquiesced to Manchant's insistence, realizing there was no turning back now. He had to see this through, regardless of the consequences. As he surveyed the empty hall, he should have felt relieved at the absence of guards. Yet an overwhelming sense of unease filled him. Amidst the bustling activity outside, Harry's mind was preoccupied with thoughts far beyond merely admiring the architecture. According to common sense, every castle's grand entrance should be guarded by vigilant knights, and there ought to be a patrolling nightly guard as well. Yet, remarkably, there is not a soul in sight, only a handful of servants, although the knights stationed on the walls can observe the interior. Their duty is not to oversee what happens within, but to remain vigilant against external threats. Inside the castle, the situation is no different. It is utterly deserted. Such an expansive fortress cannot possibly be managed by a mere few servants. They are certainly not like Sister Kalia, who possesses the strength of 10. Harry has gleaned these insights from fairy tale books. Though much of it may be fanciful, a portion surely reflects reality. Moreover, the guards seem exceedingly lethargic, devoid of any knightly demeanor, as if they operate without restraint, lacking any sense of imminent danger. Should enemies invade, they would undoubtedly crumble, allowing the intruders to penetrate with ease. Is this truly the residence of a count, engaging in such behavior while remaining so leisurely and lax in vigilance? How confident must one be to believe they are impervious to attack? Everything feels exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 64. The crawling monster. Harry ascended the staircase to the left, while Manchant ventured right. They exchanged glances and nodded to one another before setting off. Harry walked along the path adorned with a red carpet, illuminated by dim lamps spaced at intervals along the walls, casting a pallid glow that barely illuminated the surrounding area, lending the corridor an air of gloom. Yet, how would he locate Manchant's grandmother? There were numerous doors along the way. Would he have to search each one individually? That would consume an inordinate amount of time. Perhaps he should inquire with the servants. They might possess some knowledge. Questioning the patrolling knights would be folly, as they might apprehend him without hesitation, leading to an exceedingly troublesome predicament for Physteria and the others. Although they had entered with the intention of searching for someone, it remained perilously dangerous. Reflecting on this, Harry recognized his own recklessness. How could he so thoughtlessly infiltrate enemy territory? However, there was no alternative. Manchant's nature compelled him to accompany the search. All he could do was pray that they would successfully locate the grandmother and escape. Sighing, Harry paused at the fork ahead, seemingly hearing something. Moments later, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached, the echoing clatter of steel boots upon the floor. Oh no, someone is coming. It must be the patrolling knights. He needed to hide quickly. If he returned to where he had come from now, he would undoubtedly be discovered. Without hesitation, Harry dashed to the nearest doorway, only to find it locked and unyielding. The footsteps grew ever closer. Refusing to lose hope, Harry broke into a sweat as he attempted to open each door in turn. At last, fortune smiled upon him. He successfully opened an unlocked door and rushed inside, carefully closing it behind him. Exhaling deeply, he leaned against the door, realizing how perilous the situation had been. The powerful footsteps drew nearer, but halted just outside Harry's door. Holding his breath, he remained motionless against the door. The sound of the orderly march continued, and once the footsteps faded away, he dared to breathe freely again, his heart finally settling. What a thrill! He had feared they might discover him within and force their way in. Glancing at the doorknob he had removed in his haste, Harry offered an awkward smile, realizing that the door had indeed been locked, and his impatience had led to its damage, just as he was about to exit. An odd scent wafted into his nostrils, causing him to halt in his tracks. Curiosity piqued, he entered the quaint little room, which appeared quite clean but was covered in dust, as if long unused. A woman's vanity and wardrobe occupied one corner, and the windows were tightly shut, obscured by curtains that a bed draped in white linen sat in the center, shrouding its contents in mystery, but Harry could discern the faint outline of a figure. It seemed someone was asleep. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb them and to leave quickly. This was what Harry ought to think, yet inexplicably, he felt a compulsion to investigate the source of the peculiar, food-like scent emanating from the bed. Should he lift the curtain? Harry grappled with his internal conflict. Ultimately, he resolved to take a look. What harm could come of it? If someone were merely sleeping, he could apologize and leave. Yet, a nagging fear gripped him that the occupant might already be deceased. As he pulled back the curtain, the scent intensified. Peering into the bed, he beheld a woman of ghastly pallor. Garbed in a maid's outfit, lying motionless, her chest devoid of the rise and fall of breath, she appeared lifeless. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, revealing a pair of blood-red orbs, devoid of whites, instilling an inexplicable terror within him. She fixed her unyielding gaze upon Harry, as if poised to strike. Startled, Harry gasped and fell to the floor, scrambling to his feet and racing toward the door. Just then, another figure emerged from behind the white curtain. Crawling on all fours, its eyes locked onto Harry as it pursued him with alarming speed. Glancing back, he saw the crawling woman closing in, compelling him to throw open the door and slam it shut behind him. Fleeing toward the fork in the corridor. Bang! The door reverberated with a thunderous crash as the creature barreled through, its relentless pursuit undeterred. Harry, witnessing this horrifying scene, dashed left at the fork. Heavens, what manner of creature is this? Why does the Count's castle harbor such monstrosities? No time for speculation. He must evade her grasp, lest her presence attract the patrolling knights. As he ran, Harry pondered his escape strategy. The crawling creature, surprisingly swift, managed to keep pace with Harry's desperate flight, their distance dwindling to mere meters. Realizing that he could not outrun her indefinitely, Harry contemplated his options. Even if he evaded capture, the knights would surely apprehend him. How precarious his situation, caught between a wolf and a tiger. His eyes scanned the corridor for anything he might use to his advantage. Fortunately, he spotted a small vent-like window in the nearby wall. Assessing his size, he determined he could fit through. With that thought, he resolved to make his escape. Though barred by an iron grate, he summoned all his strength to wrench it free and hurled it at the pursuing monster. The creature did not evade, taking the blow directly to the face, blood spewing forth, yet it only quickened its pace. Leaping toward Harry in that moment, he swiftly dove into the vent, the creature's head thrusting in after him. Its hands clawing at his rear but failing to grasp him. It let out a primal, frustrated roar as Harry pressed forward, relief washing over him as he realized he had gained a momentary reprieve. Panting heavily within the confines of the vent, Harry could only lie flat, unable to turn around, acutely aware of the monstrous presence behind him. All he could do now was cautiously advance. Chapter 65. The arrival of Physteria while Harry evaded the creature's pursuit. Monsent found himself in a different predicament. Where on earth is my grandmother? How have I walked so long without encountering a single soul? Monsent lamented as he ascended a staircase, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. A magician by trade, he lacked the robust physicality of a swordsman like Harry, and found himself exhausted from mere exertion. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed, causing Monsent to pause in confusion. An explosion? What in the world? Though he had previously entered this castle, he was far from familiar with its layout, having only exchanged a few words with Count Arise. Now, he was merely wandering aimlessly, relying on luck. Someone is approaching. Perhaps I should ask them. They might know where my grandmother is. Before he could ponder the explosion further, Monsent, gripping the banister, heard the sound of synchronized footsteps above him. Excitedly, he sprinted upwards. Upon reaching the source of the footsteps, Monsent spotted a patrol of around 7 imposing figures, clad in heavy armor that concealed their faces, leaving only their eyes visible. Each bore a gleaming silver lance that glimmered ominously in the flickering light. Esteemed knights, I am Monsent, an aide of Count Arise. "Here in search of my grandmother, do you know where she might be?" he inquired respectfully. Yet the knights before him offered no response. Instead, they brandished their long spears, aiming them menacingly at Montcent. Fortunately, Montcent reacted swiftly, conjuring an ice shield to deflect the thrust of the spear. However, the shield proved ineffective, shattering upon impact and dissipating into the air. Montcent was struck violently against the wall, collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The knights, poised for battle, raised their spears and advanced menacingly towards the fallen Montcent. Naturally, Montcent would not succumb to despair. He sprang to his feet and attempted to flee, casting ice shards in an effort to hinder their pursuit. Alas, the shards collided with the knight's armor as if striking an impenetrable barrier, shattering harmlessly into ice fragments that fell to the ground, inflicting no damage. Already slow due to his injuries, Montcent found himself further hindered, helplessly witnessing the knight's spears closing in on him, and in a moment of utter despair, he shut his eyes as the gust of wind surged forth, followed by the sound of something crashing to the ground. Montcent opened his eyes to behold a slender figure clad in a flowing white gown standing protectively before him. It was she, the woman he had not expected to see here. This revelation harkened back to moments prior. "What did you say? Harry and the other two are missing," Fistelia exclaimed, spitting out her drink as she regarded the panicked Kalia with astonishment. Listening to Kalia's report, Fistelia pressed her forehead in frustration. "Where could they have gone? The woods at night are perilous." "Bosun, didn't you mention they were waiting for that boy's grandmother at the village entrance? How could they possibly vanish?" Fistelia directed her question at Bosun beside her. "Let me think. Based on past experiences, Ming, could it be they ventured into the castle?" Bosun pondered, a look of realization dawning upon him. "What on earth is happening? Explain it clearly on the way." Fistelia rose, fixing her gaze on Kalia, who nodded in understanding and turned to gather their belongings. "Everyone, arm yourselves. We shall raid their home tonight," Fistelia declared, 1 foot atop a stool, her voice resonating with determination. The cadre of white steeds galloped swiftly along the forest path, kicking up clouds of dust. The raucous noise roused the nearby village, where curious villagers peeked out from doors and windows to discern the commotion. Fistelia and her companions, torches in hand, pressed onward toward the Count's castle. Mengming's grandmother is renowned for her exceptional skills in tending to flowers. Hence the Countess frequently solicits her assistance. If she hasn't returned tonight, she must be at the castle, and Ming and the others are likely searching for her, Bosun remarked, riding a black steed that, though not as robust as Fistelia's mount, managed to keep pace. "Those rascally children only know how to stir trouble. I was hoping for a good fight. Tonight, I shall raze their home to the ground." Fistelia's horse suddenly surged forward, swiftly overtaking the others, soon leaving them far behind as she melded into the night. "Stop. This is the residence of Count Arazeber. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry." One of the knights encircled by a campfire at the foot of the hill. Zurue noticed Fistelia approaching and attempted to block her path. However, Fistelia paid him no heed, barreling toward him, causing him to tumble aside in fright to narrowly avoid collision. "What do we do? She's charging in," one knight exclaimed, rushing over to observe Fistelia's retreating figure in alarm. "What else can we do? This is troublesome. We've encountered a mad woman. We must apprehend her before she wreaks havoc." The knight who had fallen dusted himself off and joined the pursuit alongside his comrades. "Hey, there's someone riding a horse approaching. Quickly, stop her," a patrolling knight atop the wall shouted to those below. "What? Someone is riding this way. I'll go see who it is." A slightly inebriated knight stumbled from the table, clutching a cup of wine, and wobbled to the door to gaze down the path leading to their location. A strikingly beautiful white horse charged forward, and upon its back, Fistelia wore an excited grin, one hand gripping her unsheathed sword, the other guiding the reins. "Ah, just a girl." The inebriated knight barely had time to finish his thought before the horse collided with him, sending him tumbling several times before coming to a halt. "Listen well. Today, I represent the Empire to rid the world of evil. Prepare to meet your demise," Fistelia proclaimed loudly to the knights atop the wall. The knights, previously engrossed in their revelry, sprang to their feet, drawing their weapons and charging at Fistelia in an attempt to subdue her. Yet, as they neared her steed, the horse responded with a powerful kick, sending them flying, leaving them bewildered and battered on the ground. The horse, after dispatching its foes, snorted proudly, as if to say, "You are utterly weak." Seeing the chaos unfold, the knight atop the wall shouted to those within, seemingly commanding them to shut the gates. Fistelia, meanwhile, sat upon her horse, calmly watching as the massive door closed. The archers on the wall readied their arrows, poised to strike at any moment. "William, now this is a battle worth savoring, don't you think? I find myself quite exhilarated," Fistelia remarked as she dismounted, patting her horse's neck and gazing up at the archers with eager anticipation. "Fire the arrows," a commanding voice rang out from the wall. Chapter 66. The unstoppable Fistelia beneath the city wall. Fistelia smiled faintly, delivering a sharp slap to her horse's rear. Startled, the steed bolted, while Fistelia remained unfazed, watching as the arrows whizzed toward her. To everyone's astonishment, a faint crimson glow enveloped her body, resembling a magical barrier, intercepting the arrows, which shattered into wooden splinters, scattering into the air. "Curse it! A swordswoman of such caliber, quickly, fetch the powerful crossbows. She cannot be harmed by mere arrows," the knight directing the operation shouted to his companions. "Do not cease fire. Buy us time. We cannot allow her to approach the gates." The commander continued to bellow at the archers. "Is this truly the extent of your abilities? You think I would allow you to destroy this gate?" "I shall not." Fistelia, possessing remarkable hearing, overheard their discussion and spoke with a confident tone. Gradually, she raised her sword, still sheathed, pointing it toward the wall where the commander stood. In an instant, all arrows fell short, and Fistelia, who had been standing still, vanished. Before the wall's defenders could comprehend her disappearance, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the entire fortress. A massive breach was torn into the wall, as though it had been gouged out, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Those who had been directing the operation, along with some unfortunate souls, were catapulted skyward, crashing down onto the hard ground below, lifeless. As the dust settled, the onlookers struggled to regain their footing, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the gaping hole in the wall. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the haze, revealing Fistelia, who had already crossed the breach, smiling at them with a chilling demeanor. Instantly, the knights scattered in disarray, fleeing in terror. "Well then, William, I leave these ruffians to you. I must venture further inside. I sense there are more intriguing things awaiting me within," Fistelia declared to her horse, before charging toward the castle's grand entrance. The horse, casting a mournful glance at Fistelia's retreating figure, nibbled on a bush's leaves before slowly making its way toward the knights scrambling down from the wall. With a resounding crash, the castle doors were smashed in by Fistelia, splintering into fragments that littered the floor. She surveyed the empty hall, puzzled. Where is everyone? Never mind, onward." Fistelia shrugged off the mystery, eager for battle. She chose the right staircase and ascended with determination, following her instincts, though it seemed she had overlooked something. Soon, Fistelia found herself face to face with Montcent, swiftly dispatching the knight, brandishing a spear at him with ease, without even unsheathing her sword. A mere sweep of the scabbard severed the spear in two, embedding one half into the wall. With another flick of her wrist, the knight's head was cleaved off, crashing into the wall. Montcent nearly screamed at the gruesome display, but to his surprise, no blood sprayed forth. The decapitated knight remained upright, gripping the broken spear, and charged at Montcent once more. Fistelia, seemingly unfazed, displayed no sign of panic as her scabbard sliced through his limbs with astonishing speed. Armor and all, as if encountering no resistance whatsoever, the dismembered limbs clattered heavily to the ground, and the body collapsed, rendered immobile. Yet more knights surged forward, brandishing their spears, trampling over their fallen comrade's body as they approached Fistelia. Fistelia elegantly gripped the hilt of her sword, yet refrained from drawing it from its sheath, calmly observing the knight before her. With a speed of strike that surpassed human limits, the sword, still within its scabbard, cleaved through the air as though slicing vegetables, mercilessly dismembering them into countless pieces of flesh in but a fleeting moment, devoid of blood or spilling entrails. Such strength! Montcent could barely perceive the fleeting shadow of the blade. At that instant, he felt a profound urge to kneel before the fiery red-haired figure dancing before him. Unlike her previous comical and ineffectual demeanor, she now emanated an aura of formidable power, instilling a sense of reverence that compelled one to submit and pledge allegiance. Indeed, it is the undead. What a formidable force! The only thing capable of vanquishing them is the purification magic of the church that I never expected such a phenomenon to exist in this impoverished locale. How fascinating, Fisteria remarked, stepping lightly on a helmet that still bore a head. Montcent caught sight of the emotionless red eyes within the helmet, resembling a humanoid machine steeped in slaughter, sending chills down his spine. The hollow eye sockets led him to surmise the nature of their bodies, and the thought sent a shiver through him. By the way, where is Harry? I haven't seen him, Fisteria inquired, turning her head. I parted ways with him. Harry went down the left staircase, Montcent replied. Then let us proceed. Fisteria hummed a cheerful tune as she marched forward. But that path does not lead to where Harry went, Montcent said, hastening to catch up, puzzled. No need to worry about him. That rascal is remarkably fortunate and will undoubtedly be fine. Let us first seek out the leader here and eliminate it, Fisteria declared, not bothering to glance back. Montcent observed the buoyant Fisteria before him, a peculiar individual indeed. Just moments ago she exuded the presence of a monarch. Yet now she resembled a carefree girl on a holiday, leaving him perplexed. Harry, all I can do now is pray for your safety. You must be all right. After witnessing the recent events, Montcent no longer viewed this castle as ordinary, but rather as perilous. Meanwhile, huff, where exactly does this place lead to? I'm utterly exhausted. Harry reclined his head backward, his feet and hands awkwardly bracing against the narrow walls as he progressed downward. Fortunately, Harry possessed remarkable stamina. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen midway. A misstep could result in a sudden drop, his head colliding with the floor, causing immense pain, and he had no way of knowing how high up he was, as the cramped space afforded no room to turn around. Thus, Harry could only maintain his precarious position, despite the oppressive darkness that instilled an unsettling sense of fear. Summoning all his courage, he pressed onward. He could have utilized a flame spell to illuminate the path ahead, but a sudden vertical passage appeared before him, compelling him to extinguish the flame at his fingertip, and he continued his descent, using both hands and feet against the walls, head downward. Chapter 67. Another within the body, esteemed Lady Witch. Here are the spoils gathered by those wretched peasants this month. Please review them. A man spoke with a tone of flattery. I see. You have done well. I shall prepare those items for you promptly. An aged voice replied slowly. Thank you, my lady. I will strive to work even harder. You may rest assured. However, how do you regard that matter? Oh, you refer to that issue. Do not fret. What is meant for you shall be yours. I still have some use for her, so rest easy. Understood, my lady. Safe travels. Moments later, the sound of a door closing echoed, leaving the surroundings in silence. As if everyone had departed, in the dimly lit corridor, a square vent loomed above. Harry gently pushed open the iron grate, one hand holding it while the other grasped the edge of the vent. Slowly lowering his head, as he released his grip, he fell, rotating in midair before landing steadily on his feet. Phew, finally down. Staying in there was quite unbearable. I shan't do that again. Harry stretched his limbs and brushed off the dirt on his disheveled clothing. Surveying his surroundings, he perceived that the place resembled a basement constructed underground, with stone walls and a floor, devoid of windows. An oil lamp flickered on the wall, placed at intervals that rendered the illumination dim, casting a shadowy ambience throughout the confined corridor, shrouded in an air of mystery at its dark end. As Harry walked through the dim passage, the silence amplified the sound of his footsteps, heightening his trepidation. The air felt stale, making it difficult to breathe, and a sense of anxiety gripped him, causing his breaths to quicken. Strangely, he had never felt such tension even in the face of monstrous beings. Why did gazing into the abyss of darkness before him induce such a profound sense of dread? As if a perilous creature awaited his arrival, before him stood an ordinary door, yet it evoked a multitude of negative emotions: fear, anxiety, and restlessness. His subconscious screamed at him not to open it, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his face. Why am I so afraid? It is merely a door. What is wrong with me? Is it so difficult to push it open? Open it. Harry's inner voice echoed, urging himself forward. He extended his trembling hands, gradually making contact with the door, inching it open until it creaked ominously. As Harry fully opened the door, the atmosphere around him grew heavy, suffocating his breath, and his heart raced faster than ever. Sweat drenched his face as if he had engaged in vigorous exercise. His dark pupils flickered with an ominous crimson hue, and he clutched his head in agony, collapsing to the ground as if something sought to burst forth from within, causing unbearable pain. Blood? Painful. It is so dark. I want to go home. Please, is there anyone who can save me? The tormenting echoes of despair resonated in his mind, painfully familiar yet desperately suppressed. I do not want to remember. I do not. Harry's eyes widened as if attempting to pop out of their sockets, his lips bleeding from where he bit down, his youthful face contorted into a grotesque mask. Are you in pain? Are you anxious? Surrender your body to me. I shall assist you. A soft, seductive voice suddenly resonated, causing Harry to hallucinate. A spectral door appeared before him, creating an illusion that if he approached it, he would find liberation. The voice emanated from beyond the door, and a vague figure stood within, reminiscent of a mother awaiting her child with open arms. The floor inside the door was littered with numerous objects covered in white cloth. Yet their shapes unmistakably suggested humanoid forms, stained with ghastly blood. Flies swarmed around, and the scene was utterly grotesque, the stench unbearable. Soon, Harry lowered his hands from his head, unsteadily rising to his feet. Yet his expression was one of utter distortion. His once vibrant pupils now lifeless. Exuding a sense of death, he staggered forward, extending his hand as if to grasp something, yet found nothing but bloodied corpses. He tread upon them, one after another, some producing sickening sounds as he crushed them beneath his feet. Yet he remained indifferent, pressing onward until a withered hand, nothing but a skeletal remnant, grasped his foot, halting his advance. Harry showed no reaction, relentless in his pursuit. Then, an unimaginable event unfolded. A head emerged from beneath the cloth, hairless. A gaunt figure composed solely of bones. Without uttering a word, it seized Harry's calf and began to bite, blood splattering as flesh was torn away, exposing bone, and it savored the blood and flesh that dripped from its lips. Yet at that moment, Harry's focus remained solely on the door. Disregarding the wounds inflicted upon him, he knew his mother awaited him ahead, and he had to hurry. However, just as Harry reached for the illusory door, that beguiling voice echoed once more. Now it is my turn. You shall rest peacefully. In an instant, hands emerged before him, pulling Harry inside, and another presence emerged, formless and faceless. The door slammed shut. Harry did not scream. But this time, he was no longer lifeless. Instead, he raised his small fist expressionlessly and struck down fiercely. The creature had no chance to scream before its skull shattered, ending its existence, perhaps sensing the scent of blood. A swarm of grotesque beings emerged from the white cloth, some completely decomposed, infested with white maggots, while others crawled on all fours or stood upright. Judging by their appearances, they had once been human. Yet now, they were merciless monsters, emitting low growls as they advanced toward Harry. Harry gazed at the viscous, yellowish substance clinging to his hands and suddenly laughed, a chilling, maniacal laughter. The wound on his calf, from which a chunk of flesh had been bitten away, sprouted countless repugnant tendrils that intertwined, restoring the lost flesh, leaving his calf unscathed. Without a trace of injury, Harry took the initiative, revealing a manic grin as he charged towards them. The massacre unfolding before him, he leaped into the air and delivered a devastating punch that shattered the skull of a standing monster, brains and blood splattering in all directions, staining Harry's face. The headless corpse staggered towards him, and upon landing, Harry crushed another lifeless body beneath his feet before lunging at the headless figure, seizing it and tearing it apart with sheer force, casting the halves onto the ground as he rushed towards the other monsters. His small, delicate fists became a bloody mess, with pale bone fragments barely visible amidst the gore. The tiny tendrils sprouting from his hands swiftly mended the wounds, yet Harry seemed oblivious to his injuries. Relentlessly pummeling the creatures, striking their heads, legs, and chests, bones splintered and flesh flew as these monsters could barely touch Harry's body, continuously subjected to his relentless onslaught as his speed reached dizzying heights. At last, the last of the monsters lay slain, the scene awash in blood, with crimson splatters decorating the walls and a multitude of mangled corpses littering the floor, some missing limbs, others headless, and not a single intact body remained. The once sturdy stone floor was marred with deep gouges, thick blood pooling into these newly formed depressions. Harry exhaled contentedly, as if savoring the moment, picked up a relatively clean white cloth from the ground to wipe the blood from his face, and then tossed it aside with nonchalance. His eyes had turned a deep crimson, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped out with a lightness in his stride. Chapter 68. The fiery red flowers burning the sky. Harry strolled leisurely down the corridor in the opposite direction, his face adorned with a carefree expression, glancing around as though he were a tourist admiring the scenery. Entirely devoid of urgency, he soon spotted another door, but this time it was guarded by two knights clad in heavy armor, brandishing long spears. Upon noticing Harry, they said nothing, instead raising their weapons and charging at him. "I'm so hungry. Are there really no living humans around? How utterly dull," Harry remarked discontentedly as he observed the advancing knights. Without exception, these knights were swiftly dispatched by Harry, their limbs wrenched from their bodies, and their heads crushed beneath his feet. Harry pushed open the door to reveal a throng of knights, yet his gaze was not on them, but rather on the grand environment around him. A circular hall adorned with numerous doors. Spacious and bright, the knights gathered at the entrance had long been alerted to the commotion within, waiting for him to emerge, weapons drawn and ready to charge. Harry smiled faintly, revealing a bloodthirsty expression as he licked his dry lips with his tongue. Meanwhile, in a corridor behind a large door, two individuals hurried towards the hall. "What is happening, my lord? Why the rush?" a somewhat portly middle-aged man inquired, trailing behind an elderly woman. "Someone has intruded. I sense that some of the undead have been eliminated by the intruder," the old woman replied tersely without turning back. "What should we do, my lord?" the portly man exclaimed in a panic. "Fool, stop flailing about and follow me. Let us see who possesses such audacity," the elderly woman retorted angrily as they pushed open the door. The sight before them left them utterly astounded. The knights' corpses piled high in the center of the hall, forming a gruesome mound, atop which sat a youthful and adorable boy. "Oh, you exude a scent that I find exceedingly repugnant. What a nauseating aroma," Harry, perched atop the mound of bodies, remarked with his chin resting on his hand as he regarded them. "Regardless of who you are, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? I shall not rest until your soul is drawn forth and cast into the abyss." The elderly woman glared at Harry, her fury palpable. The loss of 3/4 of her carefully selected undead knights was a devastating blow. The culmination of years of effort laid to waste. Who could endure such a loss? "You may certainly try," Harry replied with a smile, and in the next instant, he appeared before her. Had she been able to see his form, she would have been astonished, for Harry's body was marred with cracks reminiscent of ceramic, blood continuously oozing only to retract. As his wounds healed at an astonishing rate, his body struggled to withstand such overwhelming power. It was a delicate balance, teetering on the brink of collapse, all while he maintained a minimal threshold of magical energy, an extraordinary reservoir of power. The old woman's eyes widened as her palm ignited with black flames aimed at Harry, who remained unfazed. He seized her fiery hand, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Yet, Harry displayed no sign of discomfort, his face adorned with a serene smile as he softly uttered an ancient incantation. Almost melodic in its cadenced, in an inexplicable turn of events, the old woman suddenly coughed up a torrent of blood, crimson streaming from her eyes, ears, and nostrils. That in terror, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but it remained ensnared in Harry's grip, as immovable as a mountain. To her horror, she realized that the hand he held was slowly withering, faint red energy siphoning into Harry's body, who closed his eyes in bliss. Letting out a contented sigh, the portly man, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, nearly wetting himself as he witnessed the old woman being reduced to a desiccated husk. In the end, Harry released her hand, and she crumpled to the ground like a lifeless branch. She actually managed to escape. Quite impressive, really, Harry mused, suddenly opening his eyes and playfully glancing at the ceiling, as if observing something unseen. "Never mind. I shall let her go." He then shifted his attention to the terrified portly man, licking his lips, a look of insatiable hunger etched across his face. "Please, don't kill me. I was only coerced by her. I didn't mean it," the portly man pleaded nervously. "I say, you think too highly of yourself. I care not for your intentions. All I know is that you are my food," Harry replied, enunciating each word deliberately. That moment, the entire hall trembled violently, as though struck by some colossal force. Harry's expression grew grave as he sensed a powerful energy surging forth, emanating from above, its source acutely aware of his presence. Fascinating, but alas, I am still too weak to confront her. "I must find a place to lie low for a while and regain my strength," Harry contemplated, only to be interrupted as the portly man struggled to his feet and fled past him. Harry made no move to pursue. Instead, he stood still, gazing at the ceiling, for he had no time to chase him down. He could distinctly feel a dangerous and loathsome aura of holy light approaching. Above him, several meters away, in the partially destroyed castle, the rare sight of Fastilia drawing her sword unfolded. The blade emanated a pure, radiant glow, its length exquisite and slender, adorned with golden engravings. The hilt intricately crafted as if custom-made for her. With a serious expression, she fixed her gaze upon the floor below, her eyes sharpening in focus. The unfortunate old woman had met her demise before she even realized it, in a moment of peril. She had cast a life-saving spell to transfer her soul into one of the undead within the castle, but before she could even open her eyes, she was rent asunder by an overwhelming wave of sword energy. Her soul vanishing along with her body. An inexplicable death. Fastilia sensed an unusually malevolent and dangerous presence emanating from below. Though she could not pinpoint its exact location, she became increasingly cautious, scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, she detected a faint surge of magical energy emanating from one of the nearby rooms. Without hesitation, she drew her sword and slashed towards that direction. "Kid, stick close to me. Do not stray from my side," Fastilia commanded sternly without looking back. Monchent, though unaware of the situation, obediently complied, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. For her, preemptively addressing potential threats was the safest course of action. Squashing unknown dangers in their infancy was paramount for her safety. The thick walls fell apart like tofu, effortlessly cleaved by the sword energy. The devastation was extensive, causing the outer wall of the castle to collapse and erupt in a violent explosion, leaving a gaping hole. Even though the source of the magical disturbance had vanished, having been struck by her sword energy, Fastilia still sensed a lingering aura of danger and malevolence from below, compelling her to remain on high alert. Her body poised for action. "What is happening? It seems the boss is serious now," one of the onlookers remarked, drenched in cold sweat, having witnessed a sudden flash of light followed by the swift collapse and explosion of half the castle. "It seems something has gone awry. Let us go investigate," Ebert replied with a solemn expression, rallying the others to follow him. "Please, I entrust these individuals to you, Kalia," Punk urged as he joined the group. Kalia nodded, signaling for them not to worry, as she and Bosan kept watch over the knights who had been bound and were unable to escape. "Oh no. She has noticed me. I must get out of here." Harry felt the intensifying surge of power above, realizing that the individual above was gathering strength with the intent to obliterate this place. "What a lunatic!" Harry cursed under his breath, quickly crouching down and placing his hands on the floor, reciting an ancient incantation. Blood flowed from Harry's palms, and the amassed corpses around him began to bleed as well, forming a crimson line that traced an intricate pattern reminiscent of a magical circle, rapidly taking shape as the ground trembled beneath them. Fastiria was acutely aware that the malevolent being lurked below. She could not allow another tragedy to unfold. Nor could she permit his escape. Steeling her resolve, she raised her sword, its blade pointed downward, as it became enveloped in a thick, red magical aura, visible to the naked eye. With a fierce shout, she plunged the sword deep into the earth. It was upon them. Cold sweat broke out on Harry's brow as a colossal beam of deep crimson light descended from the heavens, its searing heat capable of incinerating anything to ash. The ground beneath Harry erupted violently, and he was engulfed in the overwhelming crimson blaze. The portly middle-aged man fleeing up the stairs believed he had eluded danger, yet in the next moment, before he could even turn around, he too was consumed by the deep red light, his scream forever silenced. The specters hiding in the castle's chambers met a similar fate, departing this world without a sound. The castle was swallowed by the fiery columns of light that erupted from the ground, casting a faint red hue upon the dim starry sky, reminiscent of a burning horizon, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. As they reached the entrance, an intense heat radiated from the ground, prompting them to shout in unison, "Run!" They fled hastily, narrowly escaping the risk of being engulfed by the light. The villagers surrounding the castle curiously peered into the distance, captivated by the sight of the darkened sky adorned with blossoms of fiery crimson light, illuminating everything in its path. A breathtaking spectacle that left them entranced. Chapter 69. The vanished Harry, a scorching wave swept through the air in an instant, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, impacting those nearest to Kalia, who now found themselves caught in the turmoil, their fates uncertain. Soon, the dazzling explosion ceased, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust that lingered in the air. The castle upon the hill had vanished entirely, replaced by a vast chasm wreathed in smoke and flickering flames, alongside the ruins of its walls. The surrounding forest also bore the brunt of the explosion, its trees engulfed in flames, the inferno spreading uncontrollably, casting an ominous glow against the night sky. Cough, cough, cough. Hiding behind the remnants of a wall, Kalia and her companions, though having successfully avoided the heat wave and shock wave, were now besieged by violent coughs, choked by the acrid, heated dust stirred up by the explosion, their vision obscured and their breaths labored. If this continued, they would surely suffocate. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed from an unknown source, akin to missiles striking the earth, causing the ground to tremble beneath them and a fierce wind to rise, swiftly dispersing the dust that enveloped the hillside. Physteria hovered above the chaos, positioned at the epicenter of the castle's explosion. Surrounded by a faint red protective shield, Monchant was by her side, similarly shielded from the blast. Grasping her elegantly adorned sword, she slowly sheathed it and descended to where Kalia and the others stood. Indeed, the incessant explosions had originated from her, a desperate measure to prevent the flames from spreading further. Physteria had wielded her sword's energy to sever the trees surrounding the hill, creating a protective barrier that restrained the inferno to the summit, temporarily sparing the woods below from its wrath. Lady Physteria, what on earth has transpired? Are you unscathed? Kalia hurried to her side, concern etched across her face, for Physteria bore an expression of deep discontent, tinged with frustration. I am unharmed, yet infuriated. Time and again, they scurry away like vermin. I can never seem to capture them, Physteria exclaimed, disregarding the pristine nature of her white gown as she seated herself upon a broken stone. Striking the ground with her scabbard in frustration, it was evident she resented allowing her adversary to escape once more. How many times had it been? She had been so close to vanquishing that vile creature. Yet despite his flight, Physteria was certain he had sustained severe injuries. After all, her sword had been blessed, possessing a unique potency against demons and dark entities. Lady Physteria, what has transpired here? Monchant and the others approached. Their expressions grave, they remained unscathed, for as individuals nearing the prowess of a sword saint, they were not so easily felled. Together, they had harnessed their magical energies to form a protective barrier against the explosive heat. Sighing, Physteria confessed, I sensed an immensely sinister presence beneath the ground, powerful enough to warrant annihilation. Yet, in the end, that loathsome being has escaped, leaving me with nothing but frustration. She lamented, punctuating her words by thrusting her scabbard into the earth. Creating a small crater, half reclining on the ground, Monchant gazed at the remnants of what had once been the castle, now reduced to a mere pit. His eyes, vacant and hollowed, reflected the loss of something profoundly significant. Trembling, he rose to confront Physteria, grasping at her collar with fervor, tears streaming down his cheeks. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? My grandmother, Harry, and everyone else were inside. You have condemned them to death. Do not be absurd. Boy, the creatures within were nothing but repugnant, vile beings, hardly deserving of life. Even your so-called grandmother was merely a wicked creature cloaked in a human guise. Be why exterminating them. I have acted in accordance with righteousness. Release me. Physteria retorted with increasing indignation, pushing him to the ground. Impossible. My grandmother is not one of those malevolent beings. She is so gentle. How could she possibly be a man-eating monster? Spare me your lies. Monchant insisted. Disbelief etched across his features as he lay on the ground. Believe what you will. I have no time for your naivete. Today has been nothing short of a disaster. Naobo, Ebert, Punk, you must lead a search of the surrounding areas immediately. Even if he has employed teleportation magic to flee, he must be gravely injured and cannot have gone far. Kalia, you and Bosun shall notify the nearby lord, urging them to dispatch troops for a thorough search. Leave no stone unturned. And secure these creatures for transport, Physteria commanded, rising to her feet and issuing urgent orders without hesitation. Turning away from them, she spoke softly. As for Harry, he may very well be that malevolent creature or might have been abducted by him. Should you discover anything amiss, do not hesitate to act. Understood? Understood, for the Empire and its people. The group murmured, pausing to reflect. Their gazes wavered momentarily. Harry had lived among them for some time, and unknowingly, they had come to regard him as one of their own. His sharp wit and courteous demeanor had endeared him to them all, yet swiftly, their expressions hardened with resolve. Let us not delay, we must act swiftly, Physteria urged. Mounting her steed and descending the hill, the others followed suit, each mounting their own horses, kicking up a cloud of dust. These were no ordinary steeds. They had been thoroughly trained, unfazed by the calamity that had befallen them. In stark contrast, the horses brought by Bosun had vanished, evidently frightened away. Bosun knelt beside the weeping Monchant, gently stroking his head in silence, offering quiet companionship. Kalia clasped her hands together, gazing upwards at the vast, starry night sky, her white hair dancing in the breeze as she fervently prayed, "May the gods bless you, Harry." Sigh. Though I have long grown accustomed to pain, the sensation of being struck by holy light is truly disconcerting. Is that lunatic on the level of a sword saint? How intriguing. This world shall never be dull. A leisurely tone lingered by the riverbank, the moon's reflection shimmering on the expansive surface of the water. Countless meteors streaked across the boundless sky, trailing long tails as they swiftly vanished into the horizon, akin to hurried travelers, a breathtaking spectacle. However, in stark contrast to this magnificent scene lay Harry, sprawled upon the grass with arms outstretched, appearing to admire the beauty of the night sky, if one could ignore the horrific state of his lower half, obscured from view. Blood stained the grass beneath him, while grotesque tendrils emerged laboriously from his wounds, intertwining in an attempt to form new flesh. Yet, each time a semblance of flesh began to take shape, it would collapse into a pool of blood, the cycle repeating endlessly. This was the price of wielding excessive magical power. The teleportation spell alone required vast reserves of energy. Had it not been for Harry's peculiar regenerative ability, he would have perished. Now, his body was in a state of collapse, his healing abilities struggling to counteract the devastation. It might hurt a bit. Do enjoy it while it lasts. For my time is running short. Harry gazed calmly at the night sky, a faint smile gracing his lips, leaving onlookers perplexed by the reason for his mirth. A gentle breeze rustled through his dark hair, which had grown slightly long, brushing against his brow, where strands exceeded his eyebrows. His crimson pupils, seemingly cursed, harbored an air of foreboding and misfortune. The equestrian figures of Physteria and her companions lifted their heads to witness the shooting stars streaking across the celestial expanse. And even Kalia, poised for departure, beheld the same celestial spectacle. Travelers on the path under the night sky unveiled their cloaks to gaze upwards, countless souls captivated by this wondrous phenomenon, each harboring their own dreams and aspirations. Chapter 70. Would you accept the demon? On the tranquil meadow, beside the gently flowing river, innumerable fireflies adorned the air with their bioluminescent glow, while the nocturnal serenade of crickets filled the atmosphere. The comet that once graced the night sky had vanished, leaving only the resplendent expanse of stars, with the moon hanging high above. Suddenly, a piercing cry of anguish shattered the serene ambience, akin to the wails of a vengeful spirit. Sending chills down the spine of those who heard it, Harry's fingers dug deeply into the earth, his body resembling shattered porcelain, fissures erupting forth streams of crimson, staining the surrounding grass with blood. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with terror, reflected a wish for death as he gazed into the sky, while the small tendrils emerging from his lower half writhed in a desperate struggle this moment. Harry was not the boy he once was. He was enduring excruciating pain brought forth by his own body. The aftermath of his condition had thrust Harry, newly awakened, into the depths of despair. A pain beyond words, akin to being incessantly pricked by needles, while his lower half felt as though it were being devoured by ants, a torment almost too much to bear, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. After what felt like an eternity of torment, Harry's lower body finally healed, his fair calves exposed in the absence of trousers. Breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, his dark pupils were clouded with fear, blood vessels visible against the whites of his eyes, as though he had glimpsed something horrifying. After a while, trembling uncontrollably, Harry half sat up, confronted by the unfamiliar river and surroundings, his sense of dread escalating to its peak. What on earth is happening? Why can't I remember anything? Was I in the castle? Why am I here? A whirlwind of confusion surged within him. Harry could not recall how he had arrived in this place, as if that portion of his memory had been forcibly erased, leaving a void. Sometimes, the inability to remember is the most terrifying of all, as though he were sleepwalking, unaware of his actions. Are you troubled by the absence of those memories? A voice, indiscernible in gender, echoed in his mind. Who? Harry, on high alert, scanned his surroundings and stood up, yet found nothing but silence enveloping him. Who am I? You ask? That is indeed an intriguing question. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the demon residing within your body. The voice chuckled. A demon. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes widened involuntarily. He had read of demons in fairy tales. They were the embodiment of evil, monstrous beings that devoured without remorse, perpetually disrupting the harmony of the world. It was said that anyone associated with demons faced execution, and the fear of demons had persisted throughout history. You are a demon. Why are you in my body? Get out. Harry's heart raced with fear at the thought of such a malevolent entity inhabiting him. An abhorrent notion that no one could accept, especially not when it involved humanity's adversary, a demon. Why should I heed your request? This body, though feeble, sufficiently serves as my vessel, and you should consider yourself fortunate to be the one I have chosen for resurrection. It is an honor. The voice declared with arrogance. What are you talking about? I don't understand, but I will expel you from my body. Harry retorted calmly, attempting to intimidate the voice that he believed that if he confided in Physteria, she would surely know how to resolve this. Her strength would surely provide a solution. He thought, are you certain? I am a demon. After all, do you possess any understanding? If people discover a demon resides within you, what do you think their first reaction would be? You would be burned alive. Are you not afraid? The voice spoke ominously. As if it were privy to his thoughts, Harry instinctively held his breath, realizing the truth in its words. Demons were indeed the architects of humanity's woes. Even in modern times, their influence was undeniable. Those who forged contracts with demons were often branded as their servants and met with a fiery demise, regarded as enemies of all humankind. You must understand that humanity has been relentless in executing anyone associated with demons. Unaware of the countless innocents they have condemned, even now, under the guise of justice, they slaughter the unfortunate. A tragic reality. By the way, how do you think people will perceive you? Will they distance themselves from you or seek to eliminate the abhorrent thing residing within you? The voice continued to fan the flames of fear. Harry's thoughts began to waver. If he were to voice this, what would the outcome be? He dared not imagine the expressions of those around him, especially the disdainful glances from Ivan and the others. The thought of being cast aside, abandoned, filled him with suffocating anguish. Harry was terrified, yet he held steadfast to his principles. If he posed a threat to others, he would not hesitate to end his own life, refusing to burden them. Rest assured, I am not one of those mindless creatures that merely consume. I will not indiscriminately slay the innocent. On the contrary, I will protect those you hold dear. Do you not desire power to safeguard your loved ones? Is this not what you seek? Why reject it? Any power that can protect is valid, is it not? You once thought so, did you not? The voice coaxed, its tone persuasive. No, that is not it. I desire power, yes, but not the kind that opposes everyone. Harry anxiously replied, addressing the river before him. Have you forgotten? Who caused your mother's death? Who stood by as your friends perished? What was the reason behind it all? If you had possessed great power then, would your mother have succumbed to illness? Would your friends have died in a bitter conflict? Do you truly believe that time can erase these events? If one day, your most important friend were in peril, would you choose to save them, or would you helplessly watch them die before your eyes? You face but two paths. One leads to immediate death. The other is to accept me. Choose. The voice fell silent. A multitude of memories surged through Harry's mind, the smiles of Ivan and the others, swiftly shifting to the lifeless bodies before him, each familiar face meeting a different tragic end. Finally, his mother's smile emerged, only for him to reach out in vain as it morphed into the cold visage of a gravestone. No. Harry clutched his head, screaming in despair as tears streamed down his face. Consumed by regret, resentment, and sorrow. Will you accept the demon? The voice reverberated succinctly in his mind. I accept. Harry finally chose his path, collapsing to the ground in tears, loathing the weak, powerless version of himself. Chapter 71. The Lost Memories. Excellent. Since you have chosen to accept me, I shall grant you the power you so desire. The voice gradually faded away at that moment. The tormenting images that had plagued Harry's mind dissipated, leaving him kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, tear streaks evident on his face, his features gaunt. Thud, thud. Then, Harry heard the sound of his own heartbeat, so near, so rapid, echoing as though it were in his ear. The rhythm quickened, and a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Akin to an explosive eruption, Harry cried out in pain, gripping his head tightly as crimson blood trickled down his fingers, having torn the skin of his scalp. The memories, once lost, replayed vividly in his mind. The battle in the underground palace. The grotesque faces of knights he had slaughtered, the countless revivals after being mercilessly slain by the towering knights, and the memories he most loathed to revisit unfolded before him, in the pitch-black room. Nothing was visible, enveloped in darkness, a putrid stench permeating the confined space, capable of rendering one unconscious. Suddenly, a door creaked open, and a towering figure entered, light streaming in, illuminating the depths where a small boy with black hair was bound to a cross. Groggily, he opened his eyes, adjusting to the brightness. And as the door shut once more, darkness reclaimed the space. Nothing was visible, and the surroundings were filled with the urgent, intermittent gasps of some creature, instilling a profound fear within the young boy. He yearned to struggle, yet discovered that his hands and feet were firmly restrained, his neck ensnared as well, rendering him utterly immobile. The sudden sharp pain coursed through his arm, akin to a needle piercing and then withdrawing, followed by a warmth enveloping his body. Before he could fully comprehend this bodily change, a foul, damp cloth was thrust into his mouth, its repugnant odor overwhelming. Inadvertently, he swallowed a small portion of the liquid, and a nauseating bitterness spread through him, mingled with an indescribable oily residue, eliciting an intense urge to vomit. Yet his mouth remained obstructed, leaving the wretched contents trapped in his throat, causing him immense discomfort and labored breathing. But that was not the end. The boy felt something sharp pressed against his open palm, a stinging sensation as if his skin were being punctured, blood beginning to seep out. A resounding thud echoed as something struck down upon him, followed by muffled sounds of distress escaping his lips. His eyes widened in terror, hands and feet straining against their bindings, but to no avail. He could only feebly shake his head, as if gripped by excruciating pain. Indeed, a massive iron nail was driven into his palm, penetrating through to the wooden board beneath, blood dripping steadily onto the floor. His fingers twitched uncontrollably atop the impaled hand, an unparalleled agony igniting his tear ducts, tears welling in his eyes. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of relentless hammering reverberated, each strike evoking a pain noise from the boy. 3 iron nails were driven into his small arms, one in his wrist, another at the joint of his arm, and a third in his shoulder. Despite the sheer torment that should have rendered him unconscious, inexplicably, he remained alert, the sensation akin to a stimulant coursing through him, heightening his awareness of the pain. This relentless suffering pushed him to the brink of mental collapse. Soon, not just his arms but his feet too were subjected to the same cruel fate, each nail driven in with methodical precision, offering no respite from the excruciating experience. The figure wielding the hammer seemed adept at exploiting the pain, denying the boy even a moment's relief, ensuring he fully comprehended the depths of his torment. Blood flowed from the cross upon which he was bound, pooling on the floor, a testament to the grievous loss he had endured. Yet, miraculously, he remained alive, his limbs now adorned with iron nails, head bowed, eyes vacant, dulled as if tortured to the brink of death, save for the slight rise and fall of his chest, a faint indication of life amidst the horrific scene. Alas, the torment was far from over. The nails were brutally yanked from his flesh, blood splattering as the boy's expression flickered, evolving into a grotesque visage with each nail extracted. Finally, the last nail was removed, and the tension that had gripped his mind loosened. On the verge of collapse, were it not for a persistent voice in his mind urging him on, he might have succumbed to madness. The agony was unbearable. Yet, the suffering continued, the pain intensifying. As if his body were being savagely torn apart, warmth transforming into a feverish heat, his skin flushed. However, the wounds created by the nails began to heal at a visible pace, leaving behind unsightly scars. Gazing into the abyss before him, the boy emitted muffled sounds, his bloodshot eyes wide open as if seeking solace, yet finding none, as if he were alone in a vast void. The door swung open once more, light flooding in, and the boy strained to lift his head, watching a large, grotesque figure exit. Perhaps the soul within him could no longer bear the sight and decided to swap places with the nearly broken boy. Seizing control of his body, after a while, that figure returned, seemingly wielding some instrument, closing the door behind them. If anyone had observed the boy's eyes at that moment, they would have noticed his once pitch-black pupils transformed into a brilliant, gem-like emerald green, glowing even in the darkness, drawing the creature's attention. It stared curiously at the boy's eyes, and now, with the souls exchanged, he could discern the true form of the monster lurking in the shadows. Enveloped by an indescribable stench, the creature, having satisfied its curiosity, returned to its tasks, extending a hand towards a bucket it had brought in, extracting a deep purple centipede, ignoring the boy's pleading gaze. It placed the creature into his ear, unleashing fresh waves of agony that seemed far more intense than before. Repulsive, maggot-like creatures were unleashed upon him, gnawing through his flesh, burrowing within, causing grotesque swellings to appear on his skin. The boy's expression turned ghastly, sweat pouring down his forehead and cheeks as he endured the unimaginable torment. The torture seemed to stretch on for an eternity, Be it a day or a week, it mattered not. Both the boy and the soul within him were consumed by the anguish of body and mind. Teetering on the edge of sanity, the final memory of his waking moments was of an elderly woman in a black robe, her gnarled hand gently resting on his face. A smile of satisfaction mingled with astonishment gracing her features before she concealed it. As his eyes fluttered shut, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 72. Calm ha. Ha. Harry gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, hands clutching his head, face pale, eyes wide with terror, though this memory played back in his mind. The sensations of pain surged anew, overwhelming him in a wave of agony that threatened to engulf him entirely. In that fleeting minute, he wished for death. Desperate to end the torment. He remembered, Harry finally recalled the lost memories. In the depths of his suffering, a comforting figure had appeared, along with the fabricated recollections. After what felt like an eternity, he staggered to his feet, trembling and weak, grappling with dizziness as if his strength had been drained, gradually regaining his composure. Harry knelt by the riverbank, scooping water into his hands to quench his parched throat, the questions in his heart beginning to unravel. Why had his body undergone such a drastic transformation after that ordeal? What connection did the demon within him have to all this? And most importantly, where was Professor Elizabeth? Surely, these matters were intertwined with that old witch. What am I to do now, at this moment? Harry had removed his outer jacket to bind his bare lower half, gazing at his reflection in the river. What else can you do? For now, you must learn how to deceive your master, how to mislead them. They are undoubtedly still searching for you. It is but a matter of time before they find you. A languid voice echoed in his mind. Do you know anything about this old witch? Harry inquired, recalling that the voice belonged to the demon within him, who might possess knowledge about her. I know nothing. I only just awakened from my slumber. The voice replied succinctly. Disappointment washed over Harry as he absorbed the demon's response. His thoughts turned to Professor Elizabeth, whose safety was now in jeopardy. He felt an overwhelming concern for her, a determination to rescue her at all costs. In his darkest hours of solitude and suffering, it was Elizabeth who had offered him solace, exchanging souls to bear the brunt of his torment. Her every sacrifice had not gone unnoticed. He had already come to regard her as an indispensable ally. Now that she was missing, he felt an acute sense of guilt for not being able to protect her. You need not despair. Your master has been tracking her as long as you remain close to them. You will inevitably find her and rescue your beloved Professor Elizabeth. However, you must heed my previous words. Navigating this perilous situation is paramount. The voice resonated once more, carrying a hint of encouragement intended to uplift Harry's spirits. Indeed, this encouragement proved quite effective. Upon hearing it, Harry felt a surge of hope awaken within him. After all, was not Master Fastilia's primary mission to locate the old witch, as long as he remained by Master Fastilia's side? Finding her would merely be a matter of time. However, before that, the foremost concern was how to navigate the current precarious situation. Originally, Master Fastilia and her companions intended to escort him to the imperial capital for an examination to ascertain whether he was the old witch's experimental subject. Considering the memories that had just surfaced, it became evident that the entity controlling his body had evaded Master Fastilia's attack and used teleportation magic to arrive here. His current predicament was undeniably perilous. It was certain that everyone was preoccupied with searching for him. Fearing that he might indeed be that so-called experimental subject, potentially facing hostility, once Harry unraveled his inner confusion and indecision, his thoughts calmed, and he began to contemplate the issue at hand. Given the circumstances, his immediate objective should be to allay their concerns and eliminate their wariness towards him. But how could he achieve that? Harry fell into deep contemplation that moment. Within Harry's body, a voice murmured, inaudible to him. It seems liberating this little one's deeply sealed memories was quite worthwhile. He is rather clever, not a fool after all. This lightens my burden of unnecessary worry. However, I am curious if my arrival in this fellow's body is part of someone else's scheme. Yet, I am not something to be controlled by them. Things are becoming quite interesting. In the dimly lit, tranquil woods, the flickering flames of torches illuminated the surroundings as individuals clad in exquisite silver armor and white cloaks traversed the underbrush, wielding flaming torches and sharp weapons, scaring away nocturnal creatures. A slender figure, strikingly adorned in a flowing white cloak, followed behind these knights, her fiery red hair cascading down her back, her delicate visage betraying no emotion. Suddenly, a sound emerged from behind. A faint crackling of twigs underfoot. Festilia's gaze sharpened, swiftly drawing her sword and swinging it backward, turning to address the intruder with a measured tone. "Who are you?" "Lord Sword Saint." "Spare me. I am the knight stationed at Marquis Lauren's residence, here to report to you." The knight raised his hands, glancing nervously at the glimmering blade near his neck, beads of sweat forming as he spoke hurriedly. Festelia sheathed her sword and inquired, "What news do you bring?" "The Marquis has apprehended the creature you mentioned. Please come and see." The knight dared not meet Festelia's gaze, bowing his head as he spoke. "What?" Festelia was momentarily stunned, disbelief etching her features as she processed the news. Minutes later, "My dearest Festelia, you have finally arrived, and you remain as breathtaking as ever." A strikingly handsome young man with luxurious attire and golden hair, appearing to be in his 20s, approached, offering a warm smile. "Marquis Lauren, where is that creature? Take me to it at once." Festelia's eyes remained indifferent as she addressed him, halting her horse before what appeared to be a prison-like entrance. "Oh, do not be in such a hurry, lovely Festelia. We could first share a drink." Before the golden-haired youth could finish, Festelia, already mounted, delivered a swift kick to his face with her riding boot. "Take me there immediately. What is with all this idle chatter? Do you wish to meet your end?" Festelia scolded, her foot still pressing down firmly. Unfazed by Festelia's rudeness, the young man calmly accepted a white handkerchief from his elderly butler, wiping his face before returning it and adopting a resigned smile. "Ah, you have not changed at all. Very well, let us proceed." The knights following Festelia bore expressions that conveyed their prior knowledge of the situation. Marquis Lauren was one of Duke Stia's sons, a childhood friend of Festelia, and an ardent suitor with a peculiar affinity for her suffering, a fact that instilled fear within Festelia. Thus, it was indeed fortunate that she refrained from striking him with her sword, resorting instead to a kick, which was rather lenient by her standards. Chapter 73. A test an hour before Harry's disappearance. This is the situation. Please relay the information to the knights stationed nearby and the town's militia, instructing them to remain vigilant. Should they spot this child, they are to report immediately. Understood. Kalia placed a paper depicting Harry's likeness on the desk, her demeanor serious. Understood. I will attend to it at once. The man seated in the chair hurriedly rose, clutching the paper depicting Harry's visage as he exited the office. This was the outpost of the militia in the nearest town, established to maintain order. Kalia, bearing a diamond emblem adorned with 3 crossed swords, strode in, and none among the militia dared obstruct her path. Instead, they respectfully escorted her to the captain's office. After all, this emblem represented one of the Empire's renowned knightly orders, the Royal Guard, sworn to protect the Emperor. Those present were well versed in the world, and being so close to the imperial capital, they were well aware of the reputation of this illustrious order. The militia stationed in the heart of the town communicated via a magical device resembling a crystal ball, which came in 2 varieties. One allowed for direct conversation without delay, while the other could simultaneously reach out to several crystal balls to relay commands and intelligence, primarily utilized among the militia and knightly outposts. The evening at the estate buzzed with revelry. At Marquis Lauren's invitation, countless noble ladies and dashing gentlemen gathered, raising their glasses in merriment, engaging in laughter and lively discourse. "Young Master Lauren, we have a situation." A sudden urgent voice reached the ears of the handsome, golden-haired youth encircled by elegantly dressed young women that he paused in his conversation, apologetically setting down his goblet and approaching the elderly butler who had called out to him. "What is it?" The young man casually sipped from his goblet before inquiring. "Lady Festelia has returned. She demands a search of the vicinity for a small boy, claiming he poses a danger that we must proceed with caution." The silver-haired butler handed the paper to the young man. "What did you say?" "Festelia has returned." "Well then, we must not delay. Let us find this child." Upon hearing Festelia's name, the young man's excitement nearly caused him to drop his goblet, and after glancing at the portrait in his hand, he eagerly grasped the butler's arm, exclaiming, "We must hurry." "But what about the gathering, young master?" The butler expressed his concerns. "Oh, right. A circus troupe arrived in town a few days ago. Summon them to entertain us. That way, they won't be bored." Lauren pondered for a moment before suggesting. "Sigh. Very well, I understand." The butler sighed, wearing an expression of resigned familiarity. Whenever Lady Festelia was involved, the young master would invariably rush to assist her. Thus, after issuing his instructions, Lauren hurriedly departed with the butler in tow. Outside the town, the moon was obscured by clouds, casting the earth in somber shadows as a formidable procession of knights, led by a golden-haired youth on horseback, traversed the road. "Young master, perhaps we should return. Lady Fistelia mentioned that the child she seeks is dangerous, possibly an experimental subject created by those wicked witches. We need not venture out. We could wait for a report," the elderly butler urged with concern. "Nonsense. You worry too much. Perhaps we will encounter him soon. If I personally capture him, Lady Fistelia may finally regard me with admiration," Lauren declared confidently. His fist clenched over his chest. That moment, a diminutive figure appeared at the end of the road, its features obscured. Only the silhouette of a person was discernible. "Lord Lauren, please step back. We shall handle this." A knight rushed to the forefront, positioning himself protectively before Lauren, with others swiftly following suit to shield both him and the butler. "Stop right there." The leading knight raised his sword, commanding the approaching figure to halt. The figure complied, raising its hands and surrendered. The moon emerged from behind the clouds. Lauren caught sight of the individual's features, a strange, shoeless boy with black hair, clad in scant attire and a coat. He suddenly struck Lauren as vaguely familiar. Hastily, he requested the portrait from the butler, scrutinizing it intently. The resemblance was uncanny, a 99% match. This was indeed the child Fistelia sought. "Without a doubt, it is him. This is the little one Lady Fistelia is looking for," Lauren exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the black-haired boy. "Such fortuitous happenstance resembles a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat." Thus, they successfully apprehended Harry and escorted him to a prison situated outside the city, where he was confined. And so it transpired. Under my astute guidance, we captured him without a scratch. Lauren mused aloud as they traversed the dimly lit corridor leading deeper into the prison, as if he were the one orchestrating the operation. Fisteria walked alongside him, her demeanor impassive, refraining from conversation, yet her tightly clenched fists betrayed her barely contained frustration. This fellow was truly insufferable. After navigating through a heavily guarded metallic gate, Fisteria and her companions finally reached the cell where Harry was held. Within the dim confines of the cell, Harry was bound with chains that shimmered with a dark metallic sheen, securely fastened to a chair of steel, rendering him utterly immobile. His youthful face was awash with panic. But upon seeing Fisteria and the others, it transformed into joy, and he exclaimed, "Master!" Fisteria stood outside the iron bars, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Harry, extending her hand to signal the others to remain outside. Lauren dutifully unlocked the cell door, allowing her entry, while he obediently waited outside, understanding that her current demeanor was one that demanded no disturbances, exuding an undeniable allure. As Harry gazed at the stoic Fisteria entering the cell, he sensed a shift in her demeanor and fell silent, observing her intently. Standing before him, an air of tension enveloped them as neither spoke. Fisteria drew a slender sword, positioning it perilously close to Harry's throat, and spoke in a low tone. "Are you human or a monster? Master, what are you saying?" "I am Harry," he stammered, astonished by the blade hovering near his neck. Yet, Fisteria paid him no heed, the blade inching ever closer to his throat. Harry felt the chilling aura emanating from the sword, creating a disorienting illusion that just a slight touch would sever his throat. Death had never felt so imminent. In despair, he shut his eyes, bracing for the blade to pierce him. However, instead of the anticipated agony, a warm hand, elegantly adorned with a white glove, caressed his head. "Harry, you have not transformed into that kind of monster. This is truly wonderful." Fisteria's voice resonated with relief. "What is happening?" Harry inquired, lifting his head in confusion, as if he were struggling to grasp the situation. "I meticulously examined your body with my mental prowess, and there is no trace of that malevolent transformation. You are still the same Harry." "I sincerely apologize," Fisteria explained, her sword slicing through the chains binding Harry, causing them to clatter to the ground. Grasping his face with a fierce expression, she admonished, "You troublemaker! Do you have any idea how much chaos you have caused us?" "Yes, I am sorry," Harry mumbled, his voice barely discernible. Chapter 74. The mysterious meeting, and that is how it happened. "When I awoke, I found myself in this situation," Harry narrated as he and Fisteria walked through the prison corridor. Freed from his chains by Fisteria, he was able to leave without needing Lauren's keys or permission, and Lauren said nothing, merely following her lead. Initially, I was pursued by lower-tier undead. Then I crawled down through a ventilation shaft and fainted in an underground hall, only to be teleported away without even glimpsing that fellow's face. Regrettably, there was not a single living soul within the castle, and now, with the castle itself gone, all leads have vanished, Harry explained. Fisteria, upon hearing his account, pressed her fingers to her forehead in exasperation. I truly apologize. I was too reckless, Harry replied apologetically. This is not your fault. We owe the discovery of their lair to you, although many aspects remain unclear. Your safety is what matters most. However, I have a lingering question. Why are you not wearing pants? Where are your trousers? Fisteria shifted the topic, observing Harry's makeshift attire with curiosity. Well, I don't know. When I woke up, my pants were gone. Harry's voice trailed off, his cheeks flushing as he appeared quite bashful. Haha, you truly have the worst luck. Could it be that fellow is a pervert who assaulted you? Fisteria chuckled while patting Harry's shoulder, though her laughter abruptly ceased as she pondered the disturbing possibility. For many of those with malevolent auras were anything but normal, often quite depraved. Did you feel any discomfort in your body at that time? Like a lack of strength or pain in your rear? Fisteria inquired seriously. Yes, when I woke up, my body ached, and I felt utterly drained, barely able to rise, Harry answered honestly, oblivious to the deeper implications of Fisteria's questions. Then, unexpectedly, Fisteria embraced Harry, her tone comforting as she said, Poor Harry, it is all in the past now. You need not fear any longer. Life is replete with obstacles to overcome. You must believe in yourself. Huh? Harry was utterly bewildered by her words, struggling to comprehend the situation as he gazed into her compassionate red eyes. I protest. Who is this brat? Why does he deserve Fisteria's embrace? Let go of me. Lauren interjected, visibly disgruntled, his posture suggesting he was ready for a confrontation, while the elderly butler behind him struggled to restrain his arms, fearing for his master's safety. Calm down, young master, he urged. What is it to you? Fisteria retorted coldly, turning her gaze toward him. Is this brat your child? Look at his expression. No, this cannot be. Fisteria, how could you find a man behind my back and even have a child with him? I cannot live with this, Lauren exclaimed, retreating in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes. What? You are spouting nonsense, Fisteria shouted, her face flushing with indignation, radiating charm as she released Harry and clenched her fists, advancing toward Lauren with the intent to strike, only to be intercepted by her accompanying knights, preventing her from acting. Harry observed the unfolding farce, managing a wry smile, internally relieved that he seemed to have evaded scrutiny. This was largely thanks to the demon residing within him, which occasionally provided valuable insights, enlightening Harry about the formidable beings in this world who could utilize mental prowess to track and observe individuals within a certain range. Of course, possessing powerful magical artifacts that could conceal one's aura could also suffice, or simply being stronger than the observer would do. The demon informed Harry that he and Fisteria had both taken notice of each other, suggesting that he was nearly as formidable as she. However, the demon seemed displeased with this line of thought, claiming that during its prime, it could have crushed her with a mere finger. Harry could only agree, albeit with skepticism. He believed Fisteria to be exceptionally powerful. Yet, the demon appeared to sense Harry's doubts, remaining sullenly silent, which left Harry feeling awkward for some time. After apologizing, the demon finally forgave him. And at that moment, Harry realized it could also comprehend his thoughts. He would have to be more cautious about his musings. However, merely realizing this was insufficient. If Harry wished to dispel any suspicion, he would need to prove his innocence, inevitably leading him into a web of complications. The demon advised Harry that as long as he played his part well and crafted convincing lies, everything else could be left to it, ensuring that Fisteria would remain oblivious to his true nature as anticipated. Fisteria employed her mental powers to scrutinize Harry's body, yet found nothing amiss. Even the slender sword imbued with sacred light failed to detect any abnormalities within him. Harry mused that the demon's prowess should not be underestimated, and the demon, having overheard his thoughts, felt a twinge of pride. Fortunately, events continued to unfold according to Harry's wishes, and Fisteria appeared to have dispelled her doubts regarding him. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant. Caution was always prudent. After much persuasion from Lauren, Fisteria and her party reluctantly agreed to stay at the manor, and by this time, it was already late at night. The separated Kalia and her group had returned, and upon seeing that Harry was unharmed, they collectively sighed in relief. It could not have been better. The group joyously tossed Harry into the air, their laughter resonating throughout the chamber. Is there not one more person? A woman concealed beneath a voluminous black cloak, her features obscured, remarked as she gazed at the empty seat. Unknown, she has yet to arrive. It is always like this. She is truly an insufferable woman, since she still keeps us waiting. Who does she think she is? Discontented murmurs resonated around the expansive round table, illuminated solely by an unknown light shining from above, while the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, steeped in mystery. My apologies, everyone, for the delay. The long-awaited figure finally arrived, shrouded in a cloak of black mist, taking her seat as a woman with dark, cascading hair. Well, now that everyone is present, we may commence the meeting, she declared. Her features obscured by the hood of her robe, silencing the surrounding chatter, rendering the atmosphere eerily quiet. Antisha, why don't you share the situation on your end? The veiled woman turned her gaze toward a sultry noble woman with golden curls, who, despite donning a black cloak, revealed her face. One of my subordinates has been eliminated, and the stronghold has been destroyed, leaving no trace of the accumulated undead. In short, it's all over, the golden-haired lady lamented, toying with her curls. Of course, the individual responsible for annihilating our stronghold is rumored to be the same one who laid waste to yours, shaman, she continued, casting a glance at the cloaked woman. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate, Antisha. The dark-haired enchantress replied with a smile. Were it not for your allegiance to us, I would almost suspect you of leaking information, which led to all this, Antisha retorted, fixing her gaze upon her. Oh, how disappointing for you, shaman giggled in response. All right, as you all know, I summoned you here to emphasize the importance of vigilance. The Church and the Empire have begun to take serious actions. The destroyed strongholds belong not only to Antisha, but also to shaman. As of now, we remain in the dark regarding how they have managed to locate us. That I implore you to uncover their methods at any cost and eradicate them. A millennia-long conflict is looming, and our time is running short. We cannot allow them to thwart our plans, the obscured woman interrupted, halting the verbal sparring between the two. Understood, came the succinct replies from all present. Indicating the high regard in which they held the woman, as one by one, they faded into the surrounding darkness, vanishing from sight. Shaman, remain. I have matters to discuss with you, the veiled woman called out to Shaman, who was preparing to leave. Chapter 75. Intentions. Harry, it's quite late. You should head back and get some rest, Fisteria remarked as she departed with Kalia, leaving Harry in the care of the manor's servants, who escorted him to his room, thoughtfully preparing a set of clothes and a sumptuous supper. Harry reclined on a soft and comfortable bed, a small cart beside it laden with an enticing dinner, while a set of clean gray garments rested on a lampstand. Yet, he found no interest in these comforts. His dark pupils silently gazed at the immaculate white ceiling, lost in thought. Oh, what's the matter? You seem rather glum, a teasing voice echoed in his mind. I wonder, is this really the right course of action? I've told lies before, yet this heavy feeling in my heart is unbearable. I even find myself somewhat loathing who I've become. Harry reflected with self-deprecation, recalling the joyful expressions of Fisteria, Kalia, and that jovial uncle who beamed at him. They all placed their trust in him, while he had deceived them. The sensation of betraying everyone weighed heavily on his conscience. He had vowed never to deceive his companions, yet here he was, ensnared in a web of lies, and it felt profoundly tragic. Lying was, after all, a rather simple task, merely a matter of uttering words. Hey, are you foolish? Why fret over such trivial matters? You needn't be reminded why you chose to deceive them. It was to protect your precious companions, their lives and safety versus a small fib. What holds greater significance? The voice chided. I understand all of that. I merely feel ashamed of my actions, Harry replied, agitated. All right. I truly don't comprehend why humans indulge in such tedious thoughts. Just remember, you lied to protect your friends. One day, they will understand your plight. Rest assured, the voice comforted him earnestly. It was true. He had lied for their sake, making sacrifices to safeguard them. They would eventually come to understand, and there was no need for worry. With newfound clarity, Harry sat up in bed, brightening with realization. I'm glad you see it that way. Eat well, and don't neglect your health, the voice concluded. Falling silent, Harry smiled faintly, beginning to believe that perhaps demons weren't so fearsome after all. They could be quite caring. Meanwhile, as you all are aware, this territory is under the jurisdiction of Duke Melon, and it lies in close proximity to the imperial capital, merely separated by a single territory. However, I trust you understand the implications, Physteria stated, unfurling a map upon the table, her gloved finger indicating a corner of it. The map depicted the regions of the empire, which bordered the sea to the east, surrounded by various nations, a true maritime nation, vast in area and formidable in military strength. It appears their influence is indeed pervasive. Previously, our efforts to eradicate their strongholds were primarily in remote areas far from the capital. Yet, we have now uncovered another stronghold in this vicinity, indicating the golden-haired Ebert pointed to another section of the map. Ultimately resting her finger on the same point Physteria had indicated, her expression grave as she addressed the group. They have infiltrated the vicinity of the imperial capital. The brown-haired Nebo crossed his arms, scrutinizing Ebert. This means there may be their agents within the empire itself. After all, the castle that Physteria eliminated was a residence of account, complicating matters significantly. The bald punk fretted, leaning on the table. This situation serves as a warning. We must exercise caution moving forward. However, there are many uncertainties. Kalia, please distribute the gathered information thus far. Physteria instructed Kalia, who nodded and retrieved a stack of documents from her satchel, evenly distributing them among the group. What is this? No way, Nebo exclaimed incredulously, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at the documents in his hands. Physteria, what could their intentions be? Ebert inquired, casting a glance toward her. What could they possibly be plotting? It's truly perplexing, Punk murmured, scratching his bald head in confusion. This material comprises the records of those we have dismantled along our journey, individuals ensnared by their influence. You should note a commonality. Why the majority of those they ensnared are prominent merchants or noble families, rather than ordinary citizens that it raises questions. Furthermore, their objectives seem to revolve around amassing wealth at any cost, engaging in actions that harm the populace. It's all quite puzzling, Physteria remarked, rubbing her forehead. If our assumptions hold true, they must be devising some scheme, yet we remain oblivious to their ultimate goal, she continued, addressing the assembly. For now, we can only await news from the Divine Punishment Knights and the Adventurer Knights. Beyond that, we have no other course of action, Ebert stated, his expression serious, for they had no alternative. What are your thoughts on Harry? Physteria suddenly posed the question. Harry, that lad is quite intelligent and perceptive, a person of great loyalty. I can discern this from his gaze, Nebo replied, albeit perplexed by Physteria's inquiry. From his demeanor, he appears to be an honest child, genuinely kind-hearted, yet rather naive. Ebert added mildly. What's this? Why the sudden interest in Harry? Punk queried, scratching his shiny head in confusion. Nothing of consequence. I was merely inquiring. Let us disperse. The night is deep, and we have much to attend to tomorrow, Physteria said with a smile, departing alongside Kalia and leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. In the quiet corridor, moonlight streamed through the columns, illuminating the night sky. As Physteria walked, she gazed at the moon, sighing softly, perhaps overthinking matters. Is something amiss, Lady Physteria? Kalia asked, noticing her sigh. Nothing at all, Kalia, if you could bring me a glass of polia juice. It might lift my spirits, Physteria replied, turning with a smile, her tone playful. Of course, please wait a moment, Kalia said with a respectful smile, departing and leaving Physteria alone in the corridor. Harry, please don't let me down, Physteria remarked softly as she gazed up at the moonlit sky. Chapter 76, Remorse. Harry's startled cry echoed through the room. He had just awakened from a particularly harrowing nightmare, once again reliving the torment inflicted upon him by the towering night, pain coursing through him. Pushing him to the brink of mental collapse, he turned his gaze toward the window, where a serene and sunny day unfolded outside. With a sigh of relief, he realized that he was drenched in sweat, a truly terrifying dream. Rising from his bed, Harry made his way to the bathing room for a refreshing shower. Harry, what's wrong? You look so haggard, came Kalia's concerned voice. I'm fine, Harry replied, forcing a smile despite his pale complexion. All right, if you're feeling unwell, just let me know, okay? Kalia crouched in front of him, gently patting his head. She was aware that Harry bore some unspoken worries, but since he chose not to share, she refrained from pressing further. Thank you. Sister Kalia, Harry expressed his gratitude. Kalia smiled faintly, settling beside him as they both enjoyed the gentle breeze and basked in the warm morning light. After Harry completed his morning routine and had breakfast prepared by the servants, he sat on the estate's grassy lawn, lost in thought under the sun. Rather than simply daydreaming, he was attempting to recall long-forgotten memories, hoping to uncover any traces related to teacher Isabel. Alas, his efforts yielded no results. Instead, the painful memories further dampened his spirits and weakened his body. Wisteria and her companions had risen early to attend to some important matters, leaving a letter instructing Harry and the others to proceed to the imperial capital for official business, specifically a health examination for Harry. However, their departure was delayed for a reason. They were awaiting someone. "Hey, you brat, continue," a suddenly hostile voice interrupted. Before Harry could fully recover from his pallid state, a wooden sword struck him squarely on the head. He cried out in pain. Turning to confront the culprit, It was none other than Marquis Lauren, Wisteria's suitor, looking down on Harry with a displeased expression, wielding a similarly sized wooden sword, accompanied by the elderly butler. "Hurry up and duel me. Aren't you Wisteria's apprentice? Come on, show me if you have what it takes," Lauren declared, raising his sword toward Harry without flinching. Harry hesitated, contemplating picking up the wooden sword lying on the grass, only to have a pair of soft, delicate hands gently restrain him. Kalia shook her head at him, then stood up respectfully, addressing Lauren. "My Lord Lauren, Harry is not in good condition today. Perhaps we should let this go." "Exactly, sir, let it go. He's just a child," the butler chimed in. "TCH. So Wisteria's apprentice is this cowardly, huh? Unable to accept my challenge. It's truly unimaginable that such a renowned swordsman's apprentice would be in such a sorry state. How disappointing," Lauren scoffed, retracting his sword with a mocking tone. "My Lord Lauren, your words are a bit excessive. You are a high-level swordsman, and he's merely a novice." Kalia began to retort on Harry's behalf, but was interrupted by a gentle tug at her maid's dress, prompting her to pause and look at Harry, who had now stood up. "Perhaps you are right. I am unworthy to be my master's apprentice. But even so, I will not tarnish my master's reputation," Harry said, bending down to pick up the wooden sword, his dark eyes peering through his disheveled hair at Lauren. "Harry, you—" Kalia was about to stop him from dueling Lauren, knowing full well that he was in no condition to fight. His little face was pale, devoid of color, resembling a sheet of paper, and he looked as though he might faint at any moment. "Sister Kalia, don't worry. I'm fine. It would be an honor to spar with Lord Lauren. It will greatly aid in improving my swordsmanship," Harry assured her with a reassuring smile. Stepping forward to stand before Lauren, gripping the sword with both hands, his legs spreading apart firmly, he then closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before exhaling, opening his eyes to raise the sword toward Lauren, adopting a stance of readiness. "Now that's more like it. As Wisteria's apprentice, you should possess such spirit. Very well, I shall not bully a child. I will suppress my strength to the level of a novice swordsman. Let me see what her apprentice is truly capable of," Lauren responded, gripping the wooden sword with both hands and raising it toward Harry, his demeanor shifting from nonchalance to seriousness. Seeing this transformation, Kalia resigned herself to let Harry proceed, while the butler sighed in resignation, stepping back to give them space. "Be careful, kid," Lauren warned, and with that, he charged at Harry with remarkable speed, swinging his wooden sword diagonally. Harry's eyes narrowed as he brought the sword to guard his chest, attempting to block Lauren's strike. To his astonishment, he found himself utterly unable to withstand the blow, sent soaring through the air as the sword slipped from his grasp, landing far away on the grass. Without granting Harry a moment to retaliate, Lauren leaped forward, positioning himself before Harry mid-air, delivering rapid strikes to various parts of Harry's body, ribs, legs, head, waist, face, and hands, leaving Harry with no means of defense. By the time he hit the ground, he was battered and bruised, gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse. Lauren stood over him, observing the battered Harry with disinterest, then clicked his tongue, carelessly tossing the wooden sword onto the grass as he departed with the butler. Struggling to shield his eyes from the sun with his arm, Harry began to weep, tears streaming down his cheeks. His body ached, but the anguish in his heart was far worse. He realized he could have devised a better way to confront Lauren. Why did he have to charge in? He was well aware that his strength was no match for Lauren's. How foolish he was. He had let down Sister Kalia's expectations and had boasted in her presence, only to end up in this humiliating state, which felt utterly disgraceful. Deep remorse gnawed at Harry's tender spirit. Yet, it was not entirely Harry's fault. He had been haunted by those deeply etched memories, leaving him in a weakened state, his face pale, limbs heavy, making rational thought a challenge. However, his stubbornness was a flaw, knowing full well he was unfit to fight, yet still choosing to face the challenge head-on, though it was for the sake of others. He had failed to consider his own limitations. Kalia approached Harry's side, crouching beside him in silence, meticulously brushing the grass and debris from his hair and clothes, while Harry could only choke out repeated apologies. Chapter 77. Fear and Tenderness. Harry, cradled in Kalia's arms, emitted soft whimpers of pain as she gently applied salve to his swollen wounds. Although he had resisted being held, he found himself unable to move. Allowing Kalia to carry him to the shade of a nearby pavilion, where he could sit comfortably while she fetched the medicine. During Kalia's absence, a conversation unfolded in Harry's mind. "You really are in quite the predicament, aren't you, Harry?" A mocking voice echoed in his mind. "I never imagined you could be so thoroughly beaten by a high-level swordsman suppressing his strength. How unfortunate. You promised to grant me power, but where is it?" "There is nothing at all. You deceived me," Harry retorted angrily to the voice in his head. "Oh dear, you're angry now. I always thought you were the type who would never lose your temper. You speak of power? Haven tea, I already bestowed it upon you. Did you not notice?" The voice inquired, perplexed. Where is it?" "I see nothing," Harry began to argue back, but then a flood of familiar memories surged forth in his mind. His head cleaved open, his body sliced apart, his arms twisted like pretzels, his legs reduced to pulp. Those images morphed into grotesque little tendrils that began to mend his injuries, restoring his body. "What are you truly afraid of?" "It's just pain. It's not like it's your first time. This is a remarkably useful ability, an immortal body, legendary power. It only hurts a little. What is there to fear? You'll get used to it. Have you not noticed the changes in your body, the transformation of your mental strength, the rapid increase in your stamina and power? All of this is a result of my influence. Did you think it was solely your own talent?" The voice continued, laced with temptation. "Do you understand why you've become so weak? It's because you resist the power I offer. You fear pain. You dread recalling that excruciating suffering, but if you wish to attain greater strength, you must first overcome this small hurdle. Otherwise, everything is moot." The voice pressed on, attempting to sway Harry. "Stop joking. You haven't experienced that kind of pain. How could you possibly understand? You're just a braggart." Harry's inner voice roared in defiance. "Listen. You don't comprehend. Stop pretending to be righteous. If you can't endure a little pain, how can you claim to be strong? I have endured far greater suffering than this if you don't believe me. I'll let you experience my past pain and see if you can still speak so boldly." The voice challenged, clearly agitated. Suddenly, Harry found himself engulfed in darkness. After a considerable time, as his vision began to clear, he realized that his hands and feet were bound by iron chains, fastening him to a cross laden with timber. Bewildered, he gazed down at the multitude surrounding the cross. It resembled a public square. Yet the expressions on the faces of the crowd were menacing. As they spoke in a tongue he could not comprehend and hurled stones at him, the sharp impacts eliciting a clear sensation of pain. Everything felt so vividly real. Then, Harry observed two figures clad in antiquated armor, each bearing a flaming torch. They tossed the torches onto the wood beneath him, and in an instant, flames erupted, growing larger by the moment, encircling Harry, who was still bound to the cross. The cacophony of the crowd's shouts filled the air. Choked by the smoke, Harry struggled to breathe, succumbing to a fit of coughing that was utterly unbearable. The searing flames drew closer, causing his skin to crack and bleed, the exposed flesh releasing a steamy vapor. His long pink hair was consumed in an instant, reduced to ashes, while the thin fabric of his dress ignited, scorching his body. Harry's screams pierced the air, yet not a single voice among the onlookers expressed pity. Rather, they rejoiced as if they wished for his immediate demise. It was unbearably hot. He could scarcely breathe. Harry was engulfed in a sea of flames. The air he inhaled was blistering, and he could hear the sound of something within him boiling, accompanied by the crackling of his burning skin. By all accounts, Harry should have perished in the flames, yet he remained unscathed, full of vitality. His cries of agony echoed through the inferno, and as time passed, the fear on the faces of the spectators grew palpable, prompting the nobles to hastily stoke the fire. This was a prolonged lamentation, lasting from dusk until dawn, until the prepared wood was consumed. The crowd stared in horror at the charred silver cross, upon which stood a figure unscathed yet naked, a woman who appeared untouched, They could not appreciate her form, paralyzed by terror, stuttering and rendered speechless. Suddenly, the woman on the cross erupted into manic laughter. Inciting the guards below to brandish their spears at the behest of the nobles, they, drenched in cold sweat, thrust their weapons toward the woman on the cross, and it was at this moment that Harry awoke. Startled and drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, Harry's dark pupils flickered with fear, still reeling from the nightmare. He was met with the puzzled gaze of Kalia, who had roused him, observing Harry's trembling form. Kalia felt a pang of concern but prioritized tending to his wounds before taking him to see a doctor. She enveloped him in her embrace, applying ointment while striving to provide a semblance of comfort. Harry, if it hurts, just let it out. There's no need to endure silently that I know you are trying your best. Although I do not yet understand why you feel this way, you are a man, and you must learn to rise above it. Her words shone like a beacon of light in the darkness, warm and familiar, gradually soothing Harry's wounded spirit. For the first time, he felt that Kalia resembled his mother, both so tender and understanding. His mother had always been his source of support, occupying a significant place in his heart, yet she was no longer present. These thoughts swirled in his mind. Tears began to flow down Harry's cheeks, and in a moment of vulnerability, he called out to Kalia, "Mom." Crying, perhaps, was merely a means of expressing longing, not a sign of weakness, but rather a reflection of his sorrow for his mother's absence. Kalia paused momentarily before offering a gentle smile, tightening her embrace around him. Harry could feel the reassuring warmth emanating from Kalia, and in that instant, a thought struck him. He longed to remain in his mother's embrace. Unwilling to awaken that moment, Kalia began to hum a soft tune, somewhat unrefined, yet it evoked an indescribable sense of ease and comfort, allowing all worries to fade away. Harry, it was reminiscent of the lullabies his mother sang to him at bedtime, lulling him into a peaceful slumber. This was it, he realized. He had been fleeing something all along. What was there to fear? He had everyone with him, friends and family alike. He was never truly alone. He had always been surrounded by their warmth. They were his motivation to move forward. In order not to let down such gentle souls, he resolved to become stronger, strong enough to protect them from harm. This was the essence of his existence. Chapter 78. The Awaited Ones. Initially, Harry had not grown weaker. Rather, he was simply afraid of the pain that had scarred his tender heart. During his battle with Lauren, Harry had not sought to escape the fight, but subconsciously wished to protect himself from harm. He was merely evading the confrontation. Now, however, with a transformed mindset, Harry understood that all great power comes at a price. Each person acquires strength in their own way, and this was his path to empowerment. Only by embracing it could he grow stronger and protect those he cared for. Thus, he found no reason to refuse. "Miss Kalia, everything is prepared. Shall we depart now?" The elderly butler appeared at the gazebo's entrance, addressing Kalia, who was tending to Harry's wounds. "Thank you for your assistance. Our guest has yet to arrive. We must wait a little longer." "I appreciate your patience," Kalia replied with a smile. "Not at all. There is one more matter. This is a token of apology from our young master. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience," the butler said, presenting a small, exquisitely crafted gift box to Kalia. "Then I shall express my gratitude for the Marquis Lauren's gift," Kalia replied graciously, accepting it without hesitation. The butler, satisfied, offered a slight smile before taking his leave. As Kalia opened the gift box, Harry, nestled in her arms, looked on with curiosity. His surprise. Inside lay a delicate white ceramic vial. Kalia gently shook it, hearing the sound of liquid sloshing within, and upon uncapping it, she inhaled its fragrance. "This is a high-quality healing potion. Harry, your wounds will mend swiftly," Kalia said cheerfully as she retrieved a cotton swab to apply it to his injuries. Harry could sense the potion's subtle, pleasant aroma, and the swelling on his face felt cool and soothing, alleviating much of the pain that he had to admit. This remedy was quite remarkable, although some areas of his face and body still bore a hint of redness. The swelling had subsided, and he seemed to be recovering well. In no time, he was able to rise and walk unaided. "Miss Kalia, there are 2 individuals seeking you outside the estate," a maid hurriedly informed Kalia as she rushed into the gazebo. "I understand. Thank you for your diligence. You may attend to your other tasks. I will handle the remaining matters," Kalia replied politely. "You need not be so formal. I will take my leave now," the maid stammered, lowering her head slightly as she hurried away, clearly unaccustomed to Kalia's courteous demeanor. "A servant," She had never before been thanked, and though she recognized that Kalia shared her status, she was aware that Kalia's standing was still above her own. Serving the Sword Saint was a dream for many. "Harry, can you walk?" Kalia asked as he paced back and forth within the gazebo. "I can. Look, I'm perfectly fine. This potion is truly effective," Harry exclaimed, waving his arms and stretching his legs to demonstrate his recovery. "What a pity. I had hoped to hold you a little longer," Kalia said, her expression tinged with disappointment. "I am not a child anymore. I don't need you to hold me, Kalia," Harry retorted, his cheeks flushed. Kalia gazed at Harry's adorable, blushing face and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "By the way, Kalia, what kind of letter did Master leave behind?" Harry inquired as they walked down the corridor toward the entrance. "Lady Fisteria instructed us to await the arrival of your opponent, Monsent, who will accompany you to the Imperial City," Kalia explained. "Really? Why?" "Lady Fisteria believes his magical talent is noteworthy, and it would be a shame for it to be squandered in this small place. Thus, she has sponsored his admission to the Magic Academy for further training, which can also serve as a form of compensation to the villagers." "I see. It seems our journey will not be dull after all," Harry said, his spirits lifted. Before long, they arrived at the estate's entrance, where the knights stationed outside respectfully opened the door for Kalia and Harry. Standing outside were two individuals, a large, scruffy man looking anxious and a boy wearing a gray hat that nearly covered half his head. "Miss Kalia, we have arrived. I entrust Monsent to your care," the man, Bosun, said as he approached with Monsent in tow. "Rest assured, I will take excellent care of him," Kalia replied with a warm smile as she knelt before Monsent. "With your assurance, I can leave with peace of mind." "Take care, Monsent," Bosun said, gently nudging the reluctant boy forward. However, Monsent appeared decidedly unwilling, his eyes slightly swollen, suggesting he had been crying. Bosun gazed at Kalia with a bittersweet smile, squatting before Monsent and grasping his small shoulders with a heartfelt expression. "Ming Ming, this is a splendid opportunity. Lady Fisteria has bestowed upon you this chance. Make sure to seize it, do you understand? Do not let down the expectations everyone has for you." "But Uncle Bosun, if I am gone, who will protect all of you? It's too dangerous." Monsent finally couldn't hold back, tears streaming down his face as he spoke with reluctance. "Rest assured, just look at my muscles. Even monsters flee at the sight of me." Bosun chuckled, flexing his robust arms. "Now, off you go. When you return after your studies, don't forget about us." With that, he gently pushed the weeping Monsent towards Kalia. "Uncle, you don't look well at all. Is everything all right? Perhaps you should see a doctor first," Harry remarked, observing Bosun's haggard visage and disheveled hair with concern. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I shall take my leave now." Bosun laughed heartily, preparing to depart. "It's all that madwoman's doing. Uncle Bosun has lost both his child and wife. He's all alone now. Everyone in the village feels the same. It's all her fault." Monsent wiped his tears as he shouted at Harry. "Enough, Monsent. I will say this once more. If you are disrespectful to Harry and the others again, do not expect to return." Bosun's large hand struck Monsent's cheek, leaving a clear red mark as he spoke with anger. "Miss Kalia, I beg your pardon. Please disregard the child's words," Bosun added, bowing his head in apology to Kalia before turning to leave, never once glancing back at Monsent. Monsent stared in disbelief at Bosun's retreating figure, fighting back tears as he turned his face away, unwilling to watch him go. Three powerful white horses drew an opulent crimson carriage, which appeared before Kalia and the others. "All right, we are ready to depart," Kalia announced, opening the carriage door for Harry and Monsent. Without further ado, they both entered the carriage, with Kalia taking the reins at the front, guiding the three horses as the carriage rolled forward, stirring up a cloud of dust as it left the estate. "Young master, I have delivered the items to him," the old butler remarked respectfully, watching the figure outside the window. "Thank you for your efforts." The figure, naturally Lauren, replied, gazing at the departing carriage with a detached demeanor. "This boy is incredibly weak, yet I have a feeling he is not as simple as he appears. I find myself somewhat intrigued by his future," Lauren said as he turned around. "By the way, prepare a grand welcome party for me tonight. I wish to surprise Fisteria," Lauren cheerfully instructed the old butler. "Young master, Miss Fisteria has stated she will not be returning. They are staying elsewhere," the old butler responded. "What? Why has Fisteria left me? Have I done something wrong?" Lauren exclaimed after a moment of silence, his voice filled with despair. "Have you forgotten the events of last night?" The old butler replied, sweat beading on his forehead. "TCH. I merely caught a glimpse of her bathing. It's not as if I actually saw anything, and I nearly got split in half by her. What's the big deal?" Lauren defended himself. "No. I believe that is indeed the crux of the issue, young master," the butler said, wiping his brow with a white handkerchief. Chapter 79. The first time the crimson carriage, pulled by 3 robust white horses, traversed the spacious boulevard, flanked by blooming yellow flowers, their fragrant aroma wafting in. Now outside the city, they were en route to the imperial capital, where numerous onlookers admired the yellow blossoms along the way. "I'm sorry, Monsent. It was not my intention. That I believe there must be some misunderstanding. My master would never act in such a manner. He has said that by that time, the people in the castle had already turned into the undead, and there were no living souls left," Harry said to Monsent, who was gazing out the window at the scenery. Since leaving the estate, Monsent had been indifferent towards Harry, silently observing the passing landscape, which rendered the atmosphere within the carriage quite awkward. "She is your master? I can't see that at all. It appears you all share the same disposition." Monsent turned to Harry, mocking him. Harry remained silent, staring at him without a word. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Monsent asked, puzzled by Harry's unwavering gaze. "Nothing. I just thought it must be tiring for you to maintain such a facade every day." Harry scratched his head and chuckled. "What are you rambling about?" "Nonsense." Monsent averted his gaze back out the window. "I'm referring to your character. You're merely pretending that in truth, I believe you possess a kind and caring nature," Harry said, looking at him earnestly. "I do not. You are overthinking it." "You little—" Monsent began to curse but stopped short, taken aback by the depth of Harry's dark, penetrating eyes. "See, you can't articulate a response, can you? Ever since that moment you cried in front of me, I had a faint inkling, especially with the look in your eyes back at the estate. I knew you were acting," Harry explained as if he could see right through him. "So what if I am? What difference does it make?" Monsent retorted, glaring at Harry. "Of course it matters. It shows you are someone who can communicate well, rather than just a foul-mouthed delinquent," Harry laughed. "Fine. If I said I would kill your master in the future, what would you do?" Monsent leaned closer to Harry, his expression serious. "If that were the case, I would stop you and defeat you. Is that satisfactory?" Harry replied, momentarily taken aback, but then smiling, leaning closer in a playful manner. "I will kill your master regardless. Avenging everyone," Monsent declared, gritting his teeth fiercely. "I will be waiting for that day to stop you," Harry asserted, unwavering and serious. The distance between them diminished as their deep blue and dark eyes locked, as if they could spark a flame. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. The carriage hit a stone, jostling both Harry and Monsent, causing their lips to collide unexpectedly. They were momentarily stunned, feeling the softness of each other's lips and the warmth of their breaths, before letting out startled yelps and quickly drawing apart, each turning to gaze out the window in silence. "My sincerest apologies. There are too many stones on the road, and I couldn't avoid them." "What's wrong with you two?" Kalia's voice of regret reached them as she glanced back at the two now seated far apart. "Can you drive more steadily?" Harry and Monsent exclaimed in unison. My apologies," Kalia replied, bewildered by their simultaneous outburst. Managing a wry smile, thud. 2 headless corpses fell heavily to the ground, igniting in a blaze of pure white flames, a purification effect brought forth by Fisteria's blessed rapier, dealing double damage to undead and evil beings while enveloped in purifying flames, proving exceedingly useful. Fisteria sheathed her rapier, covering her nose as the unpleasant scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Hastily stepping back, "All cleaned up, my lady," a knight clad in a white cloak approached, wielding a long sword. The surrounding crowd watched in terror, gazing at the burning corpses, some kneeling nearby, weeping bitterly, none daring to intervene in this massacre. "Let us proceed to the next location," Fisteria said coolly, casting a glance at the onlookers before mounting her horse and riding away. Fisteria and her companions were currently exterminating the remaining undead that had hidden among human settlements, based on the remnants of the destroyed castle. It was certain that other undead still lurked nearby, posing a threat to the safety of the populace, a customary practice for Fisteria and her team. Each time they discovered an undead gathering, a thorough search of the area ensued. All members of the Guardian Knights were equipped with gear blessed by holy light. Their armor, weapons, and garments were armed to the teeth, resembling a dedicated squad for eliminating the undead. How many more locations remain? Fisteria asked the knight riding beside her. 6 locations remain. My lady Fisteria, the knight replied, pulling out a map to examine meticulously. Upon hearing this, Fisteria sighed, expressing her fatigue. "Oh, I'm so tired. I just want to go home and sleep." The knight merely smiled in silence, tucking the map away, as the group's cloaks billowed wildly in the wind. Meanwhile, on Punk's side, "Damn it, why are there so many?" Punk shouted, cleaving through an approaching undead, observing the increasing horde surrounding him. He rubbed his bald head in frustration. The surrounding knights struggled valiantly, yet the sheer number of undead was overwhelming, and their resolve was beginning to wane, especially since they still had over 10 locations yet to search. "Die already." Punk's furious voice echoed throughout the village, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that startled the birds from the nearby trees. The situation on the side of Nabo is equally grim and rather exhausting. A strikingly beautiful undead creature is desperately attempting to bite Nabo's neck, yet it fails to inflict any wounds. For Nabo, it is neither painful nor bothersome, akin to being nibbled by nothing at all. Ironically, the undead's proximity causes the blessed armor on Nabo's arm to smolder, rendering the scene quite ghastly. Roar! Suddenly, several standing undead emerge, their malevolent gazes fixated on Nabo. He glances at them and, feeling somewhat cornered, states, "I only fancy beautiful women that I have no interest in men. So, do kindly step aside." With that, Nabo unsheaths the sword at his waist and swiftly cleaves the male undead, dispatching them effortlessly. Meanwhile, on the side of Ebert, a scene reminiscent of a hero rescuing a damsel unfolds. Ebert, like a bolt of lightning, weaves through the undead, effortlessly annihilating them with grace and ease, inciting frenzied cheers from those he rescues. The women are enamored, their eyes sparkling with affection, while the men, it seems some have assigned themselves to this task out of sheer laziness. Poor Nabo remains blissfully unaware of the weight of his task as he continues to frolic leisurely. Chapter 80. Spin, Leap, and Never Rest. "So, that is how it is. Thank you for your hard work, shaman," murmurs the enigmatic woman in a black robe, her features obscured. "It is my duty, if there is nothing else." "I shall take my leave," replies shaman with a smile. The cloaked figure nods in acknowledgement, and shaman dissipates into a cloud of black mist, vanishing into the surrounding darkness. The round table, bathed in light, is left with only the black-robed woman, who remains silent as the surroundings succumb to an all-consuming darkness, rendering everything invisible. "Oh dear, that was perilously close. I nearly revealed myself," shaman reflects as she returns to her chamber. Shedding her black robe to reveal an ensemble reminiscent of a black bikini, her alabaster skin, voluptuous figure, and slender waist captivatingly alluring. She perches on a comfortable armchair, reaching for grapes from a fruit platter, poised to place them in her lipstick-tinted mouth. "Ah, Sero, you have returned. How did it go?" Shaman halts her actions, speaking casually without turning. Emerging from the shadows is a brawny knight, clad in armor and bearing a massive sword. "It went smoothly. Without any resistance, my master." "That's good. Continue as planned, and unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb me," shaman instructs, biting into the grape, its juices trickling down her chin, splattering onto her ample bosom. "Understood, my master," the knight replies, fading into the shadows, disappearing from sight. "Let me see how my delightful toy is faring. I am quite eager to witness his development. I can hardly wait," shaman muses, her delicate fingers tracing the juice on her chest before returning to her lips to savor it. Her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. The crystal ball on the table displays the current images of Harry and his companions. "Stop, stop," a man's voice calls from the roadside. Naturally, Kalia halts the carriage, curiously observing the burly farmer who sets down his tools and approaches. "Is there something you need?" Kalia inquires politely. "My lady, are you not aware that trouble lies ahead?" The robust man, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck, warns. "What sort of trouble?" Kalia asks, puzzled. "A demon has appeared in the town up ahead, and the Empire has sealed off the area, deploying soldiers to guard it. I advise against taking that route. It is perilous." The burly man gestures towards the road ahead, filled with concern. "Thank you for the warning. We shall take heed." Kalia responds thoughtfully, casting one last glance at the man before steering the carriage onto a different path through the woods. At that moment, the farmer reveals a smirk of cunning satisfaction. "Harry, Montsent, prepare yourselves. Battle is imminent," Kalia's voice calls from the front. "What is it, Sister Kalia?" Harry responds, turning his head in confusion towards the carriage's front. That man was suspicious. He carried a faint scent of blood, suggesting he has killed before. His gait was not that of a farmer, but rather someone strolling casually. Though he disguised himself well, his stride betrayed him. "Remain vigilant," Kalia warns, glancing back. "Understood," Harry replies with a solemn expression. Montcent, observing Harry's flushed cheeks, turns his head away in silence. The road is flanked by tranquil woods, an eerie silence pervading the atmosphere. Suddenly, from the seemingly barren ground, a thick rope rises. And if the galloping horses were to encounter it, disaster would surely follow. Kalia's eyes sharpen, and she leaps from the galloping horse, executing a remarkable somersault to land gracefully on the ground ahead. In an instant, 2 daggers appear in her hands, and with a swift slice, the rope is severed effortlessly. At that moment, she displays astounding reflexes and agility, performing a backflip to evade the oncoming carriage. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye, with only Harry from within the carriage witnessing the entire spectacle. Kalia, in mid-leap, draws 2 daggers from beneath her maid's skirt, rolls to the ground, effortlessly slicing through the rope, and then, with a rapid backflip, evades the carriage's charge. It is as though everything was meticulously choreographed. Flawless in execution, the carriage, unimpeded by the rope, continues forward but halts after a short distance, the trained horses instinctively stopping at the sight of a figure leaping down. From the woods emerges a cacophony of shouts as a dozen formidable men wielding knives surround Kalia, while a smaller group encircles the carriage, clearly discerning who is weak and who is strong. Kalia discards her daggers, maintaining a serene smile as she stands confidently, her slender arms at her sides, wrists crossed, palms pressed against her maid's apron, portraying an image of helplessness. Had she not just demonstrated her prowess, they might have been deceived, but now it is evident that this maid is no mere decorative figure, but a force to be reckoned with. A man sporting a black-eye mask bellows, and the group charges towards Kalia, weapons raised. With a calm demeanor, Kalia smiles, watching as a blade glimmers ominously above her head. With seemingly effortless grace, she sidesteps to the left, causing the attack to miss entirely. In that instant, she retaliates, delivering a powerful knee strike to the assailant's abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away. Kalia then spins gracefully, evading another incoming blade, and halts to deliver a precise chop to another assailant's neck, the sound echoing sharply. The man's eyes glaze over, his knife clattering to the ground as he collapses, leaving Kalia to dance through the fray with elegance and vigor, dodging blows while her long legs deliver punishing strikes, leaving her opponents incapacitated and writhing on the ground. In no time, all are subdued, each one unable to lay a finger on her, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Only the masked man remains, dumbfounded by the spectacle, unable to escape and falling victim to Kalia's decisive strike. Joining the ranks of the fallen. Chapter 81. Disarray and Ease. "Sister Kalia, you are incredible," Harry exclaims, peering out from the carriage window in awe at Kalia's prowess. Montcent also leans out, speechless, his expression reflecting astonishment. They had thought Kalia merely a competent maid, unaware of her formidable combat abilities. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. "However, we seem to be in a bit of trouble ourselves," Harry remarks, retracting his head and addressing Montcent. Montcent nods, watching as the approaching figures draw closer to the carriage. The men, having witnessed Kalia's overwhelming strength, are drenched in cold sweat, their instincts kicking in as they hasten towards the carriage, hoping to capture its occupants and use them to threaten the maid, assuming that the individuals within are her masters. Yet they are gravely mistaken. Kalia does not pursue them, but instead stands, smiling as she watches them approach the carriage. Has this woman lost her wits? The group wonders, puzzled as to why she does not chase after them, seemingly oblivious to their intentions. Though they pondered, they did not contemplate for long, swiftly arriving at the carriage's entrance, gazing through the window at the 2 children inside. Their faces illuminated with surprise and delight, they prepared to push open the carriage door. The dark-haired boy within offered a faint smile, and as confusion flickered across their faces, the door was suddenly kicked open, sending both it and the onlookers flying. Meanwhile, the other door, oddly, froze in place. The individual gripping its handle found their hand encased in ice, slowly transforming into a weapon-wielding ice sculpture before the eyes of the crowd. Montcent and Harry emerged from the door that Harry had just kicked open, Surveying the remaining few outside, a cluster of icicles began to materialize around Machant, whose deep blue eyes fixated intently upon them. While Harry, resigned to his fate, picked up the large blade that had fallen to the ground. For someone of his stature, wielding the weapon with both hands felt effortless as he positioned himself beside Machant, adopting a stance of readiness. Perhaps feeling embarrassed by the presence of Harry and Machant, the remaining individuals rallied themselves, letting out fierce shouts as they charged forward, blades raised. "What are you doing standing there? Do you want to be surrounded and hacked apart? Attack!" The voice of the demon echoed in Harry's mind, chastising him. "But what should I do? Machant is right next to me. He's a wizard. Without my protection, he could be killed." Harry frantically thought, his earlier defensive preparations unraveling under the demon's admonition. "You fool, charge at that short man on the right. He is the weakest among them. You should be able to take him down with a single blow. You don't need me to teach you how to fight, do you? Don't worry about him. You've seen his strength. Haven't you? Do you not trust what you've witnessed?" The voice scolded. With no other choice, Harry reluctantly obeyed the demon's command. Distancing himself from Machant, he executed a roll to evade a few incoming blades and then charged directly at the unsuspecting short man. Gritting his teeth, Harry reversed the blade of his weapon, striking with the back of the blade against the man's stomach. The short man was sent flying, his long knife clattering to the ground as he doubled over in pain. "Watch out behind you," the voice exclaimed. Clearly displeased with Harry's choice of attack, relieved, Harry took a moment to breathe, realizing he had briefly entertained thoughts of taking a life. Thankfully, he had reversed his grip in time. Otherwise, he would have surely regretted it. Suddenly, he sensed a shout from within, and he quickly shifted from a relaxed stance to one of vigilance. However, it was too late. The blade, glimmering with cold light, was mere centimeters from Harry's back. Seemingly inevitable in the distance, Kalia's expression shifted, readying herself for action. Harry, drenched in cold sweat, understood he could not evade the incoming blade. Clang! The sound of ice spikes colliding with the blade echoed, shattering the icicles into fragments that scattered through the air. The blade aimed at Harry was deflected aside, missing its mark. The man wielding it looked on in astonishment, and seizing the moment, Harry gripped the knife's hilt with both hands and swung the back of the blade fiercely at the man's waist. The man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Harry cast a grateful smile toward Machant, who, blushing, turned away, hastily conjuring an ice shield to block an incoming strike, while ice spikes shot forth at the assailant. Yet, contrary to Harry's expectations, the icy projectile did not pierce the man's chest. Instead, it morphed into a thick ice column that struck him heavily, eliciting a scream as he fell to the ground. Clutching the impacted area, Harry, Machant appeared almost effortless, as those who dared approach him were swiftly repelled by the ice spikes. "Hey, focus! We're in the midst of battle. Being distracted is unacceptable. People like you are the first to fall in combat," the voice admonished in Harry's mind. "My apologies," Harry mentally replied. But the crisis was upon him. Boom! He rolled aside, narrowly escaping the massive double-headed axe that crashed down where he had just stood, creating a fissure in the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The man wielding the axe was as robust as a bear, his rock-solid muscles trembling slightly in the sunlight. With a grunt, he effortlessly extracted his axe from the earth, raising it high once more to cleave down towards Harry. Harry had no choice but to evade clumsily, unwilling to confront the brute directly, cautiously advancing to test the waters and see if he could close the distance. Yet the man with the axe was far more agile than Harry had anticipated. Swinging down the massive weapon as soon as Harry drew near, denying him any opportunity to approach, numerous ice spikes flew toward the axe-wielding man, who merely glanced at them before raising his axe in defense. The ice spikes shattered against the weapon, and Harry, seizing the moment of vulnerability, aimed for the man's thigh with his long knife. Surprisingly, the man simply swung the long handle of the axe, blocking Harry's strike effortlessly. Forced to retreat, Harry maintained his distance, the situation growing increasingly dire. Although Machant had dealt with the others, this axe-wielding foe was evidently formidable, and despite Machant's support, the battle was proving to be quite challenging. "What will you do in this situation?" "Harry, if you ask nicely, I might offer you a hint," the voice chimed in again. "Thank you, but I believe I have a plan," Harry replied confidently within his mind. Turning to run toward Machant, he whispered something into Machant's ear, which was obscured by his hat. Initially, Machant blushed, but soon his expression shifted to one of surprise, and he nodded in understanding. However, Their adversaries would not grant them the luxury of whispers. An axe descended from above just as Harry finished speaking. Timing was perfect. Montshint leapt aside while Harry darted in the opposite direction, the axe striking where they had just stood. Glancing at Montshint beside the axe, Harry nodded, and Montshint returned the gesture. They both stepped back, maintaining distance from the man. Harry took a deep breath and charged at the brute, who had just retrieved his axe from the ground as the axe swung toward him once more. Harry, drenched in sweat and fear, thought, just a little further, just a little more, almost there. With that, he sidestepped just in time, the axe grazing the hem of his clothing and crashing down beside his feet, shattering the earth and creating a web of cracks that sent debris flying and dust swirling. Caught in the blast radius, Harry was knocked off balance and fell to the ground, though he had prepared. Reality had proved more challenging. Thankfully, he managed to shield his eyes with his arm just in time, preventing debris and smoke from entering. With his other hand, he appeared to brace himself against the ground. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, his small hand grasped the dust beneath him. Emerging from the haze, Harry lowered his arm, gripping his knife tightly as he charged toward the man who had just raised his axe. He leapt onto the long handle, sprinting toward the man, who seemed taken aback by Harry's audacity. Nevertheless, he remained composed, releasing his grip on the handle as Harry leapt toward him. The man clenched his other fist. A blow the size of a cooking pot aimed at the airborne Harry. To the casual observer, Harry's actions appeared suicidal. The giant fist drew closer, a mere 20 centimeters away, and Harry could feel the immense power it would unleash. Should it connect, it would surely be fatal. Although Harry knew he would not die, revealing such peculiar abilities before others would be unwise. Yet Harry was no fool. He had a clever plan and was unconcerned about that issue. Merely assessing the accuracy of his allies' timing, which he believed would be sufficient at that moment, 5 ice spears hurtled towards the man's face. Should he not defend himself, these icy projectiles would pierce through his skull. Yet if he did, Harry would stand before him, ready to sever his own head. He appeared ensnared in a dilemma, caught between the choices of defense and surrender, with seemingly identical outcomes awaiting him. However, the man was no mere pawn. He slightly turned his head, retracting his fist with astonishing speed, raising his arms to shield himself. The ice spears naturally impaled his robust arms, shattering upon contact, as if they had struck something immensely solid. You think you can toy with me? You're far too inexperienced. A hint of derision curled at the corners of his mouth, dismissing Harry's feeble antics. Yet, his expression soon froze in disbelief as he turned back. A cloud of dust engulfed him, prompting a scream as he instinctively shielded his eyes from the swirling particles. Success, Harry thought triumphantly, swinging his long sword towards the man's neck, as anticipated. The back of the blade struck him fiercely. However, Harry's elation soon morphed into astonishment. The man did not collapse, but instead, with his eyes shut, broke into a grin, lowering his hands to form fists that he directed towards Harry suspended in midair. This is bad. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Harry with no chance to evade. He could only watch helplessly as a fist, as large as a cauldron, barreled towards his head. In resignation, he closed his eyes. Just then, a pale hand struck the man's neck, causing him to gaze incredulously at Harry. The fist aimed at Harry halted abruptly, and with a roll of his eyes, he toppled sideways, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Harry landed back on the ground, but unable to steady himself, he fell directly onto his backside. Harry, are you all right? Kalia approached with concern. I'm fine. Thank you, Sister Kalia, Harry replied, blinking as he rose from the ground, though his face bore a somber expression. As long as you're okay. You both did remarkably well. This fellow is a novice martial artist, and for 2 inexperienced children to force him into such a predicament is commendable. Do not lose heart, Kalia consoled, patting Harry gently on the head. I'm sorry, Montshint. It's my fault. I underestimated the situation and nearly put you in danger. It's all my carelessness, Harry lamented, bowing his head apologetically before Montshint. No, it's not your fault. The opponent was too strong, wasn't he? Besides, he didn't harm me, so there's no need for you to feel guilty, Montshint replied, scratching his face as he addressed Harry. No, it's all my fault. Your life rests entirely on my shoulders, and I failed you. If Sister Kalia hadn't been here, you would surely have perished because of me. You trusted me so much, and yet Harry clenched his small fist, filled with self-reproach. Harry, Montshint found himself at a loss for words, gazing worriedly at Harry. Harry could not bear the weight of his own negligence. had he anticipated the man's hidden moves. His life would not have been endangered. Although this was a real battle, without Sister Kalia, Monsent would undoubtedly have met his demise due to Harry's oversight. He truly was a leisurely fool, and he was still too weak. I've told you it's not your fault. You were far too serious for your own good. It was inherently unfair for you to face him. Stop shouldering the blame. Do you understand? Kalia gently caressed Harry's hair. Indeed, Harry, it's not your fault, Monsent chimed in. Warmth flooded Harry's heart. Everyone was concerned for him. How could he let his own despondency affect them? To protect everyone, he must become stronger. For the first time, Harry felt a profound yearning to grow in strength. After a moment of silence, he smiled and nodded, addressing them. Yes, I understand that I'm fine, so you need not worry. Hearing Harry's response, Kalia and Monsent felt relieved, having feared he would again wallow in self-blame. Chapter 83. A Reunion, Sister Kalia. What should we do with them? Harry inquired, glancing at the unconscious figures on the ground. As for them, naturally, we leave them to the local guard to handle, Kalia replied, retrieving a crystal ball from her apron pocket. But isn't this near the imperial capital? Why is the security so chaotic? Harry questioned, pondering the oddity of the situation to be by all accounts. The imperial capital should be a bastion of prosperity and order, yet it had devolved into such disarray. A most intriguing conundrum. You needn't concern yourself with such matters. You'll understand when you grow up, Kalia said, stroking Harry's head, hinting at untold complexities. Respecting Kalia's desire for discretion, Harry refrained from probing further. At that moment, a rustling emerged from the underbrush, accompanied by hushed voices. I wonder if this is dangerous, just the four of us, a girl whispered anxiously. Don't worry, our mission is simple, to eradicate a band of mountain bandits. They're just ordinary folk. We'll be fine, another girl replied with confidence. Could you all keep quiet? We're almost at our destination, a voice snapped in mild irritation, silencing their chatter. Yet the noticeable commotion in the bushes suggested that someone was indeed concealed within. Suddenly, a boy clad in armor, wielding a massive sword, burst forth from the underbrush, his shout echoing as he took in the sight of the sprawled bodies, the standing maid, and the two children. He stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the bizarre tableau before him. What's wrong, Kay? Emerged a girl in a black wizard's robe, hurriedly donning a pointed hat, her brown hair cascading down as she clutched a withered branch. Following her were a bronze-skinned girl, daggers sheathed at her waist, and a white-haired girl in a flowing robe, staff in hand. They too seemed momentarily taken aback by the scene. What on earth happened here? Aren't these the very individuals mentioned in our mission? The brown-haired mage exclaimed, crouching to inspect one of the fallen, comparing it to a picture in her hand with wide eyes. Excuse me, are you all adventurers? Kalia approached politely to inquire. We are adventurers. What has transpired here? The white-haired girl, leaning on her staff, stepped forward. They could hardly believe that a maid and two children had subdued this vicious band of robbers. Something must have transpired. We're not quite sure. When we arrived, a group of them surrounded us with swords drawn. Had it not been for a passing adventurer who rescued us, we might have been in dire straits. He vanquished the bandits and left. We intended to express our gratitude, but he declined, Kalia explained, a hint of fear in her tone, her acting rivaling that of a seasoned thespian. Harry and Monsent were utterly bewildered by her performance. I apologize for the fright. We arrived too late, the white-haired girl said. Bowing her head in regret, Harry suddenly felt a sense of familiarity about the individuals before him, as if he had encountered them before. Wait, could it be Sally and the others? Though they wore different attire and gear, Harry recognized them immediately. Sister Lucy, is that you? Harry exclaimed, sprinting towards the white-haired girl with joy. Huh, Harry, is that really you? What are you doing here? The white-haired girl, Lucy, exclaimed in surprise as she recognized him. Indeed, it's him, the brown-haired girl echoed, stepping closer to examine Harry, equally astonished. The reason is, Harry stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed, remembering that Fisteria and Kalia had emphasized the need for discretion regarding their affairs to avoid unnecessary complications. I am the young master's personal maid. Escorting him back to the imperial capital. As for the details, I hope you'll understand my inability to disclose them, Kalia respectfully addressed them, standing beside Harry. Young master, the imperial capital? What on earth is going on? Could it be that you? Sally's gaze drifted towards the three robust white horses and the opulent carriage, her words trailing off as she struggled to comprehend the dramatic turn of events. Cinderella's reversal? A noble child fallen from grace, Harry smiled wryly at Kalia, acknowledging her impressive acting skills. Had he not been privy to the events, he surely would have been deceived by her performance. At that moment, Kalia playfully winked at Harry. I apologize for prying. I simply have one request. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, Harry, considering I was once your teacher, Sally said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. She understood Harry's reluctance to reveal details. Many nobles concealed their identities to avoid complications. Being a noble herself, she was well aware of such matters, and the lavish carriage hinted that Harry's status was unlikely to be lowly. Then the unfolding of events became quite logical. These individuals were the bandits entrenched in this area, specializing in robbing passersby. Naturally, they assessed their targets carefully, generally refraining from attacking nobles, as doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Nobles were the pillars of society, and no commoner could afford to provoke them. However, today, these bandits found themselves exceptionally unfortunate. Encountering Kalia and her companions, they had presumed Kalia and her group were merely ordinary merchants. As their carriage bore no insignia or banners of status, nor did they have any guards. Anyone would think so. Little did they know that Kalia's understated approach, without displaying the banner of the Guardian Knights, was merely an attempt to avoid trouble. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, Harry and his companions would choose to eliminate the threat to the innocent. Sally's desire to detach from Harry stemmed from her wish for him to give her a ride. As they were all headed to the imperial capital, after all, it was a rare stroke of luck to encounter someone familiar. Her pride was of little concern compared to the need to return home. Harry naturally agreed, as they were all his benefactors. Without their assistance, he would not be the person he was today. Gratitude was his guiding principle, and Kalia concurred at as for mentioned. He averted his gaze, which Harry interpreted as tacit agreement. At that moment, Kalia utilized a crystal ball to notify the local garrison, summoning them to handle the aftermath. This crystal ball had been prepared by their old steward specifically to prevent any troubles during their journey. Proving its worth. Chapter 84. Kalia's anger. Although it took a while, the garrison members clad in deep blue uniforms rode in on horseback. Yet Kalia sensed something amiss. These garrison personnel were exceptionally skilled at pretending, adept at flattery. Observing their forced smiles aimed at pleasing her, Kalia felt a profound disgust, an aversion that permeated her very being. The hypocrisy they exuded was her greatest disdain. The expressions and actions of the garrison as they escorted the bandits seemed merely for show. The bandits themselves feigned nonchalance. Almost whistling in leisure. One man, dressed as a captain of the garrison, stood before Kalia, repeatedly assuring her of their commitment to deliver severe punishment, urging her to rest easy. I hope they are indeed severely punished, for otherwise, I shall make you understand what it feels like to lose your head. Believe me, if they do not receive the punishment they deserve, I will ensure you live to regret it. Kalia emphasized the words severely with a smile, her tone audible enough for him to hear. The man before Kalia froze momentarily, nervously nodding, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Although he outwardly guaranteed respect, inwardly he pondered. I wonder what sort of person you are that you could threaten me. Those captured are our treasures. We certainly cannot afford to punish them. We shall release them after some time. I do not believe you possess such power. Suddenly, the man standing before Kalia's eyes widened in horror. His complexion paling, sweat trickled down his cheeks as he involuntarily swallowed. For in Kalia's hand was a small, exquisitely crafted triangular silver badge, adorned with 3 swords crossed in a display of authority and prestige. Captivating all who beheld it, this was the emblem of the Guardian Knights, symbolizing power and status, a coveted treasure sought after by countless nobles. The Guardian Knights served as the personal protectors of the sovereign, wielding the privilege of executing any individual without prior approval, akin to having the imperial monarch's backing, allowing them to act with impunity within the empire. Kalia tucked the badge away into her apron pocket and casually remarked to the garrison personnel beside her, I hope they receive a just verdict. You wouldn't wish to find yourself among them, would you? The man instantly realized he had provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. Even if she were not a member of the Guardian Knights, she certainly belonged to another esteemed family. Only former or current members of the Guardian Knights would possess such a badge. No one dared to impersonate it, as it was a grave offense in the Empire, punishable by death. What are you doing? So idle. These scoundrels deserve 1,000 deaths. What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I will gouge out your eyes. Understand. The captain, in a fit of rage, kicked over a bound man standing beside the prisoner cart, delivering several harsh kicks to him, and then angrily berating the nearby garrison members, embodying a sense of frustration at their incompetence. The garrison members looked bewildered at their captain, unable to comprehend the situation until he demonstrated his displeasure physically. Only then did they begin to act seriously, roughly shoving the bandits into the prisoner cart. The captain's brutality escalated, employing kicks to expedite the process. "Behold my efficiency. Rest assured, we will not let any evildoer escape," the captain declared, standing before the red-painted cart, speaking earnestly to Kalia. "Let us hope so. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave," Kalia replied, turning away and taking her place at the front of the cart, eager to depart from the scene. She urged the horses forward, taking Harry, Sally, and the others with her, raising a cloud of dust as they left behind a dutiful garrison captain watching them go. "Mengshant, it seems my sister Kalia is somewhat off today," Harry remarked to Mengshant, who was seated by the window of the cart. "Indeed, I have sensed it too. She appears to be angry," Mengshant replied, shifting his gaze from the window to Harry. Harry nodded in agreement, noting Kalia's unusual demeanor. Her tone when addressing that man carried an ominous weight, akin to a storm brewing, presenting a sense of peril. "Although I do not grasp the specifics of your conversation, I too have felt the tension," Sally interjected. Her brow furrowed. Linda, Kai, and Lucy, who sat across from them, all displayed expressions of concurrence. It was evident that Kalia's unspoken aura intimidated them all, prompting Harry to cast a wry smile at Kalia, who drove the horses at the front of the cart. As for why Sally and her companions accompanied Harry to the imperial capital, it was because they had run out of money. No, it would be more accurate to say that both their funds and valuables had been stolen, leading them to this predicament. They were still young and had been assigned to this area for training by the academy, but they were mere novices. They had hoped to showcase their skills in Helmi, only to be mercilessly thwarted by harsh reality. Those monsters, often deemed weak by the populace, were exceptionally cunning. While their individual combat capabilities were indeed feeble, they had learned to band together and set traps for unsuspecting adventurers. Sally's party had barely managed to fend off a few monsters, retreating in disarray each time. On their last encounter, they nearly fell victim to repugnant goblins, only escaping due to the fortuitous arrival of a higher-level adventuring party that saved them from certain doom. However, that was not the worst of it. Initially believing the rescuing adventurers to be altruistic, they soon discovered that this group was, in fact, a cunning band of robbers who sought to plunder their belongings. Not only did they aim to steal their valuables, but they also sought to exploit Sally and Lucy's beauty. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon them once more as they encountered another group of adventurers who intervened, compelling the robbers to depart with their valuables. Upon returning, Sally and her companions reported the heinous incident to the Adventurers Guild, only to be met with the response that they lacked concrete evidence to substantiate the claims against the culprits. Leaving them with no recourse, feeling the world's profound malice, they resolved to leave Helmi and return to the academy. However, devoid of resources, they could only find work along the way, completing small tasks to earn enough money for their journey back. Ultimately leading them to this place, Sally's party had initially chosen a seemingly simple and quick money task at the Adventurers Guild, to eliminate ordinary bandits and restore peace to the region. Yet, unbeknownst to them, one of these bandits disguised himself as a novice martial artist. Had they not encountered Harry and his companions, the consequences for Sally's group would have been unimaginably dire. Chapter 85. The Town of the Sea of Flowers. "Jelly, what should I do, my lord?" a man in a deep blue uniform asked respectfully, standing before the desk. "Are you certain you did not make a mistake?" replied the man seated behind the desk. Also clad in a deep blue uniform, wearing scholarly black-framed glasses and exuding an air of intellect, his fingers interlaced atop the table as he inquired calmly. "I am certain I did not make a mistake." That woman held the emblem of the Guardian Knights, the man before the desk asserted confidently. "In that case, eliminate them all." The bespectacled man lifted a steaming cup of tea from the table, blowing lightly across its surface before speaking in a nonchalant tone. However, doing so, the man at the desk hesitated. "I will explain the situation to my lord. You need not worry. The execution is scheduled for tomorrow at noon, to be held in the town square. Do you understand?" The refined gentleman, adorned with spectacles, took a sip of hot tea and remarked, casting a glance in his direction, "Remember, the rest must be apprehended as well. Let not a single soul escape." "I want them all." "Understood." The man at the desk paused momentarily, then resolutely saluted before departing. As the door closed behind him, the bespectacled gentleman exhaled a sigh, leaning back in his chair. One hand cradled a white teacup embellished with exquisite golden patterns, while the other drew open the left drawer of the desk, retrieving a crystal ball. Holding it before him, he spoke to the orb. "What a bunch of fools. Do not blame us. This calamity is of your own making." Outside the window, the golden light of the sun streamed into the office, casting a delicate golden hue upon the surface of the crystal ball, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. The sun had half of its body concealed behind the distant horizon, radiating brilliant light that tinted the pale blue sky, the pristine white clouds, and the verdant trees below with a gentle golden glow. The carriage traversing the road appeared as though draped in a cloak of soft gold. At the helm, Kalia wore an indifferent expression, though she too was touched by a faint golden hue. Her gaze remained fixed on the half-sunken sun on the horizon, the corners of her mouth subtly curving upwards. Such a picturesque scene could uplift anyone's spirits. Harry and his companions were still 2 regions away from the imperial capital, currently traversing Duke Marin's territory, en route to a town boasting Babbitt airships. Not every town possessed such a privilege. Those that did were typically prosperous, with robust economies, large populations, and convenient transportation. Coincidentally, the town where Marquis Lauren resided lacked such transport facilities. The airship that had landed at the village entrance encountered a system malfunction and was rendered inoperable, necessitating the rental of another airship from a different town. Thus, their destination was the town of Gree, renowned as the Sea of Flowers, the most affluent and celebrated town within Duke Marin's domain. After a full afternoon of travel and relentless haste, with the sun nearing its descent, they finally navigated through the endless forest paths. Fortune favored them, as they encountered no obstacles along the way, and the carriage was remarkably comfortable, with an astonishingly low frequency of vibrations. Consequently, both Harry and Montchent succumbed to slumber, their heads inadvertently leaning against each other. Sally, too, was dozing, drooling as her head rested against the window, mumbling incoherently in her dreams. Opposite her, Lucy closed her eyes in repose, while Linda blissfully slept against the sturdy frame of Kai. Kai, however, continued to gaze out at the scenery until the monotonous views of the forest transformed into something extraordinary, his expression finally shifting. His eyes filled with shock and an endless expanse of white flowers stretched beyond the mountains, bathed in a soft golden light that illuminated the delicate blossoms. The gentle breeze caressed the flowers, which danced lightly as if swaying to an unseen rhythm. A vast sea of white petals fluttered, carried by the wind towards the carriage, filling the air with a warm, subtle floral fragrance that roused the passengers from their drowsiness. Harry opened his bleary eyes, stifled a yawn, and turned to gaze outside. Instantly, he was awakened. His deep black eyes reflected the mesmerizing undulations of the white flower sea, reminiscent of ocean waves. Petals cascaded through the pale yellow sky, creating an unforgettable sight. Montchent, too, was astonished by the beauty outside, and Sally and Linda awoke as well. Lucy opened her eyes to behold the enchanting vista, and all were left in a state of astonishment. A single white petal alighted upon Montchent's hat, which Harry noticed. With a smile, he helped remove it, causing Montchent to blush, who in turn shyly removed a petal entangled in Harry's dark hair. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Dong! 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 The resonant chimes of a bell echoed in their ears. Following the sound, they peered out the window, where the carriage descended a steep slope. In the distance, a town stood resolutely amidst the sea of white flowers. From their vantage point, the layout of the town became clear, enclosed by 4 towering walls, forming a square shape. However, from their perspective, it appeared diamond-shaped. An emblematic clock tower crowned the city gate, startling a flock of birds perched on the walls and within the town, causing them to take flight in a spectacular display against the backdrop of the setting sun. As they approached the city gate, the flow of carriages and pedestrians increased, as if drawn from all directions. Faces beamed with joy as conversations filled the air. Merchants, robust adventurers, and carriages flanked by guards were all present. A long queue had formed at the entrance, where armored knights adorned with white floral emblems hurriedly managed the throngs, allowing passage without delay, their eyes darting about in constant motion. Above, numerous airships approached, and Harry's carriage joined the line. Curiosity piqued, Harry inquired, "What is happening?" Chapter 86. The Festival of White Flowers. This is the Festival of White Flowers, a celebration unique to Gree. I cannot believe we have the fortune to coincide with such a grand event. Lucy replied. The Festival of White Flowers? Harry asked, puzzled. It is a celebration honoring these beautiful white blossoms. If memory serves, this grand festival occurs once every 5 years, rivaling the grandeur of the imperial capital's celebrations for our sovereign's birthday. It is quite renowned, Lucy said, smiling as she gazed at the white flowers lining the roadside. Oh, so that explains the crowds, Harry remarked, enlightened. The white flower, known as gris, is the national flower of the empire, symbolizing love. Legend has it that those who discover a unique yellow flower among the white blossoms receive the blessing of the god of love. Each festival sees the king himself in attendance, underscoring the empire's reverence for the white flower. However, this time, the king was absent, making this celebration less grand than in previous years. Typically, the presence of the sovereign would attract throngs of people eager for a glimpse of his visage, resulting in a sea of humanity. This time, it felt relatively sparse. After all, most attendees regarded the legend with a light-hearted disposition, who truly believed they would stumble upon the fabled yellow flower. Moreover, rumors suggested that the king's attendance at past festivals held ulterior motives, said to be in commemoration of a certain woman. Whether this was true or mere gossip mattered little to the crowd, as they engaged in idle chatter, treating it as entertainment during their meal breaks. Stories shared by Lucy with Harry and the others. Oh no, I've forgotten my most important possession. Harry suddenly recalled something he had left aboard the airship at the village entrance, an item his mother cherished dearly. And naturally, it was of utmost significance to Harry. Is this what you mean, Harry? I apologize. I neglected to mention it. I feared the flower would wither, so I preserved it in this manner, Kalia said, retrieving a small wooden square box from her apron pocket and extending it through the window toward Harry. Having disembarked from the carriage to assist with the entry procedures, Kalia had just recalled her earlier intentions upon hearing Harry's panicked voice. What is this? Harry opened the box, his expression a mix of emotions. Inside, resting upon a blue cloth, lay a colorless diamond crystal, within which bloomed a stunning yellow flower, emitting a captivating, soft glow that drew one's gaze irresistibly. The crystal was adorned with a delicate silver chain, resembling a pendant suitable for wearing around the neck, a perfect piece of artistry. Do you not like it? I apologize for taking the liberty, Kalia said, assuming Harry disapproved of her actions. No, I absolutely love it. Thank you, Sister Kalia, Harry exclaimed, placing the necklace around his neck, the diamond crystal resting against his chest, its cool touch calming his heart. He smiled gratefully at Kalia, who returned the gesture with a relieved smile before heading back to the carriage's front. Unbeknownst to Harry, Kalia had invested considerable effort to preserve the flower. The crystal was a high-grade magical stone, imbued with a unique, reassuring magic that greatly benefited those practicing water-based magic. Even for those not engaged in magical studies, it offered longevity and tranquility. The skill required to encapsulate an item within a magical stone was no small feat, demanding a high level of control over magic. It was evident that Kalia had dedicated significant effort to this endeavor. Wow, what a beautiful yellow flower. This is my first time seeing one, Sally remarked enviously, gazing at the crystal adorning Harry's chest. Harry, you would do well to refrain from inadvertently revealing such a precious item. Otherwise, it may lead you into unnecessary trouble. You wouldn't want to repeat our past mistakes. Lucy cautioned Harry. I understand. I won't allow it to be exposed in front of others. I grasped the principle, Harry replied, carefully placing the diamond-shaped crystal inside his clothing, the chilling sensation piercing through his chest and becoming increasingly vivid. The yellow flower, nurtured by his mother, had initially appeared wilted. He had intended to pluck it as a tribute to her memory. Yet, to his astonishment, the seemingly dead flower miraculously revived the moment he held it in his hand, blossoming beautifully once more. While Harry was taken aback, he chose not to share this revelation with anyone. He felt deep within that this flower was a testament to his mother's enduring protection over him, a significant memento he diligently safeguarded. Naturally, during his stay at Helmi Castle, Harry had requested a small box from Kalia to properly store the precious flower. Kalia, aware of Harry's possession of the exquisite bloom, silently complied and found a box that fit perfectly. Initially, Harry took great care in safeguarding this important box, but after becoming a disciple of Fisteria, he was subjected to grueling training sessions. Consequently, he entrusted the box to Kalia for safekeeping. After exhausting training days, he would return home to sleep, leaving it in Kalia's care, thereby alleviating his worries. The training intensified. Harry found himself with little time to ponder the box, allowing the harsh regimen to distract him from its significance. Fortunately, Kalia diligently looked after his treasured possession, otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. She even crafted a pendant for him, and he realized he owed her countless favors, with no opportunity to repay her yet. However, he was certain that in the future, he would find a way to express his gratitude, and he felt immensely thankful. Eventually, after some time, it was Harry's carriage's turn. The knight glanced at the carriage symbolically, shared a few cautionary words, and allowed Kalia and the others to board. They traversed a deep passageway and entered the town, which was bustling with activity. An extraordinary scene of throngs of people. The streets were crowded, filled with shouts of vendors, laughter, and continuous chatter, rendering the carriage nearly immobile. Fortunately, they managed to progress, finally arriving before an inn, only to be met with the disappointing news that it was fully booked. After trying several establishments, all with the same response, it appeared they were destined to sleep on the streets. However, they eventually found a place to stay, albeit a bit dilapidated and inconspicuous, nestled in the corner of a narrow alley. The sign above the entrance, half fallen due to decay, vaguely proclaimed it as an inn, eliciting a bemused expression from Sally, who found the name rather peculiar. Chapter 87. The Strange in Kalia, unfazed by the prospect of staying in this inn for merely one night, led Harry and the others inside after pushing open the creaking door. The interior was dim, lacking windows, with dust covering the floor and numerous tables, indicating long-standing neglect. The payment counter was draped in cobwebs, and no one was present. Just as they feared they would leave empty-handed, the sound of a door creaking open echoed, illuminating the dark space with a flickering lamp. An elderly woman, hunched over and leaning on a cane, slowly approached them, carrying an oil lamp. I apologize, but the inn has not been operational for quite some time and no longer accommodates guests, she said kindly, casting a glance at Harry. I'm sorry to disturb you, but there are no other accommodations available outside. Please, make an exception. We are willing to pay any price. Kalia politely implored the old lady. My dear, it's not the price that concerns me. It's simply that the rooms upstairs have not been occupied for ages and are likely in disarray. The elderly woman replied, somewhat embarrassed. Don't worry about the tidiness. We'll handle it ourselves. Kalia reassured her. Very well then. I appreciate your understanding, the old woman said apologetically, retreating to her room and closing the door behind her. What a peculiar old lady, Harry and the others thought in unison. How could anyone possibly live in such a rundown place? Yet, the thought was soon set aside, as none wished to sleep on the streets. They cautiously ascended the creaky staircase, which gave the impression of imminent collapse, and each selected their own room. True to the old woman's words, the state of disarray and filth was indeed appalling. Dust and cobwebs were rampant. And upon opening the door, Harry was met with a cloud of dust that prompted several uncontrollable sneezes. The room, however, was quite spacious, featuring 2 beds and a window. Under the circumstances, everyone had to compromise on their room choices. Tidying up one room was exhausting enough, let alone with so many people involved. To ease Kalia's burden, Harry suggested they share 3 rooms in total. He and Monchant would occupy one room with 2 beds, which was sufficient. Initially, Monchant resisted the idea, but upon seeing Harry's pleading expression, he reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Sally and her companions settled into a larger room with 6 beds, seemingly designed for adventuring parties like theirs, while Kalia took a single room directly across from Harry's. Kalia, having found a cartload of cleaning supplies from somewhere, claimed they were discovered in a corner beneath the first-floor stairs. She handed brooms to Harry and Monchant, instructing them to clean the dusty floor and staircase, while Sally and the other women received steel buckets and cloths. The robust Kai wielded a tattered mop, and soon everyone was tasked by Kalia to address the mess downstairs while she took charge of the selected room. Thus, the grand cleaning commenced. The first floor was dimly lit, so the tallest Kai climbed onto a stool to ignite the antiquated oil lamps hanging from the ceiling. Fortunately, they lit up, significantly brightening the space and making the cleaning process less arduous. Harry and Monchant diligently attended to their designated areas of the floor, but the dust stirred up a significant amount of irritation. Suddenly, Sally emerged from the kitchen with a forlorn expression, exclaiming that there was no water available for cooking or bathing, posing a critical issue for cleaning the floors and dusting the tables. Harry recalled that Monchant could transform into ice, thinking it should not be too difficult to produce water. However, Monchant stated that he specialized in ice magic and was not proficient in water magic. Expressing his apologies, Just because someone could become ice did not mean they could also become water. Each had their own area of expertise and were not all powerful anomalies. Upon hearing this, Harry felt as though he might be the true anomaly. He quickly set that thought aside. The pressing matter was how to conjure water. He realized he had not learned any spells for creating water from thin air. Aside from the freezing spell that produced ice, he suddenly remembered that ice was merely water that had frozen. Yes, ice could be transformed back into water simply by applying heat. How could he have forgotten his previous chemistry lessons? After all, he possessed fire magic. Feeling rather foolish, Harry patted his head in realization. The next steps became considerably easier. He borrowed a dry twig from Sally, a second-hand item she had purchased at a low price. Lamenting the fact that all the good items had been snatched up, he called Monchant over and instructed him to fill the small buckets with ice. Although Monchant looked perplexed, he obediently complied. Creating numerous ice shards and placing them into the buckets, Harry picked up a bucket full of ice and smiled faintly as he recited a long unspoken incantation, waving the twig to cast an improved version of the fire spell. Instantly, the twig ignited in flames. Carefully controlling his magical energy, Harry maintained the fire at a steady level before positioning the burning twig beneath the bucket, with a sudden surge of magical power. The flames intensified, and Harry's gaze remained fixated on the flames as they obediently enveloped the metal bucket. Before long, the ice visibly melted, transforming into warm water within the bucket. Harry handed the bucket of warm water to Sally, cautioning her, "Be careful not to touch the outside. It's quite hot." "Harry, your magic has truly improved significantly," Sally remarked, her hands trembling as she accepted the bucket. In her memory, Harry had once been a clueless child, and she hadn't held much faith in him, considering how difficult it was to learn magic relying solely on oneself and a single tome. Yet, the evidence stood before her. Not only had Harry mastered magic, but he also wielded his magical energy with remarkable finesse. She herself had yet to fully master it, and he was progressing at an astonishing rate, truly a genius. Furthermore, the golden-haired boy beside Harry, who wore a gray hat, was even more astonishing, for he had mastered the pinnacle of magical incantations, silent casting. This was not a skill easily acquired. It demanded an extraordinary level of magical comprehension. To master such an ability indicated that one could unleash spells instantaneously, without reciting complex incantations, merely by thought. It meant becoming a true mobile artillery, unbound by the constraints of spell casting and incantation requirements. As long as one's magical energy was sufficient, one could embody a formidable mage, capable of both offense and defense, conjuring spells at will, a realm fervently sought after by countless wizards. The mere fact that such a talent manifested in a child made it no exaggeration to label him a prodigious genius. In a fleeting moment, Sally experienced a staggering psychological blow. These two wretched magical prodigies. Why was her fortune so favorable that she stumbled upon not one, but two geniuses? Although she had encountered talented individuals at the academy before, she had never paid them much mind. Yet here stood two living embodiments of genius, and the impact on her was palpable. All those years of magical study, where had they led her? A feeling of despair washed over her. It felt as if she might dissolve into tears. It was simply too much to bear. Harry and Monsieur exchanged puzzled glances at Sally, unable to decipher the emotion in her gaze, and decided to focus on their task. Just like that, the issue of water was promptly resolved. At that moment, Kalia descended from the upper floor, having also been preoccupied with the water dilemma. Fortunately, Harry and Monsieur were adept at water production, tirelessly repeating their earlier actions, pouring ice, igniting flames, and soon a barrel of water was ready. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, night had enveloped the outside world. However, the atmosphere had grown increasingly vibrant. At last, they completed their work. Every table and chair on the first floor gleamed. The dust on the floor had been thoroughly swept away. The cobwebs in the corners had vanished, and the counter was meticulously organized. The kitchen at the back was also spotless. Kalia emerged from upstairs, indicating that she had finished tidying up as well. Everyone, exhausted, sprawled over the tables, unable to muster the strength to lift a single finger. Harry and Monsieur had long lost count of how many spells they had cast or how many times they had swept the floor. They merely felt overwhelmingly fatigued and hungry. Observing her weary companions, Kalia smiled faintly and walked to the carriage parked outside the inn, the purpose of her errand unclear. She returned shortly, and sounds of bustling emerged from the kitchen. Yet, everyone lacked the energy to pay heed to it. This was the sensation of being utterly drained. Chapter 88. The reason for anger, Sister Kalia. May I ask you something? Harry inquired, balancing on the stool as he washed the dishes at the kitchen sink, glancing at Kalia, who was chopping vegetables beside him. Harry was assisting Kalia, recognizing that she was fatigued from cleaning the upper rooms alone, and he wished to alleviate some of her burden. Though he too was nearing exhaustion, it paled in comparison to the grueling training imposed by Master Fisteria. Everyone else was resting on the tables outside, leaving only Kalia and Harry in the kitchen. Of course, what would you like to ask? Kalia replied, her focus unwavering as she continued to chop. Sister Kalia, why were you unhappy back then? If something troubled you, please share it with me. I promise I won't tell anyone. I swear, Harry said, mimicking Ivan's gesture from before, raising one hand high in earnestness. His small face radiating sincerity, making him all the more endearing. Harry was aware that Kalia's expression at that time had deviated from her usual gentle demeanor, though she did not display overt anger. Her words and actions conveyed her discontent. He understood that sometimes, outward tranquility does not encompass a person's entirety. After all, life is akin to a performance, and everyone plays a role, having lived with her for so long. Harry felt he could see through her facade, yet he remained puzzled as to the source of her anger, which left him feeling uneasy. Seizing the opportunity while assisting her, he ventured to inquire, "You little rascal." "I am perfectly fine. Don't fret unnecessarily," Kalia responded, noticing Harry's concern. She set down her knife and playfully pinched his cheek, smiling. "Sister Kalia, do you still not trust me?" Upon hearing her dismissive tone, Harry's dark eyes dimmed, and he spoke with a hint of sadness. He believed Kalia doubted him, feeling hurt that she would not disclose the truth. "I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to keep anything from you. Some matters are better left unshared. Rest assured, I have always trusted you. I would never deceive you," Kalia said, her heart touched by the sight of Harry's sorrowful expression. She released her grip on his face and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Stroking his hair in comfort, Harry froze for a moment, his face pressed against her chest, momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in their interaction that he felt the warmth of her body against his skin. And the comforting scent of Kalia filled him with an inexplicable sense of security. This was the essence of trust, and Harry found himself deeply moved, his voice thick with emotion as he replied, "I understand. Sister Kalia, you care for me. I just worry about you. I fear losing my loved ones again." Kalia was momentarily taken aback, the weight of Harry's words striking her. She echoed his sentiment, her gaze softening. Placing her hands on Harry's shoulders, she gently pushed him back to look into his eyes, her own black ones meeting his. "Family, you say? Harry, worry not. I will not leave you. You wish to know the reason for my anger. So I shall tell you. What I detest most are those who deceive me, those who wear false faces, and those who flatter me insincerely. Such behavior infuriates me." Deceit. Did that not describe me? How am I any different from those people? I have been deceiving Sister Kalia all along, and yet she remains oblivious, trusting me so completely, and treating me with such kindness. I truly am a despicable person. Kalia's words pierced Harry's heart like an arrow, leaving him feeling anguished and guilt-ridden. Harry, what's wrong?" Kalia shook him gently, concern etched on her face as she observed his discomfort. "I'm fine. I merely recalled something suddenly. Please don't worry. By the way, I still have dishes to wash. Otherwise, everyone will be without plates for dinner." Harry regained his composure. Aware of his earlier lapse, he averted his gaze from Kalia, focusing instead on the sink as he explained. "I'm glad to hear that. I was worried something had happened," Kalia replied, releasing him and patting her chest in relief as she regarded Harry. "I'll wash the dishes now. If you need any assistance, just call for me," Harry said with a smile. Turning back to the task at hand, Kalia nodded, giving him a brief glance before washing her hands and returning to her work. The rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables filled the kitchen once more as Harry continued to wash the dishes. Stacking the clean plates beside him, with his back turned to her, he briefly displayed an expression of remorse, one that Kalia could not see, before swiftly masking it with a reassuring smile, working diligently. He thought, "I'm sorry, Sister Kalia, for I am a wretched deceiver. Yet if it means protecting you all, I would gladly endure your disdain in the future. This is the path I have chosen. And I am truly sorry that as he washed the dishes, Harry's heart ached. The delightful dinner soon graced the table, with a round table draped in white linens positioned centrally in the hall. An array of delectable dishes was presented on white plates. enticing all who beheld them, while captivating aromas wafted through the first floor on the right side. A platter of long loaves of bread, baked to a golden hue with a hint of crispness, was neatly arranged in a triangular formation on a white plate that a steaming bowl of fish soup, enriched with an unknown green herb, floated atop the rich broth, elevating the natural flavors of the fish to new heights. The aroma of the fish sending delightful shivers through the senses. Of course, these were merely accompaniments. The star of the table was the dish at the center, a culinary marvel that could rightfully be called enchanting. The crisp pigskin was lavishly coated in fragrant, pungent seasonings, while the dark sauce exuded a mildly spicy yet subtly sweet fragrance. The sauce lay beneath the perfectly roasted pig, the seasonings and sauce intertwining harmoniously with the exquisitely cooked suckling pig. The flavor and visual spectacle were nothing short of mesmerizing, capturing the attention of all present, rendering them unable to look away. Under the overwhelming impact of its aroma and grandeur, the surrounding dishes became mere side notes. But how did these ingredients come to be? This was all thanks to Kalia's years of experience as the servant to the captain of the Guardian Knight Order. She often found herself without a permanent residence, wandering in search of sustenance. Despite her excellent culinary skills, without ingredients and tools, her talents would be in vain. Thus, to address the group's needs, the beleaguered Fisteria had invested heavily in leveraged connections to commission a magical device capable of storing food from the Magic Academy. Naturally, Kalia became the fortunate user of this valuable magical apparatus. With it, the worry of finding good meals in the wild was alleviated, akin to possessing a portable kitchen. Consequently, the challenges of sustenance became significantly simpler, and its utility extended far beyond mere convenience. The urging of Harry and his companions, although Sally and her group sat down at the dining table with an air of apology. Their expressions revealed a different story. Everyone was swallowing nervously, their eyes fixated on the delectable roasted pig. Sally, disregarding her demeanor, let drool escape her lips, while the others maintained a semblance of decorum. Yet their eyes betrayed their insatiable hunger for the feast laid before them. Initially intending to lend a hand, they found themselves too exhausted to respond, and thus partook in the dinner prepared with great effort by Harry and Kalia. That it seemed rather inappropriate to indulge without contributing. But of course, if the hosts extended an invitation, it would not be ungracious to accept. Harry, however, was not one to dwell on such trivialities. He understood the fatigue that enveloped them all. Their absence from the preparations was quite forgivable, and he mused that their involvement might inadvertently complicate matters for Kalia. He was barely managing to keep pace with Kalia's rhythm, feeling as though his limbs were insufficient for the task at hand. With no time to spare for distractions, that if they had been in their shoes, the outcome would be all too predictable. Chapter 89. The approaching celebration knocked. A gentle tapping echoed at the door, and Harry stood poised before it. He had not forgotten the kind old lady who provided them with shelter. Though the place seemed somewhat dubious, it was, after all, her home. How could he disregard her? Greeting the host was a fundamental courtesy, a mark of respect towards others. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing the kindly, aged face of the grandmother, who smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need, dear child?" "Actually, nothing of great importance. We have prepared a copious amount of food and would like to invite you to join us for dinner." "Dear grandmother, have you dined yet? If you don't mind, please do come along," Harry replied at the threshold. It was so dark inside that visibility was nearly non-existent. While speaking, Harry cast furtive glances into the narrow crack of the door, but aside from the grandmother's gentle visage, the room was enveloped in darkness. Was there no light? Or was she merely resting? He wondered curiously. The grandmother smiled faintly, sensing Harry's gaze, and opened the door wider, allowing light to spill into the dim interior. She rubbed her aged back and explained, "I was merely resting. Dear, at my age, one tends to feel fatigued quite easily." "I see. I truly apologize for disturbing your rest," Harry said apologetically, as the light illuminated the modest furnishings of the small room, akin to a single occupancy chamber, containing only a bed and devoid of windows. This clarified why it had been so dark within. He felt rather impolite. "It's no trouble at all. The outside is bustling with excitement, and the aroma is quite delightful. I shall graciously accept your invitation," the grandmother replied, leaning on her cane as she stepped outside. Harry quickly offered his support as they made their way to the dining table in the hall. Everyone awaited Harry and his companion's arrival. The grandmother took a seat beside Harry, joining them for dinner. Naturally, the gathering was not merely about eating. It was an occasion for conversation and merriment. Are you all here for the White Flower Festival? Today is a momentous day, indeed. Many distinguished figures from across the empire will be in attendance. Although His Majesty cannot be here for certain reasons, the festivities will be just as lively as in previous years, the grandmother remarked with a smile at the table. Indeed. We are first-time visitors to this place. Having only heard whispers about it, we hope you might enlighten us further, Kalia replied, setting down her fork. That it was true. Kalia and Lucy had only a vague understanding of the festival. Despite its significance as a grand imperial event, many had heard of it, yet few truly grasped the essence of the White Flower Festival. Lucy, for her part, had only gathered hearsay, having never attended herself. Kalia, too, had been unable to partake in leisurely festivities back when Fisteria had yet to become a sword saint, let alone the captain of the Guardian Knights. She had been dispatched to apprehend the wicked witch shaman shortly after her appointment. Leaving no time for such indulgences, not even the erudite Lucy or the nearly omnipotent Kalia were privy to its particulars, let alone Harry and his companions, who were blissfully unaware and utterly perplexed. Since that is the case, allow me to share some insights about the White Flower Festival, the grandmother offered. The White Flower Festival is a grand celebration within the empire. While it holds immense significance, it is impossible for the entire populace to attend. Given the long and arduous journey, coupled with the ongoing wars and various factors, it is fortunate if even half the citizens are aware of it. After all, the festival is primarily a playground for the powerful nobles and wealthy merchants of the empire. When the emperor is present, these nobles tend to behave with restraint, bestowing a sense of solemnity and grandeur upon the festivities. However, this year is different. With the emperor absent, the nobles are likely to be less concerned about decorum. The merchants, too, take advantage of the occasion, with shops lining the streets, hawking their wares with vibrant advertisements. Were it not for the festivities, Harry and his companions might have mistaken the area for a bustling commercial district. Though this year's celebration lacks the pomp and circumstance of previous occasions, the number of visitors is still beyond Harry's expectations. Otherwise, they would have found themselves sleeping in the streets. In a typical year, not only could one glimpse the emperor, but they might also encounter renowned sword saints and mages from across the continent. Individuals of great repute attending the festival to witness the blooming of the white flowers. A rare spectacle that occurs only once every 5 years. Festivals are meant for celebration, and there are always preliminary events to build excitement. Yet, the grandmother mysteriously glossed over these aspects, suggesting that Harry and his companions should experience the festival for themselves. Revealing too much would diminish the enchantment. Thus, they were left with a burgeoning curiosity about the upcoming celebration, pondering what it might entail. Knock, knock, knock. The resounding chime of the clock struck 3 times. As if heralding an impending event, the grandmother ceased her narration and squinted towards the door. Harry and the others, who had been listening intently, turned their gazes outward, but all they saw was a wall and the enveloping night. Children, the celebration is about to commence. If you tarry, you may miss it, the grandmother said kindly to Harry and his companions. The celebration? Is it beginning already? How can it be so soon? Harry exclaimed, pausing mid-bite of his bread, astonishment etched upon his features. Time waits for no one. Hurry along now. Delay too long, and you'll miss out, the grandmother urged, rising from her seat and grasping her cane as she ambled toward her room. Are you not coming to see it? Harry questioned. I have seen it all before. The old lady is no longer spry enough to partake in the revelries of the youth. I shall return to rest. She waved dismissively as she entered her chamber. I wish I could go too. Cursed tasks, lamented a woman with long, fiery red hair, leaning against the railing of a balcony. Her white dress and hair dancing in the wind. The moon hung larger and brighter than ever in the night sky as she rested her chin on her arm, exhaling wearily. Lady Fisteria, it is simply unavoidable. To be honest, I wish to attend as well. A handsome man with golden hair replied as he approached from behind, carefully draping a coat over her shoulders. Alas, I must wait for the next opportunity, Fisteria sighed. From below, a spirited voice called out. Fisteria, though we cannot attend the White Flower Festival together, I have arranged a welcome party just for you. You are sure to love it. The exuberant caller was none other than the blonde Laurent, who held a large bouquet of vibrant red flowers in his hands. Laurent, throw him out, Fisteria declared, rising from her perch, turning her back on Laurent without a glance as she retreated indoors. Fisteria, let me explain. Allow me to enter. Laurent pleaded with the muscular man with short brown hair blocking his way. I'm terribly sorry, Marquis Laurent, but you must understand, the man said, placing his large hands on Laurent's shoulders. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Do not tell me you intend to repeat the last incident. You must know who I am, Nabo, Laurent insisted, locking eyes with him. Of course, Marquis Laurent, one of Duke Malin's most favored children. No one is unaware of that, Nabo replied. His tone dripping with flattery, Laurent nodded in satisfaction, and then there was silence. Someone tumbled out from the entrance of a mansion, landing beside a carriage waiting nearby, as an elderly steward rushed forward to assist the fallen individual. Chapter 90. The arrival of notable figures on the bustling streets. Throngs of pedestrians surged toward a singular destination. The once lively shops and their shouting proprietors had vanished, now swept up in the parade. Harry and his companions struggled to navigate through the crowd. Their diminutive stature made them nearly invisible in the throng. Had it not been for Kalia's firm grip on Harry and Montcent's hands, they would have been swept away by the tide of people. What on earth is happening? I can barely breathe. Sally, positioned beside Harry, exclaimed, having reached her limit with the incessant shoving of the crowd. Unfortunately, her voice was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of the throng, lacking even the capacity to stir a ripple. Had I known it would be so crowded, I would have stayed home. It's truly overwhelming, Harry. Montcent, remember to hold on to me. Before Kalia could finish her sentence, the crowd erupted into chaos, with excited shouts echoing all around as people jostled one another. Harry had initially grasped Kalia's hand, but the tumultuous crowd forced him to release it, and Montcent was likewise swept away. Kalia, caught off guard, was soon separated by the surging mass, and Sally's situation was not much better, in essence. Everyone found themselves dispersed by the throng. Feeling as if he were being propelled forward by unseen forces, Harry was confronted by a sea of moving legs, and the air grew thick and oppressive. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the light, slowly obscured by towering figures, and an inexplicable fear began to creep into his heart. Excuse me, please make way. You might trample this child, came an irate voice from a woman. Harry felt a warm, firm grip seize his wrist and pull him upwards, instantly illuminating his world as the air became breathable again. His eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden brightness, blinking rapidly. Oh dear. I knew such incidents would occur at this time, the voice remarked with resignation. Harry opened his eyes in disbelief, realizing he was floating above the crowd, held aloft by someone. Hold on tight. I will take you to safety shortly. Promise me you won't run off again, all right? Said a girl clad in black robes and a pointed hat, perched upon a broomstick. Above the crowd, several others similarly mounted on broomsticks were assisting those like Harry. Darting about, the scene appeared almost magical against the backdrop of the town's lights and the night sky. Yet the onlookers seemed unperturbed, as if accustomed to such spectacles. Harry steadied himself, nodding as he gripped the broom's long handle. His curious black eyes surveying the bustling crowd below. The mass was distinctly divided into two lines, stretching from the city gates inward, evidently in anticipation of some dignitary's arrival. People instinctively formed two lines, welcoming the approaching figures, some clad in ornate silver armor, mounted on equally armored steeds, escorting a noble carriage. As these figures appeared, the crowd erupted in a loud cheer. A pale gold banner, adorned with an unknown emblem, fluttered in the wind, capturing Harry's memory. It resembled the insignia on Lucy's attire, seemingly linked to a religious order. Suddenly, as if conjured by magic, a spell circle manifested above the town, from which a flying black carriage, embellished with intricate designs, emerged, soaring without visible means of propulsion, eliciting cheers from the crowd. As more dignitaries arrived, the cacophony of applause grew louder, but the girl had no time to let Harry admire the spectacle. She was preoccupied with her task. Just then, a soul-stirring roar echoed from above, causing the previously raucous crowd to fall into an immediate hush, instinctively looking skyward. Roar. The bellow from the heavens nearly sent the girl on the broom spiraling out of control. Harry, startled, clutched the broom tightly, striving to maintain his balance and avoid falling. Fortunately, the girl quickly regained her composure, offering an apologetic smile at that moment. Harry also lifted his gaze to the night sky, searching for the source of the roar. A creature, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, soared overhead, its long, robust tail and powerful limbs tipped with sharp claws, its streamlined body casting a massive shadow that eclipsed the moonlight above. The sight of its fearsome maw, filled with glistening teeth and exhaling wisps of flame, along with its earth-toned eyes radiating disdain, sent chills down one's spine. Upon its back stood a figure surveying the scene. "Is that a dragon rider?" "Has the Empire arrived?" exclaimed the girl on the broom. Astonished, Harry mirrored her surprise. Such legendary creatures appearing overhead was utterly astonishing. Though he had encountered various monsters before, none could compare to this mythical being. "Indeed, he hasn't changed. He still enjoys drawing attention," remarked a handsome man with white hair, clad in silver armor, as he rode by, watching several dragons soar through the night sky. "What can one do?" "That is simply his nature," chimed in a younger man riding alongside him. "What an insufferable character. He always has to make a grand entrance. It's unbearable," complained a woman from within a gilded carriage, her annoyance apparent as she pulled back the crimson curtain to gaze at the dragon flying overhead. "Come now, we are here to enjoy the celebration. Why bother with someone like him?" replied an elderly woman in a pointed wizard's hat, her hair gray but neatly arranged, wearing spectacles, as she sipped tea with a nonchalant demeanor. "That must be the infamous Lord Bitter, correct?" queried a refined man in a blue uniform with glasses, seated in an elegant carriage on the ground, his attention fixed on the dragons above. "Indeed, that is him. I was quite startled to hear he was coming. Let us hope he does not stir up any trouble," sighed a melancholic man in a dark gray noble's attire, nonchalantly crossing his legs. "Shouldn't he be on the front lines? Why has he returned? The Empire is truly perplexing," questioned the bespectacled gentleman, adjusting his glasses. "Who knows? Let us not dwell on it. Let us simply enjoy ourselves tonight." "Just look at how happy everyone is," replied the melancholy man, lifting the curtain to watch the crowd gathered along the roadside. In no time, a chorus of chatter erupted. Chapter 91. Memories of that time. "All right. You are safe here. Remember, do not wander off again," the girl said as she set Harry down at the edge of the crowd, before soaring away on her broomstick. After witnessing the awe-inspiring spectacle, Harry remained momentarily dazed, pondering how he might locate Kalia and the others. What about Monchant? Surely he was all right. Walking along the fringe of the crowd, worry filled his thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed in the night sky, reminiscent of something he had heard before. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions followed, as the deep night sky blossomed with vibrant bursts of color, resembling beautiful flowers blooming, only to vanish in an instant, dissolving into twinkling stars. Harry recalled that these were fireworks. Beneath the vast night sky, the moon shone brightly, and the surrounding stars appeared as dutiful knights guarding it. Suddenly, several faint beams of light streaked across the sky, followed by a splendid explosion, reminiscent of blooming flowers, breathtaking in their beauty. Mommy, what is that in the sky? Is it magic?" a youthful voice exclaimed with excitement, as a charming boy with black hair and eyes nestled in the embrace of a dark-haired woman, pointing at the dazzling fireworks in the sky. "Silly boy, those are fireworks, not magic," the woman replied, cradling her son as they strolled along the street, smiling. "Fireworks? I don't remember them looking like this," the boy pondered aloud. "What do they look like then?" "This is clearly your first time seeing them," the mother said, pressing her forehead against her son's. The boy's cheeks flushed slightly. "Mommy, who is kind enough to set off these fireworks? They are so beautiful," he remarked, gazing at the sky filled with blooming fireworks. "Today is the Lord's birthday. They are setting off such exquisite fireworks to celebrate," the woman said, her eyes fixed on the sky, lost in memories of days gone by. After a while, she realized she had become lost in thought and was about to explain to her son, only to find him fast asleep in her arms, his tiny face adorned with a smile. The woman smiled gently, instinctively holding her son closer, placing a soft kiss on his cheek as she made her way home. Mommy, aren't you coming home tonight?" the little boy asked at the door, clutching a thick storybook. "I am sorry, Harry. Wait a little longer. When I have time, I promise I will take you to see the fireworks." "I'm sorry," the dark-haired woman said as she knelt down to kiss her son, her voice filled with regret as she closed the door and hurried away, leaving the little boy alone in the dimly lit room. Though the young boy's gaze was imbued with a sense of melancholy, he nonetheless mustered his spirits to quietly immerse himself in a thick volume of fairy tales while lying by the window. Each day, he dedicated a portion of his time to perusing this book, turning a few pages at a time, and it was evident that he was nearing the end. However, today, for reasons unknown, he found himself inexplicably compelled to finish the entire tale. Why this time? The night had deepened, and his mother had yet to return. He understood that her absence was justified. She served as a maid in a noble household, and today marked the birthday of their lord, Hermione, which undoubtedly demanded elaborate preparations. Thus, the boy was empathetic to his mother's hard work. As the night sky erupted with the sounds of fireworks, blooming in splendid bursts, the boy knelt on his bed, gazing out at the enchanting display. Yet, in the absence of his mother, a sense of something lacking lingered, rendering the spectacle somewhat dull. Before long, he drifted off to sleep, and when the night was cloaked in silence, his mother cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the curled-up figure of her son beneath it, prompting a bittersweet smile from the dark-haired woman. She gently lifted him from the bed, intending to adjust his sleeping position for comfort, but the boy abruptly awakened, his sleepy eyes blinking up at her in a daze. "Mommy, you're back," he murmured. "Yes, I'm back. Now, dear, close your eyes and go to sleep," she replied, as she tenderly combed her fingers through his tousled black hair. "Mommy, next time, can we watch the fireworks together?" the boy asked, looking up at the woman. The dark-haired woman paused momentarily, her silence interpreted by the boy as disappointment, leading him to hurriedly apologize. "I'm sorry, Mommy. If you're too busy next time, then it's all right. I understand how hard you work." I was just before he could finish, a warm finger pressed against his lips, accompanied by a gentle voice. "Next time, I promise I will be with you. Don't worry. All right, close your eyes now and sleep well. It's very late," she said, removing her finger with a smile. The boy nodded happily and closed his eyes, and the dark-haired woman, filled with affection, gazed at him with adoration. Alas, all this became but a fleeting memory, for the dark-haired woman was never again able to share in the fireworks with her son. Nor could she remain steadfastly by his side. Such is the nature of fate. It sometimes offers hope, while at other times it brings despair. Harry recalled the promise he made with his mother. They had agreed to watch the fireworks together. Her smile lingered in his mind, and every word and action of hers felt like a dagger to his heart, tearing him apart with a pain that was suffocating. Tears flowed uncontrollably as he stared blankly at the vibrant sky, his body trembling, overwhelmed by waves of longing for his mother. "Harry, are you all right?" A concerned voice called from behind, accompanied by a gentle hand resting on his shoulder. It was Monsieur, who had also been rescued by those riding brooms and brought here. Upon seeing Harry's familiar silhouette, he naturally approached to greet him, though he noticed that Harry seemed somewhat off. Monsieur, upon observing the tears streaming down Harry's face, was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. "You actually crying? What happened?" he inquired with genuine concern, sensing a resemblance between Harry's sorrow and his own past. "It's nothing. I'm sorry for showing you this vulnerable side of me. Harry stammered, wiping his tears with his arm, his voice choked with emotion. But the more he spoke, the more the tears flowed. Monsieur remained silent, standing beside Harry, gazing at the fireworks above, seemingly coming to an understanding. He gently patted Harry's back in a comforting gesture. Chapter 92. The perfect viewing spot. "Let us go. I'll take you somewhere," Monsieur declared, before pulling Harry's hand and leading him away from the crowd towards a different area. Heading in the direction of the city gate, the brightly lit streets were now deserted, the shops empty, as the two boys dashed toward the gate, soon reaching the unseen side beyond the watchful knights. Monsieur paused beneath the towering, shadowy city wall, panting with exertion. After confirming there were no patrolling guards, he began conjuring numerous long ice spikes around him. Harry wiped the corners of his eyes, gazing at Monsieur in confusion, unsure of his intentions, until he finally understood. One by one, the ice spikes pierced the wall at an angle, each no more than 2 centimeters apart, freezing into place rather than penetrating through it. As Harry observed the spikes embedded in the wall, he suddenly grasped Monsieur's plan. Monsieur stepped onto the frozen spikes, testing their stability by bouncing lightly. They held firm, shedding only a few ice shards, indicating their capacity to bear Monsieur's weight. Once satisfied with their strength, Monsieur extended a hand to Harry, who took it, placing his foot on the spike, followed by the other. However, it was quite slippery, and Harry felt that a single misstep could send him tumbling. Monsieur, aware of this, placed a hand on Harry's shoe, and soon, the soles of Harry's shoe sprouted ice shards as well, resolving the issue of slipping. Under the dim moonlight, the ice spikes glimmered with a radiant beauty as the guards atop the wall enjoyed their revelry. Oblivious to the two boys' ascent, the children climbed the icy staircase formed by the spikes, step by step, with Monsieur leading the way. Harry instinctively glanced down, swallowing hard as he realized how high they had climbed. "It is so high," he thought. hastily averting his gaze to focus on Monsieur, concerned that continued observation might paralyze him with fear. Don't look down. Just follow me, and when we reach the top. ULLC, Monsieur called back. Harry nodded, but he couldn't help but notice the sweat glistening on Monsieur's cheeks, prompting him to voice his concern. Are you all right? Maybe we shouldn't go up. I am fine. We're almost there. I can't just give up now, Monsieur replied, struggling against the wind as he pressed down on his gray hat. But Harry's long black hair fluttered in the breeze. And just as he was about to speak, Monsieur interrupted him. All right, I'm fine. Just don't talk. If I keep conversing, I might not be able to hold on. Falling from here is no joke. With Monsieur's exaggerated warning, Harry had no choice but to obey and follow him. They finally reached the top of the city gate without being detected, as everyone's attention was captivated by the fireworks. Monsieur collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, eyes closed, while Harry, too anxious to stand, sat beside him, worry etched on his face. The ice spikes along the wall began to slide down. Behind them loomed the grand clock atop the city gate. Its size dwarfing them by several times. With its ancient design, it appeared unremarkable, yet it was the source of the town's resounding chimes. Monsieur, are you okay? Harry asked, filled with concern upon seeing Monsieur's exhausted state. Feeling a twinge of guilt. Are you an idiot? Look ahead. Such a beautiful sight is not something you can see whenever you wish, Monsieur scolded, opening his eyes to gaze at the sky. Upon hearing this, Harry turned to look, and in an instant he was awestruck by the spectacle before him. The night sky was speckled with stars. The moon shone brightly, surrounded by a constellation of fireworks that erupted over the illuminated town, creating a cascade of beautiful blooms. Though fleeting, their radiant glow left one utterly entranced. From this vantage point, the town appeared to shrink several times over, allowing Harry and Monsieur to discern its layout. The gently flowing river winding through the center, and the paths trodden by the townsfolk, the gust of wind swept through, tousling Harry's black hair, while Mingshant sat up from the ground, his golden locks being stirred by the breeze. With both hands propped behind him, he remained silent, quietly gazing at the scene before them, both captivated by the spectacle. I believe this place is truly a splendid viewing spot, though it seems even more magnificent than I had imagined, Mingshant remarked as he admired the view. Indeed. I am genuinely grateful to you, Mingshant, for doing so much for me. Harry turned to Mingshant and spoke sincerely. Oh, I did not do it for you. I merely felt pity seeing you in such distress. That is why I brought you here. Please, do not misunderstand, Mingshant replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he avoided Harry's gaze, though his words lacked conviction. Observing his demeanor, Harry couldn't help but smile slightly. Mingshant was truly not the most forthright individual. Harry's spirits had lifted considerably, and the sorrow that had weighed on his heart had been significantly alleviated. Clutching the crystal hidden beneath his clothing, he felt a subtle sense of reassurance. Hey, I must say, you two little rascals have quite the talent for climbing up here, but could you keep it down? You're disturbing my sleep. A sudden voice, laden with languor and the scent of alcohol, announced as large hands rested on Harry and Mingshant's shoulders. Behind them squatted a disheveled old man, his hair and beard unkempt, his tattered clothing patched in numerous places, were it not for the several swords and a flask hanging from his waist. One might mistake him for a beggar at first glance. Harry and Mingshant were startled, nearly jumping off the ledge. They both exclaimed in shock, turning to look behind them. Sir, how did you get up here? Harry asked, bewildered. And where did you two come from? The scruffy old man, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, retorted with a grin. We climbed up the wall. Could it be that you also? Harry glanced at the spot from which they had ascended, suddenly realizing. You're not the only filthy beggar here. We made it too. To have made it up here, these two little rascals are rather impressive. Though they cannot compare to me. A few more voices echoed from the top of the bell tower. Harry looked up to find several heads peering over the edge of the ceiling. Observing him and Mingshant. You lot have the audacity to claim this is your home. If you have any guts, don't push me off. The scruffy old man stood up, pointing indignantly at the heads protruding above. Sir, if you weren't so foul-smelling, we wouldn't even think of pushing you off. That be by the way. How long has it been since you last bathed? You're about to suffocate us, a blue-haired girl on the left retorted. Indeed. Don't you know how to wash up, old man? A black-haired girl in the middle chimed in. The yellow-haired girl on the right merely nodded, her expression devoid of emotion. Is that so? I had no idea. I just thought it was a peculiar odor. The scruffy old man sniffed at his tattered clothes, indifferent to the reaction. the girls peering down at him wore expressions of disdain, opting not to continue the conversation. Instead, addressing Harry and Mingshent, "Would you like to come up? The view is even better here, and there's food." Harry glanced at Mingshent beside him, who stood up and said, "Let us go up and take a look. It would be rude to decline the sister's invitation." Harry had no objections and stood as well, surveying the surroundings, puzzled about how to ascend, as it appeared there were no stairs leading upward. Just as he contemplated this, a mysterious force lifted him into the air. The blue-haired girl giggled, waving her wand lightly, and both Mingshent and Harry were carried upward by this power. The grumbling voice of the scruffy old man echoed from below. "Hey, what about me? Don't you kids know to respect your elders?" Old man, wait until you've taken a bath before coming up. Right now, your presence is quite unappetizing. Please continue your precious sleep undisturbed. Goodbye." The blue-haired girl waved her hand, and after saying this, she and the other girls withdrew their heads. "Now that the bothersome old man is gone, let us enjoy the fireworks and the feast," the blue-haired girl exclaimed, her short, light blue hair framing her face. She wore a black robe typical of a sorceress, though she was not adorned with a pointed hat. With a cheerful demeanor, she placed her hands on Harry and Mingshent's shoulders. The two girls beside her were similarly attired in black robes without hats. Atop the tower, the pointed spire was adorned with several sharp, pointed hats, and Harry finally understood why they weren't wearing them. They were all hanging there. It felt somewhat rude to disregard the tower's decorum in such a manner. The area around the spire was fairly spacious, albeit slightly slanted, accommodating several people comfortably. From this vantage point, not only could they clearly see the layout of the town and the fireworks illuminating the night sky, but the scenery beyond the city was also laid bare before their eyes. A truly splendid place for observation. The blue-haired girl guided Harry and Mingshent to a cloth-covered spread, laden with an array of delectable food and fruits. Several individuals were seated nearby. Leaning against the spire was a young lad equipped with daggers at his waist, leisurely resting one hand behind his head while holding a half-eaten red fruit in the other. His gaze fixed on the fireworks blossoming in the sky above the town. Beside him sat an elderly gentleman, clad in the same robes as the girls, though they appeared oversized on him, flapping in the wind. Yet, the most striking feature was his balding head, with short white hair that seemed on the verge of falling out, eliciting a chuckle from onlookers. Another figure was an adorable girl with shoulder-length pink hair, her blue eyes transfixed on a crystal ball she held aloft, seemingly engrossed. "Shook, I brought these too," the blue-haired girl announced cheerfully, settling beside the elderly man. "Oh, you made it up at last. Faster than I anticipated," the old man replied warmly, gazing at Harry and Mingshent. "Hello, sir." They both inclined their heads politely. "Now, everyone, please take a seat. We must properly appreciate this beautiful scene," the old man urged. Harry, Mingshent, and the girls obediently sat down as the fireworks above continued to burst forth, resembling beautiful blooms in the night sky. "Come, let us all eat together. No need to be so formal," the blue-haired girl said, grabbing two plump red fruits from the cloth and placing them in Harry and Mingshent's hands. "Thank you, sister," Harry expressed his gratitude. Taking a bite of the fruit, he was momentarily taken aback. The sweet juice flowed down his throat, eliciting an irresistible urge for another bite. It was simply delightful. "This is delicious." "Mingshent," Harry exclaimed to his companion, who nodded in agreement, devouring his fruit with gusto, the juices trickling down his fingers, showing no signs of stopping. "Child, you must be an ice magic practitioner. Your magical prowess is quite remarkable," the old man observed, studying Mingshent with a smile. How did you know I wield magic?" Mingshent paused his eating, looking curiously at the old man. "Haha, we saw you ascend. You were employing what is known as silent incantation." "Quite impressive," the old man chuckled heartily. "Yes, you were correct. It was silent incantation," Mingshent nodded in acknowledgement. "And who is your teacher? I am quite curious about who could produce such a student," the old man inquired. "I fear I must disappoint you. I have no teacher. I learned everything on my own," Mingshent replied, taking another bite of the fruit casually. A profound silence enveloped the group, broken only by the sounds of fireworks exploding overhead. Harry continued to munch on the fruit, observing everyone with a curious gaze. The sudden cough erupted from the young lad leaning against the spire, nearly dropping his apple as his face turned crimson, as if he had choked. "If that is true, then this child's talent is quite terrifying, truly remarkable," the pink-haired girl murmured, still fixated on her crystal ball, her expression shifting slightly. "That can't be real. Kid, you ought to draft a script before boasting," the recovering lad shouted. "Calm down, what he said is true." And I too did not expect him to be self-taught. That is indeed astonishing talent, the old man replied kindly. So, Shook, does that mean he is a genius? The blue-haired girl asked in surprise. My goodness. That truly is impressive, the black-haired girl added, covering her mouth. The yellow-haired girl remained expressionless, continuing to nibble on her fruit. The art of silent incantation is a talent reserved for those of genius caliber or individuals with profound magical experience. Originally an exclusive gift of the elven race, humanity, unwilling to be outdone, has managed to glean a mere semblance of this rare skill through various obscure methods, a tradition that has endured to this day. Although the majority have yet to master silent incantation, a select few gifted individuals have succeeded, undeniably placing them atop the continent's hierarchy. Thus, whenever such prodigies emerge, numerous academies and factions extend their olive branches, striving earnestly to recruit them or to have them as apprentices. Child, would you be interested in studying at our Peter Magic Academy? We can waive tuition and meals. Would you consider it? The elderly gentleman spoke with a tone reminiscent of a salesman, laced with enticement. Peter Magic Academy, Montcent inquired, perplexed, as he bit into a piece of fruit. Our academy is one of the 3 foremost magical institutions in the imperial capital, renowned for its teaching and resources. Surely, you have heard of the continent's youngest archmage, Sal? He is one of ours. If you join us, you might very well become the second him, or even surpass him. Come, join us. The old man spoke with pride. Though Montcent was uncertain of the academy's true prowess, the old man's impassioned words did stir something within him, and he glanced at Harry, unsure of his thoughts. Child, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This is our academy's emblem, rest assured. The old man, sensing Montcent's skepticism, removed a golden badge from his chest and presented it before him. Thank you for your invitation, but I am afraid I must decline. Montcent replied after a moment of contemplation, his tone apologetic. Why? The old man was evidently taken aback by the rejection, his surprise palpable. The Peter Magic Academy is not one you can simply enter at will.it, is one of the 3 premier magical institutions in the imperial capital. Countless individuals aspire to join, but fail to gain entry. The youth began, but was abruptly silenced by a sharp smack on the head from the old man, who disregarded the boy's furious glare and handed Montcent a beautifully crafted golden badge. Fear not, should you wish to join us one day. The academy will always keep its doors open to you, provided you possess this. What is this? Montcent asked, taking the badge and examining the round emblem intricately carved with what appeared to be a large tree, beneath which were inscribed ancient characters that, while unintelligible, were aesthetically pleasing. This is our academy's crest. Should you ever wish to come, this will grant you entry. The old man explained. Montcent, why don't you consider it? This academy seems quite remarkable, Harry remarked, his curiosity piqued. Are you foolish? Didn't that blasted master of yours say he would send me? Montcent retorted. Forgive me, I forgot. Harry scratched his head sheepishly. You and your sister share quite the bond, the old man jested, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Sister? Huh? Hardly. She's just a crybaby, Montcent scoffed, biting into another green fruit resembling a cucumber, only to burst into laughter at the old man's words. I am not a girl. I am a boy, Harry protested, his face flushing red. Apologies. Your hair is a bit long, and with that face of yours, my old eyes can't see too clearly. Please do not take offense, the old man said apologetically. Harry's current appearance increasingly resembled that of a girl, with his long black hair cascading past his eyebrows, nearly obscuring his ears, paired with a cherubic face that would lead anyone to initially perceive him as an adorable young girl. As Harry contemplated getting his sister Kalia to help him with a haircut upon returning. The fireworks above the town ceased, and the sounds of excitement from the townsfolk reached the tower's summit. From this vantage point, the flowing crowd on the streets was clearly visible, yet the events unfolding beyond remained hidden. At last. We are done recording. A girl with pink hair placed a crystal orb onto a cloth spread on the ground, causing it to emit a radiant glow. The smooth surface of the orb revealed an image, as if captured from above, showcasing the bustling crowd below, akin to a live broadcast. Both Harry and Montcent gazed curiously at the scene within the crystal orb, their attention riveted. The image depicted a location resembling a grand square, now teeming with people, the air filled with a cacophony of excited screams. At the center of the square stood a magnificent circular marble stage, adorned with a pristine white carpet and surrounded by a bouquet of delicate, unbloomed white flowers. The figure resembling a host stood upon the stage, clad in an extravagant black tailcoat, his flamboyant yellow hairstyle resembling that of a rooster, undeniably unconventional, yet possessing a certain charisma. As he appeared, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "That fellow's hairstyle is revolting," Montcent remarked disdainfully, observing the figure on the screen. "Do not underestimate this peculiar individual. He is quite renowned, one of the most popular hosts in the empire. Legend has it that he once persuaded a fearsome beast to submit, merely through the power of his words," the blue-haired girl explained. "Remarkable. He achieved that solely through speech." Harry replied, astonished. "He is not merely a silver-tongued orator. He possesses formidable strength as well." "Let us continue watching," the blue-haired girl encouraged. Chapter 95. Prelude to the celebration. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you miss the sight of my handsome visage?" the host proclaimed, spinning in place and snapping his fingers. Tossing his hair with a flourish, silence fell over the crowd, an awkward stillness enveloping the atmosphere. "Ahem, I anticipated such a reaction. Now, the moment you have all been eagerly awaiting, the wish dance. Dear gentlemen, do try to conceal your drooling expressions from the ladies beside you. And now, the celebration begins." The host, seemingly unfazed by the cold reception, spun dramatically and vanished in a cloud of smoke. The crowd erupted into cheers, predominantly from the men, though not solely for the host's mysterious transformation, but for the much-anticipated wish dance, their enthusiasm unmistakable. Suddenly, the lights across the square extinguished, plunging the entire town into darkness, akin to a power outage, save for the silvery moonlight illuminating the square, rendering it less foreboding. The spectators fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the stage. The solemn, sacred sounds of instruments began to play. Simple, yet somehow calming to the audience's astonishment, the white flowers surrounding the stage began to glow, shimmering with a crystalline hue, creating an illusion that they were crafted from crystal, captivating all who beheld them. As the flowers blossomed, their crystalline petals radiated purity, and a gentle breeze swept across the stage, lifting the translucent petals, which danced gracefully in the air, harmonizing with the soothing background music, capturing everyone's attention and calming their restless hearts. At that moment, amidst the swirling petals, ethereal figures began to emerge, their forms becoming increasingly visible as they danced in elegant yet synchronized movements. Though their features remained obscured, the alluring shapes and graceful motions enchanted all, evoking a sense of divine and untouchable beauty. Igniting a fervor within the hearts of the men, atop the lighthouse, around the crystal orb, all were entranced by the exquisite dance, yet an untimely voice broke the spell. "These young ladies have quite the figures. And the dance, delightful." A scruffy old man lounged behind Harry and Montcent, one hand propping up his head while the other reached for fruit nearby. Through the gap between the two boys, the image within the crystal orb was visible. Though that was not the most pressing matter, no one had noticed his presence until now. "You filthy old man, get away from here. You reek," the blue-haired girl snapped, swatting at the old man's hand as he reached for the fruit. "Tch, how stingy. I can't even grab a piece of fruit. I've been here for ages, and none of you noticed, yet you call me smelly," the old man grumbled, retracting his hand. "Huh, old man, are you looking for a fight?" the blue-haired girl challenged, rolling up her sleeves, ready for confrontation. Smack! The elderly gentleman delivered a swift strike to the back of the blue-haired girl's head, apologizing while keeping a keen eye on the old man. "Sir, may I inquire as to your identity?" "Me. As you can see, I am but a wandering beggar." The scruffy old man waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, I see. If you are willing, you may join us in observing this spectacle," the elderly gentleman replied, his eyes narrowing with significance. "Thank you for your kind invitation." The scruffy old man grinned lewdly, taking a bite of the fruit on the cloth while casting a mischievous glance at the blue-haired girl who was covering her head with her hands. The girl with azure hair was on the verge of exploding with rage, and had it not been for the two girls beside her restraining her, she might have charged at the lecherous man. "Oh dear. What a predicament. Who is that grinning buffoon? I long to give him a good thrashing," the disheveled man remarked, gnawing on a piece of fruit while gazing into the crystal ball. As his words echoed, the crowd's attention returned to the orb, where the stage revealed a valiant figure clad in resplendent golden armor, with hair as vivid as blood and a face exuding a brazen smile. He commanded attention. His crimson cloak billowed in the wind, accompanied by a flurry of shimmering petals, an embodiment of overwhelming charisma. At that moment, he grasped the wrist of a young girl on stage, her face obscured by a delicate veil, adorned in an exotic dance costume, yet possessing a figure that was nothing short of enchanting, preventing her from escaping. "What a detestable fellow! Does he intend to disrupt the festivities?" remarked a woman in a magical robe, leaning against the stone railing of a nearby observation platform. "Calm yourself, Dife. Someone will surely handle that arrogant scoundrel," an elderly woman with spectacles commented, setting her teacup down to survey the stage below. "My apologies, Lady Melanda, for my lack of decorum," the woman responded, bowing her head in contrition. "What do you think you're doing? At a celebration, how can you behave so rudely? This is not a place for your antics." A youthful voice, imbued with righteousness, resonated across the square. A golden-haired youth descended from another platform, clad in fitted light armor, drawing his knight's sword and aiming it at the man before him. "Oh, and who might you be? Why should I heed your meddling?" the charming red-haired man retorted, his gaze dismissive. "I am but a knight, dedicated to vanquishing bullies such as yourself," the golden-haired youth replied with a stoic expression, charging forth to strike. With a sly grin, the charming man pulled the woman into his embrace, deftly avoiding the descending sword as he leaped aside. He gently peeled away the veil concealing the girl's face, caressing her chin as he leered. "Ah, indeed, a woman of exceptional beauty, just as I anticipated." The golden-haired youth, witnessing this spectacle, pointed his sword and commanded, "Release her. Then come and take her, if you can," the charming man teased, his tone mocking. "Enough, Bader," a commanding voice rang out from one of the platforms. An elderly figure, adorned in a pristine white robe and wielding an ornate staff embedded with a colorless diamond crystal, approached the railing. His long, thick white beard reached down to his knees, and his squinting eyes exuded a benevolent aura. "It is the esteemed Pope," one of the onlookers exclaimed. And soon the entirety of the crowd knelt in reverence before the kind-hearted elder. The Pope held a position of power rivaling that of an emperor. The Church of Light boasted the most followers on the continent, with nearly 3/5 of the population venerating the goddess of light, as the divine emissary and arbiter of sin. He illuminated the path for lost souls, embodying supreme authority. "There is no need for such formality. Rise, everyone," the elderly man said with a gentle smile, tapping the base of his staff against the ground. In an extraordinary turn of events, a soft light emanated from the crystal atop the staff, gradually enveloping the gathered crowd like a divine decree. Those who had been kneeling felt an immediate wave of relief, their accumulated fatigue dissipating, and some even found long-standing ailments miraculously cured, rising in gratitude toward the benevolent elder on the platform. "Ah, I see it is you, revered Pope. What is your intention? To preach your benevolent doctrine and reform me? Or shall we engage in combat?" the charming man remarked sarcastically, fixing his gaze upon the figure on the platform. The elder displayed no sign of displeasure, stroking his beard as he responded with warmth. "Biter, this is a celebration. Your presence is welcomed, but your actions appear somewhat inappropriate. You old fox, you prattle on too much. Just say it plainly. Will we fight or not?" the charming man shot back. "Biter, do mind your tone when addressing His Holiness. Are you openly challenging the Church's authority?" A silver-armored man with gray hair and a square jaw stepped forward beside the elder, his serious demeanor evident. "Indeed, to display such disrespect toward the esteemed Pope warrants your swift removal. Begone, Gree, your presence is unwelcome." The crowd's discontent rose in a cacophony of voices directed at the audacious man on stage. "A pack of yapping dogs. You defend this esteemed Pope so fervently, yet none of you dared to confront me." The charming man sneered at the agitated crowd below. "What did you say? Let us see if we don't send you." The heretic insulting His Holiness, to the pyre. A burly man in the crowd rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms as he glared fiercely. The crowd began to stir, clearly incited by the man's outrageous words, many preparing to confront him. "Enough, Biter. Do not presume that your position as the commander appointed by His Majesty grants you the liberty to act with impunity. This is sacred ground, a hallowed site for the celebration. Do not attempt to provoke us." From the platform stood an elderly woman in a magical robe, her pointed hat perched atop her head, accompanied by a female mage. "I had always assumed the renowned imperial general to be a person of great dignity, yet it seems I was mistaken. Your lack of manners is truly disappointing." A young man in extravagant attire leaned against the railing, resting his chin in his hand, observing the scene below with a languid expression. "It is truly infuriating to see such a fine celebration marred by such disruptions," remarked a woman with soft pink hair, donning a military-style black cap and a fitted uniform that accentuated her curvaceous figure, elegantly stirring her tea with a small spoon. While I do not wish to dwell on the matter. Biter, your actions seem rather inappropriate. A rotund man adorned with exquisite rings on each finger and diamonds adorning his garments chimed in, his teeth made of gold gleaming as he spoke. Beside him sat an adorable girl in a light purple princess dress. Her red ribbon contrasting with her violet hair, engrossed in a thick book, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama, while several imposing figures stood nearby, presumably her bodyguards. Ah, it appears we have the esteemed Melanda, head of the Peter Magic Academy, and the valiant General Silas of the Duchy, along with you, the avaricious merchant. If any of you have grievances, please express them directly. I assure you, I shall listen earnestly. The charming man, known as General Biter of the Empire, declared with a smile, yet it was evident he emphasized the last sentence with a taunting tone. Duke, the situation seems to be deteriorating. Should we intervene? A bespectacled gentleman in a blue uniform standing beside a large armchair inquired anxiously. I knew this fellow would bring me trouble, sighed the melancholy man seated in the armchair, rising to approach the stone railing of the platform. Now, everyone, today marks one of the Empire's significant celebrations. General Biter, I understand you have a task assigned by His Majesty, but your actions are bringing shame upon the Empire. Kindly withdraw and prioritize the mission entrusted to you by His Majesty. Additionally, I ask for some consideration from our esteemed guests. Let this matter rest for now, as the celebration must take precedence. I will extend my apologies afterward. A yellow-haired man with a middle-part hairstyle and a handsome visage, though his eyes betrayed a hint of melancholy, approached the platform, exuding an air of noble grace as he addressed General Biter. I understand, Duke Maron, that I shall take my leave for now and not disturb your celebration any further. Until we meet again, General Biter replied with disinterest, releasing the woman from his hold and leaping off the stage, parting the crowd as they stepped aside, though their glares bore into him, none daring to obstruct his passage. Duke Maron, you are too kind. Since you have spoken, we shall not press the issue further, the elderly woman remarked with a smile, resuming her previous seat. I have no objections. Let the celebration commence, the woman with soft pink hair replied, taking a sip of her tea. I have nothing left, Your Grace, please continue. The portly man said with a cheerful grin. Well, since no one has any objections, let the celebration commence. Your Excellency, I trust you have no grievances? The melancholic gentleman smiled as he addressed the elderly figure. Come back, Bart. The old man gestured towards the golden-haired youth on the stage. Before resuming his seat, the golden-haired boy tightened his grip on the sword, then sheathed, casting a glance at the departing figure below the stage before returning to the side of the elderly man. Well, that bearded old gentleman is quite impressive, and all those people seem formidable, Harry exclaimed, wide-eyed as he gazed at the image displayed in the crystal ball. Of course, that old gentleman is none other than the Pope. And as for these individuals, while I may not recognize all of them, I do know this hefty fellow. He's the wealthiest man in the Empire, quite affluent indeed, the blue-haired girl explained, gently patting Harry's head. Letting that arrogant red-haired fellow escape was a grave mistake. I expected them to swarm him. It seems his background is quite substantial, remarked the disheveled uncle as he spat out the remnants of his fruit and reached for a toothpick dangling from his ear. Indeed, his background is considerable. He is the Grand General appointed by His Majesty. Commanding the frontline troops, he ought to be at the front. So why has he returned? Quite curious, the bald elder mused. Grandfather, does this mean that this fellow must have come to Jelly for some specific purpose? The youth pondered aloud, a hint of confusion in his voice. Well, even so, it is of no concern to us. We should simply enjoy the gathering and celebration. The bald elder nodded in agreement. With that bothersome fellow out of the way, the celebration can finally begin in earnest. Carilli, when will we be able to hear sounds from this crystal ball? While the visuals are splendid, the lack of audio diminishes the experience, complained the black-haired girl beside the blue-haired maiden to the cute girl with pink shoulder-length hair. It's unavoidable. My magical abilities are insufficient to master more advanced spells, and I simply cannot afford to purchase superior artifacts. The pink-haired girl sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Chapter 97. The splendid bloom of white flowers. These young people today, always preoccupied with such base matters as money. Our noble magic is not something one simply learns. Just look at the exceptional magic users across the continent. They have all toiled immensely and accumulated vast knowledge to attain their current status. You should all focus on your studies. True magic does not necessarily require extravagant, costly tools to manifest. The essence of magic is not The elder began to ramble in his didactic mode, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the struggles of youth. The brown-haired boy, adorned with a dagger at his waist, looked on helplessly, as did the girls, well aware that mentioning money would trigger the elder's lecture about the hardships of his youth. Ultimately, a lamentation of his own financial struggles. Teacher shook. The celebration has commenced. Perhaps you could finish your thoughts afterward? This is a celebration, after all, the blue-haired girl urged, pointing at the crystal ball's display in an effort to divert his attention. Oh, I see. Let us watch first, the elder acquiesced, falling silent as he turned his gaze to the crystal ball, and a hush fell over the crowd, allowing the youth to breathe a sigh of relief as they settled in to enjoy the spectacle. The image in the crystal ball. Fortunately, the ceremonial prayers for the celebration have been completed without incident. Otherwise, that lad would have brought me considerable trouble, the melancholic gentleman mused, reclining with his legs crossed as he observed the figure departing from the crowd below. Lord Biter's actions are truly perplexing. He remains a solitary figure, the bespectacled gentleman beside him remarked with a wry smile. He has always been this way, arrogant and self-important, looking down upon his peers. Yet, his formidable strength complements his demeanor. Do not be fooled by his apparent recklessness. He is quite shrewd. Alas, your majesty, the task you entrusted to him is utterly baffling, the melancholic man sighed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Although the earlier incident had briefly disrupted the atmosphere, it was quickly forgotten as the attendees immersed themselves in the celebratory spirit. The flamboyant host, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, reappeared on stage, his voice resonating clearly despite the lack of amplification. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremonial prayers have concluded. Now, what comes next? Those who have attended previous celebrations need no explanation. Please clasp your hands together and place them upon your hearts. Let us earnestly pray for the divine's manifestation, the host declared, positioning his hands in prayer with a sincere demeanor. The square fell silent as people of all ages imitated the host's posture, praying devoutly in their hearts. The woman with pale pink hair, clad in a black and white uniform, also followed suit, eyes closed in solemnity, while the young man leaning against the railing straightened, adopting the same pose. All right, my dear Angelina, put down your book. It's time to pray, the portly man said to the purple-haired girl beside him, who sported a red bow, before mimicking the prayer posture himself. Oh, God, please bless me with flourishing business and abundant wealth, that I may become the richest man on the continent, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The purple-haired girl shot him a bemused glance, closing her book and passing it to the imposing figure behind her, before also closing her eyes and placing her hands in prayer on the oversized chair she occupied. The crowd in the square was engaged in fervent prayer, and the town exuded an extraordinary tranquility, illuminated by the moonlight that bathed the devout in its glow. Observing the crystal ball, Harry and Monshant exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of the proceedings, while the blue-haired girl, noticing their confusion, explained with a smile. This is the most significant part of the celebration. People praying to the deity who governs all the flowers of the world. Akin to a tradition. Of course, the allure of this gathering extends beyond mere prayer. You must have heard the legend. What was once dismissed as a mere fairy tale came to fruition during the last celebration. It is said that someone fortuitously discovered the yellow flower, and I recall the uproar it caused. The fortunate individual was a woman, yet no one knows what she looked like. She vanished into mystery. The black-haired girl interjected, her expression impassive as the blonde girl beside her nodded in agreement. Ahem, praying to the divine requires undivided attention. Idle chatter is a disrespect to the deity, the elder remarked, maintaining his prayer position with closed eyes, his displeasure evident. Upon hearing this, the black-haired girl sheepishly stuck out her tongue, obediently silencing herself as she joined the other girls in prayer. Harry and the others, seeing their example, followed suit. High atop the clock tower, a gentle breeze stirred, and the disheveled uncle, for once, refrained from interrupting, yawning and gazing sleepily at the scene unfolding in the crystal ball. Minutes passed in the hushed town, with everyone still engaged in prayer, when an unexpected event unfolded. The disheveled uncle, reclining against the clock tower, suddenly sat up, gazing intently toward the outskirts of the town. Harry, sensing the movement behind him, opened his eyes in confusion and turned to look at the uncle, only to find his expression unnaturally awestruck, as if profoundly shaken by something. Harry followed the uncle's gaze beyond the walls of the town. Surrounding the perimeter were fields of white flowers, which bloom only once every 5 years, with a flowering cycle lasting approximately a month. During the intervening years, the petals remain closed, awaiting the return of their blooming period. Yet, on the night of the celebration, these flowers undergo a remarkable transformation. A phenomenon referred to as a divine miracle. Beneath the vast night sky, on the dimly lit ground, the once closed white flowers began to bloom in a spectacular display, revealing their most exquisite and radiant moments. Emitting a soft, holy glow one by one, they unfolded, stretching from the city walls to the horizon, while the crescent moon above cast its luminous glow upon the blossoming, sanctified blooms that a gust of wind swept through, stirring a flurry of glistening petals from the hills, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that illuminated the previously somber landscape, transforming it into a realm of ethereal beauty, stirring the imagination. Chapter 98. A scene of utter chaos staring at this breathtaking sight. Harry was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the unforgettable fragrance of the flowers that wafted through the air that he stood entranced, while Marchant sensed an unusual atmosphere, also catching the delightful scent. Peeking at Harry, he opened his eyes, only to be captivated by the dazzling light before him. Rendered momentarily speechless, the tremendous shockwave erupted throughout the town, as the townsfolk excitedly exchanged tales of this miraculous scene, for at that moment, if Harry and his companions were to gaze towards the town, they would undoubtedly behold a once dim and labyrinthine network of streets now adorned with countless shimmering lights, as if the entire town had suddenly ignited with illumination, enveloped in a sacred halo that rendered it inviolable. Could it be that she truly predicted this, a rare spectacle occurring not once, but twice in a century? Could this be the will of the divine? How intriguing! The enigmatic man with crimson hair, having distanced himself from the throngs, strolled alone down the desolate street. Suddenly, a bouquet of white flowers arranged at the roadside emitted a radiant glow, illuminating the street in an instant. Perceiving this change, the charming red-haired man halted, gazing at the nearby bouquet, and plucked a crystalline petal, jesting, as he had evidently anticipated such an occurrence. The abundance of white flowers throughout the town was indeed the reason for its newfound brilliance. Truly beautiful. Yet, within a brightly lit room, a voice of admiration resonated. As a crystal ball displayed the scene outside the town, the ethereal glow streamed through the smooth surface of the crystal, nearly illuminating the entire chamber, which contained only a solitary bed. Upon it sat a woman clad in black robes, her dark curls framing a beguiling smile. With a delicate sweep of her finger, she altered the image within the crystal ball, revealing the scene where Harry and his companions resided. Wow! The blue-haired girl and her friends, upon hearing the sounds emanating from the town and catching the scent of flowers, opened their eyes in curious astonishment, momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in surprise, "This once-in-a-lifetime spectacle has re-emerged. Our luck is indeed extraordinary." The elderly man remarked as he surveyed the dreamlike scene around him. "Grandfather, does this mean the legendary yellow flower has also appeared?" The brown-haired youth exclaimed with excitement. "Need one even ask? We must hasten to find it while the crowds are still sparse." The grandfather playfully smacked the boy's head. Rising hastily, he retrieved his wand from his pocket, giving it a gentle wave, causing the pointed magical hat atop the tallest spire to soar down into his grasp. Placing it upon his head, he leaped down amidst the astonished expressions of onlookers and dashed towards the town's outskirts. Moments later, the frightened voices of the station knights echoed from below, as suddenly an old man had leapt down, startling any who beheld him. "In that case, we must not fall behind. Let us all rally together," the blue-haired girl declared resolutely, drawing her wand and leaping after the grandfather alongside her two companions. "TCH, that old rascal, he always strikes me. Humph, I shan't search in the same area as him. I will find it on my own," the brown-haired youth grumbled, rubbing the spot on his head where he had been struck, before leaping in the opposite direction, towards the interior of the town, near where Harry and the others had ascended. "What on earth is happening? Why is everyone in such a rush?" Harry inquired, his face betraying his confusion. "Legend has it that if one can find the concealed yellow flower beneath this magnificent spectacle, they will receive the blessing of the divine. Though the specifics of its effects remain a mystery," the pink-haired girl replied calmly, observing the scene depicted in the crystal ball. "If that's the case, sister, why don't you go?" Harry asked her. "Such matters are dictated by fate. Without the proper fortune, one cannot find it, unlike those foolish individuals," she retorted, grasping the crystal ball. "You make a valid point. Such legendary items are not easily discovered," Harry admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. Those fools surely have no inkling that an even more terrifying group is approaching. They will soon find themselves in quite a predicament, the pink-haired girl remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the crystal ball. Harry and Montchamp turned to look at the crystal ball in her hands, gasping in astonishment at the overwhelming number of figures depicted. What a lively scene it is. Indeed, the disheveled man mused, scratching his foot as he sat cross-legged, observing the bustling town beneath the clock tower. The town was indeed teeming with activity. From a high vantage point, one could see a dense throng of people scattering from the square towards the city gates, resembling a mass race, as everyone pursued one another in a chaotic frenzy. The legendary spectacle, having re-emerged 5 years later, drew participants who were well aware of the myth, especially after witnessing its previous occurrence. Initially, people had come with a mere curiosity, indifferent to whether it would manifest again. After all, such wonders appeared only once every few centuries, and having just witnessed it, they had not expected to see it again. Yet, those who arrived with such a mindset soon realized that the situation was far from simple. This phenomenon had returned, and how could they not be anxious? Furthermore, it was not solely this reason. The inhabitants of the Icent continent firmly believed in the omnipotence of the divine. The notion of receiving a blessing from the gods was inherently captivating, even though no definitive records existed to clarify its implications, merely vague references that led to their ignorance of its true significance. Nevertheless, it was the divine, humanity's guardian. Surely, it was not something trivial or weak. Perhaps it was a legendary artifact, and that could herald great fortune. The legend stated that the appearance of this wondrous spectacle was invariably accompanied by the divine's blessed white flowers, which symbolized the transformation into yellow flowers to acquire this extraordinary bloom. Individuals were prepared to risk everything. Those who had failed to locate it previously were now filled with determination, while newcomers fervently searched as well. The mystery of the divine's blessing was undoubtedly alluring, piquing the curiosity of many. Everyone is truly making an effort. Perhaps we should hold off on descending for the time being, Montchamp suggested, peering over the edge of the clock tower at the tumult below, inquiring of Harry. Indeed, Harry replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he nodded. The area outside the town was becoming increasingly submerged in a sea of people, while the interior, though less crowded, remained chaotic. In such circumstances, unscrupulous individuals emerged. Some audaciously scaled walls to invade others' homes, not in search of the legendary yellow flower, but to pilfer valuable possessions, just as one such thief was making his escape. He was spotted by a passing patrol, prompting a group of blue-uniformed officers to pursue him relentlessly in the vast town. The security personnel were insufficient, leading the station knights to assist in maintaining order. Consequently, the town was a hive of activity, with flower seekers, law enforcement apprehending criminals, and opportunists taking advantage of the chaos, resulting in a scene of utter disarray. Chapter 99. The contest for the yellow flower. Harry and his companions could not descend without consequence. Those who had carelessly climbed the city walls were committing a crime, and being discovered by the patrolling guards would spell disaster. With the tumult below, they risked being caught in yet another uproar, much like what was unfolding now. "You there, stop running, drop that flower," shouted a burly man with a scar over his left eye. As in the central square of the town, a group pursued a youth clad in light garments, adorned with 2 daggers at his sides, sporting chestnut hair and freckles, an unremarkable-looking boy who happened to be the same one who had gathered with Harry and the others atop the clock tower. He was also the grandson of the balding old man. The distance between the pursuers and the chestnut-haired boy was considerable, and it was evident that he was quite agile among the chasing crowd. A man in a magical robe brandished his wand, reciting an incantation. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding individuals cursed and distanced themselves, for a magician wielding spells was akin to a cannon. They wished to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As anticipated, a massive fire dragon materialized above the man's head. With a flick of his wand, the blazing dragon swooped down upon the fleeing youth. That moment, the chestnut-haired boy, sensing the intense heat behind him, turned to behold the fearsome dragon, realizing that the pursuers were indeed serious about capturing him. This was dire trouble. The fire dragon swiftly lunged towards him, resulting in a colossal explosion that engulfed the street in smoke and flames, cascading into nearby shops and igniting a conflagration. The man who had unleashed the spell appeared taken aback by the consequences, panic overtaking him. He had merely intended to showcase his prowess and prevent the boy's escape, but had inadvertently escalated the situation. that was close. I nearly got hit. The chestnut-haired boy emerged from the thick smoke, rolling onto the ground and crouching, his back to the pursuers. He appeared largely unscathed, save for his singed hair, which was slightly charred and curled, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. His freckled face was smeared with dust, and his clothing bore several singe marks. All in all, he was relatively fine. Well then, gentlemen, I must take my leave, he remarked with a cheerful grin before bolting away. You brat, don't run. The burly man with the scar attempted to chase after him, but was suddenly confronted by a blue figure. And before he could react, a fist collided with his nose, rendering him unconscious in an instant. What a scoundrel, daring to use destructive magic here. The burly man with the scar over his left eye had already reclined, while a middle-aged man clad in a blue uniform, his countenance menacing, stood with one foot planted upon him, rubbing his fists together and declaring, "Is it him? You scoundrel, do you have any idea what you've done?" The fierce man seized the collar of the sorcerer's robe, his ferocious gaze fixed intently upon him. The sorcerer was on the verge of tears, repeatedly apologizing, as a chorus of anguished cries erupted from the crowd present. A lamentation shared by all. Meanwhile, the fleeing brown-haired youth mused, "Ha ha, these fools, this flower belongs to me, huh?" As he navigated the dim, narrow alley, he joyfully admired the yellow blossom in his hand, but his elation was short-lived. His smile froze as the flower vanished, leaving his hand empty. "Thank you very much, young man," came the lilting laughter of a girl from above. Upon glancing up, he beheld a girl hovering in the air, astride a broom, garbed in a black robe adorned with stars. A pointed wizard's hat perched upon her head, clutching the very yellow flower he had lost. How infuriating! Is this an exchange spell? Return my yellow flower. The brown-haired youth retorted defiantly, leaping up along the narrow wall until he stood before her. Yet the girl showed no fear. She swiftly chanted an incantation, pointing her finger at the boy who had rushed towards her. The soft blue light shot forth from her fingertips, striking the youth mid-air. Panic surged within him as he realized his recklessness. But it was too late. The pale blue orb enveloped him like water, and he flailed within, attempting to voice his thoughts, only to be met with a grimace as bubbles erupted from his mouth. With a dismissive wave from the girl, he plummeted back to the shadowy alley below, landing with a splash as the water orb disintegrated against the ground, soaking him thoroughly. The girl on the broom cast a fleeting glance at him before soaring away. "Haha, now that I'm this high, I should be safe. I've finally secured this treasure," she gushed, reveling in her possession of the yellow flower. Unbeknownst to her, shadows lurked below, figures bouncing from rooftop to rooftop in pursuit. "Hey!" a woman's voice thundered from below, followed by the ominous sound of something collapsing, causing the broom to tremble noticeably. "What was that?" the girl exclaimed, gripping her broom tightly. Once steadied, she peered down in confusion, but before she could discern the identity of the intruder, a blurred figure snatched the yellow flower from her grasp. "Thank you." A slender hand gripped the broom's long handle, while the other hand held the flower, a smile gracing the woman's features. She was strikingly beautiful. Her high gray ponytail flowing elegantly, clad in a loose-fitting white martial arts uniform that struggled to contain her impressive figure. The fabric billowed in the wind, revealing a hint of her curves. And she had evidently leaped from a nearby building, which now lay in ruins, a testament to her formidable strength. Yet, that was not the end. Boom! The sound of a cannon firing echoed from a distance. The woman on the broom sensed a sudden danger and instinctively jerked her arm to the side, her body following suit. At that moment, a fiery projectile whizzed past her previous position, narrowly missing her. But her flowing ponytail was not so fortunate, singed by the flames, emitting a foul odor of charred hair. "Phew, that was close. What on earth was that?" she gasped, oblivious to the singed strands, her gaze fixed on the cannonball that had soared into the distance. In the deserted street below, a silver-haired girl, crouched low, bore a rocket launcher that exhaled smoke from its dark, foreboding barrel. The rectangular scope, akin to a lens, was affixed to the other end, and she aimed her peculiar golden eye at the two figures in the sky. It was evident that she had been the one to fire the shot, though it had missed its mark. With a sigh, the silver-haired girl lamented the wasted shot, lowering the weapon from her shoulder. With a gloved finger, she pressed a red button at the back of the barrel, transforming it into an elegant, sleek black machine gun. She steadied the rifle with one hand while her finger curled around the trigger. The long metallic barrel aimed at the airborne figures with a wild glint in her eye. She prepared to unleash a barrage upon them. Hey, this can't be serious," People could die, the broom-riding beauty exclaimed. Cold sweat beading on her forehead as she gazed at the gun aimed squarely at them. No way. Help. The girl on the broom nearly wept, her attention now diverted from the flower, as the projectile had grazed her robe, leaving a large gaping hole in its wake. The sheer force of that attack left her with a dreadful premonition that had now come to fruition. Bang, bang, bang. The dark barrel erupted in a cacophony of orange flames, a relentless stream of bullets raining down upon the two in the sky. The broom-riding girl desperately maneuvered to evade the oncoming fire, but the additional weight of her companion severely hindered her agility. What once was a swift escape had devolved into a perilous dance amidst a barrage of bullets, their lives hanging by a thread. "Let go of me. We're going to die," the girl on the broom cried, her face a mask of despair as she shouted downwards. "You must be joking. It's too high down there. I'll die from the fall. Just give me a ride," the graceful woman replied, her facade of calm faltering under pressure. "I refuse. If you could leap from that height, you can surely handle this little drop. Now, down you go," the girl on the broom exclaimed, pushing down on her head in an effort to dislodge her. At that moment, a bullet whizzed past the girl, singeing her flowing hair, and she yelped in shock, losing control of the broom, which began to spin wildly. Under the glowing crescent moon, the broom, with its two passengers, spiraled out of control, their screams piercing the night as they plummeted like a falling aircraft, crashing onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Not far from the scene, a figure stood atop a building, a devilishly charming red-haired man, his vibrant locks and cloak billowing in the wind, golden armor glinting under the moonlight as he silently observed the calamity unfolding above. Is that the legendary yellow flower?" the silver-haired girl mused, her rectangular black metal box slung over her shoulder as she approached the side of the broom's descent, where the impact had left a gaping hole in the rooftop. Beside the hole lay the unconscious figure of the woman in white martial arts attire. And the silver-haired girl picked up the yellow flower clutched in her hand, now nearly devoid of petals, with only a single yellow petal remaining, which promptly fell away, leaving nothing but the bare stamen. "Ouch. Thank goodness for the magical barrier my master bestowed upon me. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Falling from such a height truly hurts," the broom-riding girl lamented, sitting beside her broken broom, gingerly rubbing her backside. Her magical hat was nowhere to be found, and without its binding, her long, raven-black hair cascaded down her back. With a sudden wail, she noticed the shattered remnants of her broom nearby, her face contorted in despair as she picked up the broken pieces. "My broom. It's broken, oh no. Hey, where am I? It's so dark." There's light above," she observed, glancing up at the hole above with curiosity. The girl froze as she spotted the silver-haired girl who had previously wielded the dangerous weapon. Her eerie golden eyes locked onto her. The two exchanged glances, and the broom-riding girl promptly closed her eyes, uttering a soft gasp before collapsing to the side, her head tilted, feigning unconsciousness in a manner so unconvincing that anyone could see through her act. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, creating a gaping hole in the house. The disheveled young girl, her tattered black robe barely clinging to her, revealed her pale thighs, almost exposing her innocence. She stumbled forward, clutching her chest, crying out as she fled from the blasted area towards the roadside. "Help me, Master! I cannot defeat her. Your beloved disciple is about to be slain," the girl screamed as she dashed to one side of the street. The unfolding events were all too predictable. The silver-haired girl above, witnessing the feeble performance, felt her intelligence insulted and resolved to teach her a lesson. Grasping a black box behind her, she pressed a red button, transforming it into a weapon resembling a rocket launcher, which she hoisted onto her shoulder. Without a flicker of emotion, she pulled the trigger. The girl, feigning unconsciousness, opened her eyes to see the projectile hurtling toward her, unable to evade it. She was struck directly, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Fortunately, a protective magical barrier surrounded her, preventing immediate demise, but it was now depleted, rendered a mere ornament. Rising from the blast zone, she found herself amidst devastation, save for her own intact position. She sprinted towards the doorway, seemingly intent on escape. The silver-haired girl, noticing her flight, leaped down and executed a flying kick aimed at the girl. In a desperate attempt, the girl evaded the downward strike, causing the floor to crater beneath the impact. The triumphant smile crept onto her face as she pivoted gracefully and charged at the silver-haired girl, who was caught off guard. The girl halted before her adversary, executed a full turn, and aimed a kick at the silver-haired girl's head. The silver-haired girl, though momentarily astonished, quickly regained composure, lifting an arm to block the attack. In a swift motion, she seized the rocket launcher from her shoulder and struck the girl's abdomen, sending her flying against the wall, where she left a spiderweb of cracks. "You violent woman, you possess quite a bit of strength. I underestimated you," the girl said, half-crouched on the ground, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth as she gazed at her opponent. The silver-haired girl silently raised the rocket launcher, smiled slightly, and pulled the trigger, signaling her response. What followed was the sight of a girl screaming in terror as she fled, yet the silver-haired girl did not pursue her. Her mission was to acquire the legendary yellow flower. Though she had obtained it, doubt lingered. Was this truly it? The battleground extended beyond this location. Elsewhere in the town, chaos erupted as combatants clashed over the fabled yellow flower. Embroiled in a fierce struggle akin to a miniature war, where allies were scarce, and all but oneself were foes. Chapter 101. Your hair explosions echoed throughout the town, vibrant magic bursts illuminating the sky before dissipating. While formidable forces decimated structures with relentless fervor, outpacing even demolition crews, some fighters reveled in the thrill of battle, others fought for the legendary yellow flower, and many were oblivious to the reasons behind their conflict. Yet they all shared a singular trait: complete disregard for their surroundings, consumed by the fervor of combat. "My lord, it seems the situation is spiraling out of control if we allow this to continue unchecked. Our losses will be substantial," the bespectacled gentleman observed anxiously, wiping cold sweat from his brow as the sounds of explosions echoed from all corners of the town. "What is there to fear? Let them wreak havoc. After all, they cannot escape the consequences of their actions," replied the melancholic man lounging on the sofa, taking a measured sip from his glass filled with a swirling crimson liquid. Suddenly, a massive ice spike hurtled toward the Duke's balcony. The bespectacled gentleman quickly extended his hand, conjuring a deep blue barrier that intercepted the ice spike, which shattered into fragments upon impact and vanished. He sighed, pulling his hand back. "My heavens, has everyone lost their minds? The town is on the brink of destruction," exclaimed Monsieur, perched at the edge of the clock tower, his eyes wide in disbelief as he surveyed the turmoil below. "I can't shake the feeling that this place isn't safe either," Harry muttered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as a colossal fireball soared overhead, crossing the city walls and disappearing into the vast expanse of the sky. Outside the town, amidst the chaos, "This is mine. None shall take it from me," an elderly man declared, gripping the yellow flower tightly in the heart of a floral sea, while others gathered at the clock tower with Harry. "Old man, that's not true. This flower is merely an ordinary yellow flower, a gift for my wife," a young man, visibly agitated, retorted from across the elder. "Do not deceive yourself. The aura emanating from that blossom is unmistakable." "Young man, you are far from convincing," the elder replied with a knowing smile. The young man sighed, reluctantly leading his partner away, unwilling to partake in such a foolish contest. "Clearly, they have lost their wits," he thought, growing increasingly frustrated. "If you wish to obtain it from me, you will need to prove your worth," the elder stated seriously, fixing his gaze on a group of individuals nearby. "Old man, you appear formidable. But can you withstand so many assailants? You are merely a magician." A woman clad in black leather armor, dual daggers in hand and lips painted crimson, remarked, licking her lips as she scrutinized the elder. "Indeed. Old man, your age renders you unfit for this battle. Surrender the flower to us," chimed in a burly man, towering over the others, wielding a massive spiked hammer, accompanied by a timid girl with light brown hair styled in twin tails, clutching a magic wand. "You may attempt to take it from me, if you dare," the elder retorted, raising his magic wand and incanting a spell. Without further ado, the assailants charged towards him, weapons drawn. The woman with the daggers was the first to reach the elder, aiming to knock him out with the hilt of her dagger. Just as she lunged, the elder completed his incantation, recalling an important detail. He tightened his grip on his hat, preparing for defense. With a swift motion, he unleashed his magic that a tempest swirled around the elder, petals dancing in the wind. The woman before him could only watch in astonishment as she raised her dagger to shield herself. Unprepared for the elder's rapid spellcasting, the wind proved too powerful. She was swept away into the sky, along with several unfortunate souls caught in the gale. The towering man plunged his spiked hammer into the ground. Desperately clutching the handle with one hand while shielding the frightened girl with the other, struggling to withstand the force of the tempestuous magic. As the wind subsided, the remaining fighters exhaled in relief, only to find that most had been vanquished. The elders' power rivaled that of high-ranking sorcerers, leaving everyone in stunned silence. "Fear not. Father is here," the giant reassured the girl in his arms. Rising to his feet and gazing at the composed elder, he understood that such a formidable display of magic could not be the work of an ordinary individual, especially one of the elder's age, whose true strength remained unfathomable. The elder smiled, pleased with their reactions. Suddenly, a fireball the size of an apple hurtled toward him. Despite seeing it, he maintained a serene smile, lowering his head as it flew past. Your magic lacks speed, young lady. You need more practice." The elder chuckled amiably, addressing the little girl beside the giant. However, the expressions of those around him shifted uneasily, their faces frozen in shock. The elder, puzzled, wondered if something was amiss with his appearance. "Old man, your hat. It's on fire," the girl who had cast the fireball exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, on the verge of tears. It's nothing. Don't cry. Just extinguish it when it catches fire. My memory fails me. I had just remembered it, and now I've forgotten again." The elder joked, soothing the girl while removing his hat. The blazing hat, now nearly consumed by flames, retained only a singed brim. With a flick of his wand, the fire was extinguished, and the elder shook his head, glancing at the damaged hat with mild annoyance. "Alas, I must purchase a new one." However, the expressions on everyone's faces were anything but relaxed. In fact, they grew increasingly tense. The elderly gentleman, observing their demeanor, mistakenly believed that they were awestruck by his remarkable magical prowess, a hint of pride swelling within him. Yet, almost immediately, he detected a peculiar odor, not the scent of burnt fabric from his hat, but rather a distinctive smell akin to that of some hide being singed. He also felt a slight warmth atop his head. Old man. Your hair," the little girl, after much contemplation, finally exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she pointed at the elderly man's head. Upon hearing her, the old man instinctively reached into his pocket for a small mirror. Holding it up before him while his other hand instinctively brushed the top of his head, the sigh of relief escaped him. It remained as smooth as ever, offering no resistance, its reflective quality nearly producing a mirror-like sheen, though it was slightly warm and tinged with a hint of redness. Wait, something felt amiss. The old man froze, staring blankly at the smooth surface in the mirror. He recalled the wisps of hair that had lingered on either side of his head, which were now conspicuously absent, leaving behind a stark and despairing baldness. His heart shattered. That hair was his very essence, the most cherished and invaluable part of him. He had spent countless hours in secret tending to those aged white locks. And in pursuit of this legendary flower, he had come here, only to find his beloved hair vanished, like a beloved child brutally slain before his eyes. The profound sorrow was unmistakable. Chapter 102. The Blessing of the Divine Light. You wretched scoundrels. Do you have any idea how many years I have devoted to safeguarding my hair? How could this happen? The old man's previously amiable demeanor evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented fury. He forcefully snapped his wand in two. "You shall all perish. May my hair find its eternal rest," he bellowed, raising his hands to the heavens as he began to chant a spell. "Oh my!" Teacher shook his gone mad. "We must flee." The girl with short blue hair, who had been searching for the yellow flowers, recognized the ominous magic circles suddenly appearing in the night sky, radiating a blue luminescence. Panic set in as they understood this was a sign of the old man's wrath. He was about to unleash a catastrophic spell. In an instant, colossal columns of water surged forth from the magic circles above, crashing down into the center of the floral sea like a ferocious flood, sending waves cascading outward, sweeping up petals and those who had not managed to escape, dragging them into the watery depths. The town was situated in a valley, surrounded by mountains despite the seemingly flat terrain. Given the size of the water columns descending from the sky, it would not be long before the valley was filled. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The real concern lay with those who could not swim. Their lives hung precariously in the balance. This was a dire crisis indeed. The wrathful sorcerer's magic was no mere child's play. It rivaled the magnitude of a natural disaster. Meanwhile, over with Harry and the others. "Hey, Harry, something on your chest is glowing," Montcent remarked, noticing a faint light emanating from Harry's torso. Harry glanced down, discovering that a subtle glow was indeed visible through his clothing. He retrieved the crystal pendant hidden beneath his shirt, cradling it in his hands and squinting at its brilliance. It was dazzlingly bright. "Why is your crystal glowing? Could it be that it's the white flower?" Montcent asked, also squinting at the glowing crystal in Harry's palm. "It seems so. I had no idea the flower my mother cultivated was a white one," Harry replied, acknowledging the revelation. "Kid, hand it over for me to inspect," the scruffy old man said, intrigued by the light emanating from Harry's crystal, which appeared distinct from the white flowers outside, exhibiting a faint golden shimmer that cast a warm, peculiar glow upon those nearby. Hearing the scruffy old man call out from behind him, Harry turned, offering the crystal for inspection. This cannot be. This must be the legendary yellow flower. What is going on?" the old man pondered, overwhelmed by the revelation that the beautiful yellow flower enveloped within the crystal matched the descriptions and shapes of the fabled bloom. But the legend stated that the yellow flower was concealed among the white ones. Why then was it in the hands of this young boy? Could it be? The old man suddenly considered a possibility, urgently asking Harry, "Kid, tell me, did you just pluck this flower from outside today?" "No. This flower was cultivated by my mother. It is a keepsake from her passing." Harry, though surprised by the old man's intensity, answered truthfully, but as thoughts of his mother crossed his mind, his expression dimmed. "I apologize. I did not mean to bring up painful memories. I was merely confused," the old man said, placing a comforting hand on Harry's head while his thoughts raced, trying to understand the situation. If it wasn't this, then what could it be? It was truly perplexing, and the old man felt a twinge of frustration. "It's all right. I'm just glad to be of help to you, Uncle," Harry replied, a smile returning to his face. "Thank you, young lad," the old man responded, momentarily taken aback, but he too smiled, ruffling Harry's hair more vigorously. Montcent, watching Harry's bright smile, felt a swell of relief and also smiled back at him. But soon his expression shifted to one of shock as he noticed something troubling outside. Harry sensed Montcent's unease and turned to look in the same direction. Towards the outskirts of the town, he too froze, as just beyond the town, several enormous magic circles had appeared, unleashing a massive column of water akin to a faucet, albeit one suspended in the sky. With tumultuous waves surging toward them. Is that Teacher Shook's magic circle? The girl with pink hair gasped, rising to her feet, dressed in a black wizard's robe. Astonished by the spectacle above, she quickly waved her crystal ball, attempting to confirm whether it was indeed the old man, but the vision transformed into a vast ocean, with people being tossed about by the currents. Insanity. That sorcerer has lost his mind, unleashing such a level of magic, the scruffy old man exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. The guards at the city gate, seeing the unstoppable tide approaching, fled into the town, while those who had been searching for the yellow flowers outside dashed towards the gates in a panic. Yet, despite their haste, some were tragically caught by the waves and swept away. Before long, the gates slammed shut just as the roaring waters reached them, crashing violently against the gates and sending up a spray of water that shook the walls. The great bell atop the gate began to toll incessantly, and a small amount of water splashed over the high walls, drenching the nearby buildings. Unfortunately, Harry and Montcent found themselves atop the bell tower, and when the gates trembled, the tower, part of the city walls, shook violently. Everything transpired so quickly that Harry and Montcent, standing precariously at the edge of the bell tower, lost their balance and tumbled backward. Boom, boom, boom. The bell's toll echoed continuously, capturing the attention of everyone within the city. They paused their battles and turned to gaze at the bell, astonished to witness the tremors of the walls. But soon, their keen eyes caught sight of a dazzling, faint golden glow emanating from above the gates, drawing all eyes to it. A red-haired, enigmatic figure, perched atop a building, observed the ongoing battle with quiet intent, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, the ringing of the bell reached his ears, and upon glancing in that direction, he spotted the radiant golden object atop the bell tower. A smile crept across his face. He had found it. The task commanded by His Majesty. In a corner of the town, a golden-haired youth deftly dodged a fireball, charging towards a group of foes. With a swift motion of his knight's sword, he struck down several opponents, using the flat of his blade. Only one female sorceress remained, trembling as she clutched her wand, surrounded by the moans of the fallen. The golden-haired youth, back turned to her, prepared to engage her, but suddenly paused. Listening to the bell's toll, he gazed toward the gates, noticing the faint golden glow shining from the bell tower, and curiously inquired, "What is that?" A silver-haired girl walked down the street, carrying a black box. Her gaze fixed on the nearby battle, Noticing that they too held yellow flowers, she glanced at the flower in her own hand, which had only its stamen left, feeling deceived. Could that flower truly be the real one? This thought seemed plausible, and she suddenly understood, tucking away the withered flower and retrieving the black box from her back to join the fray. Meanwhile, a disheveled girl, hiding behind a trash can, cautiously peeked out to observe the bell tower. Huh. Isn't that where those two little brats are? Why is there a glow? The brown-haired boy wiped the water from his face, leaning against the wall of the alley as he gazed up at the bell tower. The woman with soft pink hair gazed towards the city gate, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she set down her teacup. Rising to her feet, she turned to the two individuals beside her and inquired, "Where is Ella? Has she not returned yet?" "She has not come back yet," one of them replied respectfully. "In that case, let us take our leave. We should venture to that location, as it seems something intriguing has emerged," the woman with pink hair said, adjusting her hat while casting a glance towards the direction of the light. Inside a classically styled room, a rectangular table, impeccably clean, was positioned beside the window, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. "That light seems somewhat familiar," an elderly man with a long beard remarked. Peering out at the city gate, he squinted, a sense of recognition dawning upon him. "Indeed, I share that sentiment after hearing the esteemed Pope speak," replied an elderly lady wearing glasses, who sat opposite him, also looking out the window with a smile. "Director, what was that brilliant light just now?" inquired a woman dressed in a black mage's robe, standing beside the elderly lady, her brow furrowed in confusion. "That, my dear, is the light of divine blessing," the elderly lady responded with a knowing smile. Chapter 103. A moment of crisis. At this moment, the disheveled man and the girl with shoulder-length pink hair remained oblivious to the fact that Harry and the others had plummeted behind them. The disheveled man was still striving to maintain his balance as the city wall continued to tremble, the tolling of the bell drowning out the cries of Harry and his companions. The town of Gree, a renowned tourist destination near the imperial capital, lay within the domain of Duke Marin. This ancient town, which had existed since the founding of the nation thousands of years ago, had remarkably escaped any significant monster attacks throughout its history, enjoying a climate of peace and prosperity. To preserve the town's classical ambience, the Duke had decreed against the installation of complex protective magical arrays. Thus, this town remained devoid of any magical barriers, merely an ordinary settlement. The city gate appeared aged, crafted from weathered wood, offering only minimal protection. Should it encounter a powerful sorcerer's magic or a warrior of immense strength, this wooden gate would easily succumb. Hence, when faced with a deluge akin to a natural disaster, it would not withstand for long. As anticipated, the wooden gate emitted a painful creaking sound before it was abruptly shattered by the oncoming flood. Splintering into countless fragments as the deluge surged into the town, the nearby townsfolk cried out in despair, desperately attempting to flee, but it was evidently futile. The roaring flood swiftly engulfed them, toppling some unstable houses and inundating the low-lying ones. The waters surged through the streets and alleys, relentless and all-consuming, transforming the town into a waterlogged realm in mere moments. "This is disastrous. Falling from here would surely be fatal," Harry thought anxiously, scanning the torrent below him. Even a plunge into the flood would likely result in injury, given the height from which he was suspended. With only about 10 seconds before impact, he pondered his options desperately. "I must act. Relying on others is futile. Only I can save myself. But first, I must rescue someone else." Formulating a plan, Harry reached out vigorously to grasp Monsanti, who appeared equally startled and at a loss for a solution. Fortunately, in a moment of urgency, Harry managed to seize his hand, pulling him into an embrace as they plunged into the flood, disappearing without a trace. As the bell tower finally stabilized, the disheveled man suddenly realized that the two individuals behind him had vanished. He watched helplessly as they fell into the raging waters. Just as he was about to leap in after them, he noticed the girl with pink hair recklessly sprinting forward, her crystal ball slipping from her grasp. With no choice, the disheveled man swiftly drew one of the swords from his belt, its scabbard dark and slightly curved, resembling a traditional Japanese katana. He positioned it before the girl, admonishing her in frustration. "Are you trying to throw your life away?" I'm sorry," the girl stammered, her eyes wide as she watched the crystal ball disappear into the tumultuous flood. The disheveled man said nothing further. He sheathed his sword and, clad in tattered straw sandals, leapt from the place where Harry and the others had fallen, plunging headfirst into the water before the girl's astonished gaze. How painful, how unbearable. Harry thought, feeling as though his body were being torn apart. Every bone aching as he was swept away by the flood. The current carried Harry and his companions, their destination unknown. Helplessly, Harry collided with various strange objects in the water, but he refused to release Monsandi. Aware that the boy's frail constitution would not withstand such a fall, even into water, he realized that he alone must protect him, for he possessed the ability to survive, untroubled by the threat of death. Despite this conviction, Harry's concern for Monsandi deepened as the boy's complexion grew increasingly pallid. He was just an ordinary child, incapable of holding his breath for long in the water. They needed to surface quickly. But how could they manage that? The flood swept them away, forcing them to go with the flow. Before them lay chaos. Though some bright petals floated on the surface, the current remained too fierce to discern anything further. Was he truly to watch him perish, powerless to intervene? Harry felt a profound sense of helplessness, questioning what he could possibly do. Ding dong, your package has arrived. Please sign for it. The familiar voice echoed in his mind. Gender indistinguishable, yet inexplicably comforting. Just as Harry contemplated how to escape their dire predicament, darkness enveloped him, accompanied by the excruciating sensation of his eyes being violently gouged out. With every ounce of strength, Harry clung tightly to Monsandi, mentally urging himself to endure, to resist losing consciousness, and to protect the boy at all costs. This agony lasted only a few seconds, and when Harry finally opened his eyes, he found his vision had expanded, everything before him clearer than ever. What had transpired? Regardless, there was no time to ponder such questions. He needed to surface. However, Harry quickly realized that he could scarcely swim against the powerful current, rendered entirely passive as the waters swept him away. Fortunately, in his desperation, he spotted a half-submerged building not far ahead. Though battered and precariously tilting, its foundation remained intact, bravely resisting the flood. An idea sparked in Harry's mind as they floated along with the current. They would inevitably be carried toward the structure. Once there, he merely needed to grasp something solid within to ensure they would not be swept away. Yet, it was easier said than done. The building towered several stories high, its stone foundation and walls below made of solid rock, while the upper sections were constructed of wood. The tumultuous waters had already destroyed the wooden walls of the second floor, causing the upper levels to collapse, leaving behind a precarious mess of bricks and debris that could easily ensnare anyone unfortunate enough to be swept inside. It was clear that entering safely from the outside was impossible. But there was a way in, by selecting the area with the least resistance and making contact with it. That if he could break through the obstacle before him, they could enter the chaotic interior, which was their only viable option. Chapter 104. The battle for survival with no alternatives. Harry's eyes fixed upon the approaching obstacles, searching for a point of weakness. The left side was blocked by sharp, jagged wood, definitely a dead end. The front was equally impassable, obstructed by numerous debris. Given their combined weight, they could not break through. Bubbles escaped Harry's lips as he struggled to hold his breath. His physical prowess, though comparable to an adult's, did not grant him infinite time underwater. Glancing at Monsandi, who appeared to be gasping for air, he realized time was running out. Clutching Monsandi tightly, Harry shifted his feet to the right. Although it looked perilous, sharp, broken wood lay ahead. The wall behind it bore noticeable cracks, suggesting it might be worth a try. Positioning himself, he prepared to charge at the wooden wall, praying his instincts would guide him true. Harry, gritting his teeth against the torrent, felt his back violently collide with the wall, a sharp pain radiating from his ribs as he expelled a mixture of blood and bubbles. However, the crimson liquid swiftly diluted in the rushing water. Yet, his injuries were not in vain. The wooden wall shattered under the force, allowing Harry and his companions to be swept into the inundated house. Initially, only a trickle of water flowed through the crack. But Harry's impact had hastened the deluge. The structure appeared to be a rental property, standing approximately 4 stories tall, with the lower 2 levels nearly submerged and the upper floors having collapsed, effectively rendering it a 3-story building. Positioned on the second floor, the collapse of the upper levels had disrupted the spatial arrangement, leaving the area in chaos, filled with turbulent water and enveloped in darkness. Fortunately, Harry's keen eyes pierced through the murky surroundings and the relentless current, enabling him to navigate past perilous debris. Through fissures in the ceiling, he glimpsed the water's surface above, realizing that if he could somehow ascend, he might break free to breathe. Yet, a new dilemma arose. How to reach that surface amidst the scattered debris and fractured ceiling. Climbing through the gaps was clearly unfeasible. He could only hope to find a spot where the ceiling had caved in, allowing him to swim upward. Though the currents had intensified, they were still far more manageable than the chaotic conditions outside, granting him the ability to move. As time slipped away, Harry felt his vision blur. An unmistakable sign of oxygen deprivation that he struggled to maintain consciousness, focusing intently on the ceiling, as if willing a hole to appear. What to do? What can I do? Please, let something miraculous happen, he silently pleaded. Clutching onto the last vestiges of hope, miraculously, his wish was granted. He spotted a breach in the ceiling. Enduring excruciating pain, he propelled himself towards the opening, kicking off the adjacent wall for leverage. However, his strength proved insufficient. He barely reached the edge of the hole. Gritting his teeth, he extended a bloodied hand, managing to grasp the jagged edge, though splintered would pierce his palm, blood mingling with the water below. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Summoning every ounce of strength, he clawed upward, his small, battered hands breaking the surface as he emerged. Gasping for air, clutching onto him was Montcent, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Get up, Harry rasped. Using his remaining strength to push Montcent higher. Without hesitation, Montcent scrambled upward, breathless, immediately turning back to offer his hand to Harry. Harry's vision, obscured by wet strands of hair, concealed his eyes, yet Montcent noticed the faint smile at the corner of Harry's mouth. A hand slowly emerged from the water, reaching for Montcent's outstretched hand at that moment. Montcent was devoid of his large gray hat, his damp yellow hair falling nearly to his eyes, his delicate features softened by the water. His deep blue eyes shimmering like droplets of agate that could ensnare one's very soul. Harry struggled to breathe. A sudden calamity struck. The area they had just traversed collapsed, unleashing a torrent of water and debris. An unseen force snagged Harry's foot, dragging him back beneath the surface, sending up a spray of water as the current pulled him further away. Montcent's expression turned to one of shock, his hand frozen in midair. Watching helplessly as Harry vanished beneath the turbulent waters, recalling the smile he had worn moments before. No, a cry of despair echoed through the dilapidated structure, now a mere specter amid the raging waters. Struggling for breath, Harry felt as if he were on the brink of death, his vision clouded in a crimson haze that a wooden splinter had pierced his thigh, while others jutted from his back. Blood flowing freely from the wounds he had sustained in his desperate bid to break through the wall. He caught a glimpse of the crystal pendant floating before him, still radiating a dazzling golden light. A beacon in the dark depths. With his bloodied hand, he grasped the crystal, a faint smile of solace breaking through his pain. Above the town, a massive dragon circled, and a man with captivating red hair gazed down at the shimmering waters. Searching for something elusive, drawn by the golden glow emanating from the city gate, he had arrived only to see the light plunge into the furious river. Frustrated, he continued his search until he spotted a singular bright light among the waters, its radiance overpowering the surrounding glimmers. I found it, the enchanting red-haired man declared from the dragon's back, commanding it to descend. The dragon let out a mighty roar, circling before diving towards the location he indicated. Yet, he was not the only one who had noticed the glow. Others rushed towards it, eager to seize the opportunity. Humph! Seeking death, he scoffed, the dragon halting its descent, its massive wings casting a powerful gust towards the approaching figures, unleashing a torrent of flames upon them. Chapter 105. Rivals in the pursuit. The individuals below were not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the flames descending from above, they swiftly evaded the fiery onslaught. The intense heat incinerated the structures in an instant, the water vaporizing into thick clouds of mist. One agile figure, cloaked in a disguise, sprinted away from the explosion's reach, while another, a wizard on a broom, deftly avoided the flames, and some leapt into the flowing waters outside. This rabble thinks they can compete with me. They've chosen the wrong adversary. The dragon perched atop a tall building, the man on its back casting a disdainful glance at the burning houses below. He leapt off the dragon, landing gracefully beside it, scanning the turbulent waters until he was shocked to see the golden light flicker and vanish. What is happening? It disappeared. Cursed be it, someone must have gotten to it first, he hissed. Leaping back onto the dragon, determined to uncover who dared to steal his prize. Suddenly, a slender figure burst forth from the swirling waters, sending a cascade of glimmering droplets into the air. She landed gracefully atop a chimney, concealing herself behind it, her pink hair dripping with water. Clad in a fitted, elegant uniform that clung to her curves, she exuded an aura of allure. With gentle pink eyes, she gazed up at the dragon. Smirking, General Peter, brute force alone will not suffice. One must also employ wit. But this glowing object is quite the nuisance. What shall I do? The pink-haired woman pondered, recalling the events that had transpired in the water. Petals of white flowers mingled with the water, creating a starry illusion within the depths. Despite the night, the atmosphere was not entirely dark, possessing an air of mystery. Within this liquid realm, the golden light danced amidst the currents. And an elegantly poised figure navigated through the tumult, deftly avoiding obstacles to reach the radiant glow. With her pink hair flowing like silk in the water, she moved gracefully, her delicate features lit by the shimmering petals that intertwined within her hair. Beneath long, beautiful lashes, her gentle pink eyes curiously observed the boy on the verge of death before her. How exquisite! Is this a mere illusion? As Harry's eyelids grew heavy, he caught a glimpse of the stunning beauty before him. Wondering if he had entered a dream. Is it a mermaid? He murmured, memories of fairy tales flooding his mind. Of beautiful, kind-hearted mermaids who dwelled in the vast ocean, guiding lost souls with their enchanting songs. Regrettably, submerged in the water, Harry was unable to utter a sound. He merely formed silent shapes with his lips, accompanied by a steady stream of bubbles, before surrendering to unconsciousness. The mermaid, with a charming smile, reached out to embrace the unconscious Harry, while her other hand extended towards the luminous crystal he held, yearning to seize it. However, the moment her fingers brushed against Harry's hand, the crystal emitted a brief flash of light. And she was jolted back as if struck by electricity. Despite her numerous attempts, she was continuously repelled, as if the crystal possessed a will of its own, rejecting her touch. After repeated failures, the mermaid relinquished her efforts and swam away with Harry, following the current's direction, eventually seeking refuge on land to evade the enemy's surge from above. Is this truly the legendary yellow flower? Indeed, it is as beautiful as the tales suggest, remarked the woman with pink hair, extending her hand towards Harry's grasp on the crystal. Predictably, as she approached, the crystal flared with a warning light, cautioning her to keep her distance. Is it a self-defense mechanism? Does it possess consciousness? She mused, her fingers resting thoughtfully on her chin as she gazed curiously at the crystal. If that is the case, it spares me quite a bit of trouble. You, if you are indeed sentient, should conceal your light. Otherwise, the one you are meant to protect may find themselves in peril. If you can hear me, comply with my request, for time is of the essence. She addressed the crystal in Harry's hand, her gaze shifting towards the dragon soaring above. At last, I've located it. Where is the thief? The alluring red-haired man atop the dragon's back finally discerned the faint golden light, distinctly different from its surroundings. Revealing their position, he commanded the dragon to dive once more in pursuit of that direction. Alas, have I truly been discovered? What a pity. I had hoped to remain hidden for longer. There is no choice now but to flee. The woman with pink hair sighed in resignation, rising to her feet and beginning to run. Trying to escape? Not a chance, exclaimed the red-haired man, his expression twisting into a menacing grin as he observed the agile pink-haired figure darting through the houses below. The dragon above swooped down, unleashing torrents of searing flames from its maw towards the pink silhouette weaving through the structures. One house after another was engulfed in flames, yet the pink figure displayed remarkable agility, seemingly aware of the flames' trajectories, effortlessly evading them with nimble leaps. However, even as she dodged the flames, the dragon remained fixated on her, and capture was merely a matter of time. The source of the problem being the glowing crystal in Harry's hand, acting like a beacon in the night, easily visible to those above and lurking in the shadows. Just as the woman with pink hair prepared to leap onto another rooftop, she was met with an unexpected apparition, a figure clad in a ghastly white mask. Appearing like a specter in the moonlight, with lightning speed, he intercepted her, a dagger glinting coldly in his grasp, aimed at her heart with a determination that suggested he meant to succeed. The pink-haired woman, unperturbed, smirked slightly, shifting her body to the side as the dagger whizzed past her, grazing her shoulder. She landed gracefully before the masked figure, angling her body to steady herself, then swiftly transforming one hand into a palm. A faint surge of pink energy enveloping it as she struck towards his wrist. If her blow connected, it would surely incapacitate him. Yet, this was no ordinary adversary. He reacted in an instant, deftly maneuvering the dagger to counter her attack, the blade now aimed at her hand, intent on inflicting mutual harm. The pink-haired woman, momentarily taken aback by his retaliatory tactic, quickly regained her composure, retracting her striking hand and preparing for another close-quarters confrontation. To her surprise, he vanished into the shadows of the surrounding buildings, eluding her grasp. The exchange between skilled combatants often resolves within a heartbeat, and the masked figure had discerned the woman's formidable prowess in that brief encounter. He understood that engaging her in close combat was not to his advantage. His strength lay in ambush, striking when the enemy was unsuspecting. Such endeavors required patience, a waiting game for the opportune moment. Has he truly escaped? What a cunning fellow, remarked the pink-haired woman, returning to her stance as she observed his retreating figure. At that moment, another fireball soared towards her, but she nonchalantly evaded it, leaping to another building, continuing her flight. The individuals fixated on the radiant crystal nestled in her arms were not limited to the masked figure. Numerous hidden observers lurked in the shadows, watching her every move. That a momentary lapse in vigilance could cost her life, akin to a fleeing lamb surrounded by predators. Yet, this lamb was no ordinary creature. It was a ferocious beast clad in sheep's clothing. One by one, those unable to contain their greed sprang from the houses lining her path, attempting to launch surprise attacks. Inevitably, the blinded by greed were swiftly dispatched by her effortless strikes, each punch and kick imbued with unimaginable force, sending them sprawling as she deftly dodged the flames raining down from above, all while skillfully countering her attackers. This woman, possessing unparalleled strength and composure, exuded the confidence of a true champion. The red-haired man riding the dragon, witnessing these events unfold, recalled her identity. General Zaluki, the Valkyrie of the allied nation, a commander of martial prowess and one of the few martial saints on the continent, renowned for her beauty and strength. He had encountered her several times, though they had never spoken. Her striking pink hair and formidable abilities had left an indelible mark on his memory. Very well, General Zaluki, allow me to engage you, the red-haired man declared with a smile as he leapt from the dragon's back. A massive black sword suddenly appearing in his hand, he swung it down towards the pink-haired woman. Just as Zaluki dispatched another assailant, her feet barely touching the ground, she sensed the murderous intent descending from above. She swiftly aligned her feet together, her body shifting to the side as a few strands of her pink hair were severed by the descending giant sword. The blade struck down with a tremendous force, creating a shockwave that swept away debris, sending tiles from the rooftops airborne and dispersing the rushing waters around the house. While those unable to escape were hurled aside, some unfortunate souls plunging into the water, shrouding the area in a veil of mist, obscuring visibility. General Bitter is still as fond of ambushing as ever. This is merely my way of greeting you. For one of your caliber, it should be a trivial matter. Indeed, since you've offered a greeting, I cannot be remiss in returning the favor. It would be quite impolite otherwise. Amidst the hazy mist, the dialogue between the two unfolded, reminiscent of old friends or strangers exchanging pleasantries. As the woman's words faded, a punch, glowing faintly pink, pierced through the fog, colliding with a resounding clang against the black blade of the giant sword, scattering the surrounding mist. The masked man, who had been blocking with his sword, and Zaluki both smiled, their laughter mingling with the chaos. The ensuing explosion reverberated powerfully, as her exquisitely toned legs unleashed tremendous force upon the giant sword, creating a whirlwind of energy. Following this, a flurry of punches and kicks rained down on the blade, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. Although she cradled Harry, her combat prowess remained undiminished, wielding only one hand and leg with remarkable efficacy. The red-haired man, far from merely a defender, adeptly swung the massive sword, which, despite its typically slow speed, was now a whirlwind of ferocity aimed at the woman before him. Neither combatant yielded an inch, as if they were determined to fight to the bitter end. The very foundations of the houses beneath them trembled, unable to withstand the sheer force being unleashed, teetering on the brink of collapse. The overwhelming surge of magical energy collided above the house, causing the surrounding air currents to spiral uncontrollably. Those who had intended to launch a surprise attack swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they gazed upon that terrifying area. Reminiscent of a battlefield, they were gravely mistaken. These two individuals were far beyond the capability of their ilk to defeat. They were monsters. The clash between the martial saint and the sword saint is indeed fierce. I fear they have yet to unleash their full potential. Otherwise, this area would have long ceased to exist. Approaching them is nearly impossible, remarked a young man in an ornate suit, languidly reclining on a luxurious sofa in an opulent room. Observing the unstable, flickering images within a crystal balled AT that moment, the imagery was intermittent, as if affected by some unseen force. Your Highness, should we? Ventured a scarred man standing beside him, his malevolent expression betraying his sinister nature, as he ran a hand across his throat in a threatening gesture. There's no rush. Their lives still hold value. Acting prematurely would only raise suspicions. Let us preserve their existence for now. Attend to your matters first, the young man replied with an air of elegance, delicately lifting a cup of hot tea. Understood. I shall take my leave, the scarred man said respectfully before exiting the room. The sound of the door closing echoed, and after a considerable pause, the young man, gazing at the reflection of the hot tea in his hand, suddenly contorted his face in rage and hurled it to the ground. The scalding liquid spilling everywhere as the cup shattered into fragments. Seizing the crystal ball from the table, he smashed it to pieces, then violently overturned the table, sending everything before him crashing to the floor. Accompanied by his frenzied roar, the room descended into chaos. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What is so special about this bunch of people? I am a prince. You may look down on me now, but one day I shall make you regret it, he bellowed, his teeth clenched, as if the shattered remnants around him represented those he loathed. The young man slumped back onto the sofa, head bowed, the scattered crystal shards on the floor reflecting his hateful visage. Memories of the contemptuous disregard he faced at the celebration flooded his mind. Such feelings were utterly intolerable. He had always aspired to stand out, yet instead, he was collectively ignored by those around him. It was unjust that he, who had committed no wrongdoing, was the one to suffer. They are all the same. Even you mock me. Go to hell. Go to hell. Die, he screamed, madness etched upon his features as he kicked the crystal shards on the floor. The once elegant and indifferent facade completely shattered, leaving only a man in a frenzy. Outside the door, the mage trembled in fear, too terrified to enter. Chapter 107, The Devious Woman. Meanwhile, on the other side, a golden-haired youth emerged from the water, cradling a choking little girl in his arms. With a smile, he handed her to her tear-streaked but joyous mother, who expressed her gratitude. The golden-haired youth waved his hands in a flustered manner, signaling her not to concern herself too much. After calming the overwhelmed mother, he prepared to leap back into the water to rescue others. Glancing towards the powerful magical fluctuations erupting from the distant street, clenching his fists, when would he ever attain such power? The battle in that area was far from over. Only when the house beneath them completely collapsed did the two combatants separate. Leaping back onto the remnants of a nearby building, as the nearly obliterated structure slowly sank into the swirling waters below. Your strength hasn't improved at all. Your punches are merely a tickle, taunted the enigmatic man, gripping a gigantic sword without a hint of fatigue. Had you not used that broken sword to block, my punches might have felt quite different, replied the pink-haired woman opposite him with a smile. At this rate, you will undoubtedly lose. Hand over the child in your arms, and that crystal, and I shall allow you to leave. What say you? The sinister man smiled slightly as the dragon circling above let out a roar. Its toothy maw igniting with a flicker of flame, its golden eyes fixed upon the woman below. Huh? Isn't your goal the legendary Huang Hua? Why do you also desire this child? The pink-haired woman inquired. Her demeanor unchanged, yet her tone laden with implication. This matter is a state secret. I cannot divulge it, but I assure you, in the end, you will understand. The time is not ripe yet. The enigmatic man replied cryptically with an enigmatic smile. Oh, how intriguing. However, we shouldn't waste any more time. This child is on the verge of death. If we do not act swiftly, he may truly perish, she remarked, glancing at the pale boy in her arms. Upon hearing her words, the enigmatic man's gaze sharpened, his demeanor sobering as he leaped before the pink-haired woman, extending his hand towards the boy. She made no move to stop him, allowing him to grasp the boy's bloodied hand. Yet, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. His hand was repelled, as the crystal erupted with a dazzling light. What in the world is happening? The enigmatic man asked, staring at the radiant crystal on the boy's hand. As you can see, anyone who approaches this crystal will be repelled, so your efforts are futile, the pink-haired woman explained, her voice tinged with glee. Fascinating, he murmured, attempting to grasp the boy's other hand, only to be met with another relentless rejection. He stubbornly tried several times, targeting his feet and head, yet all were thwarted. It seems General Biter is rather disliked by this crystal. The pink-haired woman chuckled at the sight. Do you have any means to save him? The enigmatic man inquired. Unfazed by her mocking tone, his expression calm as he sought to assess the boy's condition, the cursed crystal obstructed his examination, and while he possessed the brute strength to shatter the barrier, he feared damaging the Huang Hua within or harming the boy, so he restrained himself. Of course, but you must provide me with something of value first. This little one is on the brink of death, without a resurrection potion. He cannot be saved. The price is negotiable, is it not? She replied, adopting the guise of a merchant. Very well. As long as you can save him, the enigmatic man gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to confront her. Striving to maintain his composure, the pink-haired woman smiled slightly, and at that moment, 3 women clad in black uniforms appeared behind her, 2 adults and 1 child. Ella, feed him your blood, she instructed without turning her head. As she pinched the boy's mouth open, the silver-haired girl with golden eyes, carrying a black box on her back, showed no hesitation. She unsheathed a dagger from her waist, offering her arm to the boy's mouth. Rolling up her sleeve to reveal her pale arm, she gently sliced the artery with the blade, allowing glistening crimson blood, tinged with golden sparkles, to flow down the blade and into the boy's mouth. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, and to their astonishment, the bleeding wound began to heal. The enigmatic man observed the silver-haired girl with curiosity, intrigued by her intriguing demeanor. "Is that sufficient? Why isn't he waking up?" he asked. Turning his gaze back to the boy in her arms, skepticism etched on his face. "This blood is no ordinary blood. As you well know, it will take some time to manifest its true effects," she explained. Her gaze fixed on the boy. "In that case, we shall take custody of him for now. After all, you cannot approach him. During this time, please prepare something of commensurate value. Should you contemplate breaking the agreement, I would not hesitate to engage you in battle," the pink-haired woman stated, turning to leave with her accompanying trio. "TCH, that cunning woman has clearly laid her traps well. How devious. Still, this whole affair seems worthwhile. I wonder what expression will cross His Majesty's face upon seeing him. It is truly something to anticipate," the enigmatic man mused as he watched her depart on the other side. "Isn't that Shook's magic circle? What on earth is happening? Why is he unleashing such a catastrophe-level spell?" The elderly woman squinted through her glasses, gazing at the magical array beyond the city. After a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, "Director, we must halt the release of this magic circle. If this continues, casualties may occur." The woman beside her, observing the ferocious tides surging beneath the house, spoke with urgency. "Calm down. I understand, Kaki," the elderly woman reassured the agitated lady. Drawing her wand from her robes, she pointed it towards the distant magic circle in the sky and began to chant an incantation, waving the wand to sketch another magic circle. Once completed, she tapped the wand at its center. The magic circle expanded several times, the incantation concluding simultaneously, and a brilliant light erupted from the circle. Then, a mass of destructive dark red rays surged forth from the magic circle. Hurtling towards the blue magic circle outside the city, the deep crimson beam of destruction swept across the town. Soaring above the clock tower, a girl with pink shoulder-length hair atop the tower pressed her magical hat down firmly, closed her eyes, and allowed the wind generated by the beam to billow her magical robe. The beam struck the blue magical array with pinpoint accuracy, erupting in a brilliant explosion of light, sending violent waves of magical energy radiating outward. The waters surged, centered around the area beneath the blue array, creating colossal waves that crashed toward the surroundings. Although the magical array was obliterated by the beam and the water column dissipated, the aftermath of the explosion lingered as the towering waves approached the city walls, their height surpassing that of the fortifications. The final, more ferocious surge of water surged toward the city gates, and should the town endure such a devastating blow, it would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. The inhabitants, hiding atop their homes, were engulfed in profound despair at the sight. "It's over." A lady standing beside the elderly woman anxiously pointed at the ever-approaching monstrous waves, clearly at a loss. "Cough, cough, cough. Calm down, Chi-Chi. This should be considered my oversight. I did not anticipate such consequences," the elderly woman stammered, her face flushing as she coughed to ease the awkwardness. "Allow me, Melinda. You are still as careless as ever. This habit needs to change," remarked an elderly man clad in a holy white robe, leaning on an ornate staff, stroking his long beard with a smile as he stepped forward. "I am not careless. It was merely an oversight," the elderly woman retorted, her face still flushed. "Haha, Grandma Melinda remains unchanged." Blushing at the slightest provocation, a handsome man approached the elder with a grin, while another young man, suppressing laughter, joined him. Both were adorned in resplendent silver armor, their striking white hair gleaming. "You two rascals. What are you laughing at? Keep it up, and I shall be quite displeased." The bespectacled elderly woman raised her wand, casting a disapproving glare at the duo. "Cohen, how is the rescue operation progressing?" The elderly man chuckled at the woman before turning to the white-haired handsome man beside him. "The rescue mission is proceeding smoothly. The Holy Knight Brigade we brought has joined the efforts, and the priests from the town's church are diligently tending to the wounded. Everyone is doing their utmost to save lives, the young man replied, his demeanor turning serious. Everyone has worked hard. I will take charge from here. The elder surveyed the surroundings, where knights in silver armor were rescuing those who had fallen into the water, and young priests were tirelessly healing the injured. Some were sorrowful, some weeping, while others rejoiced at the survival of loved ones. The elder withdrew his gaze, resolutely staring at the monstrous waves outside the city. Your Holiness, are you sure you want to? This is too, the white-haired handsome man anxiously began, only to be silenced by the elder's gaze as he shook his head. The young man, stifled by the elder's admonition, fell silent and retreated respectfully alongside the other young man. Light of redemption, warm light, guiding light for the lost, O goddess of light, Lisha, please descend and bring forth the light of hope to save these devoted believers of yours. The white-haired elder earnestly recited a prayer, raising his ornate staff and striking it down. Instantly, an incredibly radiant light erupted from the staff's base, and an arcane magical array formed around the elder, the light rapidly expanding outward, enveloping everyone atop the rooftops in a warm glow. Extending all the way to the city walls, before the eyes of all, the town was encased in a circular golden shield. The monstrous waves crashed against the golden barrier, creating ripples on its surface. And the threat of the surging waters dissipated. The final wave approaching the city gates halted, dispersing along the walls to the flatlands beyond. The town had more than one city gate. There were 3 others. Though these gates lacked a clock tower, with only the main entrance possessing one. Originally, the raging waters within the town had been thwarted by the golden shield, causing them to cease their chaotic surge, gradually flowing toward the remaining gates, merging into the flood outside the town, while the accumulated water within the town rapidly receded. Gree was a square town encircled by 4 walls, with 4 entrances. The northern gate being the primary entrance, the largest, and the only one crowned with a clock tower. The remaining eastern, southern, and western gates, while still classified as entrances, resembled more of a back door, often left open but seldom utilized. As the town's heart lay to the north, featuring better buildings, superior services, a plethora of goods, and bustling streets, everyone chose to take the longer route. The water column emitted from the magical array was directed toward the northern gate, while the town stood upon a flat expanse, seemingly constructed on gentle terrain. However, it was actually surrounded by towering hills not far away. Upon closer inspection, Gree was situated at the valley's center. Hence, when the water column surged from the magical array, it spread outward upon hitting the ground. The town's proximity inevitably subjected it to the initial wave's impact, although the town was centrally located within the valley. Completely submerging this vast land with water was clearly impossible. It would require several magi of such caliber to achieve that. With the water column no longer descending, the waves lost their forceful momentum, transforming into a gently flowing surface. Now moving toward the various gates, the water level was rapidly diminishing, and as the waters completely exited the town, a sorrowful scene unfolded. Dilapidated houses inundated with water. Once clean and prosperous streets now choked with debris, a chaotic mess. Small puddles retained glimmering petals, yet none of this mattered in the face of such a calamity. Many perished in the flood. Bloated corpses lay quietly amidst the ruins of homes. Some unfortunate souls drowned while trapped beneath heaps of disarray. Unidentified bodies cluttered the disorderly streets, and some ill-fated corpses were swept beyond the town. Lying upon the barren ground where only the barest flower stamens remained, and a mournful atmosphere enveloped the town. Those clutching the bodies of loved ones bore expressions of helpless agony, despair etched upon the faces of the survivors. Yet, a miracle soon unfolded. The golden shield that surrounded the town and hovered above began to dissipate, transforming into golden dust that cascaded down, slowly merging into the bodies of the onlookers, imparting warmth deep within their hearts. In that moment, those cradling lifeless forms were astonished and overjoyed to discover that the once cold bodies now radiated warmth, no longer rigid. Fingers twitched, and the deceased opened their eyes, bewilderedly rising from the embrace of their loved ones. A small boy, cradled by a silver-haired girl, felt the golden light descending from the night sky merge into his being. His pale, lifeless face began to flush with color, growing increasingly rosy, even exhibiting signs of warmth. The damp black hair and clothing emitted steam, and his injuries healed at an astonishing rate, not sprouting any peculiar veins but genuinely mending. The silver-haired girl, carrying him forward, paused as she sensed the boy's transformation. casting a curious glance before gazing at the golden light cascading from the night sky. The pink-haired woman ahead extended her hand, allowing the golden light to settle into her palm, merging within her, imparting a warm sensation throughout her being. She mused, the Holy See's saint-level healing magic. The Pope certainly invested heavily. Old man, you truly are something else. Dare to invoke such a forbidden spell. And I fear you may be gravely weakened. Dio, take care not to die, remarked a charming man, hovering above the town on the back of a colossal dragon, sneering at the golden particles raining down upon the town. Windows ablaze with light stood wide open as a cute, purple-haired girl with a red bow atop her head stood on a stool, reaching out to grasp the golden particles falling outside. However, as soon as the particles touched her small hand, they dissolved into her being, leaving her momentarily astonished. The chubby merchant behind her chuckled at her reaction. The pale mask, concealed in darkness, slowly sank into the shadows of a narrow alley. Let us return. The elderly man in white robes, leaning on his staff, surveyed the scene before him. The grateful voices of the townsfolk rose from every corner. He turned with a faint smile and departed calmly with the two companions, leaving behind the elderly woman's worried gaze and the respectful glance of the lady beside her. Beneath the radiant moonlight, a boy with damp yellow hair anxiously sprinted through the chaotic, waterlogged streets, glancing left and right, desperately searching for someone. Despite his frantic pace, he failed to notice an obstruction on the ground and tripped over scattered debris, tumbling into a puddle, his clothes becoming soiled and muddy. His slender arms and knees were scraped by the scattered stones, mud smeared across his face. Enduring the pain that brought tears to his eyes, he attempted to rise, but after a prolonged sprint, his hand slipped, sending him crashing back into the muddy puddle. He clenched his fists tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. He had witnessed too much along the way. Some were weeping over the corpses they held, and he could very well become one of those cold, lifeless bodies himself. It was all his fault for being careless. If only he had grasped his hand sooner, he wouldn't have to endure the crushing guilt and regret that relentlessly battered Montchent's conscience. Montchent, is that you? A frantic female voice called out from ahead, panting slightly. Chapter 109. The Discovered Secret. Was it Miss Kalia? It was because of him that Harry was dead. He felt utterly ashamed to face her. Montchent, sprawled in the muddy pit, hung his head in shame, tears streaming down his cheeks. What is wrong? Are you all right? After confirming, Kalia, still in her maid outfit, finally recognized him as the one wearing the gray hat, even though he wasn't wearing it now. Yet, his clothing and physique were enough for her to identify him. Kalia knelt beside him, helping the mud-caked Montchent to his feet. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It was I who caused Harry's demise. Montchent sobbed, kneeling in the dirt, raising his dirty, tear-streaked face, his voice quivering with self-reproach as he spoke to Kalia. It's all right, please don't cry. Harry will surely be fine, Kalia said, momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently, pulling out a clean handkerchief to wipe away his tears as a means of comfort. That's impossible. With the raging river, there's no way he could have survived, Montchent cried, his heart wrenching. He is definitely still alive. We just cannot find him at the moment. Look around you. Perhaps he is somewhere, searching for us just as we are for him. Don't worry, Kalia said, gazing around with a soft tone. Following her line of sight, Montchent looked up, and he was suddenly mesmerized. Above the night sky, golden specks of light drifted down like powder, sprinkling all around. These particles of light merged with the bodies of the deceased. And then an astonishing scene unfolded. Those who had perished began to revive, gazing around in confusion. What is this? Montchent exclaimed, pointing at the resurrected individuals. This is a transcendent healing magic, capable of bringing the dead back to life, as long as it's within a certain time frame. Kalia explained meticulously. It really is, how wonderful. Montchent wept tears of joy, breaking into a smile, his hands clutching his heart as he sobbed uncontrollably. Kalia smiled with relief, gently patting his head, wordlessly acknowledging that this night was destined to be filled with both sorrow and joy. Not far from there, on the rooftop of a house, a scruffy uncle cradled a small boy in his arms. He glanced towards Montchent's position and sighed in relief, glad the lad was unharmed. However, he seemed to have stumbled upon something intriguing. How fortunate that the Pope's transcendent healing magic was available. The boy with black hair would likely be fine, he thought, ready to get busy. Suddenly, the scruffy uncle was startled by the small boy's cries. I want my mommy. I want my mommy. Wah, the little boy wailed. All right, All right, I got it. Don't cry. Uncle will take you to find your mommy right away, the scruffy uncle consoled him. Silently lamenting the vast differences between children of the same age, the division of time that it was unbearably hot, agonizing. His body felt as though it were being scorched by fire, and there was an overwhelming sensation of being forcefully torn apart. In this endless darkness, Harry endured such torment, and time became a vague concept amidst the suffering. How long had it been? This torture seemed to last an eternity until a radiant light, akin to that of paradise, pierced through the darkness, and the shadows were replaced by blinding brilliance. Harry opened his blurry eyes, blinking repeatedly, instinctively raising his small hands to shield himself from the brightness. After finally adjusting to the light, he was met with a scene that bewildered and astonished him. He found himself standing in a strange place, with a cerulean sky dotted with wispy clouds, a blue ground, and an expanse of azure scenery. There was no sun, yet the brightness was palpable, accompanied by a gentle breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. He took a tentative step forward, causing ripples to dance across the water surface beneath his feet, as if a stone had disrupted a still pond. Strangely, he saw his reflection. Despite his confusion about why he was there, he felt no fear. Instead, an unusual calm enveloped him as he surveyed his surroundings, seeking anything out of the ordinary, only to find himself above a vast expanse of blue water. Suddenly, when he turned to look ahead, he was astonished to see a figure where there had previously been none. A small girl, just his height, stood with her back to him. Her pink hair, tied in pigtails, swayed gently in the breeze, and a beautiful black ribbon held her hair in place, fluttering alongside it. The girl wore a black dress that seemed ominous and cursed, draping over her seemingly frail form, and her pale feet were bare, her neck an unnerving shade of white that instilled a sense of dread. She stood silently, her back turned to Harry, leaving only a lonely silhouette. Harry reached out, stepping closer, his intuition telling him that he recognized her, though he could not fathom why he felt this strange familiarity despite it being their first encounter. "Do you know where this place is?" The girl's tender, melodious voice suddenly broke the silence. Still without turning to face him, Harry halted his advance, gazing at her back as he replied, "I don't know. I have no idea where this is." "Hee. You really don't know?" The girl giggled, asking once more. "I truly don't." Harry was about to reiterate his ignorance when a flood of familiar memories surged into his mind. He clutched his head in pain. The azure sky, the gentle wind, the soft green grass, the calm water surface, and the playful light orbs flitting before him. "This place, is it my spiritual world?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Correct, but unfortunately, there are no prizes. This place is indeed your spiritual realm." The girl turned to look at Harry, smiling. Her exquisitely crafted, adorable face was undeniably charming. One might feel an overwhelming urge to embrace her tenderly. Her dreamy golden eyes held no impurities, as though they could peer into one's soul, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. Her pale skin starkly contrasted with the notion of her being a corpse. Her gaze fixed on Harry, an inexplicable pressure enveloped him, sending a chill down his spine, as if he were under the watchful eye of someone far more powerful than he. She resembled a high and mighty queen. Merely locking eyes with her made him feel as if he could not withstand her overwhelming aura. Harry gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming, half kneeling on the ground, desperately trying to resist the urge to bow before her. The compulsion to submit to her authority grew stronger. He was uncertain how long he held this position, trembling as he maintained his half-kneeling stance. Seeing him like this, the girl lost interest, turning away, and the suffocating pressure finally dissipated. Only then did Harry relax, collapsing forward, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. He felt utterly exhausted, bewildered by the experience. "You, little one, possess quite a resilient will. Most people would kneel long before now," the girl remarked without looking back, her back still turned to him. "Why do you do this?" Harry, lying on the ground, gasped for air. "Why? Simply because it's amusing," the girl pondered before responding. "Isn't it time you told me who you truly are? And why has my spiritual world transformed into this?" Harry, unwilling to continue debating the matter, struggled to rise from the ground, panting as he swayed unsteadily. "Who am I? Isn't your heart already aware? Li Xia, classmate." The girl articulated each word slowly, her pigtails swaying, still with her back turned to him. Chapter 110, Nord's Magical Journal. Just a few short words stirred a tempest within Harry's heart. This name was one he had used before his arrival in this world. How could this little girl possibly know? He hadn't even told his mother. How did she find out? Could it be? Which demon are you? How do you know? Harry exclaimed in astonishment, now fairly certain that the girl before him, with her back turned, was the demon dwelling within him. Reflecting on the time he spent in the water and the words echoing in his mind, he could piece together the clues, yet he never expected that this demon would take the form of a little girl. Shouldn't demons be terrifying monsters with claws and fangs? No need to panic. Little one from another dimension, I merely caught a glimpse of your memories, seeing your past. By the way, you truly are a tragic figure. The girl turned to face him again, her eyes fixed on his. What exactly do you want to convey? Harry instinctively averted his gaze, avoiding the golden eyes that bore into him. It's nothing major. I simply wanted to share this grand surprise with you, to give you a thrill, the girl said, twirling her pigtails with a playful smile. A surprise? Harry asked, perplexed. Congratulations. Your physical prowess and mental realm have ascended to new heights, bringing you a step closer to acquiring formidable power. Moreover, consider my parcel as a congratulatory gift. The little girl joyfully approached Harry, her head bobbing with excitement. Formidable power, a parcel? Harry murmured, recalling the underwater incident. Indeed, it must have been her trickery. Yet, he was grateful to her for rescuing Mingshant. But what was her true intention? Now, the transformation of your strength is at hand. Relish the sensation that accompanies your newfound power. You are indeed fortunate. The little girl spread her arms wide, her voice echoing through the azure expanse, though her final words were whispered, meant for her ears alone. Before Harry could grasp her reasoning, the ground beneath him began to shift, erupting in a brilliant radiance that enveloped both him and the little girl. Harry lost consciousness as the space quaked violently. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself gazing upon a profound galaxy. Countless planets transformed into twinkling stars within the Milky Way. The serene and enigmatic night sky was utterly captivating. Half-sitting, Harry stared ahead, his eyes wide, his hands resting on the soft grass, a refreshing breeze brushing against his face on the distant horizon. A radiant full moon hung low, casting rippling waves upon the water's surface, which sparkled with crystalline droplets as the moonlight danced upon it. Rising to his feet, Harry surveyed his surroundings. The grassy isle, once merely large enough for a single person, had expanded severalfold. The colorful orbs of light that once floated around had vanished, leaving only delicate blue motes, reminiscent of fireflies, gliding nearby in an enchanting manner. The charming little girl with twin ponytails sat at the edge of the isle, dipping her feet into the crystal-clear water, creating gentle ripples, her hands propping her head as she gazed contemplatively towards the crescent moon on the horizon. It was she who had caused the ripples. Harry approached her. Next, the little girl suddenly spoke. Tossing a book in Harry's direction, he raised his hand to catch it, realizing it was an exceedingly ordinary notebook, resembling a pocket-sized diary, about the size of his outstretched palm. Its cover was a dusty yellow, antiquated in appearance, yet intriguingly devoid of any writing. It seemed to contain several dozen pages, thin enough to be easily flipped through. What on earth is this? Harry inquired, holding the notebook aloft, perplexed, directing his question at the cheerful girl. This is a relic left behind by that teacher who once resided in your mind. In simpler terms, I reclaimed the mental realm your teacher had restructured for you, which is embodied in this magical notebook you now hold. Do not underestimate it. It contains the accumulated wisdom of the fairies spanning thousands of years. Your teacher evidently placed great trust in you to entrust such an important item to your care, the little girl replied, her feet playfully splashing in the water. Is this a magical notebook left by Teacher Isabel? What does it all mean? Harry's confusion deepened as he stared at the notebook in his hands. The history of creation of Ysant, the Dark Codex of Bile, and the Nord Magical Notebook. These three tomes are known as the three great magical artifacts of the Ysant continent. The history of creation chronicles the travels and spells of the continent's founding sorcerer, and it is said to contain powerful apocalyptic spells. Whoever possesses this tome is destined to be a potent sorcerer. Though it is uncertain whose hands it now rests in, the Dark Codex of Bile, as its name suggests, is a compendium of dark magic crafted by that wretched deity, detailing various malevolent spells. This codex is likely now in the possession of the current bloodthirsty demon lord. Lastly, the Nord Magical Notebook, which can be aptly described in the fairy tongue, is a testament to the Nord Elves, the very race that created magic. It is inconceivable they would lack a dedicated record of their spells. Lo and behold, this very notebook is what you now hold. The little girl narrated this history as if recounting a tale. Yet when she mentioned the Dark Codex, her disdain for that deity was palpable. The term wretched was particularly telling. Dark magic was indeed the most reviled form of sorcery in the land, Harry mused. However, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Wait, did she just imply that this very pocket notebook was the legendary Nord magical notebook? I must return this vital artifact to them at once. Otherwise, they will surely be distressed, Harry stammered, a cold sweat forming as the gravity of possessing such a relic dawned on him. Are you foolish? This is a magical artifact. With it, your future achievements will be extraordinary. Return it. Are you out of your mind? The little girl turned, her pale golden eyes fixed on Harry, regarding him as if he were a simpleton. This item belongs to Teacher Isabel and her associates. How could I possibly keep it for myself? Teacher Isabel entrusted it to me, believing in my integrity, and I cannot betray her. Harry met her gaze, a formidable mental pressure assailing him. Clenching his teeth, he half-kneeled on the ground, his hands bracing against the earth as he spoke haltingly. Sigh. You truly are obstinate. If you witnessed the power contained within these spells, perhaps you would reconsider. The little girl sighed, extending her hand. The notebook that had fallen onto the grass floated back to her grasp. She attempted to open it, but to her astonishment, it remained impervious, as if locked by some hidden enchantment. Just as Harry was recovering from the oppressive aura, he failed to notice the change in the little girl's eyes. A delicate golden vine, adorned with intricate patterns, emerged in the center of her golden pupils, intertwining with her gaze in a uniquely captivating manner. The little girl stared at the notebook, seeking any hint of its secrets. A smile gracing her lips as realization dawned, yet her expression quickly soured, shifting from embarrassment to fury in her wrath. She hurled the notebook into the distant waters, creating a beautiful splash that echoed with Harry's incredulous exclamation. Chapter 111. The cost of friendship. She had discerned the hidden magical array on the notebook, a protective mechanism, by locating its vulnerabilities, akin to a password. One could unlock it, perhaps by touching a specific spot on the cover. She had initially believed her eyes could solve the puzzle, yet soon realized the complexity of the array was far beyond her expectations. Each magical line etched into the cover intertwined with hundreds of magical inscriptions. A careless mistake could inadvertently trigger an ancient spell, leading to utter annihilation. Truly, it was a treasure of the fairy race. To unlock it, one must meet the specific conditions inscribed upon it, which seemed exceedingly frustrating. Had she retained her original powers, she could have deciphered the array with a mere glance. Thus avoiding such arduous effort, fueled by indignation, the little girl cast it away, seeking to vent her frustrations. Harry, witnessing this, was rendered speechless. This was a crucial artifact entrusted to him by Teacher Isabel. One of the three great magical artifacts of the continent, a fabled treasure, now sinking into the depths of the sea, lost to the world. This was truly disastrous. What on earth are you doing? That is an artifact. Harry's voice trembled with desperation. And what of it? An unusable artifact holds no value. The little girl, evidently still irate, turned and kicked Harry squarely in the face, her pale foot splashing water as it connected with his cheek, sending him soaring into the night sky, spinning 720 degrees before crashing heavily onto the grass, face down. That hurts. What in the world was that for? Harry exclaimed, rising from the ground, clutching his reddened face. Of course, I just slapped you. Do you have any objections? The little girl approached, her golden eyes glinting with malice. Once again, that inexplicable pressure enveloped him, every time he locked eyes with her. It struck him anew. Helplessly, Harry found himself prone on the ground, struggling against the overwhelming force. I have no objections. Could you please just look away? He pleaded, his hands and feet bracing against the grass as he desperately held on. So dull. I thought you were a real man, the little girl remarked, sitting atop Harry's back with disinterest. In an instant, Harry was overwhelmed, his face buried in the grass, not due to her weight, but because the moment she settled down, the oppressive aura dissipated, and he was unable to adjust to such a sudden shift from hell to paradise, leading to his inevitable collapse. Who says a man must strike a woman? Harry exclaimed, pulling his face from the grass, strands of tinder blades still clinging to his lips, silently critiquing the absurdity of it all. By the way, what is your name? He suddenly recalled a pressing question, yet at that moment, he realized he had no idea what the little girl perched upon his back was called. You may call me Gila, the girl replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Gila, how did you come to know about my memories? If you are willing, I would like you to share that with me, Harry inquired, lying on the ground, though internally he mused that this must be a name she had just concocted. What if I said I was not inclined to do so? The girl, named Gila, cheekily rested her chin on her hand, her tone laced with mischief. Harry was left speechless. I did not intend to pry into the memories of your soul. You revealed them to me yourself. This matter dates back to that time. Gila's voice flowed gently. It harked back to the days in the manor, when Harry had been injured by Lauren and lay alone in the pavilion, awaiting Kalia to bring him medicine. During that interval, he had quarreled with the demon Gila, residing within his body. In a fit of anger, Gila had thrust Harry's soul into an illusion, forcing him to relive a tragic episode from her memories, hoping to impart a taste of her anguish and to see if he would still dare to boast. Yet, perhaps she had forgotten her current weakened state, no longer possessing the formidable power she once wielded. Although her soul resided within Harry's body, it was intricately linked to his, as if bound together. Otherwise, she could not communicate within his mind. What she had shared with him was a mixture of truth and half-truth. To immerse another in the memories of one's soul necessitated immense power, which Gila evidently lacked at present. Nevertheless, her soul remained potent. She steadied herself to prevent her essence from consuming Harry's, merely allowing him to experience a fraction of her past suffering at that moment. She realized that Harry's soul bore a unique protective magic, likely cast by the individual who had transferred their soul into this insufferable boy's body. Otherwise, she would have long since devoured his soul. Now, she could only wait until her strength was restored to dismantle that protective magic. Until then, the key lay in how to utilize this boy without him discovering her intentions. When Harry's soul was thrust into that memory, Gila also felt the intense mental waves he emitted. She too experienced a semblance of that pain. She had not anticipated that the individual would be so cunning. Binding their souls together, enduring the agony, she began to glean insights into the motives behind that person's actions. Even so, she would not allow them to succeed. Thus, while enduring her torment, she inevitably delved into fragments of Harry's memories, particularly those deeply buried recollections. Surprised, she had not expected this boy to possess such a tragic past, and a fleeting sense of sympathy washed over her. However, it was transient. The two souls were left with profound emotional scars. Yet for Gila, this level of anguish was merely trivial, a minor inconvenience. These tribulations were not without purpose. Through this mental ordeal, Harry's capacity for psychological endurance had markedly improved. Naturally, there were aspects of this experience she could not fully disclose. They were neatly packaged. Harry nodded thoughtfully, seemingly convinced by her words. I apologize, Gila, that I did not mean to utter such words back then. Please forgive me. Harry's heartfelt apology resonated from beneath Gila. Upon realizing the truth of the situation, he felt overwhelming remorse for reopening her wounds, compelling her to revisit that tragic chapter of her past. He felt he had wronged her, for she must have suffered immensely. The kind of disdain and fear from others can be a pain that transcends mere anguish. And as Harry immersed himself in her despair, he felt a deep sympathy for her plight. Oh, it's nothing. Just some old memories. What significance do they hold? Gila rose and strolled a few steps toward the moon, speaking nonchalantly. You have grown stronger, yet that alone is insufficient. You lack combat skills, sharp awareness, and so forth. Relying solely on brute strength will not make you a true warrior. Once we find a stable place to reside, I shall provide you with more of the power and guidance you crave. What troubles you? Gila paused her incessant chatter, casting a puzzled glance at Harry. Gila, there's no need to wear a forced smile. Such pretense only brings sorrow. You need not cater to my preferences. Although I once yearned for a friend like you, I cannot bear to see you unhappy if it requires such a compromise, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze and clenching his fists. You truly are an insufferable fellow, a mere child, yet you see through me. Your observational skills are quite remarkable. Gila approached Harry, cradling his face in her hands. Her golden eyes fixated on him, devoid of expression, leaving him uncertain whether it was a compliment or a slight. No, it's just that you remind me of myself, a reflection of the lonely child I once was. It must have been quite isolating. Harry managed to maintain eye contact with Gila's golden gaze, forcing the words out. His statement struck her like a dagger to a sensitive part of her heart. Lonely? No, she had cast them aside. She had chosen this path herself and had never regretted it. Even when she had been alone, she had never felt loneliness. Since you understand me so well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Become my friend. What say you? Gila's smile returned. Harry was about to agree when Gila's conditions left him astounded. Becoming my friend is contingent upon your willingness to sacrifice your life. Befriending an evil demon such as myself is no trivial matter. Do you still wish to proceed? Gila released her hold on Harry's face, offering him a seemingly harmless smile. Harry sat back down on the grass, dumbfounded, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If he truly became her friend, his life would be forfeit. What would happen to everyone else? How could he protect them? This was something he simply could not accept, and he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 112. What is friendship, after all? So, what will it be? Do you still wish to be my friend? Remember, being my friend requires a life sacrifice. What about your other friends? Are you truly willing to part with them? Gila bounced toward Harry, her tone playful. I don't know that I genuinely do not know what to do. Everyone, including you, is among my most cherished friends that I do not wish to lose anyone. Harry lamented, his spirit dimmed as he hung his head. Friendship is not merely a matter of words. Do you comprehend what it signifies? Gila crouched before Harry, gazing intently at him. Friendship? Harry muttered, pondering the true essence of friendship. This question plunged him into deep thought, leaving him uncertain about its meaning. Struggling to grasp it. Allow me to elucidate. Friendship is simply a matter of mutual benefit. You assist me, and I assist you. When you encounter difficulties, I shall help you resolve them. It is a reciprocal relationship. In this world, there are no genuine friends. Everyone forges friendships out of self-interest or ulterior motives. Reflect upon your friends. Why do they befriend you? Ivan and Fina, where did you meet them? Why are they your friends? It is because you possess the means to venture out, and they rely on your strength to escape. You are merely a means to their end. You consider them friends, but that is merely your wishful thinking. Fia and the others grew up alongside you. Why do they respect you as their strategist? It is due to your intellect. You procure for them the things they cannot attain. Therefore, they ingratiate themselves to you. Think back. If you had not acted as you did, would they have sought your company? Recall how you were scorned by your former companions upon your return. Thus, the so-called friendships are fragile, leaving one in despair. There are no true friends in this world, only pure self-interest. Do you understand now? Gila spoke earnestly, trying to impart this wisdom. No, that cannot be. Friendship is not so one-dimensional and narrow that it cannot be reduced to such a concept, Harry replied, his voice faltering as he stopped mid-sentence. His expression darkening, he began to feel confused, wondering if friendship truly was as filled with self-interest as she claimed. Harry struggled to articulate the essence of the feelings he had experienced. I told you, friendship is maintained solely through self-interest. Without it, who would come to your aid? It is time you comprehend the cruelty of this world. Gila stood up, pacing back and forth before Harry. That is not the case. True friends are not as wretched or repugnant as you suggest. Friendships do not solely rely on mutual benefits for sustenance. The exhilaration I felt upon making my first friends remains etched in my memory. I was genuinely delighted that they chose to be my companions during those times, which were among the happiest days of my life. We played together, shared laughter and tears, and supported one another through hardships. Although they have forsaken me now, I still regard them as significant friends. You may deem me a fool for this sentiment, recognizing that they have treated themselves similarly, yet I am simply this way. I reciprocate kindness with even greater kindness, even if they disdain me. I remain their friend. As Harry reminisced, he felt the sincerity of those moments, the genuine smiles of his friends that he pressed his hand to his heart, rising to speak to her. Ivan is quite the talkative and cheeky individual, but he has treated me exceptionally well, imparting a wealth of knowledge. Without him, I could not have adapted so swiftly to that environment. Sister Fina, though prone to tears, weeps out of compassion for those who have perished. Her heart is benevolent. Her encouragement and comfort have been vital for my perseverance in that place. Sister Kalia is not only beautiful but also significantly older than I, skilled in both cooking and combat, truly a versatile individual. She embodies gentleness, and though not my friend in the traditional sense, she guards me as one would a family member, holding a profoundly important place in my heart. Master Fisteria is a formidable person, though sometimes unreliable and teasing me. She possesses a heart of gold, genuinely caring for others. I am grateful for her role in our rescue. Without her, I shudder to think of the misfortunes that might have befallen me. Uncle Punk and his comrades also occasionally guide my swordsmanship, and while they can be stern, I understand their intentions are rooted in goodwill, even if their initial shouts frighten me to tears. Monsert, with his harsh language, treats everyone the same. Yet, I know he is a gentle soul, speaking politely, though I remain puzzled by his demeanor towards us. Regardless, his essence is that of a good person. As Harry joyfully recounted the tales of his friends, Tears inexplicably began to flow. Gila watched him, wiping his tears while wearing a blissful smile, and for the first time, she perceived him in a different light. While he may not have been entirely accurate in his definition of friendship, it was evident that these individuals held significant weight in his heart, that he was, indeed, a fool. Who else would regard those who have spurned and betrayed them as friends? Who would be so naive as to forsake their own dignity to protect those dear to them? Choosing to embrace the demons within, this young boy before her was such an innocent spirit, doubling his kindness to anyone who showed him goodwill, an inexplicable enigma beyond mere words. Yet, is it not a wonderful thing to have such a person as a friend? To have someone willing to sacrifice everything for your sake, simply because you once treated them kindly? Perhaps future tribulations await, but they are destined to deepen the bonds of friendship forged through life as trials. Fate is a complex tapestry, and this young lad truly incites a desire to deliver him a playful punch, perpetually whimpering, "How bothersome! All right, no more jesting. Let us disregard what I just said. The most irritating thing is when others cry in front of me. Are you a girl?" Gila remarked impatiently at the tearful Harry. "I apologize, Gila, that if you are still willing, I would like to be your friend," Harry replied, wiping away the tears that spilled from his eyes, his voice trembling. "Very well, I shall reluctantly accept you. Henceforth, we shall be friends. Is that satisfactory?" Gila replied with an air of resignation. "Yes, Gila, we shall be friends from now on," Harry responded with joy. "Let us set that aside for now. I have just thought of a brilliant idea. We could utilize the methods from that Nord magical tome. Although you may be fated to remain unacquainted with it, under my guidance, you shall not fall short of its teachings. That in fact, you might even garner some favors in the process. Your luck truly is remarkable, encountering someone like me so easily," Gila said earnestly, a wicked smile playing at her lips, indicating she had devised a clever plan. "Ah, what a remarkable turn of events. They've only just arrived at Gree and already find themselves embroiled in such a significant incident," Fisteria remarked, ever the same, as she teased Harry over breakfast upon hearing from Ebert about the troubles they faced. "Lady Fisteria, should we not take action?" Ebert inquired, seated at the breakfast table. "No need. Leave it to Kalia. It is not a grave matter. We should continue with our tasks here," Fisteria replied, gesturing towards the long loaf of bread on her plate and taking a bite. "Indeed, Kalia's capabilities are well known. Harry has not been abducted. He merely got lost. He will appear when the time is right," remarked the wave of laughter from those seated beside Ebert. "Who could have anticipated such chaos? That magic instructor is likely in dire straits. I wonder what verdict the Empire and the Duke shall render." Punk mused, instinctively rubbing his bald head. "There are but a few possibilities. Either execution, compensation for some valuable assets, or becoming a so-called guardian magic instructor. It is a time of war. While all seems calm here, who knows what the future holds? Wasting resources is certainly not the Empire's style. However, how could a mere high-ranking magic instructor possibly serve as the protector of a town?" Fisteria replied, cheerfully nibbling on her bread. This morning was no different, bright and refreshing, as the sun tirelessly rose from the other side of the mountain, casting its warm rays upon the earth. Birds chirped merrily among the branches, and the breakfast gathering of the sword Saint Fisteria and her subordinates was in full swing. Chapter 113. A quiet breakfast. The morning in Gree was as radiant as ever, filled with sunshine and the sweet scent of blooming flowers, despite the calamity of the previous night, thanks to the Pope's invocation of a divine-level spell. No casualties were reported. The streets buzzed with activity as townsfolk worked diligently to restore order, tidying up streets and shops, clearing away debris and refuse. Naturally, the culprit behind it all was not to be overlooked. At the witching hour, the disheveled bald elder was discovered at the western gate, effectively delivering himself into the hands of the guards. When the garrison received the order, they were initially incredulous, believing they had misheard. The head of Peter Magic Academy had authorized their capture of the rogue mage Shook. Panic ensued, yet the old man offered no resistance, allowing them to apprehend him without issue. Much to their relief, as they lacked the confidence to confront a mage, the mastermind now awaited judgment in the town's prison. Anticipating the Duke's decree and the stance of the capital, after all, mages are rare and valuable resources. Typically, those guilty of such egregious errors face execution, but this time, the principal offender was not an ordinary individual but a faculty member of Peter Magic Academy and a mage himself, complicating matters significantly. The decision on how to proceed would rest with the authorities in the capital, and Duke Marinda. A warm ray of sunlight caressed Harry's cheek, prompting him to instinctively scratch it before rolling over under the covers and drifting back into slumber. Just then, a man's urgent voice pierced the air. "How long do you intend to sleep? It's time to rise. The sun is already shining on your backside." Startled, Harry awoke, propping himself up on the bed. Staring blankly at the red-haired man clad in golden armor, arms crossed, standing beside him, Harry felt a sense of familiarity, recalling that this was the ruffian from the celebration stage. Why was he here? More importantly, why was he here? What transpired during his unconsciousness? A flurry of questions raced through Harry's mind. The red-haired man cast a glance at Harry but said nothing as he strode towards the open door. At that moment, maids approached from either side, courteously attending to Harry, disregarding his bewilderment, and swiftly assisting him into his clothing. Observing the slightly unkempt hair at the back of his head, the maids elegantly tied it with an exquisite gray silk ribbon, fashioning it into a petite ponytail. After some time spent with the maids diligently grooming him, Harry stood before a mirror brought by two maids, towering over him. His sleek black hair cascaded neatly over his forehead, not exceeding his eyebrows, framing his charmingly youthful face. His cheeks bore a hint of rosy warmth from the bath, evoking an irresistible urge to scoop him up for affectionate kisses. His deep, soulful black eyes sparkled with life, as though capable of speech, complemented by a dainty nose and inviting lips. Clad in opulent gray noble attire, paired with a short ponytail resting on his shoulder, he appeared every bit the charming young lady. As he retrieved the crystal pendant and tucked it back into his attire, Harry, guided by the maid, traversed a narrow white corridor. The windows embedded in the walls framed a picturesque view of the azure sky dotted with clouds and the occasional birds soaring by. Regrettably, due to his height, Harry could only gaze at the heavens, concluding that he must be on the upper floor. After navigating the labyrinthine hallways, he arrived before an elegantly adorned door embellished with golden patterns. Two maids, stationed at either side, grasped the ornate handles and gently pushed the door open. A resplendent crimson carpet led to a long rectangular table, at which two individuals were seated. Flanking the table were pairs of servants and maids standing silently against the walls, poised to attend to their master's needs. "Come here, don't just stand there. Have some breakfast," beckoned a charming red-haired man seated opposite the door, his gaze fixed intently on Harry. Although Harry was uncertain of their identities, he obediently approached, guided by the maid, and took his place beside the alluring gentleman, who had a servant respectfully pull out the chair for him. "Oh my, what a darling child, surely a girl, yes," teased a woman with flowing pink hair, who sat at the broad side of the rectangular table, her casual long dress accentuating her graceful demeanor. A sumptuous spread was meticulously served before them. Harry, his cheeks flushed, quietly retorted, I'm a boy." From the moment he entered, Harry had noticed the elegantly poised pink-haired woman, feeling an odd sense of familiarity that eluded him until her smile sparked a sudden memory. "Sister Mermaid?" he exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Was this not the enchanting vision he had seen before losing consciousness? Sister Mermaid? This child is truly amusing. The pink-haired woman chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Embarrassed, Harry lowered his gaze, mortified at his own slip. The red-haired man cast a dispassionate glance at Harry before murmuring, "Eat your breakfast. Speak less." Nodding hurriedly, Harry began to eat in silence, while the pink-haired woman observed him, her smile growing ever wider, and thus, the breakfast was enjoyed in tranquil reverie. A magnificent dark golden carriage, drawn by a team of fine horses, thundered down the broad street, flanked by armored knights on horseback, providing a formidable escort. The gleaming armor reflected a chilling light, and their square helmets revealed only a narrow slit for their piercing eyes to survey the world beyond, rendering them a vision of iron-clad ferocity. The war horses, too, were clad in armor, their iron hooves thundering against the ground, raising clouds of dust, while a black banner emblazoned with a majestic golden lion captured the attention of passers-by, who speculated about the impending arrival of dignitaries. Harry, perched nervously on the plush red seat, averted his gaze from the window, fearful of the outside world. Once breakfast concluded, he was promptly whisked away by the charming red-haired man, leaving Harry anxious about his circumstances. What was unfolding? He longed to inquire but felt an inexplicable trepidation that stifled his voice. "I understand you harbor numerous questions, but clarity cannot be achieved in a fleeting moment. For now, simply remember what I am about to tell you, understood?" The red-haired man fixed his gaze on Harry, his tone commanding. Harry nodded frantically. Chapter 114. The sixth prince, a bustling crowd gathered in the expansive circular plaza, encircling a square gallows erected at the center, engaged in hushed discussions. "Brother, what is about to transpire?" inquired a man who had recently elbowed his way to the front, directing his question at a burly figure beside him. "This. Someone is to be executed. You must have heard of the bandits who appeared on the road just outside the city. They were apprehended yesterday and are to face judgment today," the burly man replied, arms crossed, not bothering to look at him. "Then why the delay? It's nearly noon," the man pressed on. "Alas, I've been waiting quite a while. We must wait for the noble lords. Look, that empty seat in the tent yonder. Someone is expected to occupy it." The burly man patiently gestured toward the open tent behind the gallows. "I reckon it must be a significant figure. Just look at the company surrounding that tent. They are all the esteemed guests from last night's festivities. Even Duke Miloin is present, seated right beside the empty chair. It seems the individual arriving must possess a rank higher than that of Duke Miloin. Could it be the king, or perhaps a prince?" Another man speculated eagerly. Curiosity about the occupant of the vacant chair rippled through the crowd, each person guessing who might arrive within the tent. To shield the illustrious guests from the harsh sunlight, Duke Miloin had ordered the structure erected, accommodating only the most prominent nobles of the region. With eyes narrowed, Duke Miloin reclined in his chair, resting his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. The events of the previous day still felt surreal. It was almost beyond belief. Imagine enduring a flood, forced to seek refuge atop a roof, only to return home after the waters receded, only to be beset by a multitude of matters to attend to, and just as he settled down to rest, early the next morning he received word from His Majesty that he had gained another son, instructing him to care for the child. The sensation was akin to being invigorated by a powerful stimulant, rousing him from his drowsiness. "Here they come! Here they come!" The crowd suddenly stirred, the knights surrounding the execution site, standing to attention. Their demeanor respectful, the throng parted to clear a path to the tent, and the armored knights accompanying the dark golden carriage dismounted in unison, rushing to the side of the pathway, drawing their swords and holding them at chest height. Their voices booming in unison. "We welcome His Highness, the sixth prince." From the carriage descended a knight who reverently opened the door and lowered the steps. A red-haired man clad in golden armor emerged first, surveying the gathered crowd before turning back to extend his hand. A small hand gently rested upon his larger one, followed by a cautious foot descending the steps. As they descended together, the charming little boy with black hair was led down the stairs. And upon reaching the ground, the red-haired man barked sternly, "Kneel." The onlookers, finally snapping to attention, dropped to their knees in reverence to their imperial prince, second only to the king himself, endowed with unparalleled authority and a contender for the throne. Although they were perplexed by the sudden emergence of a sixth prince, they complied without hesitation. "Your Highness," the kneeling subjects proclaimed loudly in unison. "Come, sixth prince." The alluring red-haired man released Harry's hand, gesturing for him to proceed. Startled by the resounding voices, Harry steadied himself and cautiously stepped toward the path that had been cleared. He recalled the man's words from the carriage, where he had been too frightened to speak. As this man had claimed to be the king's sixth child, a prince, and now they were to attend the execution. He mustn't draw attention to himself but follow the instructions given. Well, it took Harry quite some time to sort through his tangled thoughts, deciding not to dwell on the inexplicable notion of suddenly being a prince. There was no point in overthinking it. He needed to focus on the present and fulfill his obligations. No matter how bewildering the circumstances that as Harry approached, the nobles within the tent rose, offering him respectful nods. "Your Highness, we apologize for the inconvenience of your swift arrival." Duke Miloin greeted Harry with a bow. "Let us commence without delay." "Duke Miloin, the prince is unwell and should not remain exposed for long," remarked the red-haired man standing beside Harry. "Understood. Let us proceed with the judgment," Duke Miloin replied, glancing at a bespectacled gentleman beside him, who nodded in acknowledgement and shook a small bell-like object in his hand. Clink, clink, clink. The clear sound resonated as several individuals clad in blue uniforms began to usher the blindfolded prisoners onto the gallows, making them kneel in a line. Harry observed from his chair, intrigued, as he watched the prisoners on the gallows and the agitated crowd tossing objects toward the platform in outrage. "Your Highness, the judgment is now entrusted to you." The Duke of Miloin spoke gently to Harry, who sat in the chair. Harry responded with a slight nod, his gaze shifting to the red-haired, charismatic man standing beside him. Harry recalled hearing him mention in the carriage that those on the platform were nothing but ruthless criminals. He suggested not to worry too much and simply eliminate them all. At that moment, a member of the guard in a blue uniform stepped onto the execution platform that he approached the row of kneeling figures, all hooded, and raised his hand to signal the restless crowd to quiet down. Once silence fell, he began to read from the paper in a loud voice. The individuals on the platform are notorious bandits who have committed heinous acts along the Sirocco Road, engaging in arson, murder, and pillaging, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. This cunning band of thieves has skillfully utilized the complex terrain of the mountains to evade capture. Thankfully, our guard, through their unwavering collaboration, has finally apprehended these criminals. Today, under the judgment of His Highness, they shall face righteous retribution. Chapter 115. The choice below the platform. The fervent voices of the crowd erupted in a chorus of insults and debris hurled at the kneeling figures. Kill those filthy dogs! Exclamation point. Execute them. The glinting blade of the guillotine shone with a cold light. The hooded individuals had their masks torn away by the guards in blue uniforms, trembling as they gazed at the blood-stained guillotine before them. Swallowing hard, their foreheads slick with cold sweat, while the audience below continued to hurl insults. Your Highness, please deliver your judgment, the Duke of Milowen urged Harry from his seat. Harry, drenched in cold sweat and trembling slightly, could not find his voice as he observed the distorted faces of those on the platform, twisted in fear. They were so frightened that they had involuntarily soiled themselves, their trousers damp. Harry had some recollection of these individuals. They were the ones they had encountered and bested on the road. Despite hearing of their heinous crimes, the sudden demand to order their execution was beyond his immediate acceptance. Wasn't this tantamount to becoming an indirect murderer himself? Time passed swiftly, and the crowd's calls for action grew increasingly impatient. The nobles seated in the tent began to murmur among themselves, seemingly dissatisfied with Harry's demeanor that he took in the scene around him. Did they truly understand the gravity of their actions? This was murder. Why were they conversing so calmly, so leisurely? Did human life hold no value in their eyes? Although Harry was aware that he had taken lives before, his memories from that moment were clouded by a loss of reason. The current situation was markedly different. He was lucid now that if he ordered their deaths, wouldn't that imply that he was the one who had killed them? How was that different from being a murderer? Hey, hurry up, everyone's waiting impatiently. What are you afraid of? The voice of Gila echoed in his mind. But they are living beings on that platform. How could I possibly bring myself to do this? What am I to do? Harry grappled with his internal conflict, engulfed in confusion. Just do as that guy said. Have you forgotten? They are all wicked individuals. Killing them is only right, a service to the people. Why hesitate? Look at how the crowd despises them, Gila replied indifferently. Look at the eyes of the crowd. Do you want them to look down on you? You've killed before, yet you are still so timid. Gila pressed again. Harry slowly surveyed the surroundings. The expressions in the tent were mocking. The red-haired, charismatic man beside him silently stared ahead, while the Duke of Milowen sipped his tea, composed and unfazed on the execution platform. The executioners stood under the sun, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. The faces of the terrified individuals kneeling there seemed to slow down in time. His heart raced, pounding faster, and everything before Harry became increasingly blurred. The cacophony of voices grew muddled in his ears. He could no longer discern who was speaking. He felt as though he were an outsider in this world. Had he truly erred? Did he possess the authority to decide their fates? Harry silently questioned himself, caught in a turmoil of conflicting thoughts. One side argued that these were indeed criminals. Consider how many lives they had taken. To kill them would be to rid society of its scourge. There was no need for hesitation. Just listen to the crowd's outcry. Their hatred is palpable. Take action. It is justice. The other side countered, asserting that all beings are inherently good. The individuals on the platform were living lives. Each may have a family. Why killing them? One might cause someone to lose a significant loved one. Although they had committed crimes, they might have had their reasons. To execute them would be a grave error. One should not heed the opinions of the masses. Allow them a chance for redemption. What was he to do? Your Highness, are you all right? Is everything fine? The Duke of Milowen inquired with concern, noticing the sweat glistening on Harry's forehead and the pallor of his youthful face. I'm fine, Harry replied, after a moment's pause, forcing a smile. After all, he was just a child. Perhaps this grand spectacle was too much for him. Let me handle this, the Duke of Milowen thought, shaking his head, preparing to announce the execution. Unexpectedly, a voice, youthful yet resonant with authority, interrupted. The assembly fell silent, turning to the source of the voice. Silence. Now, I, the prince, decree the death penalty for the criminals upon this platform. Harry leaned back in his chair, one hand propping his chin while the other rested languidly on the armrest, indifferently gazing at the platform. With the prince's sanction, the executioners wasted no time, swiftly sending the wailing individuals to the guillotine. Amidst the crowd's fervent calls, the blade fell, splattering blood, the thick crimson liquid streaming from the platform, pooling into a small crimson puddle, as heads, filled with resentment and terror, tumbled down below the platform. Witnessing this, a subtle smile crept across Harry's lips, and a flicker of golden light glimmered in his dark pupils. Segment break from dawn until noon. A group of individuals scoured the streets, calling out a name, appearing to search for someone, yet to no avail. This group comprised Kalia, Mungent, Sally, and others. They had regrouped at the inn in the alley the previous night. As expected, they all returned to the inn, albeit Sally and her companions were soaked through. Nevertheless, they were unharmed and had changed into dry clothes. However, as time passed, those gathered in the hall began to fidget restlessly that it was already past midnight, yet Harry had still not returned. Thus, they commenced their search for him. Unfortunately, Greer was a large town, vast in area, with countless winding streets and alleys. Given the current chaotic and filthy state of the streets, finding an individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unsurprisingly, despite splitting up, they saw not a single strand of Harry's hair. The search continued until noon, and their exhaustion was palpable. They were nearly ready to collapse. Mungent's gray hat had been swept away by the water when he fell in. So he donned Kalia's gray cloak with a hood, which she had prepared for him before their search for Harry began. With the hood concealing his hair, only his face and blonde bangs were visible. In the bustling streets, countless pedestrians flowed by, and the shops resumed their normal operations. Mungent, darting through the crowd, looked around for Harry, but it was in vain that he eventually sat down on the steps beside the street to rest, his striking blue eyes appearing weary. He had been searching since dawn. Though he had taken breaks, the lack of sleep combined with exhaustion and an empty stomach had him on the verge of fainting. After a brief rest, he stood again, squinting against the sun, determined to continue his search for Harry. He would not give up until he found him. Chapter 116. Gila's Test in the dimly lit carriage. Silence reigned, broken only by the distant sounds of a lively crowd outside. The three girls with hair of varying colors sat across from the elderly woman, their heads bowed in silence, resembling children awaiting punishment for misdeeds. This situation is not entirely your fault. The woman beside the elderly lady adjusted her glasses. Upon hearing this, the three girls lifted their heads in hope, believing they had been forgiven. The girl with short blue hair was about to express her heartfelt sentiments when the woman's next words doused their spirits with cold water. However, you have erred in leaving your post to cavort with the sorcerer Shook. Had you adhered to protocol as usual, I would not have said much, but this time is decidedly different, and you ought to understand this. The woman, also clad in a black robe and magical hat, set down her hand that had been adjusting her glasses. The girls' expressions fell once more as they averted their gazes, accepting the woman's admonition. Upon your return to the Magical Academy, I shall assign you to serve as patrol officers for a month. Do you have any objections? The woman stated, gazing at them intently. Enough. Cocky. It is not entirely these children's fault. They are still young and inexperienced. Let the punishment be lenient, the elderly woman with reading glasses interjected, unable to bear the thought of the children's suffering. When the young girls sensed that the elderly lady was a reliable support, they might be spared from punishment. Their hearts aligned, and they flocked to the grandmother, acting sweetly and appearing pitiful. Dean, if you don't teach them a lesson, they will never understand. Please do not shield them, the lady urged passionately. Cocky, these children have done nothing wrong. Your constant punishment is unjust. It is time to adopt a new approach to education, the grandmother replied gently, stroking the head of a blue-haired girl nestled beside her. Observing the grandmother's demeanor, the lady sighed in resignation, abandoning her intention to punish the girls. For the grandmother's nature was always to protect her students. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. The lady, puzzled, inquired of the guard at the front, "What has happened?" "Esteemed mage, a child has suddenly collapsed in front of the carriage." "What should we do?" the guard responded, visibly anxious. Hearing this, the lady opened the carriage door and stepped out, finding a boy with yellow hair and a hood lying on the ground, his eyes tightly shut. Seemingly unconscious, the crowd had gathered, whispering and pointing. The lady crouched down before the boy, her hand, glowing faintly with blue light, grasped his arm to assess his condition, hoping to determine whether he was gravely injured. To her surprise, she discovered that the boy had merely fainted from exhaustion. There was no significant harm, and he only needed some rest. However, the most astonishing revelation was the boy's innate talent and magical potential, which were truly remarkable. It is widely acknowledged that a mage relies on magical power and mental strength to perform spells. Once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, they can use their own magic to probe another's physical condition, assessing various attributes and latent ailments. This method of examination is not exclusive to mages. Anyone possessing magical power and precise control over it, regardless of their profession, can employ such techniques. This probing method is exceptionally effective in identifying individuals with potential, as it reveals all possibilities of one's body before the observer. That a person's potential becomes glaringly evident to those capable of such scrutiny. Regrettably, those who can achieve this level of skill are typically few and far between. Often powerful individuals whose pride prevents them from wasting time and magical energy on trivial matters. Besides them, there are also those dedicated to nurturing the next generation, though not all are exceptionally strong. Their contributions to development are undeniable. This class of individuals is known as mentors, distributed across various academies at the start of each academic term. Many come seeking knowledge, and their duty is to identify and cultivate talented individuals. The lady in question is one such mentor, possessing formidable magical prowess, which explains her association with the esteemed dean of Melander Academy, one of the 3 major magical academies in the imperial capital. Within the academy, she holds a position akin to a director overseeing a grade, and typically, the business of examining others' bodies would not fall to her. However, faced with this situation, she felt compelled to assist, as a conscientious mage who would not allow a child to perish before her eyes. Yet, upon probing the boy's magical essence, she discerned that his body was anything but ordinary. The magic flowing within him was remarkably pure, devoid of extraneous elements, singular and stable, exhibiting a rare attacking property, an anomalous variant of water magic, specifically ice. Furthermore, the sheer volume of his magical reserves was astonishing, rivaling that of a novice mage. Although she had encountered many prodigies, very few at such a tender age had impressed her, aside from the exceptionally gifted students from prestigious magical academies. Talent is a scarce resource, coveted in any realm, for the strength of a nation is built upon a foundation of formidable individuals who arise from various organizations or academies. To maintain their respective standings, there exists an outward harmony, yet secretly, each party strives to cultivate their own influence, ever ready to strike back at erstwhile allies when the opportunity arises. She understood that this delicate balance would not endure indefinitely. Only the strong would survive, an immutable truth. Fate is indeed a peculiar entity. Some may attempt to evade it, only to ultimately realize its inescapability. Each person's narrative is already pinned, immutable and unalterable. The lady lifted the small boy and carried him into the carriage, while the guard at the front, without further inquiry, resumed his driving. As the blazing midday sun hung high, the dark golden carriage thundered down the street, flanked by a cadre of armored knights on horseback. Passers-by hurriedly stepped aside, gazing in astonishment as the carriage swept past. "You seem to be enjoying yourself," remarked the red-haired, charismatic man inside the carriage, glancing at the boy by the window. "Enjoying? Huh. Hardly. It's quite dull, really. You brought me to this place merely to showcase my presence, to let the populace know of my existence as the 6th prince. Did you not?" The boy smiled lightly, turning to regard him. "That is the will of His Majesty. Such notions are not mine. Rather, your actions have left both the crowd and myself somewhat astonished," replied the red-haired man, known as General Biter. "After the execution of those ruthless criminals, Gila did not share Harry's merciful disposition. She ordered their heads to be displayed at the city gates, with the decapitated bodies to be chopped up and fed to the dogs. She firmly stated that the Empire would show no mercy to such individuals. They were receiving their just deserts. This course of action momentarily stunned those present. It was exceedingly inhumane. Though these individuals were indeed heinous, such brutality seemed excessively ruthless. While they all harbored these thoughts, none dared voice their dissent. In that instant, the gathered individuals comprehended that the 6th prince was not the innocent child he appeared to be. He was a prince who harbored a deep-seated loathing for evil. Far from being soft-hearted, in the ensuing days, the severed heads hung high at the city gates, and the security in the vicinity of Gree improved significantly, as brigands no longer dared to act brazenly. Power manifests differently depending on who wields it. Being soft-hearted only invites others to perceive you as weak and to underestimate you. Only through fear will you be deeply remembered and not deemed easy prey. This prince's position is not an easy one, Gila remarked with a tone of frustration. General Biter gazed at him, slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated the boy's profound understanding of reality, capable of articulating such insights. Initially, he had perceived this child as harmless, and through further conversation, he had thought him weak and shy. It was only now that he realized his grave error. The boy was adept at concealing his true self. The emergence of such an individual within the imperial capital was intriguing, leaving Biter with an insatiable curiosity about what the future might hold. In his experience, the emperor's children exhibited a wide range of personalities. Some were clever and astute, others simple yet kind-hearted, while some remained oblivious to worldly affairs. Yet encountering a child with such depth of strategy, he could not help but think of an elderly statesman, for there was no one else to compare. How fascinating. Chapter 117. Conditions of opening. Not only was he observing Gila, but Gila was equally scrutinizing him. From his every word and action, Gila formed a few impressions: arrogant and self-important, a confidently audacious fellow. Yet, he was not as foolish as he initially appeared. On the contrary, he was quite shrewd. The scene he had witnessed through the crystal ball, combined with the man's current demeanor, revealed him as a deeply calculating individual. From that night's vision, the expressions on people's faces had been filled with rage. While the words were inaudible, the man's arrogant demeanor and the way he treated the woman in his arms suggested a person of great pride, unafraid to disrupt the celebratory proceedings and speak boldly before the nobles on the platform. This indicated that he must possess significant backing. The information provided by the balding old mage confirmed her suspicions. This man was a general of the empire, personally appointed by His Majesty. Such status could not be unknown to the citizens, and yet the crowd below appeared enraged, their shouts echoing, while the nobles on the platform regarded him with displeasure. This signified that he was not a man favored by the public. Rather, he was quite unpopular. But what could be the reason behind his antagonistic actions? What purpose did they serve? Perhaps this was simply his nature, or perhaps it was intentional. Which was it? Who could say? It was impossible to ascertain someone's motives based on scant evidence. Moreover, what did any of this have to do with her? As long as he posed no threat to her, it was of little concern. At present, he appeared to harbor no intentions of menacing her. However, one cannot deny that this individual possesses formidable strength. While this is true for others, for Gila, it is merely a trivial matter during his peak. The strong always possess commensurate power and will, and the person sitting beside her exemplifies this. Yet, contemplating this leaves Gila with a slight headache. Currently, it is Gila who controls the body, while Harry, lost in the contemplation of whether or not to take a life, has fainted. Naturally, Gila, who is concealed within his body, emerges to assume his position. After all, fainting at such a critical moment is hardly appropriate, so Gila reluctantly takes over Harry's responsibilities to help him with the tasks ahead. Sigh, this young man is simply too much. What difficulty is there in taking a life? It is merely a matter of speaking, especially when dealing with villains. What is there to hesitate about? If he cannot even muster the courage to kill, one cannot hold much hope for his future. It seems I am to be busy once more, akin to a caretaker, managing his affairs and providing guidance. Exhausting, Gila sighs in resignation. Within the carriage, the two are lost in their thoughts, completely oblivious to the passing carriages outside. Two carriages brush past one another, and the person they sought grows ever more distant. Gila's destination is to return to the original and to report safety to Kalia and the others. Although this is not her primary concern, in truth, her foremost objective in returning is to find Montcent. Being bound to Harry's soul, she can naturally perceive the external circumstances through his perspective. The scene she witnessed remains vividly etched in her memory. Pointed ears concealed beneath golden locks, largely obscured, yet still noticeable. It turns out to be an elf. However, she paid little heed to this revelation, knowing that even if Harry were to learn of it, his character would not lead to any change. Thus, she refrains from informing him. Little did she know that while attempting to reshape Harry's mental world, she would discover what lies hidden within and extract it. Though she had not inspected it closely, the unique life essence wafting around the notes combined with her rich experiences, allowed her to conclude that it was indeed the legendary elven treasure, the Nord magic notes. Upon realizing this, she was overjoyed, never expecting that the elf would possess such an item. Carelessly hidden within Harry's mental realm, surely the individual who had previously encountered the elf had not anticipated that it harbored such a treasure, leading to a relaxed search for Harry. Harry's mental world had expanded upon the foundation of this very magic notebook, forcibly elevating his mental state to this realm. Thus, when Gila extracted this item, it was akin to removing the most crucial foundation of a house, causing the mental world constructed by the elf within Harry's mind to collapse. Fortunately, Harry's current mental strength met the requirements, and coupled with her formidable existence, even in a soul state, it was more than sufficient. She deftly reconstructed Harry's mental realm. In summary, when Gila discovered this notebook, Harry also awakened, and naturally, she handed the notebook to him. However, to her astonishment, this fool seemed to be lacking in understanding, even contemplating returning it to its owner. Goodness! In her frustration, she seized the notebook, eager to demonstrate the power of the magic inscribed within, hoping to convey its value to him. Yet, she soon found her efforts futile. It was sealed shut. After employing various means, she discovered the ancient magic array inscribed upon it. To open it, she would need to restore her strength to its zenith. But how could that be? Through her perceptive gaze, she noticed an inscription in archaic elven script on the cover of the notebook. Coincidentally, she recognized the characters and understood their meaning. However, it was evidently impossible, as the inscription stated that only those of royal elven blood could unlock it. The notion of elves, particularly those of royal lineage, is a well-known tale. Elves were annihilated thousands of years ago, with only a few enslaved by humans while others fled to remote forests or desolate areas to survive. Moreover, these elves are inherently proud beings. To expect them to submit to human dominion is a fanciful thought. They would choose death instead. Even if they could be found, it would likely be among the enslaved, ordinary elves, while those of royal blood would undoubtedly be hidden deep within the mountains, making their discovery akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Gila was about to abandon the thought of unlocking the notebook, Harry, that foolish lad, began spouting a great deal of useless chatter. Yet, it was during this moment that she felt an inexplicable sensation towards Harry. Reminiscent of Mont-Saint-Denis, these thoughts swirled in her mind. Gila increasingly suspected that this elf might indeed possess royal blood. Harry had always been fortunate. It was worth a try. Chapter 118. A shocking scene long ago. There existed a legend that elves were the most beautiful beings on the continent, both in appearance and strength. It was said that someone had the fortune to witness the visage of the elven king and other royal members, and in an instant, she was captivated by the extraordinary beauty of the elves. Although she had seen other elves before, their appearances paled in comparison to those of the royal lineage before her. Enchanted and utterly beguiled, she confessed her feelings to the elven king, only to be met with failure. Heartbroken, she returned to the human settlements, using the pretext of drinking to drown her sorrows in her drunken state. She proclaimed with great fervor that the more beautiful an elf, the greater the likelihood of possessing royal blood, urging others not to miss the chance to marry into royalty at the time. People dismissed her as merely jesting, but who could have known that this jest would spread far and wide, finding its way into the songs of bards, evoking nostalgia in many. It was this very legend that prompted Gila to decide to give it a try. Albeit without harboring grand expectations, she simply wished to assist Harry in whatever small way she could. However, upon arriving at the dilapidated inn, she found, as expected, that nobody had returned. It seemed they were all still searching for Harry. Thus, she waited in the lobby alongside Bitter for Kalia and the others. When they finally returned, it was already dusk, and she received some unexpected news. When Kalia first spotted the dark golden carriage parked at the alley's entrance, along with the armored knights clad in fierce iron armor stationed on either side, she recognized them as the renowned steel beasts of the front line. However, she wondered why they were here and what had transpired. Weren't they supposed to be at the front? Though puzzled, she pressed on, and the armored knights did not hinder her entry. Upon stepping inside the inn, she saw Harry conversing with a red-haired man. Naturally, upon seeing Harry's return, she was filled with joy, showering him with warmth and concern. Yet, her demeanor towards Bitter was far less cordial. I sincerely thank the illustrious General Bitter for rescuing Harry and bringing him back. Now, might you be able to leave this place? Kalia said with a smile befitting a maid, though her words conveyed an unmistakable urgency for him to depart. Haha, you remain as amusing as ever, but do not misunderstand. Kalia, why not serve some tea first? We can chat leisurely. Don't you wish to know the reason for my visit? Bitter chuckled, gazing at Kalia with a playful glint in his eyes. Then, as you wish, Kalia replied with a slight smile, discreetly retreating to the kitchen, leaving Jila, who was observing the exchange with keen interest, intrigued by Bitter's words. There is no need to look at me like that. I merely know her through her previous service to Fisteria. Naturally, I am acquainted with her. What is so strange about that? Bitter remarked, addressing Jila's curiosity. Oh, I see that I never knew that Lord Bitter was also acquainted with Master Fisteria. She never mentioned it to me, Jila said, realization dawning upon her. Really, Fisteria is your master? Bitter asked, incredulity evident in his voice. Indeed. Otherwise, how would Kalia, who serves my master, have come here with me? Is it so strange for my master to take on apprentices? Jila maintained her smile as she spoke. Of course it is strange. Fisteria's aversion to taking on apprentices is well known throughout the imperial capital, that I never thought she would actually take one on. However, your explanation does clarify Kalia's presence here, Bitter responded. Harry, you have finally returned. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway interrupted, and both Jila and Bitter turned to see Sally, the familiar young sorceress, standing at the entrance with her companions. Yet, she trembled slightly, her forehead beaded with cold sweat. Glancing anxiously toward the outside. Welcome back, everyone. Jila greeted them with a warm smile as they stood at the door. Harry, what on earth happened outside? Why are there so many knights clad in armor? Sally, drenched in cold sweat, pointed outside and said that she had actually returned long ago. However, upon her arrival, she encountered a group of formidable armored knights standing in the alley, which prompted her to cautiously observe from outside. Believing that something significant had transpired within, she was torn in her decision, pondering whether to enter or not. What if everyone had been apprehended? At that moment, Linda also returned, and as she reached a corner, she noticed Sally stealthily observing the alley. Approaching her side, she initially startled Sally, who was peering in, but after explaining the situation, the two of them squatted discreetly in the corner, continuing to observe the alley. Gradually, Kai returned as well, wearing a puzzled expression, and joined them in their corner watch, but aside from the unmoving stance of the armored knights, there was nothing else to be seen. What are you all doing? A voice from behind startled them, revealing that another person was present, Lucy. After listening to Sally's explanation, Lucy nodded in understanding. However, a question arose as she looked at them with an expression that seemed to say they were all fools. It turned out Lucy had also been searching for Harry without success, and on her way back, she was about to turn a corner when she spotted several individuals crouching in a corner, peering sneakily at the heavily guarded alley. Undoubtedly, these individuals had already been noticed, as passers-by shot them disdainful glances before moving away. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand the situation. Thus, under Lucy's lead, the trembling group followed her into the alley and into the inn. Fortunately, they found Harry inside. Otherwise, Sally and the others would have been at a loss. However, the red-haired man seated beside Harry exuded an air of authority. Clad in imposing golden armor with a crimson cape, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. The next scene left Jila and those at the entrance utterly astonished. Coincidentally, Kalia emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming teapot to their table. Upon seeing Kalia, Sally's confidence surged. Her gentle smile indicated she was a guest, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, what transpired next was unforgettable, filled with an unusual tension and thrill. Kalia smiled as she placed teacups before Harry and Peter, pouring tea into Harry's cup in what appeared to be a standard procedure. However, when it came to Peter, Kalia poured the tea directly onto his head rather than into his cup. The scalding liquid cascaded down his fiery red hair, flowing down his cheeks. Jila, holding a steaming teacup, was poised to sip when this spectacle froze her in place, her expression caught between astonishment and disbelief. Sally covered her head in shock, her mouth agape but unable to produce sound, evidently too stunned to react. Linda wore a similarly incredulous expression, albeit less dramatic, her mouth slightly open in astonishment. Kai's usually vacant expression was replaced with wide eyes, conveying his shock, while Lucy merely covered her mouth in surprise, remaining silent. Outside, the imposing armored knights continued their stoic vigil, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Kalia, you truly waste tea. but your skills have certainly improved. Peter, contrary to expectations, did not leap up in shock or shout, nor did he appear agitated. Instead, he calmly licked the dripping tea from his armor, praising it as though it were a common occurrence. Entirely unfazed. Thank you for the compliment. Is it to your liking? Kalia inquired with a smile while pouring the tea. Delicious, Peter affirmed, nodding confidently, crossing his arms, and allowing the tea to drip onto his armor as he savored the taste with his tongue. Fortunately, the burly knights outside did not rush in. Otherwise, Sally would have surely screamed in fright, in her mind. Servants were supposed to respectfully serve tea to their masters or guests, which was perfectly reasonable. However, this situation was evidently far beyond ordinary. Pouring tea over a guest's head was a grave offense, one she had never even considered, let alone witnessed. Yet, the reality before her was so vivid that she felt compelled to believe it was a dream. Gila, composed, took a sip of tea and discreetly shifted away, not wanting to be scalded by the tea. These two were inexplicably amusing. Miss Kalia, what on earth are you doing? Sally exclaimed in alarm. It's nothing. This is General Peter's favorite way to drink tea. Isn't it? Kalia replied with an innocent smile. No, Kalia, I actually prefer the normal way of serving tea. Doing it this way will dirty my hair and armor, which is quite troublesome, Peter said, crossing his arms with an expression of mild discomfort. General Peter, what are you saying? Aren't you the one who enjoys this method the most? Do you wish to change it? Kalia inched closer to him, still wearing her innocent smile. No, that's not it. I merely prefer a gentler approach. Haha, Peter said with a wry smile, shifting his chair back a few steps. The scene before everyone unfolded with Peter's wry smile as Kalia seized his chin and roughly shoved the teapot into his mouth, causing him to emit muffled sounds of distress, his hands flailing in the air. By the way, Kalia, have you seen Montchet? Everyone has returned, so why isn't he back yet? Gila interjected, sipping her tea while inquiring. Montchet. Kalia turned to look at Sally and the others by the door. We haven't seen him either. We didn't spot him on our way back. He might return shortly, Sally replied, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Is that so? Gila set down her teacup. By the way, Harry, before we proceed, there's something you need to do. Kalia finally relented and placed the teapot on the table. Stepping before Gila and retrieving an envelope from her apron pocket, Gila accepted the envelope, turning it over in her hands, puzzled. What is this letter for? This is a letter from Lady Fisteria, but it is not for you. It is to be given to the person assisting you with your health check, Kalia explained with a smile. Is it for the Pope? Gila paused, then realized, recalling that Harry had followed the Sword Saint to the imperial capital for a health examination by the Pope. She remembered that the Pope had indeed appeared in this town last night. Yes. You need not worry. I firmly believe you will be just fine, Kalia reassured her, stroking Gila's head. But is the Pope still here? It's quite late. He might have left, Gila expressed her concern. The Pope has not yet departed. After all, he came here due to prior notice from Lady Fisteria, and attending the celebration in Gree was one of the reasons, Kalia clarified. Going to see that old fox, although I don't know what you intend to discuss with him. Our time is limited, Your Highness, Peter interjected. Your Highness. This time, Kalia was taken aback. Did you not know? He is His Majesty's sixth prince. Although it was only announced today, he is indeed a legitimate prince, Peter patiently explained to the bewildered Sally and Kalia. Harry. Is this true? Kalia turned to Gila rather than to Peter. He speaks the truth, Kalia. I am now a prince, Gila confirmed. What on earth happened? How did you suddenly become a prince? Kalia questioned, still unable to believe Gila's words. Did you have a hand in this? Kalia approached the relaxed figure, grasping the collar of his cloak. You misunderstand, Kalia. I truly did nothing. It was entirely His Majesty's idea. I was merely the one executing the task. You must believe me. Peter hastily defended himself, fearing he might be thrown to the floor if he delayed any longer. Let him go, Kalia, Gila said, eyeing the two upon hearing Gila's plea. Kalia released her grip, pushing him aside to stand before Gila, leaving Peter with a rueful smile. Since Montchet has yet to return, let us go meet the Pope first and complete the task entrusted to us by Master Fisteria, Gila declared, rising from her chair and stretching, having grown bored from sitting for so long. If General Peter does not wish to accompany us, I will not force him. You may choose to wait here. Gila turned to Peter sitting on the stool. Although I despise that old fox, I shall follow you to ensure your Highness's safety, just in case. Peter rose from his seat and approached Gila. I have indeed stated that the power of choice lies within your hands. Now that you have made your decision, I hold no objections. Let us set forth. Gila turned her head and slowly walked toward the door. So, I leave the inn in your capable hands, she said softly as she passed by Sally and the others standing by the entrance. Kalia remained rooted in place, watching Harry as he stepped outside, a sense of unfamiliarity washing over her. For the first time, she felt that the Harry before her seemed so strange to the point of fear. Though he bore Harry's face and voice, why did she feel this unsettling disconnection? Sister Kalia, what are you doing? Gila peered in, her head extending from the doorway to look at Kalia. What is it? Kalia replied. Puzzled. ISNT Sister Kalia coming along. Gila said, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink, appearing somewhat shy. Upon seeing Gila's bashful demeanor, Kalia paused momentarily, then smiled gently as she approached Gila, under the watchful gaze of Bit. Kalia stepped outside alongside Harry. Be careful on the road. Sally called out from the alley as the carriage, cloaked in the golden hues of dusk, gradually disappeared down the end of the street. Only after the carriage vanished did Sally exhale deeply, leaning against Lucy. The events that had just transpired were utterly exhilarating. She felt as if she might faint. Thankfully, Miss Kalia seemed to share some connection with that influential man. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. Just the thought of those armored knights bursting in and tearing them apart sent shivers down her spine. Yet, that seemed to be beside the point. The focal point was Harry, who appeared to have been addressed as Your Highness by that entity o her knowledge. Only the princes of the Empire were worthy of such a noble title. Could it be true? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Feeling mentally drained, Sally slumped onto the table, overwhelmed by the dramatic turn of events. Life's twists and turns were truly staggering. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of happiness for Harry, who had transformed from a shy, kind-hearted little boy into someone they could never hope to reach. A faint sadness stirred within her. A hollow sound reverberated through the empty hall as someone's stomach growled, drawing the attention of her companions sitting beside her. Did Miss Kalia mention when they would be back? Sally asked, raising her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 120. The Church of Light. The dark golden carriage glided down the street beneath the dusky sky. Flanked as always by armored knights on horseback, the number of pedestrians had dwindled significantly as people returned to their homes, with chimneys along the roadside emitting wisps of black smoke, heralding the approach of dinner time. Inside the moving carriage, the absence of curtains allowed the orange-hued sunlight to filter through, offering a warmth that was neither the oppressive heat of midday nor the gentle caress of morning light, merely a comforting in-between. Gila sat by the window, absorbing the scenery outside as the sunset's rays kissed her face. Kalia sat beside her, equally bathed in sunlight, and the carriage's interior basked in bright warmth, with a gentle breeze flowing in through the window, tousling everyone's hair. Kalia turned to gaze out of her window at the fleeting landscapes, while the stoic General Bit sat opposite, arms crossed, eyes closed in repose. Sister Kalia, what is your relationship with General Bit? You seem quite familiar with him. Gila's voice suddenly shattered the carriage's tranquility, her dark hair fluttering as she turned to look at Kalia. I have no relationship with him whatsoever. Please do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, Kalia replied, realizing Gila's curious expression and playfully pinching her cheek. But you know so much about him, even his peculiar fondness for tea, Gila protested, her face still pinched. That is only natural, Your Highness, for she is my dear sister, Bit interjected proudly, opening his eyes. No, I am merely your distant cousin. Please bear that in mind, Kalia stated calmly, her snow-white hair dancing in the breeze. Regardless, we are still family, Bit insisted, locking eyes with her azure orbs. Suit yourself, Kalia replied, tucking her unruly white locks behind her ear and turning her gaze towards Gila's window, falling silent. Bit sighed in resignation at her demeanor, while Gila smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Her thoughts lingering on the concept of siblings. Unbeknownst to her, Gila found it quite surprising that the two shared such a connection. The carriage fell silent once more, beneath the glow of dusk. The white marble edifice exuded a dreamlike beauty. From the front, the towering spires on either side soared in perfect symmetry, with an elegant rectangular white wooden door set at the entrance. Silver-armored knights of the temple stood guard, wielding gleaming silver lances. This white structure stood approximately 10 meters high, stretching about 30 to 40 meters in length and over 20 meters wide, nestled away from the bustling street, within a serene garden. A dedicated path wound through the woods leading to this pristine church, which rose majestically upon a set of immaculate steps. The walls of the church bore no superfluous decorations or vibrant patterns. Simplicity and purity defined its essence. With only the emblem of the Church of Light engraved above the entrance, the symbol of the Church of Light depicted the radiance of the sun, signifying that all life and human prosperity is derived from light. It could be said that without light, neither the world nor its myriad races would exist. With humanity as its primary faith group, the Church of Light espouses the principles of freedom, equality, and fraternity. Thus, the emblem, inspired by the sun, comprises 3 circles representing these tenets, arranged in a triangular formation to symbolize mutual checks and balances, given that the magical essence of light typically manifests in a soft golden hue. The emblem is rendered in gentle gold. Finally, to reflect the notion of fraternity, the design incorporates symbols of various civilizations. Though, following the wars of millennia past, humanity emerged victorious, relegating other races to servitude, their cultures long since extinguished. Consequently, the Church of Light adapted to the times, removing the emblems of those extinct civilizations, leaving only symbols that represent the flame of human civilization. As the carriage halted before the steps, the knight at the front promptly dismounted, respectfully opening the door for them. "Ah, the church remains as beautiful as ever," Gila exclaimed, stepping down from the carriage and gazing at the structure before her, a striking presence within the tranquil grove. "Indeed. No matter how many times one visits, the church is a place where people seek redemption and spiritual solace," Kalia added, following closely behind. But scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the white church. He held little fondness for the building. "Let us proceed," Gila said as she began her ascent up the pristine steps. At which point Bit interjected. "Your Highness, have you not yet instructed them on their duties? Surely you do not wish for them to accompany you inside, though I personally wouldn't mind." Bit called out to Gila, who lingered on the steps. The church is a sacred space, unbound by any nation or organization, endowed with privileges that no empire could match, sacrosanct and impervious to defilement. To vandalize any edifice associated with the Church of Light would be tantamount to declaring war against the church or insulting the divine authority, with consequences that one could easily imagine. The continent is dotted with churches belonging to the Church of Light, with believers numbering a staggering proportion, approximately 2/5 of the total population. While other faiths exist, none rival the venerable Church of Light in adherence. For some deities, having even 1,000 followers is considered a success. The foremost religion on the continent, the Church of Light fears no nation. Such a formidable institution naturally imposes numerous conditions and restrictions, such as prohibiting entry to anyone bearing dangerous weapons. Should an individual defy this rule and refuse to repent after counsel from clergy, they would face severe consequences: a ban from any church facilities and the denial of divine grace. In severe cases, they might even face judgment from the church, subjected to the flames reserved for heretics. "Apologies. I had forgotten." Gila turned back to Bit, offering a wry smile. It was rather embarrassing to have overlooked such an important matter. "You all shall remain by the carriage. There is no need to accompany me inside." "Understood." Gila instructed the armored knights below the steps, her voice youthful, yet imbued with an inexplicable authority. "Understood, Your Highness," the knights responded, placing a gauntlet hand over their hearts, leaning forward with bowed heads in respectful acknowledgement. Their impressive stature, combined with the commanding response and their aligned formation, drew the keen attention of the temple knights stationed nearby. "Now, can we finally set off?" Gila asked, smiling at Bit. Chapter 121. The interior of the church, of course. Peter replied with a smile. Ascending the steps, he was genuinely surprised by how composed the young man appeared. It was hard to believe this was his first time. The aura he exuded was intriguing. Kalia observed Gila as he climbed the stairs, her unease growing. Was this truly Harry? She recalled the words Harry had once spoken to her, shaking her head in self-deprecation as she followed, chiding herself for wavering in her belief after having promised to trust him. The trio reached the entrance of the church, with Peter leading the way as he pushed open the door, revealing the interior's arrangement before them. What is light, after all? Some declare it to be hope, others tranquility, and still others, redemption. Each individual's understanding of light varies, yet one thing is certain: this place radiates brightness, providing warmth and inner peace. The soft orange light streamed through the windows at either end of the upper wall, casting a gentle halo upon the empty pews. The rows of seats extended along both sides of the entrance, nearly filling the entire hall, with a pathway leading to the altar dividing the seating into two sections. The altar, a place where the statue of the goddess of light is venerated and served by the Holy See, stood prominently. The statue, carved from a single block of white marble, soared over 3 meters high. Adorned with a crown of fresh flowers, her long, beautiful hair cascaded down her back. The hair at her forehead was encircled by the floral wreath, framing a breathtakingly lovely face, clad in white silk. Her hands were clasped over her heart, eyes closed as if in fervent prayer. Although merely a stone sculpture, the details were masterfully rendered, creating an illusion from a distance that she was indeed alive. Fresh white flowers were offered at the base of the resplendent statue, complemented by the surrounding orange glow, rendering the scene akin to a magnificent painting. Pain shall be forever banished by light. Hope shall be sown in your heart, taking root and blossoming. May you be enveloped by the warmth of this world, free from sorrow and pain. May light forever accompany you. At the foot of the statue, a solemn ceremony was unfolding. A refined man clad in a white robe recited sacred blessings, cradling a white tome, his slightly parted hands emanating a soft green light, brimming with life. This verdant glow gradually merged with the man kneeling before the statue, who bore a pallid complexion devoid of color. Under the sanctity of the luminous aura, the man's initially ashen face transformed into a visage of comfort, the pallor dissipating as healthy color returned. In no time, he appeared years younger, the wrinkles on his forehead vanishing without a trace. Astonished, he realized that the affliction that had tormented him for years had vanished. The pain was absent, replaced by a long-lost tranquility. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he shed tears of appreciation, incessantly thanking the priest before him. The priest smiled gently, assisting him to his feet, offering words of comfort and signaling that such was their duty. After bidding farewell to the grateful man, the priest turned to the trio and inquired politely, "How may I assist you?" "We are here to see the Pope. Surely he has been informed in advance," Gila responded. "Oh, it is you all. Please, follow me," the priest replied, realization dawning upon him as he led them toward the courtyard behind the statue. Thus, the three followed the priest down the corridor leading to the courtyard, which featured a passage adorned with vibrant murals on either side. The corridor stretched over a dozen meters from the entrance to the exit, showcasing a grand and awe-inspiring narrative of warfare from a bygone era. Figures clad in sacred armor wielded swords, rallying others to charge against grotesque foes. The battlefield littered with bodies, both human and monstrous, as banners fluttered amidst the carnage, smoke swirling, a harbinger of death. "Are you intrigued?" The priest, having paused, turned to Gila, who was absorbed in the murals. "Not really. I am merely curious about who ultimately triumphed," Gila replied, her gaze fixed upon the wall as carvings. "Undoubtedly, it was humanity. The forces of evil can never prevail against the light of justice," the priest stated, his eyes lingering on the mural. "Light. Such malevolence cannot conquer this light. They are destined to fail," Gila murmured, reaching out to caress the depicted scenes. "Where are we headed?" Gila inquired, following the priest through an outer corridor, flanked by a pool with a fountain at its center, water cascading in a dazzling display. To the place designated by the Pope, a passing nun smiled and greeted them. The priest accompanying Gila also returned the gesture. "The designated place?" Gila smiled back, offering the basic courtesy to the passing sisters. After traversing the corridor, they finally arrived at a grand semicircular door, guarded by 2 knights of the temple, signifying the importance of this location. "Very well. You may enter," the priest instructed Gila. "However, the others must remain outside. Only he may proceed, that I beg your understanding, as it is the Pope's directive." The priest expressed his apologies to the 2 accompanying Gila. "Hey, what does that old fox mean? If anything happens to him, can he bear the responsibility?" Peter exclaimed, approaching the priest confrontationally. "Ouch, be gentle. I want to do it again, Kalia," Peter pleaded, wincing as Kalia twisted his ear. "This is a church, not a place for your antics," Kalia retorted, exasperated that he always caused trouble. She could hardly fathom how he had risen to the rank of general in the empire. "Enough, let us heed the priest. You shall wait outside while I enter," Gila declared. Stepping forward toward the grand entrance, the knights of the temple opened the door for Gila, permitting him to enter. "Everyone, please follow me. The wait may be lengthy, so let us find a place to rest," the priest suggested with a gentle smile, gesturing towards another door. Chapter 122. Meeting the Pope inside the door lay an expansive circular hall, adorned with 6 intricately carved columns encircling a central structure resembling an altar. Surrounding the altar flowed delicate streams of water, creating a serene ambience accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. Above the altar, a large circular opening allowed the moon to shine brilliantly in the night sky, casting a crystalline moonlight upon the solitary altar, transforming it into the most luminous area of the dim hall, ethereal and dreamlike. Gila ascended the steps made of white marble, approaching the altar with measured grace. Upon reaching the elevated altar, she discovered a crystal-clear pool of water at its center, filled with numerous blooming white flowers. Contrary to expectation, these blossoms, which should have closed their petals at night, were in full bloom. Remarkably, the water's surface bore no soil, yet these white flowers thrived, their roots anchored in the hard floor beneath the water. Curiosity piqued, she walked around the perimeter of the altar, admiring the flourishing white blooms. "Who are you?" A melodious yet emotionless voice resonated. Gila turned to the source of the sound, noticing a figure at the center of the pool. To her astonishment, surrounded by the enchanting white flowers, was a young maiden whose hair resembled the treasures hidden within a mysterious shell of the deep sea, pure, pearl-like strands that shimmered under the silver moonlight. Her skin, delicate as fine jade, evoked an irresistible urge to caress. She was entirely unclothed, eyes closed, her expression devoid of warmth, while the surrounding flowers shielded her modesty. "I apologize for intruding. I seek the Pope," Gila said, halting her steps and addressing the maiden with sincerity. "The Pope is in the rear garden. You may descend the steps over there," the maiden replied coolly. "Thank you for your guidance." Gila inclined her head slightly and proceeded towards the indicated steps, which led to an open door bathed in moonlight, creating a stark contrast in the dim surroundings. As Gila departed, the maiden surrounded by the white flowers slowly opened her eyes, revealing faint golden irises. Her expression remained cold as she murmured softly, uttering enigmatic words. "This is the essence of light." Upon stepping through the door, Gila, having just experienced a brief interlude, felt little turbulence within her heart. She regarded it merely as a fleeting spectacle along her journey. Though Gila comprehended the nature of the individual within the pool, her primary objective remained the Pope. Locating him and resolving the issues that burdened her was of utmost importance. Gila had no time to squander in this place, as she had other engagements awaiting her that evening. As she traversed the cobblestone path, flanked by an array of vibrantly colored flowers, meticulously arranged in their cultivation, blue flowers aligned in a row, while red ones formed a circle, appearing well-tended. This locale resembled a grand garden. However, it was rather expansive. Gila furrowed her brow as she gazed at the several diverging paths before her, letting out a resigned sigh. Was she to wander aimlessly? It was utterly inconceivable that such a vast garden lay behind this modest chapel. "Your Highness, this way, please," a gentle, aged voice resonated within her mind just as Gila hesitated to choose a path. A diminutive orb of light suddenly soared from the central path, hovering before her, dancing around her curiously as if it had encountered something intriguing. "Very well, Your Highness, follow it. It will guide you to me," the kind voice echoed once more. The small orb of light ceased its playful circling and drifted towards the central path, stopping intermittently, as if beckoning Gila to follow. With a slight smile, Gila complied, making her way down the central route. At that moment, the sun on the horizon finally dipped below, leaving the sky a deep indigo. With the orange hues of dusk overtaken by the encroaching night, the moon began to cast its silvery glow, enveloping the earth in twilight. Yet, one area diverged from the surrounding darkness. As she navigated through the floral path into the wooded trail, the forest was shrouded in gloom, nearly obscured from view. As the towering trees blocked the moonlight above, only a handful of rays managed to filter through the leaves, proving scant assistance. Fortunately, the small orb of light dutifully led the way, emitting a warm glow, illuminating the path ahead, rendering it less shadowy. As Gila walked, a keen-eyed observer, she discerned a faint glimmer deeper within the woods. As she approached, the light grew more pronounced and expansive until she emerged from the forest and onto the grassy knoll. Finally understanding its source, numerous faint golden orbs danced around an elderly gentleman, illuminating the vicinity as if guarding his presence. Dressed in an ornate white robe, his knee-length white beard framed a face marked by deep wrinkles. With hands clasped behind his back, he squinted at the lake before him, seemingly lost in thought, accompanied by 2 similarly white-haired individuals engaged in their own pursuits. the guiding orb returned to the old man, bouncing playfully before him like a spirited child, causing him to smile as he reached out to pat it gently, which in turn brought the exuberant orb to a tranquil stillness. "You have arrived. Your Highness, it is quite the trouble for you to come alone," the old man said apologetically, turning to face Gila after calming the playful orb. "Nay, it is I who should apologize to you, esteemed Pope, for taking time from your busy schedule to assist me in my health examination," Gila replied with a slight shake of her head. "This is a letter from Master Physteria entrusted to you. I hope you will accept it." Gila then retrieved a letter from her pocket. Advancing to present it to the old man, he accepted the letter, unfolding it to read its contents, his eyes scanning the parchment with a thoughtful expression. After a moment, a smile broke across his weathered face, and the paper gradually disintegrated into fine dust, carried away by the gentle breeze. "Very well, Your Highness. Let us proceed with your examination now," the old man declared, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I appreciate your assistance," Gila responded with a warm smile. The old man placed a hand upon Gila's head, and the surrounding golden orbs shifted from him to her, a comforting warmth permeating her skin, gradually seeping into her blood and deep into her very marrow. The warm current coursed through Gila, circulating throughout her entire being. As time passed, more and more golden orbs began to gather around her, emerging from the nearby woods and the verdant grass beneath her feet. Even amid the encroaching night, light continued to exist within all things, a testament to the vitality of existence itself. "What a profound fluctuation of light elements," remarked a handsome man with white hair standing behind the old man. Gazing in astonishment at the increasing number of orbs surrounding Gila and the eldered, in an instant, a brilliant light erupted from Gila, illuminating the entire lake. "What on earth is happening?" exclaimed a younger man with white hair beside the handsome figure, shielding his eyes from the radiance. Once the dazzling light subsided, he lowered his arm and opened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Countless faint golden orbs floated in the air above the lake and through the woods, illuminating the area as if enveloped in a warm sea of golden light. The woodland creatures seemed summoned, cautiously peering from the underbrush at the densest region of this golden sea, the very source of the radiance. While ripples danced across the lake's surface, with small fish curiously observing from below, amid this enchanting display, a small black-haired boy frolicked among the orbs, reaching out to touch them. The orb he touched playfully eluded Gila's finger, darting around her hand, appearing to delight in her presence, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. "Congratulations, Your Highness. You have awakened your magical power, and it is of the divine light attribute, with an exceptionally high purity," the old man announced, stroking his long beard, surrounded by the glowing orbs. "Thank you for your assistance. Not only has my magical purity increased, but I have successfully awakened the light attribute," Gila exclaimed joyfully, lowering her hand from the playful orb. Magic is the essence within a person's body, a crucial factor in determining one's potential. Some fortunate individuals are born with magical abilities, though the attributes and capacities vary. It is well known that magic serves as a prerequisite for various professions in this world, and the standard for assessing one's aptitude lies in the purity of their magic. From the moment one enters this world, the attributes and purity of their magical essence are predetermined, flowing through their veins like water, which also varies in quality: spring water, distilled water, river water, and seawater. Thus, the purity of magic is similarly categorized. Only pure magic, devoid of other elements, retains a singular essence, while this singularity has its drawbacks. The advantages are evident. Individuals wielding pure elemental magic are invariably stronger when employing attacks of the same element compared to those utilizing mixed elements. However, this comes at a cost, as those with a singular elemental affinity cannot cast spells of other elements. Not even the most basic magics. The purity of magic is of paramount importance. While innate talent, ability, and gender are established at birth, individuals can still strive to enhance their magical purity through diligent effort. Various methods exist for this enhancement, including the perilous alchemical concoctions developed by skilled alchemists, which, though often deadly, may yield unexpected benefits for the fortunate. Additionally, one may seek out ancient relics or rely on powerful individuals willing to purify their magical essence. The myriad professions on the continent commonly categorize magical attributes into 6 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind. Rare attributes manifest as variants or hybrids of these 6 fundamental elements, such as the destructive lightning attribute or the chilling ice attribute. Special attributes, distinct from the aforementioned characteristics, are not elements, but rather a form of magic, an entirely inexplicable ability that is truly unique. These special attributes manifest in various forms. For instance, one attribute grants invisibility, with the magical essence coursing through the blood akin to a natural talent, capable of evading even the most advanced mental searches from top-tier warriors. Other attributes include magic that enhances physical strength or facilitates rapid recovery, each possessing a unique magical quality that defies categorization among other elemental magics. Despite this, such attributes hold significant importance across the continent. The divine attributes bestowed by deities differ from any other form of divine gifts. Long ago, the continent was rife with religions, and the followers of various gods were spread throughout to ensure that his devotees could promulgate their teachings without persecution. One god granted a precious gift to his devout followers, the divine attribute. The bestowal of this great gift naturally deepened the followers' faith in their deity, leading to discontent among other gods, who, unwilling to be outdone, also descended with their own attributes. Over time, these attributes have been passed down through generations. And today, it can be said that a vast majority of the populace possesses some trace of the bloodline of those who have received divine attributes. However, due to the intricate mix of these lineages, the original divine attributes have been obscured and faded away in the river of time. The Church of Light, the most prevalent religion on the continent of Icent, venerates the goddess of light and is characterized by its healing properties. As a renowned institution, the Church has accumulated wisdom over countless years, housing its most powerful holy incantation, the sacred word-level forbidden spell, within the archives known as the Sea of Light. That in stark contrast to this is the malevolent cult representing the demonic faction, led by the dark goddess, known as the Bloody Demon, who commands the abyssal demons. This nefarious deity exploits human weaknesses and flaws, being the creator of dark magic, and thus possesses attributes of darkness. Her loyal minions lurk in the shadows, awaiting the day they can once again plunge humanity into despair. The attributes conferred by different gods vary markedly, yet one truth remains. The forces of light and darkness are eternally adversarial and irreconcilable. Typically, a warrior, provided they have honed their skills and amassed experience along with magical energy, can harness the magic within their body regardless of age, as long as they possess exceptional talent. However, awakening transcends such simplicity. Awakening refers to the elevation of an individual's magical purity. Upon reaching a critical threshold, a fortuitous circumstance, such as the consumption of a specific potion or the cleansing by the magic of a powerful being, can elevate the purity of one's magic to an entirely new level. This process is akin to filtering murky river water full of silt and stones into pristine, clear water. This initial awakening, reminiscent of a level up, should not be underestimated. Although the quantity of magic remains unchanged, both attack power and various physical attributes receive a significant boost, even if one possesses a staggering amount of magical energy. If their purity does not match that of another, victory is unlikely. The diverse elemental magics attract corresponding elemental spirits based on their magnitude. The greater the magical energy, the more spirits are drawn to it. However, the crux of the matter lies in the purity of the magic, with capacity being secondary, while mental acuity is assessed separately. Gila, or Harry's body, after undergoing a series of transformative events, the entry of the elven soul, the inexplicable alterations by the old witch, the rigorous training on the ship under Phystelia, has awakened. Having experienced these tribulations, Harry has become a rather unrefined swordsman and an apprentice mage, with significantly enhanced magical capacity and purity. Though not yet having reached the level of awakening, it is, however, within reach, coupled with the infusion of the pale golden blood and the shimmering golden particles that fell from the night sky. Along with the advantages gained from the old man's light magic detection, these potent stimuli have catalyzed rapid changes in Harry's body, leading to a breakthrough in the purity of his magic and an increase in capacity. Chapter 124. The Opera House. By now, night has fallen, and the town, enveloped in darkness, ignites with flickering lights, illuminating the streets. The dark golden carriage glides along the vibrant thoroughfare, closely followed by a contingent of armored knights, capturing the attention of the wandering townsfolk. In essence, the outcome is quite satisfactory. Having evaded the Pope's scrutiny, the benefits derived from his magical detection are self-evident. resulting not only in a successful initial awakening of magic, but also a substantial increase in magical capacity, truly an ideal situation. Under the Pope's investigation, Gila remains undisguised, successfully eluding detection. The subsequent events unfold with ease. Having received the Pope's endorsement, Gila finally bids farewell to the perilous identity of a hidden experimental subject. After expressing gratitude to the Pope, Gila departs alone. Retracing her steps as she passes the altar, she notices that the girl in the central pool has vanished, leaving behind only blooming white flowers upon her return. She encounters Kalia and Bitter waiting at the original entrance. It turns out the priest had invited them to the other hall to await Gila's return, but both had explicitly stated they would wait there instead. Kalia gestures for the priest to take his leave, assuring him that they would remain there, expressing their sincere thanks for his guidance. Thus, the priest departs without insisting further. Seeing Gila return safely, Kalia's previously anxious heart finally finds peace. A smile of relief gracing her features, Bitter says nothing, merely following Gila and the others back along their original path. The course of events has been straightforward, lacking any significant turbulence, merely an occurrence of the most ordinary nature. Yet their next destination is not the inn, but rather the Grieg Opera House, a towering edifice that stands as a hallmark of the bustling district, the most luxurious and the only theater in Grieg. Accessible only to members of the nobility. Why venture to this particular locale? The narrative traces back to the conclusion of the public execution at noon, where Duke Miloin extended a warm invitation to Harry, requesting him to visit his castle. However, Harry politely declined, citing other pressing matters. The Duke did not press further but instead suggested a different request, proposing the Grieg Opera House as the venue for a welcoming gathering, asserting that it was the duty of an uncle to extend such hospitality to his nephew. After some consideration, Harry ultimately acquiesced to the Duke's invitation for the evening at 7 o'clock. Duke Miloin is one of the king's brothers, and as Harry is the king's child, the Duke naturally assumes the role of Harry's uncle at that moment. Harry found himself in a state of confusion, having just acquired a so-called father and now an uncle, causing his usually composed mind to spiral into chaos. What on earth is happening? Such questions remained unvoiced, as Harry recollected the stern admonitions of that man not to inquire further. The Grieg Opera House, as its name suggests, is named after the town itself, thus allowing one to deduce the identity of the individual who commissioned it, the paramount lord of the region, Duke Miloin. True to its reputation, the Grieg Opera House, funded by the Duke himself, emerged unscathed from the deluge that struck last night, though the interior lay in disarray, requiring time to restore order. The Opera House typically opens at 7 in the evening, catering to the upper echelons of society, who indulge in the refined pleasure of operatic performances, a lifestyle often referred to as the languid existence of the aristocracy. The vintage architectural marvel stood prominently before the carriage, characterized by a peaked mountain-like structure. Near the imposing, closed rectangular archway of redwood stood a bespectacled gentleman of refined appearance, clad in a sharply tailored gray suit, exuding an air of competence. Upon sighting Gila's carriage and the accompanying armored knights, the fluttering standard served as a mark of identification, signaling the arrival of the awaited guests. "Your Highness, you have finally arrived. Please follow me. The Duke has been expecting you," the gentleman greeted with a smile, descending the steps to meet Gila and her party. "Apologies for the delay. Will my uncle be angry with me?" Gila inquired, a hint of distress in her voice. "Not at all. The Duke is simply delighted that your Highness could come," the bespectacled gentleman replied, leading the way up the steps without turning back. As they approached the grand redwood doors, the guards moved aside to grant them entry, and the party, along with the imposing knights, entered the opera house without hindrance. From the entrance, the hall's opulence was evident. It was a rectangular space adorned with 2 levels. The first floor featured rows upon rows of seats extending into the distance, with the stage positioned at the far end, draped in red curtains, indicating that the performance had yet to commence. Several pearl-like chandeliers hung from the similarly rectangular ceiling, each round crystal resembling ripe grapes, casting a soft, radiant glow. 6 elegantly designed columns stood steadfast, providing support to the upper level. As she walked along the crimson carpet, Gila followed the dapper bespectacled gentleman up the staircase leading to the second floor. The presence of Gila and her entourage inevitably attracted the attention of those seated on the first floor, who whispered amongst themselves while observing her ascent, particularly intrigued by the imposing figures of the armored knights trailing behind. Under the guidance of the gentleman, they arrived at a private box on the second floor. where he pushed open the door and entered. Inside was a seemingly cramped square room, featuring a balcony with a low railing that allowed a view of the stage below. Within this enclosure stood a round table adorned with several bottles containing an enigmatic colorless liquid and a few empty goblets. My sincerest apologies, Uncle Miluan, for the delay caused by unforeseen circumstances, Gila said apologetically as she took her seat at the round table, gazing across at Duke Miluan, who was now clad in a black formal suit. He held a goblet filled with the colorless liquid, gently swirling it as he sat with one leg crossed over the other. The combination of his somberly handsome visage and the languid posture exuded a peculiar beauty tinged with melancholy. "Oh, no trouble at all. Your presence is what matters. Care for a taste?" Duke Miluan inquired, taking a small sip from his goblet and casting a mild smile towards Gila. "What is this? Is it wine?" Gila asked, eyeing the colorless liquid in his cup. "This is a specialty of jelly, known as jelly wine," Duke Miluan replied. "But I am far too young to partake in wine. I'm afraid that my apologies, Uncle Miluan," Gila said with a resigned smile. "Of course. I am well aware of that. What I have for you is a different concoction, a beverage," Duke Miluan replied with a chuckled "a that moment. The dapper gentleman moved from beside the Duke to Gila's side, retrieving another empty goblet from the round table and presenting it to her. Gila accepted the goblet, and the gentleman then picked up another bottle containing the colorless liquid, deftly uncorking it before leaning down to pour its contents into Gila's goblet. "Isn't this the same as what Uncle is drinking?" "No, this lacks an alcoholic scent. Instead, it possesses a delicate sweetness and a floral freshness. Is it white flower?" Gila inquired, bringing the goblet filled to a third with the liquid closer to her nose. "Your Highness, you are correct. This too is a specialty of jelly, crafted from white flowers, much like the Duke's wine, though differing in production methods, resulting in varied varieties. This is merely one of jelly's many gourmet delights, of which I believe you have yet to sample," the bespectacled gentleman explained as he set the bottle back on the table. "How fascinating. The craftsmanship behind it is indeed remarkable," Gila mused. "Ah, this is truly delightful," she exclaimed after taking a sip from her goblet, her eyes widening in surprise. "Kalia, how have you fared? It has been quite some time since I last saw you. You have all grown so much," Duke Miluan remarked, turning his gaze to Kalia, who stood beside Gila. "Thank you for your concern, Duke Miluan," Kalia replied respectfully. "You remain unchanged, Kalia, still unwilling to call me uncle," Duke Miluan said with a bittersweet smile. Kalia fell silent, and seeing her demeanor, Duke Miluan refrained from pressing further, shaking his head in mild exasperation before taking another sip of his drink and gazing down at the stage. Shortly thereafter, numerous servants entered the room, each carrying delectable morsels of food, which they meticulously arranged upon the table between the two before respectfully departing and closing the door behind them. "I know you haven't eaten yet, so please indulge in these snacks to tide you over," Duke Miluan suggested. Watching Gila, Gila glanced at the lavish spread before her, expressed her gratitude to Duke Miluan, and began to eat without reservation. Although she was indeed quite hungry, she maintained an air of noble etiquette, savoring each bite with grace, her demeanor composed as her gaze flitted toward the stage. Suddenly, the enchanting strains of a violin filled the air, resonating throughout the hall, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds, evoking the atmosphere of a fairy tale woodland, where joyful birds sang among the trees. Following a melodic violin interlude, the opera commenced in earnest, the chandeliers dimming as the surroundings grew darker, and the crimson curtains of the stage drew back, revealing the scene before the audience. Alas, the dim lighting obscured the background, yet the audience below applauded enthusiastically, their claps echoing throughout the opera house. Long ago, it is said there was a prince who deeply loved a princess, and the princess loved him in return. However, one day, she was captured by an evil sorcerer, and the prince embarked on a journey to rescue her. A melodious soprano voice resounded in the dimness. As the applause gradually faded, a conspicuous circle of light descended upon the expansive stage, finally allowing the audience a glimpse of its icy visage. Through the illumination, the backdrop revealed numerous trees beneath a blue sky, reminiscent of painted wallpaper. As a man made his entrance, the bright circle followed him, casting its glow upon his head, while the background music shifted, the violin's tempo quickening, heightening the audience's anticipation. Though the cause of the urgency remained unknown, the man on stage was donned in resplendent attire, wielding a long sword, his golden hair crowned with a tiara. He dashed about, glancing over his shoulder as if pursued by some unseen menace. Upon reaching the opposite end of the stage, he halted, turning to face the direction from which he had come, raising his sword and declaring, "Oh, I am a prince. To save my beloved princess, I have come to this place. To my astonishment, such a monster stands in my way." The golden-haired man sang, his voice harmonizing perfectly with the stirring background music, creating a vivid tableau at that moment. The music shifted once more, adopting a lively rhythm as a three-headed lion emerged majestically from the opposite side of the stage. Its powerful limbs thudded against the floor, and another beam of light descended upon the lion. "Since I cannot flee, for the sake of my princess, I shall vanquish you," the golden-haired man sang with a heart-wrenching expression, charging forward with his sword raised. The three-headed lion roared in response, the music transitioning to an exhilarating cadence as it lunged at the advancing prince, igniting a fierce battle. The combat commenced in a turn-based fashion. The prince swung his sword at the lion, yet left no mark. Enraged, the lion retaliated, striking the golden-haired man with its forepaw, sending him sprawling as if he had been thrown, ultimately collapsing to the ground, appearing unconscious. The lion approached, its jaws agape, seemingly poised to devour him. The music morphed into a sorrowful violin solo, and the audience below gasped in astonishment, particularly the women, who covered their mouths in terror or clutched their male companions' hands, anxiously observing the scene. Fortunately, an arrow shot through the air, piercing the lion's open maw, eliciting an enraged roar. Yet, the onslaught continued, as several more arrows rained down, striking each of the lion's three heads, resulting in a final, defiant roar before it collapsed. The music shifted once again, accompanied by the soprano's harmonies and an upbeat melody. As three figures entered from stage left, another bright circle of light illuminating them. They placed their arms around one another's shoulders, embodying the camaraderie of dear friends, and jubilantly stepped forward in synchronized rhythm. These three figures, clad in the garb of hunters, were women, each wielding a bow with a quiver slung across their backs. They approached the fallen beast, kneeling beside it to sing. The opera narrated the tale of a prince who, in his quest to save the princess abducted by the sorcerer, encountered various warriors along the way, ultimately uniting with them. After enduring numerous trials and engaging in a grand battle, the prince, bearing the hopes of his comrades, triumphed over the sorcerer, reclaiming the princess and embarking on a life of happiness together. Amidst the rousing music, the climactic confrontation between the sorcerer and the prince unfolded, culminating in the sorcerer's defeat as he was pierced through the chest by a sword, collapsing to the ground. From the audience's perspective, this was the scene, though in reality, it appeared more like he was tucked beneath the prince's arm. The audience erupted in applause, their cheers resounding throughout the theater. However, following this triumph, the prince fell to his knees, lamenting the loss of his fallen comrades, tears of sorrow streaming down his face. The audience, moved by the poignant display, witnessed some women weep openly, while many men silently observed, their expressions somber. The next scene depicted the prince rescuing the princess, as the prince embraced her, singing heartfelt words of affection. The audience's emotions reached a crescendo, many moved to tears by the touching reunion. Chapter 126, The War of Kings. The stage play has concluded, with the prince and princess embracing in blissful harmony. The actors, too, emerge from the opposite side of the stage to deliver their closing lines, while the audience below erupts in a fervent applause, expressing their satisfaction and delight at this theatrical performance, a novelty that has brought them unparalleled joy. Traditionally, such plays feature a chorus of voices and the melodious strumming of instruments, serving as an evening's entertainment for the nobility who indulge in the luxury of song. However, this form of enjoyment, when overindulged, leads to a fatigue of both hearing and sight. No matter how vibrant the costumes or how varied the music, monotony eventually sets in, much like the repetition of a singular act. One can only endure so much before irritation arises. With the same musical style merely accompanied by different instruments, the performers maintain their stoic demeanor, singing upright and expressionless, should one encounter a particularly irritable individual. A punch to the face may well ensue. Just how much longer must one endure such drudgery? The lives of the nobility, though seemingly refined, bear little distinction from those of common folk, save for their privileges. The evolution of opera mirrors the inexorable currents of history. The cultural landscape is shaped by its environment. Yet, The continent of Isen has clearly been marred by incessant warfare, since humanity triumphed over various races and claimed dominion over the land. The question of land and slave allocation arose. This elven territory shall be governed by our Mahashtiya Empire. The dwarven lands belong to the Hasturi people, and the giants. Wait, let us govern this elven land, after all. My nation is closest to it, making management far more convenient. Your territories are simply too distant. If that is the case, I have suffered the greatest losses in this war, thus I hold the highest claim. Why should we inherit such barren land, where even farming is a challenge? The deserts are far more hospitable. What do you mean by that? We refuse to accept this. The kings of humanity convened to deliberate the post-war distribution, having achieved the outcomes they desired. Yet the most coveted lands have fallen into the hands of others, which is far from their aspirations. Thus, a quarrel ignites, with no party satisfied by the proposed allocation. That king over there. Yes, you. I've long harbored a grievance against you for sending my soldiers to their doom during the war, that I remained silent for the greater good. But today I can no longer contain my fury. I will strike you. The irate king engages in a brawl with another, a personal conflict between rulers that escalates into a national affair, ultimately transforming into a continental conflict. A senseless escalation. It resembles a fight between two individuals, where one, upon losing, retreats home only to summon his brother the following day, leading to a confrontation where the defeated party, feeling aggrieved, calls upon his relatives for assistance. Thus, the cycle of violence perpetuates, drawing in countless others into this trivial skirmish. Some may argue that such individuals possess flawed reasoning, engaging in such foolishness. Is there any merit to it? Indeed, but the motivations are far from simplistic. It may stem from sheer personal obstinacy or perhaps the private desires of an individual. Who can say? There are countless mysteries we fail to grasp. The myriad vices of humanity, greed, selfishness, deceit, are laid bare among these kings. They parade under the banner of justice, claiming to act for the people's benefit, thus manipulating soldiers still reeling from the scars of war. Despairing conflicts once more unfold at the behest of our revered kings, with outcomes rendering victory or defeat inconsequential. The true question lies in when these monarchs devolved into such despicable beings. No one knows. In the annals of history, their deeds remain obscured, with only the ancient, crumbling walls standing amidst the rampant weeds, scarred by blades and magical bombardments, whispering tales of past carnage. The ancient battlefields, littered with remnants of swords and rusted armor stained by blood, bear witness to the unknown fates of countless souls, their identities lost to time, for they are all gone. The outcome of the human civil war fought millennia ago remains shrouded in mystery. With no relevant records in contemporary historical texts, as if deliberately concealed, the war is not truly over. The descendants of those kings remember the bitterness of the past, striving through successive conflicts to assert their claim as the rightful sovereigns of the continent. The singular rulers, slaughter, destruction, assassination, all manner of insidious tactics are employed, with the will to war perpetuating through generations. Both sides remember only the need to vanquish the other, neglecting their own origins and disregarding the suffering of their people. Some nations have perished, others have disintegrated, existing merely in name. The dichotomy of strength and weakness has always been an unjust construct, yet it serves as the most direct approach. Humanity has demonstrated that only the powerful may survive, while the weak face inevitable absorption. Ultimately, the lamentations of the populace fail to reach the ears of those blinded by greed. Kings who turn a blind eye and deaf ear, as if bereft of these crucial senses. Wholly absorbed in their self-interest, manipulating the very lives and hopes of their subjects. The kings bear the weight of their people's aspirations and existence, yet they remain unfeeling to assuage their own guilt. They craft disingenuous justifications, convincing themselves that their actions are for the greater good of the populace, that they are in no way at fault. Thus, the kings, once penitent before the divine, now wear smiles, comforted by their own fabrications, for after all, they claim to act for the people. Chapter 127, That Cruel History. O pitiful kings, who remain oblivious to the distinction between right and wrong. Whether acting for themselves or their subjects, everything has become a muddled haze. The war intensifies, spiraling into unrestrained brutality. One can only imagine the sorrow of those tasked with chronicling such history, living in an era where they must document the heavy, painful truths that permeate the written word. Perhaps the absence of records is the result of a kind-hearted scribe wishing to spare future generations the anguish and despair wrought by such a ridiculous and cruel past. Millennia of warfare have persisted. Yet in this age, fortune smiles upon us, for the specter of continental conflict has not risen. However, centuries prior, the situation was vastly different. The thousand-year war had faded into the annals of time, and the people, weary of strife, began to lay down their arms, opting instead for a humble existence. Only a few regions continued their relentless battles, while the most astute kings presided over powerful realms, safeguarding their people's safety by steering clear of surrounding conflicts, choosing instead to live in peace. Yet, even in such tranquility, collateral damage occasionally occurs, disguised as unfortunate accidents, frequently befalling these peaceful nations. Initially, the choice to endure appears wise, but as time wears on and incidents proliferate, perhaps incited by deliberate provocation, the sagacious kings, succumbing to the clamor of their proud citizens, reluctantly choose to wage war. The populace believes themselves a noble race, viewing the disturbances from neighboring lands as affronts to their dignity, desiring to teach a lesson. Numerous justifications can be conjured for the onset of conflict, yet when these inexperienced youth step onto the battlefield, they pay a heavy price, ultimately emerging as the few surviving veterans, only to realize the folly of their earlier decisions. The brutality of war is far more horrific than the simplistic portrayals of their instructors. It is a veritable hell. Regrettably, there is no turning back when ordinary warfare rekindles the long-dormant histories of the previous generation. Can they truly let go? No, such a conflict is no trifling matter, as the unyielding nature of warfare dictates that it will not cease until the enemy is utterly vanquished, instilling fear in all. The skies are filled with magical projectiles and various war machines, the ground littered with corpses, standing before the will of their nation and the legacies of their forebears. Even the most fragile of soldiers become fearless, charging forward undeterred. The 1,000 years of war were not without purpose. At the very least, they glean knowledge on forging more powerful weapons to obliterate their foes. Each nation, shaped by its unique environment and history, naturally cultivates distinct cultures and languages. Once an ordinary longsword, it transformed into a more resilient and sharper weapon through a specific forging technique. The splendid magic, too, underwent certain changes across various nations, evolving into more convenient forms influenced by language, customs, and other factors. However, each nation emphasized different aspects. For instance, some prioritized the protective qualities of armor and the sharpness of blades that in their relentless pursuit of perfection in these domains. Such nations spared no expense or manpower. Amidst the impetus of war and the ever-changing battlefield, newly developed weapons, upon being dispatched, might find their countermeasures devised by the enemy within mere days. The creators, burdened by the pressures of their superiors and toiling day and night, were compelled to labor tirelessly to produce even more powerful and secretive weaponry. Thus, in the face of a dire situation and the passage of time, these nations ultimately forged a unique system, far from perishing. They grew even stronger, while those unable to keep pace with the march of progress faded into oblivion, becoming vassal states to these powerful realms. The dynamics of war and the era propelled these nations to significant advancements in military strength. Yet their societal conditions remained mired in a primitive state. Only a brief period of peace proved futile, as the populace still grappled with the aftermath of conflict. Tensions remained taut, compounded by a chaotic social environment, leaving countless displaced individuals to resort to a life of theft for survival. The mere pursuit of leisure and enjoyment during such times was a luxury. Nobles and the affluent lived in constant fear of these desperate souls, leaving them little time to attend to their own comforts. Those driven to rob, even if maimed, would rise again, for survival necessitated such actions. Each individual harbored someone worth protecting, and these displaced persons, once part of happy families, found their lives shattered by the ravages of war, left only with their most cherished kin. When their loved ones faced peril, on the brink of starvation, they would undertake any foolish act, even risking their lives, in a desperate bid to survive. When these individuals banded together, despite their ordinariness, they could forge a path to happiness for those they sought to protect, albeit an unstable one that the robbers, deemed villains for their actions, having committed murder and theft, were once perhaps good people. Whose fault is it? No one knows, nor does anyone have the right to judge the morality of history. Within the annals of time, these individuals were destined for tragedy, mercilessly suppressed by the state's military during a specific historical period. To feel sympathy for such matters is an impossibility. This is the nature of the world, which shows no mercy for those with unfortunate backgrounds. The world has always operated thus, so it is best not to harbor expectations. Despite formidable military prowess, the fabric of daily life remained unchanged, particularly in terms of indulgence. When war raged, who had time for such concerns? This phenomenon was commonplace across nations. Yet, it cannot be said that there has been no change over the millennia, at the very least. There have been noticeable improvements in the durability of houses and the quality of city walls. Humanity might indeed be on a path of self-destruction, yet it is evident that no one is paying attention. The cycle of self-destructive warfare continues, with no end in sight. Fortunately, the opera presented during the deep night did not disappoint the audience, refreshing their senses with its enchanting score, rapt delivery, and captivating narrative. Though rudimentary, it undoubtedly delighted the spectators, a triumph for the actors on stage who pioneered a new form of opera in this world. As the audience erupted in applause, Gila on the second-floor balcony was coughing incessantly. Having choked on her food, her small face flushed. Beside her, Kalia patted her back in concern, trying to soothe her. "Are you all right?" Duke Miloan inquired anxiously, noting Gila's discomfort. "That I'm fine. Just ate too quickly and accidentally choked." Gila replied, her complexion improving slightly. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you," Miloan said, a gentle smile gracing his features upon hearing her explanation. Gila, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded and shifted her gaze to the actors on stage. What a coincidence it was to encounter them here, Gila thought, transfixed by the familiar faces on stage. Just moments ago, after the actors made their entrance, she had sensed a vague recognition, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, memories associated with them flooded her mind, coinciding with her swallowing a petite, delightful pastry, which, in her astonishment, caused her to choke. To put it simply, this reaction was akin to the surprise of encountering someone who should not be in your presence. Thus, one should refrain from looking around while eating, lest such a calamity ensue. The memories that surfaced were not Gila's own, but belonged to this body, specifically Harry's, due to a certain mystical binding of their souls. Gila and Harry shared a parallel memory system, allowing both to trigger memories under specific conditions and environments, as well as in the presence of particular individuals. It was meant to be so. Yet for reasons unknown to Gila, her powerful soul and extensive knowledge obstructed this effect. Unfortunately, her abilities were limited. While Harry could not activate the memory trigger, Gila could. Through Harry's recollections, Gila recognized several individuals on stage as acquaintances of Harry. Though acquaintances seemed an inadequate term, they were more akin to mentors who imparted knowledge. Despite some being quite strict, this did not diminish Harry's fondness for them. Acquaintances? Gila murmured to herself. The princess at the center of the stage, along with the prince beside her and the comical lion standing on 2 feet after removing his headpiece, were all familiar to Harry. The golden-haired prince was none other than the stern man who had once instructed Harry and others on proper posture. The princess was the alluring etiquette teacher, Sister Susanna, and the amusing lion, though sporting a fierce visage, exuded an endearing aura, especially for children. That muscular man from the physical training class was smiling. What on earth was happening? Gila's thoughts followed Harry's reasoning, and she found herself lamenting her predicament. Upon encountering familiar faces, her body involuntarily reacted with instinctive motions and thoughts, mimicking Harry's usual behaviors, an ingrained habit not easily altered. This, undoubtedly, frustrated Gila. Imagine a typically composed and solemn individual suddenly erupting into uncontrollable laughter. It felt as though someone had seized control of her body to perform unimaginable antics, a most dreadful experience. Although she overlooked the fact that she did not possess a body of her own, for this body belonged to Harry, Gila's soul was distinctly feminine. This forced sensation was irksome, just moments ago. Her mind had been plagued with various thoughts, her hands and mouth nearly beyond her control. Had her soul not been mightier than Harry's, suppressing these impulses, she would have become a perplexing amalgamation of male and female traits, half Harry, half Gila. A simple example of this predicament might be illustrated in a scenario where Gila, in this body, needed to use the restroom. Would she stand and urinate, or adopt the traditional female posture? One could easily surmise that, in an instant, Gila might instinctively lower her trousers, grappling with the sensations of her former femininity. The body, originally belonging to Hali, retained male instincts, while her feminine soul bore no connection to them. It was akin to placing any ingredient into an apple, be it sour or spicy. The essence of the apple remains unchanged. Hali held a deep respect for Kalia, and thus Jila mirrored this sentiment towards her. However, her feelings towards Sally and others differed, resembling a sense of gratitude towards benefactors, embodying the values of respecting teachers and the teachings they imparted. As for Bitter, Hali found him inscrutable, uncertain how to approach him. He was neither a benefactor nor a stranger, existing somewhere in between, leaving Jila at a loss for words. While Jila was unsure how these individuals had arrived at this place, she felt a quiet joy for them. Her lips curving into a smile before she paused, angrily lifting her goblet to take a large gulp of her drink. How infuriating. Once again, she had been led astray by such instinctive behavior. If only she could regain her strength, she thought, clenching her fist in frustration as she continued to sip her drink. Yet, despite this, Jila felt an inexplicable joy for them deep within her heart. With a resigned sigh, she set down the empty glass, relinquishing the suppression of her thoughts, for she realized it was utterly futile. Thus, she found herself disinclined to swap places with Hali, although possessing a body. The persistent, nauseating instinct made her feel profoundly uncomfortable, akin to the experience of grocery shopping, where one intends to select the most expensive items, yet one's hand betrays that intention, reaching for the cheaper options instead. Nothing could be more intolerable than this sensation. In Jila's view, as for Hali's so-called friends, Jila had no desire to greet them or delve into the reasons for their presence here. They were mere strangers to her. Why should she approach them? Just as she began to worry about how her body might react, a wave of relief washed over her. It seemed Hali's body also conveyed a reluctance to engage with them. Although there lingered a slight sense of disappointment, fundamentally rooted in a desire not to inconvenience them, their happiness sufficed. There was no need for her to disrupt such a delicate balance. A classic sentiment of a misguided altruist. Truly, it was a deeply ingrained character trait, Jila mused, mocking the nature of the owner of this body. Chapter 129. The incident unfolds, so be it. Jila picked up the last petite pastry from her plate, preparing to savor it while silently observing the concluding act of this play. According to the triggered memories, this was an opera from another world. Her expression remained utterly impassive. If Hali were to critique it, he would likely declare the script abysmal and childish, merely reflecting a harsh truth. In Hali's terms, the play perpetuated the erroneous notion that the affluent and attractive were inherently meant to be together. However, from Jila's perspective, this was indeed the case. The aristocracy of this world had always operated under such pretenses, marrying off one noble to another for some ulterior motive. The concept of social class compatibility was merely a facade. No commoner could ever ascend to the nobility. Such tales belonged in fairy tales. Yet reality brimmed with miracles, where a single misstep could trigger an entirely different event, and thus the world remained fascinating. And indeed, this was the current situation. Everyone, step aside. The women on stage are all mine, and the men can go serve as slaves. Ugh! Accompanied by a loud belch, the onlookers parted for the man proclaiming such arrogance. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, tall and upright, clutching a bottle of wine, guzzling it as if his life depended on it. One could not help but wonder if such reckless drinking was truly safe. He staggered as he walked, his sunken cheeks flushed from excessive drinking, creating an impression that he might topple over at any moment. A drunken fool, indeed. Yet ironically, his noble attire signified that he was a noble drunkard, not an ordinary one. I'll buy them all. Did you hear me? Hurry and capture them all. Where are they? Where are they? The inebriated man squinted around, shouting loudly. What are you waiting for? Go capture them all. Do you wish to die? The young man beside the drunkard urged the knights following behind him. Yes. The knights hesitated for a moment, but then complied respectfully, proceeding to push through the crowd of spectators. Although these individuals were all nobles, their expressions betrayed no hint of offense as the knights charged onto the stage. Seizing the performers. Uncle, please calm down. It will be over soon, the young man said, placing a steadying hand on the drunkard's arm, speaking in a soothing tone as if comforting a child. The men on stage naturally resisted, but the stark disparity in strength made their efforts futile. They were easily overpowered and knocked to the ground by the knights wielding the hilts of their swords, aside from the whip-wielding man and the fierce-looking fellow. The rest were subdued, while the women, lacking any fighting spirit, huddled together in a corner of the stage, trembling as they witnessed the unfolding scene. The knights paid no mind to the women, moving on to the remaining two who were still resisting. It was a foregone conclusion. Even if the whip-wielding man or the fierce-looking fellow managed to defeat one knight, what of the other 7? Furthermore, they were surrounded. It was evident that 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. They were mercilessly struck in the face by the knights' hilts, bloody teeth flying as they collapsed to the ground, soon to be trampled by the knights' long iron boots, a grim reminder of the consequences of defiance. The women screamed in terror. Witnessing this scene, Gila let out a resigned sigh, placing the pastry that had been poised at her lips back onto the plate. The reaction from her body was unmistakable. It simmered with anger, akin to water boiling in a pot, unable to quell itself. So, what was to be done? Gila smiled as she observed the opera unfolding on stage. Is it truly acceptable to allow them to act thus? Uncle? Gila spoke up. That of course not. To dare behave in such a manner before me is a grave disrespect to my title as a duke. They deserve death for such insolence. But fret not. I shall ensure. Duke Mylon was about to finish his sentence when he took a large gulp from his goblet, indicating his anger, yet Gila interrupted him, rising to her feet. What is your name? Gila inquired with a smile, gazing at the row of armored knights standing guard behind her. The knight at the front, the shortest and slenderest among them, donned the same armor, his face obscured, yet Gila discerned he was the leader of this group, not by mere speculation, but by a palpable aura of leadership that set him apart, like the brightest star in a dim night sky. Korea, came the simple response from the slit of the square helmet. That was sufficient. Gila felt a flicker of surprise at the knight's voice, realizing it belonged to a woman, an unexpected revelation, yet of no consequence. Regaining her composure, she addressed her. Korea, under whose orders do you serve? Who are you here to protect? Answer me. Under His Majesty's orders to protect you, the knight replied succinctly. Then you will heed my commands? Gila pressed further. Yes, even Lord Bitter shall comply with your orders, the knight affirmed. Very well, that it would be acceptable for me to request certain tasks from you. Then, Gila said with a smile, that it is our honor to serve your highness. The foremost female knight knelt on one knee, her clenched fist resting upon her chest, while the knights behind her mirrored her actions. Gila regarded them with satisfaction, casting a glance at Bitter, who stood beside her, resignedly waving his hand. The performers who had resisted on stage were being captured, and they could soon be taken away. However, the situation took an unexpected turn, with the focus of the hall shifting to another individual, a charming young boy with black hair, flanked by a beautiful maid with short white hair and a dashing red-haired man. Followed closely by a group of armored knights, as Gila descended the staircase from the 2nd floor, the attention of the entire hall was once again drawn to her. Freya, who are these people? They all look unfamiliar. And who is that little brat? The inebriated noble pointed at Gila as she approached. Calm down, uncle. These individuals seem to hold significant importance. Let us refrain from acting impulsively. The young man whispered urgently, pulling down his uncle's hand that pointed rudely to Do. The drunken noble replied like a child, falling silent, entirely obedient to his nephew in his inebriated state. At that moment, Gila stood before the drunkard, looking up at him with a smile. Oh, you know what mistake you have made. This smile was like the summons of death, sending shivers down spines. What would transpire next? Chapter 130. The Opera of Slaughter, huh? What's this little brat saying? The drunkard slurred. Under the influence of alcohol, a person's behavior can often become exaggerated, as if one were imbued with confidence. Typically quiet individuals might transform entirely when intoxicated, engaging in actions unknowingly, embodying the essence of drunkenness. What are you, a child, doing in a place like this? This isn't somewhere for someone as adorable as you to be. Burp. The drunkard pushed aside the young man who had clutched his hand and staggered closer to Gila. The heavy scent of alcohol wafting towards her, he reached out, intending to stroke Gila's cheek. Unmoved, Gila merely watched as the rough, large hand approached her face, closing in within mere inches, just as the palm was about to make contact with her cheek. It was swiftly intercepted. The sound of the sword being drawn from its sheath resonated in the air, while the palm, soaring under the glow of the chandelier, spun incessantly. The warm blood cascaded heavily onto the carpet, staining it crimsoned. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to fall into silence. No one dared to utter a sound, as if struck by an unprecedented shock. All present instinctively held their breath, fearful that they themselves would shatter this eerie tranquility. The breaking of this peculiar stillness was inevitable. Mere seconds after the hand fell to the ground, a woman's scream, born of terror, pierced the air like a triggered mechanism. The face of the drunkard twisted grotesquely as he beheld his severed hand, and the blood gushing forth. An excruciating pain surged through his entire being, compelling him to drop the bottle he had clutched. With his surviving hand, he attempted to stanch the flow of blood from the severed limb, yet this only served to aggravate the wound, sending him reeling backward in shock from the onslaught of a new wave of agony. A young man behind him caught him just in time, preventing his fall, but his gaze remained fixed on the assailant before them, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. According to the laws of the Empire, those of lower status cannot point their fingers at those of higher rank. Otherwise, death is merciless. A clear and authoritative female voice echoed through the hall, not only addressing the man with the severed hand, but seemingly imparting this decree to all present. The bloodied knight's cross-shaped sword was gripped firmly in the slender hands of the armored knight, crimson blood flowing along the sharp blade to drip onto the carpet, further staining it. "Kill her for me. Kill her." The drunkard, leaning against the young man, glared at the armored knight who had severed his hand, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, spewing words like a rabid dog ready to bite anyone in sight. At that moment, his body was overwhelmed with the pain of his severed hand. Though the alcohol-induced haze in his mind had somewhat cleared, he could not afford to dwell on it. Throughout his life, he had never been subjected to such treatment. He had always been the one dealing it out. As a nobleman, having his hand struck off by a lowly knight incited a tempest of anger and fury within him. He was now completely deaf to any words of consolation, consumed by the singular desire for the armored knight to perish, a most pitiful death. The knights behind the young man hesitated, their hands resting on their swords yet failing to draw them. Tremors coursed through their limbs, and cold sweat dripped from their chins. They had scarcely comprehended the speed at which the knight had moved before the owner's hand was severed. Any intelligent person would recognize that they were simply not on the same level as this opponent. Victory was impossible. "You worthless fools, what are you waiting for? Get moving." The drunkard, sensing the unsettling stillness behind him, turned and yelled frantically at them. Alas, at that very moment, his expression shifted from dazed to horrified as he witnessed an unimaginable scene. Two heads, maintaining their prior look of hesitation, were tossed high into the air, the metallic helmets clattering to the ground and rolling a few times before coming to a halt. Thud! The headless bodies retained their sword-wielding stances. Warm blood gushing from the cleanly severed wounds, collapsing limply to the floor, again producing a dull sound as the metal clattered down. The sharp swords, with an unstoppable force, cleaved through at angles unimaginable to an ordinary person. Dispatching the two with deadly precision, blood droplets fell from the blades onto the carpet, while the slender armored knight did not retract her sword, still grasping it firmly in her hand. The square helmet turned, and her keen eyes peered through the narrow slit, as if the battle had not yet concluded, intent on seeking out and dispatching any remaining foes. The knights on the stage were paralyzed by the cruelty of the scene before them, forgetting even to draw their half-unsheathed swords, staring blankly below, lost in confusion. What is happening? Why does the scene before me appear thus? I haven't even blinked. One knight pondered in astonishment, watching as the vision before him began to shift away. Then darkness enveloped him in the final second before death. He comprehended the true meaning of being cleaved in twain. No one knew when these armored knights had appeared on the stage. The audience only sensed a strong gust of wind. And those figures were suddenly present. It was at that moment that a new opera commenced, yet the audience's reactions were anything but relaxed, resembling a tense silence that rendered them speechless. The script unfolded as follows. Several formidable armored knights crushed another group with overwhelming might. More accurately described as a massacre for the sake of slaughtered, in the blink of an eye, these knights were slaughtered to the last, their blood seeping into the cracks of the stage floor. The faint metallic scent of blood wafting from beneath the numerous corpses, reaching the noses of the audience. They swallowed anxiously, their fear compelling a desire to flee, yet their feet felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering them immobile. "Who are you?" A youthful voice resonated sweetly in the hushed hall, silencing any thoughts of reprimand or response among the crowd, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. "I am Count Palak," the drunkard stammered, finally managing to quell the urge to escape, trembling as he answered the young boy's inquiry. In that moment, he had never felt so lucid, shaken awake from his drunken stupor. In a mere instant, his knights had been annihilated, not a single one remaining, that he realized he had likely stumbled upon a formidable force. The boy before him was no ordinary child. The drunkard's already pallid complexion turned even more as deep fear began to unfurl within him. A dread that surged like a tidal wave, overtaking his body and mind. Although his wound had been hastily bandaged with his coat, blood continued to seep through, the deep crimson staining the fabric around the severed area. A sight most ghastly. A count, you say? Do you understand the error of your ways? The boy inquired once more. Aye. The drunkard racked his brain to recall his actions, struggling to respond. But the more he thought, the more chaotic his memories became. In the grip of fear, his mind was a blank slate, void of recollection, and he stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Forgive me, sir, my uncle often behaves this way, when intoxicated. He forgets everything and commits absurd acts. I humbly ask for your understanding. The young man supporting the drunkard interjected, and the drunkard, quick-witted, echoed his sentiments. What was your reasoning for such actions? The boy pressed on. Sir, did I not mention that my uncle is? What is the reason? An impatient tone interrupted the young man's response. This is because the drunkard realized he could no longer conceal the truth, carefully weighing his words. But just as he began to speak, an unexpected ambush ensued.